after crossing over, you originally wanted to live off others, like a salted fish without dreams. However, you were unexpectedly forced by the company to participate in a dating reality show and were given a cold and aloof persona. Yet, your approach is to do the opposite. So what was supposed to be a dating show turned into a hardcore comedy program because of you. At this moment, you look around at the unfamiliar environment and think to yourself, can I really cross over while sleeping at home? What makes you happy is that the original owner seems to be a newly debuted artist. And isn't this a great opportunity for a ghostwriter? You walk to the mirror and examine the handsome face that appears, secretly marveling that this face is naturally suited for the entertainment industry. It seems you have no choice but to make a decision that goes against your ancestors. You are going to live off others. After making up your mind, you begin to absorb all of the original owner's memories. Goodness! You start off as a rich second generation. From the memories, you learn that the house you are currently living in is a commercial property located outside the 5th Ring Road, which was exchanged by the original owner's grandfather for housing qualifications in a courtyard within the 1st Ring Road. Later, after realizing the value of the courtyard, the original owner's grandfather became increasingly depressed and eventually passed away with deep regrets. Fortunately, the parents were more open-minded, and through their efforts, they built a small business empire for the original owner, a high-end fruit store. However, just before, a once-in-a-century global pandemic struck, causing your father to use the house as collateral to take out a loan of $5 million to buy a large batch of goods, which ended up being a loss. Even worse, both of your parents contracted the pandemic and passed away, with only about 20 days left until the final repayment date. If you can't pay it back, you will have to spend the rest of your life in prison. You had just finished organizing your memories when your phone in your pocket rang, displaying only the words Lang-gu. After answering, a cold voice came through. Jiang Chang, right? I'm Shen Lang. The company has arranged a job for you. Director Li Xia is preparing to shoot a variety show in Magic City. Get ready, and the company will send an assistant to find you shortly to explain the details. After saying that, the call ended. You were not angry upon seeing this, knowing that the reason your original self was able to debut was not due to any exceptional talent, but simply because he was handsome. Moreover, as a newcomer, he did not have a dedicated manager and was grouped with 8 other artists under Shen Lang's supervision. It was already good enough to have a job offered to you. What more could you ask for? Just as you were starting to pack your belongings, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? You asked, even as your hand was already opening the door. Standing outside was a young and beautiful girl, her eyes shining with the clarity unique to college students. When she saw the door open, she quickly took out a photo and compared it with the person in front of her, then timidly said, "Hello, Teacher Jiang. My name is Xingyan, and I am your assistant." You looked Xingyan up and down, nodded, and smiled, saying, "Hello, I look forward to working with you. Come in for a glass of water." After saying that, you turned to walk inside, but Xingyan behind you showed no intention of following. "Teacher Jiang, time is a bit tight, so I won't go in. Please hurry up," she said, causing you to frown slightly. "So urgent? Alright, then wait for me a moment." 2.5 minutes later, a black business car sped down the road to the airport. Inside the car, Xingyan was holding the itinerary and advising you, "Teacher Jiang, the program you are attending this time is a dating variety show. The company has arranged for you to have a cold and aloof male god persona, so you must control your demeanor on the show. If you can avoid speaking, then do so, just be as handsome as you can." Then she went on to say a lot more, but you were so confused that you didn't catch a single word. "Alright, that's it. Teacher Jiang, do you have any questions?" Hearing this, you are no longer sleepy. Immediately perk up, and seriously ask the most concerning question, "How much is the pay for this program?" Xingyan was instantly speechless and did not respond. After a long journey, the group finally arrived at their destination, Magic City. Under the guidance of the crew staff, you successfully boarded the crew's special vehicle to the filming location, while Xingyan took a taxi to the hotel arranged by the company. According to the program team's requirements, guests cannot have agents or assistants accompanying them. I'm so tired. As soon as you got in the car, you slumped in the back seat, completely ignoring the cameras installed in the vehicle. In the hotel, Xingyan watched the live broadcast and suddenly felt like the sky was falling. Just when she said she wanted to be aloof and establish a persona, you lying down made it hard to maintain that aloofness. The viewers in the live chat also expressed their opinions. "This is exactly how I look when I get off work and go home. No burdens, just emotions." Seeing that most comments in the live chat were positive, Xingyan let out a slight sigh of relief and then opened WeChat to send you a reminder. However, after a long while, there was still no reply. She hurriedly switched back to the live broadcast, only to see you with your eyes closed, lying sideways in your seat, occasionally letting out soft snores. "I fell asleep. Bro, don't mess around." She hurriedly called you on her work phone. It's over. My salary. My bonus. Shinyan felt her little money flying away at 120 miles per hour. You woke up groggily in the live broadcast room, listening to the weak voice coming from the phone. Shinyan couldn't help but fall into deep thought. She didn't know what she had done wrong to suffer such torment right after entering society. Why is there no sound? Did my ears fall asleep? This thought popped into your mind, instantly waking you up. You quickly shouted to the driver in front. Driver, hurry to the nearest hospital. It seems my ears have fallen asleep. The driver's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. He immediately pulled over and used the navigation to find the nearest hospital. Don't be afraid, young man. I'll get you to the hospital for treatment right away. Okay, driver, please hurry. The driver, who was originally preparing to start in third gear, immediately turned off the engine upon hearing this. He turned to look at you in the back seat, sighed, said nothing more, and silently switched the navigation back, continuing towards the filming location. The live broadcast room erupted in laughter. I'm dying of laughter. This driver looks like a miracle doctor. He saw right through your brain dot. Shinyan felt a bit tired watching this scene in the live broadcast room. Remedy? What is there to remedy? She directly hung up the phone and slumped in her seat, staring blankly at the ceiling. Director Lee, our show is a hit. In the waiting hall, the assistant director rushed to Director Lee Xia, excitedly handing him the phone like a treasure. Calm down, calm down. You're just too anxious. You need to learn from me. Even when a mountain collapses in front of you, you must remain unperturbed. Director Lee said this, but still took the phone. The next second, he was no longer calm. Oh my! His exclamation instantly attracted the attention of those around him, and he quickly covered his mouth, but the excited look in his eyes couldn't be hidden. On the current trending list, after some time has passed, 2 topics related to the program have made it into the top 10. Shocking! The descendants of the dragon. This seemingly ordinary driver is actually a hidden divine doctor. After a half-hour journey, under the caring gaze of the driver, you got out of the car. The filming location is a large villa in the suburbs, reportedly sponsored by one of the guests. You breathe in the fresh air here and then decisively grab your suitcase and quickly run towards the villa. The villa has 3 floors, each with 2 sets of rooms and some other entertainment rooms. You directly took one of the rooms on the first floor. When you reappeared in the living room, you had changed into a white short-sleeve shirt, black shorts, and a pair of flip-flops, then just lay down on the sofa in the hall and started playing on your phone. But as you played, your arm weakly dropped down, and you fell asleep again. Outside the screen, Shinyan had already gotten used to it. Now even if you suddenly said you weren't human, she wouldn't care. Before long, there was a knock at the door. Hello, is anyone there? A voice as refreshing as a spring breeze came from the doorway. Her appearance made the originally calm live broadcast room boil again. Wow, my goddess. This is my goddess Bai Ruowei. Bai Ruowei's appearance left many viewers puzzled. Known as the national daughter, she has been in the spotlight since childhood, and the line of people chasing her could stretch all the way to France. What kind of boyfriend can't she find? Looking at the door that showed no reaction, Bai Ruowei struggled to carry her suitcase into the house. With a thud, one of the heavy suitcases fell to the ground due to the weight. This startled you, who were napping on the sofa, and you quickly got up, saying, "Let me help you." A pair of large hands appeared in Bai Ruowei's line of sight, effortlessly lifting her 4 suitcases. She turned her head and saw a figure in a white t-shirt carrying the luggage on his shoulder, striding forward. "Thank you, uncle. Are you a staff member?" This question made you pause for a moment as you turned slowly to look at Bai Ruowei and asked, "Do you watch Idol Producer?" Bai Ruowei was taken aback and then looked you up and down, dressed in a minimalist style, and replied, "Not really." You said helplessly, "Pick a room, and I'll help you put the suitcase inside." Upon hearing this, Bai Ruowei glanced at the stairs in front of her and the uncle who was carrying 4 suitcases beside her, decisively choosing the room on the right side of the first floor. This one will do. Going up and down the stairs is quite troublesome. After placing the heavy suitcase on your shoulder inside, you let out a long sigh of relief. "Thank you, uncle," Bai Ruowei said gratefully. "It's nothing." You waved your hand casually and walked into the opposite room. The effort of moving had made your t-shirt a bit dirty, so you needed to change. Bai Ruowei stared blankly at the scene before her and said in confusion, "Uncle, are you also a guest? Why, don't I look like one?" You replied, turning back to smile at Bai Ruowei. After receiving a positive answer, Bai Ruowei was stunned. The live broadcast also gave a close-up shot, which energized the audience in the room. "This is hilarious. Whose good person is dressed like this for the show?" After a while, you walked out of the room and saw Bai Ruowei still standing there in a daze. You walked up to her and waved your hand in front of her eyes. "Don't just stand there. Go rest in the living room for a while." Hearing this, Bai Ruowei came to her senses, nodded foolishly, and followed you to sit down on the sofa in the living room. "Hello, let me formally introduce myself. My name is Jiang Chang, and I have been a trainee for 2.5 years. Hello, my name is Bai Ruowei. You can call me Ruowei. Nice to meet you. Bai Ruowei timidly introduced herself, feeling a bit embarrassed about mistaking you for a staff member of the show. Sensing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, you quickly asked, "So, do you play Honor of Kings? Do you want to play a game?" Upon hearing the words Honor of Kings, Bai Ruowei immediately looked up, her eyes shining with excitement as she said, "Sure, I play really well with Yao." So the two of you took out your phones in front of everyone and started a sweet duo match. No, little brother, what skills do you have to dare to compete with me? Even Coco Farm would have to call and say you're bad. Looking at the big words victory in front of you, you let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness, we won the game, and the family tree is safe. Just then, a handsome man with a slightly androgynous beauty appeared at the door. Hello everyone, I am Xiao He. Nice to meet you. The bullet comments in the live stream exploded at this moment. It's he, I wanna have your babies. The entertainment industry's top player, the production team actually invited me. This is impressive. The fans of He were almost losing their minds, causing the entire live broadcast screen to be covered with bullet comments, which also drew the dissatisfaction of passers-by. Dressed so effeminately, isn't this the big guy with a punch of 500 kilograms of strength? Bai Ruowei didn't really like the Xiao He in front of her. Her background was enough for her to understand the true nature of most people in the industry, but out of politeness, she still greeted him. Hello, my name is Bai Ruowei. Hello, I am Jiang Chang. Jiang Chang said hello and then did not pay attention to Xiao He, but turned his head anxiously to the side of Bai Ruowei. Spoke, quickly prepare. I now feel good explosion. I feel that today will be on the diamond. Xiao Hyuk stood at the doorway, resentfully looking at the duo who were beginning to fight in the canyon in front of him. He didn't make a fool of himself, and with his suitcase in hand, he headed for the back of the room. After wandering around all 3 floors, Xiao Hyuk returned to the door of the room on the left-hand side of the first floor, and despite the fact that Jiang Chang's name had already been hung on the door of the room, he couldn't help but ask out loud as he looked at the words Bai Ruowei on the door of the opposite room. That Jiang Chang I've been having some trouble with my legs lately, and the doctor told me that I can't go up and down the stairs regularly, so do you think I can stay in this room? In Xiao Hyuk's conception, with his curiosity and this set of impeccable rhetoric, how come you, Jiang Chang, a little person who is not known, will have to obediently give up his room, so that he can live on the opposite side of Bai Ruowei? The purpose of his trip to participate in this program is to get close to Bai Ruowei. He learned from some sources that Bai Ruowei's background is very deep, which will greatly help his future career, so he came to participate in this program to see if he can take her. In order to establish a good image in front of Bai Ruowei, he was now also restraining his temper, or else just now when that Jiang Chang was so cold to himself he would have already cursed. However, the roadies in the live stream weren't buying it. Why is this Xiao Hyuk's face so big? Others have already chosen. What are you based on? I used to call myself an athlete, but now my legs are failing me? But with the curiosity gap between Xiao He and Jiang Chang will most likely agree to it. Yes, this does not promise not to be worn shoes in the future. However, Xiao Hyuk's fans were not happy to see these pop-ups. So what? I asked you, what about that? It's a blessing for him that our Hyuk is willing to trade this room with that Jiang Chang. Kunio really got down on his head. For a while the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was a bit tense. Inside the villa, Bai Ruowei, who heard Xiao He's words, also put down her cell phone and looked at Jiang Chang. She wanted to know how Jiang Chang would answer. She inwardly hoped that he would refuse. She didn't want to open the door every morning to be spoiled a day's good mood. Jiang Chang heard Xiao Hyuk's words while he sidled up a bit on the sofa, not even taking his eyes off the phone for half a second. On the other hand, his mouth was open to say, I'm sorry, I'm afraid of heights and I can only live on the first floor, so I'm sorry. Hearing Jiang Chang say this, Xiao He's face darkened, even though he knew that this was Jiang Chang talking nonsense. But nay, he had lied himself, and we all knew it by heart. Considering that Bai Ruowei was in front of him, he also had to put on a lost expression. So, that's a shame. Then it was time to drag the box up the stairs. Bai Ruowei smiled gently at this. Just now she was worried that Jiang Chang would agree. What are you doing? Give the shield, brother. Fight the group. The sound of Jiang Chang's words pulled Bai Ruowei's thoughts back, and she hurriedly injected all her attention back into the game. The room change incident subsided, but the live broadcast was noisy. It's still my Makoto. Only someone like Makoto deserves to be my teammate. It's magic versus bombardment against the road. Good refusal. Just don't spoil him. Upstairs is as much of a bottom-headed man as Jiang Chang. What is this Jiang Chang? He's afraid of heights when he goes up to the second floor, isn't he? I think he just simply doesn't want to switch with our Hehe. Jiang Chang, what are you? Why don't you give the room to Hyuk? A glance at the thimble, identified upstairs as pure XXN. Chapter 4, so what? The scene returned to the villa. Xiao Hyuk came down from the second floor and was already changing into a sports outfit. Looking at the duo in the living room who were still burying their heads in their hands, he was just about to open his mouth to speak and liven up the atmosphere, when Jiang Cheng's voice had already traveled over. Nice. Winning. I didn't think you didn't lie if Vivi. Your Yao play is really six. Add chicken leg for you at night. Looking at its happy duo, Xiao Hyuk could not help but be a bit annoyed. He walked directly to the said side of the duo and said, both of you, do you want to go out to exercise and work out? As the saying goes, exercise is a kind of enjoyment. When I came here I saw that there is a scenic lake not far away. We can run around the lake twice, and we can also enjoy the beauty of the scenery along the way. The moment these words came out, Jiang Chang and Bai Ruo's gazes were also instantly directed at Xiao He, which couldn't help but make Xiao He secretly laugh in his heart. Yes, that's it. Put up the athletic persona. Worship me. The Hyuk fans in the live broadcast room were also excited. Heck, get ready to go for a run. I gonna see Hyuk's body. Looking forward to it. This statement could be a bad look for the passers-by. It's back to denting the sportsman's persona. Didn't you just say you were having trouble with your legs? Upstairs XXNs are collecting flavors. This naked act of establishing a persona is a little too eager to be successful, leading to the passers-by in the live broadcast room being very disgusted by this behavior. And even the staff of the show are indignant about this behavior. On the contrary, Jiang Cheng's series of behaviors were much better for people's perception. No dented persona. Spontaneous, and the main focus is a real one. Inside the living room, Xiao Hyuk looked over to Bai Ruowei when he finished speaking. His true purpose was to create an opportunity to spend time with Bai Ruowei. Well, I think you're right. Exercise is indeed a pleasure. Jiang Cheng's speech so that Xiao He could not help but side-eye. It seems that just look away, this guy, very on the road well. Just as he nodded his head in satisfaction and wanted to speak again, the next half of Jiang Cheng's sentence reached Xiao He's ears with it. But I don't like sports because I don't crave them. With that said, he proceeded to plop down on the couch and swipe his phone. The corner of Xiao Hyuk's mouth twitched at his words, and he once again shifted his sight to Bai Ruowei's body. Sorry, I'm not a glutton for punishment either. Before Xiao He could open his mouth, Bai Ruowei borrowed Jiang Cheng's words to block Xiao He's mouth. Ha ha ha, no wonder I don't like sports either. So I'm not a glutton for punishment. I've never been disciplined. And how is that not a form of self-discipline? It's really quite tiring to take a step back. The netizens in the live room laughed like crazy and started all kinds of whole jobs. In the meantime, Xin Yan was complaining into the phone. Brother, no, you can't transfer me back. I'm tired and I don't want the internship certificate. Shen Lang on the other end of the phone but lightly laughed and comforted. Small wild goose, do not be anxious. Persona is just a tout with just. Jiang Cheng is now the whole network heat is not low. People do not persona for him is no longer important. You relax. When Jiang Cheng takes off you can follow suit. And by then the internship report won't be a handful. Inside the villa, originally still lying on the sofa, Jiang Cheng suddenly stood up and began to walk toward the door. See the scene. Bai Ruowei could not help but froze. Did Jiang Cheng change his mind? Want to enjoy? Seeing this scene, Xiao He also cannot help but secretly laugh. Small sample. I am afraid that you do not dare to come. Wait to see how I burst you. Jiang Cheng, are you going out to enjoy yourself? Looking at the Jiang Cheng, Bai Ruowei who was about to walk out of the door, she couldn't help but ask. No, I'm going out to forage for food and I'm a little hungry. Jiang Cheng, who had been running around all day, hadn't eaten anything in his stomach until now, and his hunger compelled him to get out of the air-conditioned, cold air-filled hall and go outside to find something to fill up his stomach in the world that was occupied by the blazing sunlight. Audrey E. White, Shaw, live streaming crowd? It's true that man is iron and food is steel. One meal without food makes you hungry. What a black-hearted programmer. Not even food is prepared and organized. But just then, the staff of the program came out. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang. According to the rules of the program, the guests' food and drink must be made by yourselves. The refrigerator in the kitchen has been prepared for you for today's portion. At those words Jiang Cheng nodded thoughtfully, but he soon discovered the blind spot. What do you mean today's copy of the material? Is it possible that it won't be given tomorrow? Today's material is literally all that is needed. And as for the follow-up questions, they will be explained by Mr. Lee to all of you when the guests are all here. Step right up. Jiang Cheng listened to the staff's explanation and walked resentfully towards the kitchen, opening the refrigerator, which had been filled with a wide array of fruits, vegetables and meat. Jiang Cheng smacked his lips and turned back to Bai Ruowei and Xiao He. Is there anything you guys want to eat? Bai Ruowei sniffed and bowed her head in contemplation. She had always been very serious when it came to the matter of eating. On the side, Xiao Hyuk was the one who said, I'm not very hungry right now. I'll go out for a run first. With that, he walked out. Joke, I Xiao Hyuk would have not eaten. You a little person who is not known to make things that can eat. With this in mind he also hurriedly slipped out on the pretext of running. Instead, The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were all accusing Xiao Hyuk of his behavior. That's no face at all. A glance at the thimble. Identified as negative emotional intelligence. So what? Then what? What's wrong with my Hyuk Hyuk not being hungry and not wanting to eat? So if Jiang Chang invites my Hyuk Hyuk, he has to eat? That's right. In case that Jiang Chang made a very bad food for us to eat out of the problem how to do. You are responsible for it? The people in the villa also didn't know that the live broadcast was making a lot of noise. Jiang Chang is not in charge of Xiao He, but quietly waiting for Bai Ruowei's answer. After all, he has already asked. And then stick up that is not their own sheep well. I'd like the assorted fried rice and beef brisket with potatoes. Bai Ruowei finally decided what she wanted to eat even after meditating for a while. Pretty good at eating. Jiang Chang glanced at Bai Ruowei with admiration, then took out ingredients from within the refrigerator and prepared to start the battle. Bai Ruowei also walked into the kitchen and raised her small, onion white hands and said, I'll give you a hand. I'll wash the dishes. Jiang Chang froze. Girls who would take the initiative to enter the kitchen were rare these days. Okay, then you go give. The duo then got busy in the kitchen. Inside the broadcast room. It's bad. I suddenly think the two of them are a good match. What should I do? I declare the Wei Chang CP in situ. This picture is so cozy. Kind of want to kowtow what to do. Upstairs, knocking on everything will only hurt you. But this is a really good one. Tonic. Oh Tonic. I am against this marriage. It's not your turn to object to a demon's love for a man and a woman. Time passed, and soon the villa was filled with his fourth guest. It's so cool. It's still comfortable indoors. It's so hot outside. Only a beautiful girl overflowing with youthful vigor appeared at the gate. Her beauty seems to have transcended the mundane worldly things. The world see have to praise on a sentence. Misty clouds between the quality. Lightness wave on the body. The jade tree in the Yaolin is out of the wind and dust. It's a struggle to drag the suitcase in. And before he could rest, he caught a tantalizing scent from the air. Sniff, what a smell. It smells so good. She instantly dropped the bags in her hands and quickly darted in the direction where the scent came from. Chapter 5 Surprise. Two popular flower girls went so far for a man. Wei, it smells so good. What are you guys cooking? Bai Ruowei, who was still washing the dishes, was startled by the sudden sound behind her, and the dish she was holding in her hand was almost thrown out. She looked back and realized that it was her good sister and best friend, Xia Lament, standing behind her. Lament, why don't you make a sound when you walk? It scared me to death. The live streaming room, however, has also been buzzing for a long time. I thought it was some lark calling, but it's me lamenting my wife. Don't be so outrageous upstairs. Look at anyone who's your wife. Slander me ah. He slandered me ah. My wife is only Bai Ruowei. Xia Lament, blue color butterfly these few only. This can be my faithful love ah. Well, 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 well. Whoever pisses yellow to nourish and wake him up. Diabetic don't come. Can't let him get a taste. A few dishes are drink like this, but where there is a peanut rice. Xia Lament's attention, however, didn't linger too much on Bai Ruowei's body, as she directly gave Bai Ruowei a Tai Chi push to the side, and then looked towards the pot that was still steaming hot. Suck it, this smells too good. Jiang Chang sniffed and skimmed his head, just to see a beautiful girl all overflowing with youthfulness staring straight at the potato brisket in front of her, her little hand reaching out uncontrollably towards the pot. Pa! Ouch! Xia Lamentable ate the pain and put her hand back, looking at the originator of this beating her next to her with a grudging face. No buddy, you think you're ruthless iron hands. Jiang Chang to her Xia lamented chided. Aside the white Ruowei is also put down wash half of the mushrooms hurriedly walked up. Lamentably let's go out first. Just don't cause trouble for Jiang Chang here. With that, he pulled Xia Lament towards the living room. Good thing it's made for three. Looking at the two women who went out, Jiang Chang continued to fight with the remaining ingredients in the kitchen. On the living room sofa, Bai Ruowei looked at her little sister with a puzzled expression. Although Xia Lament's gaze was still dead set on the direction of the kitchen. Lament, what are you doing here? I was going to look for you to play before, but you weren't home, and when I asked Uncle Bai he said you were coming to this program, so I followed. Audrey White, is that your suitcase? Bai Ruowei pointed to a small pink suitcase that stood there alone at the doorway. Yeah, I haven't put my bags down yet. Xia lamented back to God, hurriedly rushed to the door, put on his suitcase and ran to the corridor, saw that there was no vacancy on the first floor and then rushed up the stairs in a hurry, opened the door, threw the suitcase inside, went downstairs and sat on the sofa, his eyes still staring at the direction of the kitchen. A set of actions in one fell swoop, so that Bai Ruowei on the side looked dumbfounded. Is this my best friend with the advanced stage of procrastination? The crowd in the live room was a happy one. Ha 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 ha. Who can tell me if this is true? The new generation of Chinese music divas is actually such a nerdy person. Ha 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 ha. Sorry to still be a little glutton. Big guts. Jiang Chung, how dare you hit my family, sorry. Come on people. Drag down and heavily beat 30 big boards. Upstairs. Give Jiang Chung dragged out to beat who will cook and eat for Lament and Ruoe? Then eat before you fight. Finally, and in the midst of the anxious wait, the long-awaited voice of the two women came from the kitchen. Come and serve the food. It's time to eat. As soon as the words fell, Xiaoman rushed to the kitchen at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. Me. I'll do it. Then she was satisfied to be an honorable serving girl. After all three were seated, at Jiang Cheng's order, Xiaoman was the first to start. Only to see Xiaoman will be in a lightning-fast momentum will be a piece of beef clip up and put into the mouth. And then the whole person froze. The body is even more slight trembling up. Dash, this bastard Jiang Cheng's cooking skills wouldn't be silver, would it? Smelling good but tasting like poop. See, it's a good thing that our Hirsch left just in time, or else he would have been forced to eat this awful food. Bai Ruoe, who was on the side, could see that something was wrong with Xia Lament, and she gently poked Xia Lament, who was frozen in place. What's wrong, Lament? Hearing Bai Ruoe's voice, Xia Lianxian came back to her senses, and with her hands trembling from excitement, she pointed at the dishes in front of her and said to Bai Ruoe, "It's so good, Vivi, try it." Jiang Cheng on the side is also the hanging heart finally put down. Just saw the frozen Xia lamented. He began to doubt that the system to give the reward in the end is not reliable. Bai Ruoe also breathed a long sigh of relief after watching her own sisters being fine, and then she focused on the dishes in front of her that were still emitting a tantalizing scent. It's just a little more flavorful, a little more colorful, but is it really that good? With a critical mood, Bai Ruoe similarly picked up a piece of beef brisket and put it into her mouth. Then, no one spoke anymore, and only the sound of chewing came from the table. And at this point the Twitter hot searches have quietly changed a bunch. Hashtag surprise. Two popular flower girls go so far for a man. Hashtag how good is Jiang Cheng's cooking? Hashtag beef brisket with potatoes. Hashtag Director Lee, who received the last two guests at the airport, was laughing at the rising popularity of the program. This Jiang Cheng is really a treasure, not to mention that he is non-tung. As long as it can still maintain this heat is to let him offer his body can be. Finished running Xiao he is walking slowly to the villa, because running in wet clothes tightly attached to the body, revealing his strong body, inadvertently a lift clothes to wipe the sweat of the action is only to see the abdominal muscles revealed. All of this has sent his fans into a frenzy. Hey, I love so much. Who else in the circle can match our ha now? We, Hyuk, are number one in the world. That's my husband. You little goblins aren't allowed to look. The corner of Xiao Hyuk's mouth had been hanging a trace of a smile. The events were all going in the direction he had expected for the time being, although he didn't know the specifics of the situation in the live broadcast room, but he could guess that his fans must have been, by now, completely crazy. I think when Bai Ruoe sees my body so good that will certainly also be eyes glowing it. I am now all over the body can be flowing with testosterone. As long as Bai Ruoe falls under my genes by then, I can rely on the energy behind her to become a generation of heavenly kings and dictate the entertainment industry for the ages. With visions of the future, Xiao Hyuk opened the door to the villa, and now he couldn't wait to see Bai Ruoe's reaction when he saw him. I'm back to, what smells so good? Smelling the tantalizing aroma caught in the cold air inside the villa immediately stirred the cravings in Xiao Hyuk's stomach, and he followed the scent to see the three people in the dining room who were stuffing their heads and eating furiously. Smells good. Can I have some? As soon as Xiao Hyuk's words fell, two sharp eyes landed on him. Vivi, who's this? And he smells like stink. It's disgusting. Xiaolament frowned at the sudden appearance of Xiao He behind her. This person is so annoying, but also wanna come to steal my delicious food. Don't know, don't relate, leave him alone. Bai Ruoe didn't say anything more after she turned her head and saw that it was Xiao He, continuing to return her attention to her mixed fried rice. She didn't want to waste more words on Xiao He. Oh then Wei your rice can give me share a little bit of it. Just now I ate too fast not yet tasted the flavor. Xiao Lianxia looked blearily at Bai Ruoe with her own already empty bowl. In the end, Bai Ruoe really couldn't resist Xiaolament's thirsty little eyes, and endured the pain of sharing out the fried rice. Xiao Hyuk looked at the scene in front of him with some embarrassment. This isn't right. Shouldn't the plot be that Bai Ruoe is impressed by my charms? How come I'm not even a bowl of fried rice? Jiang Cheng, on the other hand, didn't raise his head the entire time, except that his hands did not stop pinching food. Ha. Now Shohak is stupid. Why don't you keep pretending? Is it because you don't like it? Ha. He's meowing. The live effect is pulling full stop. You guys look at that Jiang Cheng, pure old six. Just now for a moment he's already sneakily chucked away several pieces of beef. Ha. Lewd development. Don't wave. But Xiao Hyuk's fans were not happy to see this scene. No, What gives these two women the right to fling their faces at my Hyuk? That's right. What are you guys? It would be an honor for our Hirsch to eat with you. The Xiao Hyuk fans in the live broadcast room were cursing and clamoring for justice for Xiao Hyuk. But soon this part of the people were all banned. But all this was unknown to the people in the villa. Xiao Hyuk's crowd ignored him, only to walk up the stairs in a grayish manner, fleeing from this place of wrongdoing. Ding detected the host to the whole network audience to show his real old sick side. Get reward, the fruit of summer, copyright has been automatically registered. Time accumulation. Left in the memory of this story is fragrant. Loneliness is due to the disappointment of young dreams falling through. Jiang Chang, who was in the middle of chucking his food, froze. I just had a peaceful dinner. How come I'm an old six? With such a frozen moment, the last piece of beef on the plate was snatched away by Xia Lament. Well, it's so delicious. My stomach is so full. But what if I still want to eat? Shall it be repaired? Jiang Chang, who had returned to his senses, looked at the empty plate and couldn't help but voice his chagrin. Bai Ruowei couldn't help but feel a little amused as she looked at the satisfied Xia Lament and the chagrined Jiang Chang. Chapter 6. Is this box filled with yuan or people? The setting sun at dusk shone into the room from the window, stretching the silhouettes of the three at the table extremely long. And not a moment later, Jiang Chang took the lead by speaking after a moment of contemplation. We are now facing an extremely serious problem. That's right. Then let's decide the winner in the most primitive way possible. Good. The three people at the table all looked at each other with bated breath, and the dining room was instantly transformed into a battlefield without smoke. Come on. Jiang Chang stood up directly from his seat with a loud shout. Bai Ruowei and Xia Lament were right behind her. Rock, paper, scissors. Two delicate hands made a gesture at the same time, and both of them came out of the stone. Good. No need to do the dishes. Summer lamented cheerfully. Jiang Chang couldn't help but fall into deep thought as he looked at the yay he had gestured out. Tonic ah. I don't want to wash the dishes ah. Dead hand why you out of scissors ah. Seeing this, Bai Ruowei could no longer hold back her laughter as she covered her mouth and began to laugh. Let me help you, Bai Ruowei voiced out. After all, the meals are people Jiang Chang do. And then let people wash the dishes alone, more or less a little bit to say. Since Vivi's going too, I'm going too. Xia Lament followed suit. Jiang Chang, who had just had a face of bitterness and hatred, also instantly changed his face after hearing these words. The three of them then gathered their dishes and headed for the kitchen. Xiao Hyuk, who had just walked down after taking a shower and changing his clothes, couldn't help but feel a wave of frustration come over him as he looked at the three people who were talking and laughing in the kitchen. I'm not supposed to be here. I'm supposed to be under the car. What the hell? Why did that pop into my head? It seemed to have a rhythm to it. Just as Xiao Hyuk wanted to delve further, the sound of the gate opening instantly drew his attention. The three men in the kitchen also happened to walk out at that moment and looked at the front door. Everyone is here, so it just so happens that these two behind me are the last two guests of our program. And now, all six of our guests are here as well. As soon as Director Lee's words fell, a male and a female figure walked out from behind him. The man was slender, on the thin side, and was dressed in loose casual clothes that gave him a fresh look. The woman's clothes were simple yet refined, revealing an understated elegance, and her appearance was beautiful, but not the kind of eye-catching gaudiness, but a beauty that made people feel comfortable and respected. Seeing the two people who showed their figures, even Jiang Chang could not help but sigh. This mixed circle, there really is not a bad-looking one. Everyone now, please go back to your rooms first to tidy up and prepare. 1 hour later, we'll gather in the garden at the backyard of the villa to have a party, and then we'll formally explain the rules of our program to all of you. After saying that, Director Lee walked out. Seeing this, Xiao Hyuk also rushed forward and walked to the girl and said attentively, "Hello, my name is Xiao Hyuk. Let me carry your luggage for you." Out of politeness, the girl smiled and said to Xiao He, "My name is Su Ziyan. There's no need to carry the luggage. I can do it myself." "Brother, can you move it for me?" The boy next to him looked at Xiao Hyuk with an expectant face and opened his mouth. Of course, although Xiao Hyuk's heart was mamapi, his face still remained smiling. "Thank you so much, brother. You are really a good person. This box is too heavy. I should have known not to bring so many things. By the way, brother, my name is Chen Zhiqian." Xiao Hyuk couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth as he listened to Chen Zhiqian's words. This was the first time he had been served by a man sending a good guy card. It's fine. Multiple I can pick up. I'm not practicing this body for nothing. You need to work out more in the future too, Xiao Hyuk said while walking towards Chen Zhiqian's suitcase. Originally he looked at Chen Zhiqian's thin body and thought he was exaggerating. How heavy can a suitcase be? Even if the suitcase in front of him was half a man's height and size, how heavy could it be? But usually without an accident that's what's going to happen. When Xiao Hyuk's hand grabbed the carrying handle of the suitcase and used 50% of his strength to try to lift the suitcase just managed to float for a moment before falling heavily to the ground again. Ahem. So what? it does weigh that little bit, but it's fine, it's all small potatoes in my eyes. Xiao Hyuk hurriedly coughed twice to cover up the embarrassment he just felt. Hey! After giving a drink, Xiao Hyuk's hands powered up and directly slung the suitcase over his shoulder, but what followed was the unspeakable weight that made his waist involuntarily bend. Brother, are you okay? Brother, are you okay? Brother, why are you sweating? Brother, why is your face red? Chen Zhiqian was inquiring, but Xiao Hyuk didn't want to talk now. Is this kid's suitcase filled with yuan or people? So heavy. Xiao Hyuk directly rushed towards the stairs in 3 steps. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to carry it if he stayed here any longer. Chen Zhiqian in the back also hurriedly chased after him. Brother, wait for me. The audience in the live room went straight to laughter. Ha 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 ha, too alive. I didn't expect Chinese new generation male singer Chen Zhiqian to look like this in private. This is really Galen out of Whisper. Silence and Storm. Ha ha ha, how is this still chasing and killing? Why is your face red? Spirits are glowing. Heck of a boyfriend. Heartbreaking, hey ha. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was joyous, and the people in the villa couldn't help but laugh secretly at the scene. The crowd all went back inside their respective rooms after the comedy came to an end and started packing up their belongings for the rest of the party. An hour later, everyone was out of their rooms and starting to head for the gardens. Jiang Chang went straight to the rightmost corner and sat down, lying back, comfortable. Bai Ruowei looked at Jiang Chang in the corner and directly went to the seat next to him and sat down. Xiaolamant was right behind him, and Xiao He, who came out last, got a good news and a bad news. The good news is that the first spot on the left is reserved for him. The bad news is that sitting next to him is Chen Zhiqian. At this point, Director Li then walked out from inside the show's tent in the backyard. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our program Love in Progress. Our program will be broadcasted in real time to the entire network in the form of a full 24-hour live broadcast for a period of half a month, and I'll briefly explain the rules of our program below. After looking around the crowd, Director Li's gaze fell on the drowsy Jiang Chang, who was about to fall asleep and instantly woke up after hearing the silence around him. Looking at the eyes of the crowd all looking at him, he hurriedly smiled back. I am really sorry. Here Director Li's words seemed to make me instantly younger, a lot like, can't help it, can't help it. Director Li, you continue. Come on man, I'm squatting in this corner and you still notice me. Ha 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 ha, so much younger. Back to school days listening to the teacher like right. You can't spray this one. This one's a real school. Chapter 7, Invincible is really as lonely as snow. Director Li withdrew his grudging gaze from Jiang Chang and opened his mouth before continuing on. Our rules are simple. At the end of the evening you will need to turn in your cell phones, cash and belongings, and the program will have a remote Pro Max Far Peak Blue for you to follow. At the end of the evening, you will need to send the names of the people you want to be matched with to the email address we have prepared. Those who have sent each other's names will be paired up successfully for the next day's dating activities, and those who fail to be paired up will have to go solo the next day. Ahem, here comes the point. Jiang Chang, it's you that's being talked about. Don't sleep. Confused, Jiang Chang heard as if someone was calling him, and he directly shouted, Roger, just set out. Jiang Chang secretly said, bad. In his last life as a cow and horse, when a long-time conditioned reflex this is. This sound directly numbed the whole crowd here. The live broadcast was even plunged into a sea of pop-ups. Ha 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 ha, God, Roger that. Cow horse, no doubt. Handsome and funny Jiang Chang, love. Humph. Jiang Chang clown, trying to use this claptrap to steal our family's heck of a lot of traffic. Jiang Chang is not half as good as my Hyuk Hee. Look how handsome our Hyuk Hee is sitting there. Director Li's head was full of black lines, but considering the hotspots contributed by Jiang Chang, Director Li decided to disguise himself as a teenage mutant ninja turtle. The point is, for the next 15 days, the program will no longer provide you with ingredients. You will need to take care of your own food, and it needs to be made by your own hands in order for you to do so. Otherwise you will be penalized. Every morning there will be a mission for you to obtain money to be used to fund that day's operation, which includes your meals for that day, and you will need to use your own brains in the next mission to obtain more money. And the most important point, it is forbidden to accept items given by fans during filming, including but not limited to cash, valuables, and the like, unless they are exchanged for equal value. Okay, that's all for now. We'll patch it urgently if there are bugs later. So now I announce that Love in Progress is officially starting. After saying that, Director Li walked out, leaving the 6 people in place with wide eyes. Xiao Hyuk, who was sitting on the far left, stood out at this time. Everyone, since we're going to be living together for the next 15 days, we definitely have to get to know each other first. So let's each introduce ourselves in a little more detail. I'll go first. My name is Xiao Hyuk. I'm an actor and part-time idol. My representative works are XXXX. My interests are sports and traveling, and my dream is to become a movie star. I joined the program to find a life partner for the rest of my life. Xiao Hyuk finished his introduction and turned his gaze to Bai Ruowei, But the other party didn't keep his gaze on him for even a second. Chen Zhiqian, who was on Xiaohe's right-hand side, however, turned his head to look at Xiaohe and said, "Brother, do your fans know that you're here to find true love for you?" The corners of Xiaohyuk's mouth twitched as he listened. "Of course, my fans can be very enlightened, and they're all in favor of me finding a soulmate who's a true match. Okay, stop talking. It's your turn," Xiaohyuk said as he looked at Chen Zhiqian, who was about to open his mouth at him again. Chen Zhiqian, on the other hand, smiled, then stood up and said, "My name is Chen Zhiqian. I'm a singer. My masterpiece is summer. My hobby is music, and my dream is to become a heavenly king in the music industry. I came to participate to solve a major life event, and by the way, a little more exposure." Before he could even take his seat, the live broadcast room was buzzing with activity. "What? He sang the previously red-hot summer day? Alas, we Chanxian is like this. The song is popular but not the person. We Chanxian fans are used to it. Humble fly at ease. Have difficulty humble powder fly separately. Say it backwards. The real purpose is to come in for more exposure. /slip. JPG. Amidst a burst of applause from the crowd in the garden, Chen Zhiqian also sat down, and the next in line, Su Zishi, stood up obediently. "Hello everyone, my name is Su Zishi. I just came back from abroad. I'm a newcomer. I don't have any representative works at the moment. My dream is to become the brightest star in the circle. I joined the program because of my family's arrangement." A moderate introduction, but her motivation for joining the show is a mystery, and only Bai Ruowei out of the crowd in the audience gives Su Zishi more than a passing glance. She looks familiar, and her name is Su. Could she be Uncle Su's daughter? But her thoughts were soon interrupted by a youthful voice. It's my turn. My name is Xia Lament. I'm also a singer. My representative works include A Midsummer Night. My hobbies are music and food. The purpose of me coming to the program is to come and play with Wei Wei." Zhang Cheng on the side was nodding his head uncontrollably while applauding from the sidelines. "I can see that this is a real foodie favorite. Hello everyone, my name is Bai Ruowei. Is an actor. Representative works have children, have family, 1,000 bones, flowers, etc. Many interests. The reason why I came to participate in the program is that my family wants me to find their true love by myself. All I came." Bai Ruowei's speech instantly energized Xiaohe. Later he'd offer to perform a talent show and overwhelm her with his abilities. Jiang Cheng, who was at the end of the day, stood up, and for some reason, the gazes of the others all looked at him. "Hello everyone, I'm Jiang Cheng, also a newcomer. No representative works. Interests can be divided into two kinds of static and dynamic. Static is to sleep, dynamic is to turn over. The dream it is temporarily confidential. I joined the program because the company said that there is a lot of money here, so I came here." These words made Xiaohe couldn't help but be a little staggered. Is this something to talk about? Didn't his company tell him about his persona and what to say in certain situations? The crowd in the broadcast room was also talking about it. "This CEO is very mysterious. There's very little news about her on the internet. Our family is so cute and adorable. Vibe is still as beautiful as ever. Hey. Coincidence? Well, this is not. I and Jiang Cheng's hobbies are the same. Rounded up a bit, I equals Jiang Cheng. How dare this Jiang Cheng say that? Is this something that can be said? Real and unpretentious. Powdered." Momentarily concerned about the live broadcast, Xinyan see Jiang Cheng, direct incarnation of the self-destructive truck, has been numb. But see, the network on the wind not only did not decline but also saw a word in the hot search rankings are rising rapidly. #Jiang Cheng, a man who dumps all his baggage on the ground and has to step on it twice. As Director Lee watched the popularity within the live broadcast room grow, he couldn't stop the smile on his face. "I did not expect this. Jiang Cheng is really a surprise. Turn back to send him more notice fee." Inside the garden, Jiang Cheng had sat down after introducing himself. The air was quiet once again, and Xiaohyuk knew that it was time for him to take the stage, and he was just about to stand up when Chen Zhiqian next to him had already spoken. "Why don't we burn a bonfire and have a bonfire? Good offer." Summer Lament was the first to respond. "There are still plenty of ingredients inside the fridge, and we can come and do an outdoor barbecue." Bai Ruowei also proposed to, and then her and Xia Lament's eyes landed on Jiang Cheng, who was on the side, which made Jiang Cheng, who had just been immersed in the system's beeps, couldn't help but shiver. Ding! The host shows his true side to the entire internet audience and receives a reward, proficiency in all instruments, with a grade 4 piano song. Dream Wedding. Junior, you're a band all by yourself now. Jiang Cheng looked at the system in front of the reward, is very satisfied. After all, the previous him on the musical instrument is not to say is all good at it. That at least is also 10 know-how, 9 know-how. Not to mention the fact that it comes with a world-class piano piece for young and old alike. Just as he was still immersed in the joy of receiving his reward, he felt targeted by some unspeakable presence. Jiang Cheng, who inexplicably winced, came back to his senses and saw Bai Ruowei looking at himself with a smile. What do you want? It's broad daylight. In broad daylight. Bai Ruowei looked at Jiang Chang with a head full of black lines. She reached out to hold her forehead and said, "It's just asking you to come out and become the head chef. Why are you reacting so strongly?" Aang. Jiang Chang stood up, turned around with his hands behind his back, and raised his head 45 degrees to look into the night sky, saying, "I can't hide my cooking skills after all, can I? Alas, it's so lonely to be invincible in high places. Invincibility is really as lonely as snow. Stop being poor, come and get your stuff." Bai Ruowei, who was already walking towards the distant villa, looked at Jiang Chang, who was still standing there with his hands covered, and urged loudly, "Okay." Jiang Chang immediately responded and was about to run towards the villa. Chen Zhiqian, who was the first to propose, also spoke up and said, "I'll go and take down my guys and gals to give everyone a boost when I come." After saying this, he also ran towards the villa, but when he ran halfway, he stopped and turned to look at Xiao He and said, "Brother, can you come and do me a favor? Chapter 8 Something's not right. Something's wrong. So, inside your suitcase, that's what's in it." "Aha, what's the problem, Hyuk?" Xiao Hyuk was excited now, but considering the followers behind him he held back hard. Carrying a small detachable drum kit, he walked out of the room and headed downstairs. No, who packs musical instruments in their luggage? Who's a good person to pack a musical instrument into their suitcase? I'm not going to tell you that you're bringing a guitar or something, those are kinda normal, but what is this drum set all about, may I ask? With a full of grievances, Xiao Hyuk also carried his drum set back inside the garden. After a burst of Chen Zhiqian's tinkering, a simple stage was also successfully built. Jiang Chang they are also at this time to empty the refrigerator all. With the words of Xia lamented that, anyway, do not take the end of the program group also want to take back, so a big wave of the decision, empty it, so that the program group to lose money to death. Well, it's really delicious. Jiang Chang, obviously you're so good at your craft, why would you want to come to be a star? Xia lamented looking at the freshly baked kebabs, but also do not care about still a little hot. Directly pick up a skewer is a big bite down. Xiao Hyuk, who was lying on the side resting, skimmed his lips when he saw this. What's so great about it? Doesn't it just look a little more appetizing and smell a little better? I don't believe you, unless you give me a taste. Bai Ruowei also couldn't help but smile as she looked at Xia Lament, who had already stuffed her mouth with a bulge. Eat slowly, don't choke. There's plenty more here. After saying that, he looked at a few other people and said, "The kebabs are all ready, so let's all have a taste." At that, Xiao Hyuk also made a carp from the grass and tried to play a wave of handsome. Boom! A sound of a heavy object falling to the ground came, causing the crowd to look sideways, and Chen Zhiqian, who had just gotten up from the simple stage, saw the scene and quickly walked into Shouyi's side and said, "Brother, you're performing a street dance. I think this eel-like fluttering street dance is called breaking. Brother, you're really too dedicated. You're operating yourself by participating in a program. No wonder you're so popular." The viewers in the live broadcast room were even more happy in the face of this scene. Wow, hi guy again. Ha 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 ha, didn't hold back the laughter. The eel analogy is pretty graphic. Let's just say that this performance was very evocative. Xiao Hyuk, I recognize your dancing skills. Xiao He, who was lying on the ground, heard Chen Zhiqian's words and looked at this night sky in front of him with his eyes lifeless. Can't talk, can't say thank you. He feels like he's all net community dead now. A phrase is also quietly making its way up the Hot 100 at this point. Hashtag shocked. Top stream actor Shohyuk actually did this on the set of the show. Hashtag. Under Chen Zhiqian's friendly persuasion, Xiao He also honestly got up and walked over, and the several people just gathered around a dining table and started to enjoy the food in front of them. It's so delicious. I didn't see that you're really so powerful. Jiang Chang, Su Zishi, who hadn't spoken for a long time on the side, also opened his mouth to praise in a rare manner after tasting it. Jiang Chang just silently turned around after hearing this and opened his mouth with a voice full of vicissitudes. I started spooning at the age of 3, defeated the neighborhood's master chef at 8, became the pinnacle of the new generation's culinary skills at 12, and now, I'm the only god of food in this world. Wow, Jiang Chang, what you said is true. So awesome. Chen Zhiqian couldn't help but let out a gasp as he listened to Jiang Chang's words. Of course it's fake, eh? Don't eat so fast. I haven't eaten yet. Save some for me. Originally, Jiang Chang just wanted to pretend, which no look back to find the table of the skewer is visible to the naked eye speed is being eliminated, which in the not grab that can be gone. So not caring to continue pretending, he directly joined the food grabbing contest. After the crowd had eaten and drank and sanitized the grounds, Chen Zhiqian directly began to propose to everyone. Gentlemen, now that we are full of wine and food, let's each take out our own skills to perform a talent for the audience. How about treating it as our after-dinner entertainment? I agree. Xiao Hyuk, who was on the side, immediately became energized upon hearing this. It's not easy, I've let Jiang Cheng pretend to be 13 all day today, and now it's finally my turn. He was the first to voice his support. After asking the crowd's opinions, all said it was fine. Xiao Hyuk was also confident and furtive, saying he wanted to be the first to go on stage. On the simple stage, Xiao Hyuk stood in the center, displaying what he thought was a very affable smile to Bai Ruowei on the stage. Xiao Hyuk has just done his homework. Jiang Cheng is a newcomer who just entered the circle, and his previous talent show did not have any outstanding place. Even though he was far from enough compared to Chen Zhiqian, a professional player, he was still more than enough compared to Jiang Cheng, a new recruit. The music started, and behind him was Chen Zhiqian playing a drum kit to accompany him. Chicken, you're so beautiful, babe. After a burst of singing and dancing rap from Xiao Hyuk, the music, which was hailed as a masterpiece by Xiao Hyuk's fans, was also finally over, leaving Xiao Hyuk alone on the stage in a handsome pose looking at the camera in front of him. Phew, how come there's no applause? Must have been shocked by my good looks. That's it. I'm going to pretend a little longer. The fans of Xiao Hyuk in the live broadcast room, however, looked happy. Hyuk is so handsome, with the ability to sing and dance. Who in the world can compete with our head? All I can say about this song and dance looking down is that it's a bit anthropomorphic. It's as if those people were dancing like gods at my grandfather's funeral. The people in the garden also came back to their senses after the music that sounded like the devil whispering disappeared from their ears. Good. Nice. Amidst the crowd's soulless hoots and hollers, a confident smile spread across Xiaoyi's face. Right. That's it. Praise me. Xiao Hyuk closed his eyes and unfolded his arms, but what he waited for was not the flowers and applause he was expecting but, brother, are your feet numb? Why don't you go? Su Zishi has been waiting by the side for a while. Xiaoyi on the stage listened to Chen Zhiqian's voice from behind him, put away his arms, and opened his eyes in bewilderment, and Bai Ruowei on the stage was whispering with Xia Lament, and wasn't paying much attention to him at all. Ahem. So what? My feet did get a little numb from dancing too hard just now. I'll be right down. Xiao Hyuk finished and hurriedly walked off the stage in a grayish manner. This is really a disgrace to the grandmother's house. Not long after, a few other people's performances are also completed, to the final finale of the appearance of Jiang Cheng. Ahem. I'll sing a song then. After saying that, under the gaze of the crowd, Jiang Cheng also walked up on top of the stage. Please just give me a guitar, please. Chen Zhiqian, who had been planning to ask Jiang Cheng if he needed an accompanist, nodded at the situation and handed Jiang Cheng a guitar before walking down to the audience. This song is called The Fruits of Summer. I wrote it myself before. I was going to record and release it, but I met an invitation from the program leading to a delay. You guys are my first batch of listeners. I hope you like it. Yeah, I wrote it myself. What do you mean you copied it? What do you mean by copying? Showbiz stuff. That's copying? It's called borrowing. It's an homage. The people in the audience were all looking at Jiang Cheng with anticipation, wanting to see what masterpieces he had brought, and only Xiao Hyuk was looking at Jiang Cheng on the stage with a skeptical face. That's not right, is it? I've never heard of this kid's talent. It's probably some kind of tongue-in-cheek song. But soon there was only one thought left in his mind. It's not right. There's a problem. The soft guitar sound flowed slowly from between Jiang Cheng's fingers, melodious and melodious. Maybe if I give up, I can get closer to you, stop seeing you, so you'll remember me. Time accumulates the fruits of this summer, the lonely scent of memories. I'm going to try to get away from you and stop thinking about you, even though I don't mean to. You said you'd love me forever, but maybe promises are just proof that you're not sure. Don't try to hide anything in silence when the result is so bare. Thought you'd say something to get away from me, but you just turned your head away from me. Don't try to say you still love me, when the tide has turned, as long as you remember me. P.S. Fruits of Summer is a song written by Lee Chuk-hung, composed by Maina Ko, arranged by Tim Chung, and sung by Karen Mok. Chapter 9. Great, it's a martial artist. We're saved. The song as a whole doesn't have any particular ups and downs, but listening to it just gives you a sense of nostalgia, like it belongs to a past life memory. After the song was finished, all the people present had not yet come out from that sadness. The audience in the live broadcast room, however, directly exploded, and an avalanche of pop-ups tumbled up. Jiang Cheng, Nyo Boichi, voice breaking. I originally thought that Chen Zhiqian was already the number one of the new generation, but I didn't realize that this person was even braver than him. Whose ministry is this? Uho, listen to the crying. Is there a brother who understands to say why? This song reminds me of my first love. A 17-year-old love is like a fruit in the middle of summer, ripening too early and tasting too raw. Looking back, there is no hysterical resentment or regret, but rather forgiveness and nostalgia for the relationship. May you recall me years from now and look back not on the greenness of the fruits of summer, but on the beauty of the memories that remain. You guys have a lot of words, I'll follow you. Soon the audio appeared on top of all major social media platforms. #shocked. Jiang Chang's hidden identity turned out to be hashtag Makoto Ko, the fruits of summer. Hashtag a cook who can't write a song is not a good singer. Hashtag. After the fermentation of time, the live broadcast was also flooded with a large number of new viewers. Who is Jiang Chang? I will be his fan. Love love love. This Jiang Chang is really strong and has a face. This is really written by Jiang Chang. Before the talent show, Jiang Chang is still nothing. Reasonable doubt wave. You're skeptical about calling Vaughn a foo. Great, it's a military general. We're saved. Backstage at the lead director as well as a group of cast and crew looked at the live streaming room climbing higher and higher. Traffic is happy together. Zhou Bo is really Qin Shi Huang eating peppercorns when Hamba. After singing the song, Jiang Chang closed his eyes and sat in place. He was waiting for the crowd's admiration. After all, this is the year's won the Hong Kong and Taiwan Top 10 Golden Melody Award song. But after waiting for half a day without a single movement coming from the stage, Jiang Chang couldn't help but open his eyes and look at the crowd on the stage. Hiss this how one by one all closed eyes like to fall asleep pinch. Oh, that shout, he did not close his eyes. But his eyes are not open, a little too big. And that mouth is so big. Really not dislocated it? Ahem. John honestly can't stand playing single player. He coughed twice to try to pull the crowd's thoughts back. And it proved to be a very useful trick indeed. Su Zd was the first to open her eyes. And then she was the first to place her gaze on the figure on the stage. And there seemed to be a different emotion brewing in her eyes. The crowd that followed also came back to their senses in this way, all looking at Jiang Chang with a look of surprise. Jiang Chang, this song is really good. Can I sing this song? I have money, please. The first time Xia Lamentable came back to her senses, she rushed onto the stage and looked at Jiang Chang with a pleading face with her large Kazran eyes. Ahem, in advance. I'm not because of the money, Anan. I'm seeing that you do like the song, I'm letting you sing it. That what? The money thing later, you let someone contact my assistant. Bai Ruowei was also looking at Jiang Chang on the stage with different colors. What kind of person is this? Cooking so good even if it can also write songs. Singing is also so good. Jiang Chang, Jiang Chang, you still have what skills are not known. Yes, Mr. John's performance was a real eye-opener. Well written, well sung, and even better played. Chen Zhiqian couldn't help but praise it from the bottom of his heart as well. Xiao He also recovered at this time, and he coughed lightly. The song is just a so-so, not half as good as My You're Too Beautiful. As soon as these words came out, instantly 5 gazes shot at Xiao Hyuk, which made him feel lucky that his eyes couldn't kill him. But then again, this song written by Jiang Chang is indeed a remarkable piece of masterpiece, and as a newcomer being able to achieve this level is indeed also rare. The crowd also turned their heads to stop looking at Xiao He with disdain. Humph. Xia Lament directly snorted coldly, turned around and walked back towards her seat. Xiao Hyuk also wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead, so close that he was almost sanctioned offline. The program was held and the party was marked to be coming to a close. All 6 of them were there chatting about one thing or another. Xiao Hyuk stood up at this time and proposed to the crowd. Gentlemen, since this is a love program, then we definitely need to know about their respective family backgrounds as well, right? Let's put it this way. It's better to start with me first and then take a turn clockwise, okay? My family is also a very ordinary family. That is, there are 2 ordinary 200 square feet of the Bund in the Magic City, plus a few ordinary $1 million cars. After saying that, he also pretended to inadvertently reveal a large set of keys at his waist. I was also the first to bring my parents over to live with me after I became famous, so that both of them could start enjoying themselves as well. The heck fans in the live broadcast room that had originally been squeezed out of existence were also active at this time. Wow, isn't our Hyuk great? That's typical of a rich and handsome man, handsome and filial. Whoever marries our Hyuk in the future will be truly blessed. Heck hubby, give me the address. I can't wait to take care of mom and dad's up and down. Both Bai Ruowei and Su Ziki couldn't help but frown at the words. This Xiao He was really Aristotle's sister, Jenny Codex. But on camera he's proposed it and has started to introduce it, so they have to run with the framework or they'll be labeled as not following the rules. Although these were minor matters given the energy behind them, they were not so minor that they had to use their family connections. That's kinda common, eh? A voice came out, causing the gazes of the crowd to instantly fall on Xia Lamentation, who had opened her mouth to speak. What's wrong? What did I say that was wrong? It's quite ordinary indeed. Looking at the gazes of the crowd, Xia lamented doubtfully. The corner of Xiao Hyuk's mouth twitched after hearing this, and he didn't say anything more, only tightening the set of keys that had just been revealed. Skipping Qin Zhiqian's introduction, let's go straight to Sio's answer. It's my turn. My family is also quite ordinary, I guess. The family has a small company and a few suites and a few cars. No more. These words had allowed Bai Ruowei to ascertain the fact that this Su Zd was definitely the daughter of Uncle Su's family, and the manner and tone of this introduction of her own family's property was practically identical. I don't like money. Our family is just an ordinary family. The way Uncle Seo was talking so eloquently in front of the camera in his mind gradually overlapped with the Seo in front of him, solving the case, but she just suppressed this thought. After all, although the two families are family friends, but their two juniors are really not familiar with the Su family's daughter went abroad for further study early. If it wasn't for the fact that she had seen a picture of Dickie Su in Uncle Su's office before, she wouldn't have recognized it. It was Xia Lament's turn to be introduced, but when she was about to stand up, Bai Ruowei pulled her back, then stood up herself. My family and Lamentable's family are pretty much the same. It's just that the family owns a couple of small companies, has a couple of suites and 1 billion points of savings. After saying that, Bai Ruowei sat down. She didn't want to reveal their family history behind them too early now, or else she would be said to be a vase that only relies on her family's connections. After giving a comforting look to the puzzled Xia Lament by his side, the last Jiang Chang also stood up. Ahem. What about my family's current situation is summarized in one paragraph. No car or house, both parents dead, 500 in debt, and no power at all. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Chang sat down directly without any extra instructions. The air around them seemed to freeze instantly. Xiao Hyuk, who had originally intended to watch Jiang Chang's jokes, couldn't laugh at the moment, and the expression on his face stiffened. No brother, I only found out that your family's condition is average, and I want to find a chance to press you, but I didn't say it's so serious. After a long silence, a voice finally broke the heavy atmosphere. I have 500 here. Here. 5 brightly colored $100 bills were handed to Jiang Chang's face. He looked up and a figure overflowing with youthful vigor came into his eyes. After 2 lives, his heart, which was originally as calm as water, was uncontrollably beating violently at this moment. He suddenly felt that the soft rice seems to be, is not very fragrant. This person or have to eat dry to be able to do. Thumbs up. Well, then I really must thank you. Woman, Jiang Chang, who had been frozen for a long time, laughed out loud and pocketed the 5 bills in front of him. Looking at Jiang Chang, who had accepted the money, as well as his call of Lady Warrior, Xia Lament also raised her head immediately. Humph, yes, that's right, I'm a summer warrior who likes to help people so much. The atmosphere warmed up again, and time passed quietly amidst the laughter. Chapter 10, Louis XVI with Seafoam. At 9:30 p.m., Director Lee walked over from not far away with a group of staff members. Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come to 9 p.m. It's time to begin the flow of our program, and we ask for your cooperation. After handing over all their cell phones, cash and other items, the 6 of them received a teleprompter from Director Lee. Just as Director Lee was about to start reading the next process, a voice came over. Director, can we not take this phone back after the program? Jiang Chang looked at the hands of the remote leading love. Some comparison down before he used that pineapple phone that is the Winhemp belongs to is. Director Lee heard a head of black lines, but still patiently replied, of course. White Ruowei saw this on the cell phone, snapped off a few words to Jiang Chang's face, only to see it written, a pineapple cell phone for a remote leader. You do not think it is not worth it? Jiang Chang did not say anything when he saw this, and just snapped a few words before extending his cell phone to Bai Ruowei's eyes straight face. A long way ahead. Audrey White. Okay everyone, let's move on to our final segment of the evening. Please choose on your cell phones who you're all going on a date with tomorrow. Director Lee's words once again drew all the attention of the crowd, and they all began to operate on their cell phones. After a while, Xiao Hyuk heavily clicked the send button, while looking towards Bai Ruowei's direction with a hopeful face, but realized that Bai Ruowei didn't even glance towards him. I should still have a chance. Right, Xiao Hyuk mentally cheered himself up. The viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't help but start speculating when they saw this link. My Hyuk is so handsome. These 3 little goblins will definitely all rush to get together. I'm more optimistic about the Wei Cheng CP. After all, these two were the first to know each other. You fart. I don't agree with this marriage. What could be wrong with you? I think you're the Queen Mother's physiological period nervous. The live broadcast room was in a frenzy of noise, and inside the garden, Director Lee also received the piece of paper carrying the final results from his assistant. Okay, everyone, please pay attention. The formation will now be announced. The grouping was successful. Jiang Chang and Xia Lament. The other guests failed to team up and had to go solo the next day. As soon as Director Lee's words fell, Xiao Hyuk's expression directly collapsed. No, I'm an inner fish top streamer, and not a single one of them chose me. Did they? But on second thought there was hope for me. Since the program group won't be announcing the exact vote, it's now possible to rule out Bai Ruowei not picking herself, as well as Jiang Chang and Xia Lament's two-way choice. What about the other newcomer, Seo, who must have picked herself under? Xiao Hyuk, who had just thought of this, looked over toward Seo's position and realized that Seo also happened to look at him, and their eyes met in the air. Seeing this, Xiao Hyuk secretly said that it was true. He knew that, as a top stream, he was lethal to this newcomer who had just entered the circle. With that in mind, Xiao Hyuk flashed a big smile at Seo while deciding to just choose Seo tomorrow night and stage a two-way run as well. This made Seo, who saw this scene, feel inexplicable. Originally she wanted to see the lost expression of this inner fish top stream after she was not selected, but she turned her head to look. Good man, this person can't be struck, right? How can he still smile so happily without anyone picking him? The viewpoint returns to our successfully matched duo. Hey, the group is successful. We can eat delicious food again tomorrow. Xia Lamentable jumped up and cheered when she heard Director Lee finish his announcement. The corner of Jiang Cheng's mouth couldn't help but raise upwards as he watched the scene. That's youth. The body is warm. Bai Ruowei on the side couldn't help but look at the scene in front of her a little out of her mind. This was the first time she doubted her own charm. Brother, I can't. Let's partner up tomorrow. A single sentence caused all the people present to gather their gazes over, only to see Chen Zhiqian put his hand on Xiaoyi's shoulder with a smile on his face. The atmosphere of the scene was quiet, but the live broadcast was lively. This wave is hard. It's hard to get around. The atmosphere has suddenly gotten angry. I didn't realize there was this kind of reward for watching a romance series. I'm kowtowing to the Kenhyek CP. Please lock up, thank you. Upstairs, the delayed comrades, please take in the flavor, thank you. First, I like Xiao Hook. Second, seeing the Kenhyek CP now makes me like it even more. Facing the gazes of the crowd, especially the golden light released from the eyes of Bai Ruowei and Suzuki as well as Xiao Hyuk, who had already placed his hands in front of him to protect his chest. Chen Zhiqian also seemed to realize that he seemed to have said the wrong thing. He hurriedly explained, since I don't know how to cook, I want to team up with Hyuk, so we can take care of each other together. It was only after hearing this that the crowd withdrew their gazes, and Su Zishi and Bai Ruowei's eyes instantly became dim. However, Xiao Hyuk, who is a party to the incident, still has a little bit of heart palpitations, associating it with the fact that Chen Zhiqian has been approaching himself at every turn since the beginning, thinking extremely fearful. After seeing the explanation clearly, Chen Zhiqian continued to say to Xiao He, who was still immersed in his thoughts, how about it, brother He? This proposal of mine is not bad, right? Xiao Hyuk, who had returned to his senses, looked at Chen Zhiqian, who had once again extended an invitation to himself, and couldn't help but cry out in horror, even spiking out his hometown words because of his excitement. I don't think that's necessary, while saying that his body shape was violently retreating backwards. So what, I've got some things to do, I'll be going now. Good night, friends. After saying that, he directly left the garden at the speed of a 100-meter sprint and ran towards the villa, leaving a confused crowd in place. What about him? Chen Zhiqian looked at this scene a bit. Louis XVI holding Siphon, puzzled. Ahem. Well, since the pairing session is over and it's getting late, all the guests should also move inside the villa and start resting. Tomorrow is the first official day of our program. I wish you all a good night and good dreams. After saying that, Director Lee left, and when the crowd saw this, they all started to pack up their belongings and walked in the direction of the villa. Chen Zhiqian looked at the drum set in front of him and thought about it, but decided to just let him put it here and take it back when the program was over. Jiang Cheng, see you tomorrow, Xia Lament said as she smiled and waved her hand at Jiang Cheng behind her after parting with Bai Ruowei. Well, see you tomorrow. The two looked at each other and smiled. Xia Lament turned around and went up the stairs. Jiang Cheng also turned around and went back inside the room. Bai Ruowei, on the other hand, looked deeply at Jiang Cheng's tightly closed door before also walking into her room. The night went by without a word, and the first day of filming for Love is in the Air came to a close. Chapter 11, Facts Aside. Early the next morning, all the guests also got up early, and no matter what, they had to maintain a regular biological clock and self-disciplined persona in front of the camera. Everyone was glowing as they assembled in the living room, and Jiang Cheng was the only one yawning on the side. Measured, this 996 blessing enjoyed so much, forgetting for a moment that I've crossed over. This damn biological clock, this waking up early is such a bad habit. Gotta change. Jiang Cheng, you didn't rest well last night? Xia Lament looked at Jiang Cheng beside him, who had been yawning nonstop, and asked in puzzlement. It's okay, it's just this bad habit of waking up early that I'm going to have to change from now on. Xia Lamentable, who heard the words, was puzzled. How did the two words early rising and bad habits connect together? But before she could continue asking questions, Director Lee had already walked over from the backyard of the theater. Director Lee, who had walked into the villa, looked at the crowd that had already assembled and nodded, then took a card with today's mission written on it from his assistant's hand, and said to Jiang Cheng and the others after examining it for a while, "Good morning, everyone. As you can see, this card in my hand contains the task that you need to complete today. This task is voted for by the general public, so please don't attack our program team. If you have any objections, thank you." Director Lee spoke in a jokey tone, instantly mobilizing the atmosphere that was still a bit dead. After all, early risers really do have more grievances than ghosts. Well, I'll stop the small talk and bring it up. As soon as the words fell, The staff of the program in the backyard were seen bringing one piece of musical instrument to the villa, and even 4 burly men were deployed to carry a piano. Here's your task today, each of you pick an instrument to improvise a piece of music, and the audience in the broadcast room will vote and score it, and the higher the rating you get, the more money you'll get for your actions, and vice versa. As soon as Director Lee's words were finished, Xiao He straightened his chest, the sky cleared, the rain stopped, and Shora felt he could do it again. As a top streamer, he's good at all 18 instruments. Let's see how I'm going to kill it later. Jiang Chang, Chen Zhiqian only flow but only a show voice singer just, really about playing musical instruments still have to be my Xiao He. This session of the netizens are definitely all my true fans. See, I lost my first battle yesterday, directly picked one of my best. Oh, I will not let you down. The next time I open the concert tickets to you 12% off. With visions of victory, Xiao Hyuk remained the first to step forward. I'll throw in the towel first. The instrument I'll be playing is the flute. Xiao Hyuk picked out a flute from the crowd of musical instruments. The flute had always been a gentleman's instrument in ancient times, and he prided himself on being a gentleman as well. Then he placed the flute to his mouth, and a flute sound instantly appeared in the ears of the crowd. The crowd couldn't help but admire after hearing this. Sure enough, the world is fair. Xiao He must have had a window closed in some way for him to become a top stream. After the song was finished, the crowd only felt that their internal organs were a bit uncomfortable. Phew, I didn't realize that you're really a truthful person. Xiao Hyuk. Jiang Chang couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, and Xiao He, who had just come back from that oblivion, couldn't help but look at Jiang Chang when he heard that. Oh, what does Jiang Chang mean by that? I didn't realize you were throwing real bricks. Put. Xiao Lamentable didn't hold back the first time he heard this and laughed out. Everyone else was stifling their laughter as well, and the crowd in the broadcast room had no such qualms. Ha 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 ha, laugh me to death. Xiao Hyuk said to throw a brick to attract jade did not think he did not humble. Thrown is really a brick. Xiao He, I'm sorry. Jiang Chang, no. You're really making a fool of yourself? Xiao Hyuk's flute has shown me what Huang Yaoshi's Blue Sea Tide song felt like in the ears of his enemies back then. Well, you guys are really panda ordering takeout shoots to the house. But I like it, and if you can talk more. Where's Hep Fan? Why don't you come out and wash the floor? Is there a possibility that this flute doesn't discriminate between friend and foe? It's a full map AoE damage. You lower head men are clearly jealous of our Hirsch. Who is he? Jiang Chang, to say that our family he lie and let him come. That's right, if you guys can do it, do it, if you can't, don't be. Inside the villa, Xiao Hyuk listened to Jiang Chang's words and looked at the crowd of people who could not hold back the laughter on their faces, could not help but directly read temperature, but in the way of the camera shooting but led him not to attack. He forced a smile from his face and looked at Jiang Chang and said, yes, people in the circle say that Xiao He is a sincere person. I'm done throwing this brick. The next time it's time for you to appear on this piece of jade. Xiao Hyuk directly set the next person to appear on the stage to Jiang Chang. He didn't believe that a halfway decent person would be able to play a good tune in such a short period of time. As long as Jiang Chang screws up, then he just turned the page on this part. Well, then let me throw in my 2 cents. Jiang Chang walked straight to that piano after he finished speaking. After a period of debugging, the melodious sound of the piano filled the entire villa. Sometimes sad, sometimes joyful, a light melody, overflowing with romance. As the sound of the music dissipated inside the villa, the crowd woke up from that feeling of immersion. Snap, good to hear. Xiao Lament was the first to applaud, looking at Jiang Chang with an approving gaze. The rest of the crowd also offered applause and praise, and Xiao Hyuk applauded reluctantly, while his heart was filled with indignation. You're throwing bricks to attract jade, aren't you? You're throwing bricks. What am I throwing bricks? What? A gold brick is also a brick? I'll test you. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also letting their pop-up screens swipe to show how they were feeling right now. No brother, you really know how to do that? What about the promised fairness of the world? Why is it that Jiang Chang not only didn't get the door closed but also had a panoramic sunroof? Why don't I even have a door? Guys, I went and searched and there's no such song in the whole world. In other words, this song is my Makoto's original again. Blackie speaks. Why don't Hyuk fans keep talking? Is it because they don't like it? Jiang Chang, I only have to make a slight move, and I am already at the limit of this world. Xiao Hyuk's fans in the live broadcast room didn't know what to say for a moment. After all, the facts are right in front of us. Which one is higher or lower can be concluded at a glance, but after all, it's version T0, and even in a headwind someone will step up to the plate. Then what? Facts aside, isn't Jiang Chang at all at fault? That's right, you guys don't know how hard our Hyuk really works, practicing dance even when he has a fever of 50 degrees Celsius. Do you know that? There were certainly great emperors who came out to confront these statements. Well, the fever reached 50 degrees Celsius to the hospital to ask the doctor still can cure. Guess what the doctor said? If it's curable. The doctor walks out of the operating room being asked how the person is doing. And guess what the doctor says? Bionic. P.S. Dream Wedding was customized for Richard Clayderman by French composers and music producers Paul de Senneville and Olivier Toussaint. Chapter 12. I'm a serious successor to society. Jiang Cheng inside the villa walked back to Xiao Lamentation's side, who at this moment was looking at Jiang Cheng with an adoring look. Jiang Cheng, this song is so beautiful. Did you write it? Do you have a name? Can you tell me? Please, please. Looking at the appearance of this lovely person in front of him who was pampering himself, Jiang Cheng also smiled and said, this song is called Dream Wedding. It was written by me before. If you want to think it sounds good, I'll play it for you later. Yeah, then we have a deal. Pull the hook. Xia lamented out in surprise, reaching out her hand to make a pact with Jiang Cheng. She was originally a worldly person who had been well protected since she was a child, and for the time being, she didn't hear what Jiang Cheng's words represented. However, Bai Ruowei, who was beside her, frowned when she heard this, but she quickly restored her expression as it was. Expression management is the basic operation of every artist. Yeah, pull the hook and hang yourself for 100 years. The ceremony went quickly, and the scene of the two of them concluding their pact caused Suzuki and Chen Zhiqian on the side and the crowd in the live broadcast room to reveal their aunt's smiles. I'll play it for you later, so sweet. I carry the banner for engineering. Auntie smiles the whole time. I'll take it out on anyone who dares to break up this pair. Several other guests were also on stage soon after the show, and the result was no surprise, with Jiang Cheng leading the crowd with a precipitous number of votes. Okay, so the first place winner of this event is our very own Jiang Cheng, honored with $500 in action money. Then it was in order that Xiao He got 450, Bai Ruowei 400, Xia Lament 350, and Su Zishi 300. Director, can you give me one more piece or you can give me one less piece? Already the last place is already enough to make me unhappy. This number is even more unhappy when it comes out. In the end, this farce ended with Director Li unable to stand Chen Zhiqian's broken thoughts, adding $1 to him out of his own pocket, and Chen Zhiqian joyfully took over with $251. Alright everyone, this is the end of today's mission. Please ask Jiang Cheng and Xia Lamentable, who have successfully formed a team, to come over and collect your schedule for today. Ha! Jiang Cheng was a bit surprised. There was a mission? It wasn't mentioned before? Ahem. The netizens voted on it. New patch. Still hot. Help yourself. The other guests can go solo on their own. Jiang Cheng doubtfully took the card from Director Li's hand. Congratulations. You've won a voucher for one escape room experience. Jiang Cheng, the show is really good. They really recognize the results of the poll. Ha 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 ha. Yes, I'm the one who cast that precious vote. Jiang Cheng, listen to me. The water of this escape room is very deep. You can't grasp it. Let me do it. Upstairs. Get out of here. For the sake of engineering Cheng CP to survive. Jiang Cheng, you must grasp this opportunity. It was different from Xia Lament, who was looking at the manor in front of him with an excited expression. Jiang Cheng looked at the door in front of him that embodied a gloomy atmosphere from its appearance, and swallowed his saliva without any trace. In order to allow the two teachers to experience the content of this program in a more immersive way, we will not be arranging follow-up video this time. We will be using surveillance footage for the live broadcast. The staff of the program is also patiently explaining to them, and is also reminding them to pay attention to their image within the monitoring range. Okay, both teachers, please read this agreement first, and if there are no problems, you can sign on it to confirm. Jiang Cheng received a piece of paper from the staff with a heavy face, which read, Life and Death Waiver Agreement. On the side of the face cannot hide the excitement of Xiao Lamentation roughly looked at it after a brush in the above signed his big name. She has long wanted to come to play escape room, but the family has not allowed. Today he can finally get what he wants. Jiang Cheng also wrote his name on the agreement after reading it carefully. When handing the agreement to the staff, he also asked, Brother, really do not consider sending a follow-up photographer? I mainly have nothing to do, but I'm afraid that the picture quality of the surveillance is not good, which will affect the audience's movie-going experience at that time. This one doesn't. This can be had. This one really doesn't. The crowd in the live broadcast room looked at Jiang Cheng, who was pulling away from the staff, also sent pop-ups to express their current mood. Ha 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 ha, joy me. I was expecting a king, but I didn't realize it was a bronze. YYSY. This scene is really scary. I got chills down my back watching it in the middle of the day. Cannot Jiang Cheng, cannot replace me? Sorry, let me guard. Xia Lament, who was leaping to the side, turned his head to ask Jiang Cheng after submitting the agreement. Jiang Cheng, this is my first time playing escape room I'm so happy now. Jiang Cheng, have you played before? Are you afraid of ghosts? Jiang Cheng, who was still tugging at the staff, immediately turned his face into a breezy one upon hearing this. I'm a proper socialist successor. We never believe in bulls, ghosts, gods and snakes. Jiang Cheng said with a righteous face. The district is just a secret room escape. Wait for you to see the work. Wow, Jiang Cheng, you're amazing. Xiao Lament on the side was not stingy with her compliments to Jiang Cheng. The crowd in the live room also laughed like crazy at the situation. Well, you don't snap your beans when you change your face, do you? The bottom of the bag. Ha 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 ha, acting like that. Now let's see how you end up later. In front of the staff I was coy. In front of Xiao Lament I struck hard. It's worthy of you. Jiang Cheng. A side of the staff is also holding back laughter. The pocket phone at this time is also ringing. We'll take the phone out to see. It is written on the latest instructions from Director Lee. The staff read a happy. In light of Mr. Zhang's statement, the program team has made a temporary decision to adjust this escape room to heavy terror mode. The theme of this time is Escape from the Asylum, where two teachers will play journalists documenting the discovery of its untold secrets and their successful escape. The staff member finished handing the two of them a video camera each, and then pointed to the door in front of them to indicate that the two of them could go in. Jiang Cheng's current feeling was just two words: regret. Very regretful. He even wanted to give himself 2 slaps. Told you to pretend. Now it's good. Originally can still be salvaged. Now can be sent directly to the morgue. Who? After a long sigh of relief, Jiang Cheng also followed the pace of Xiao Lament's advance, and walked into the heavy large iron door. Coincidentally at this time a cold wind blew, bringing up the leaves on the ground, so that Jiang Cheng also unconsciously shivered. Chapter 13, you've just crossed over and you're going to eat public food? The halls of the asylum were clean on the floor and walls, but empty. The corridor leading to the depths would also occasionally emit the hissing of unknown creatures, and the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. The two were going to start exploring inside for a bit, but soon there was a gasp of surprise from Xiao Lament. Jiang Cheng shielded Xiao Lament behind him and swallowed without a trace. Inside the access table in front of us, a lifeless corpse was lying quietly inside, and underneath him was a pool of black blood that had long since solidified. Zip! The sound of electricity coming from the top of his head made Jiang Cheng instantly alert. Both teachers, please begin to move forward in your quest. You are journalists who have received information to record an investigation into the truth hidden beneath the asylum. And now you need to find the key to unlock the security room. Please pay attention to the quest prompts in the scene. And good luck with your escape. After a burst of electricity as a coda, the broadcast stopped. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Jiang Cheng pretended to be calm and comforted in a soft voice. He could feel some slight trembling in Xiao Lamentable's body behind him. Xiao Lament did not speak, just tightly grasped Jiang Cheng's arm. At this moment only this can make her feel at ease. Originally also lively live broadcast room at this time is also silent. Only a few sporadic pop-ups floating through. Bullet shield. It's a great midday look at my back. Jiang Cheng is really so gentle. I cry to death. After some mental construction, Jiang Cheng took Xiao Lament and began to slowly walk towards the depths of the corridor. From outside the glass you could see that the security room was lit up inside, but the door was closed. The duo decided to continue deeper, and after opening the door to a hidden room, there was no horrific scene inside, just a few weird-looking people in hospital gowns staring at a TV that kept bubbling with a snowy screen. Jiang Cheng carefully led Xiao Lament through the room and out the back door, only to see a corpse lying on the floor. A bunch of keys and a paper soaked in blood dropped by his side. Jiang Cheng picked up the 2 items and took a look at them. The key was labeled with the word security room in large letters, and turned his head to look at the piece of paper again. Run! It's Fatty. He's so brutal. You don't want to run into him, and if you really can't run you can hide under a bed or in a cupboard and pray you don't get caught out. After reading it, Jiang Cheng crumpled the paper in his hand into a ball, then tossed it aside, taking Xiao Lament back toward the security room. Click a sound. The door of the security room was opened. Jiang Cheng walked in to see that a USB flash drive and a mission reminder sheet were placed on the table. Plug the flash drive into the mainframe and make a copy of the information. That's what you want. But be warned. Something is coming. This is the mission prompt. Right. Jiang Cheng read it and inserted the USB flash drive into the host according to the mission prompt, and a read bar automatically popped up on the screen. At the same time, a tense and weird BGM came out from within the radio at that moment. Jiang Cheng, I'm a bit scared. Xiao Lamented tugged the corner of Jiang Cheng said softly. Her face is no longer the beginning of the anticipation, replaced by panic, coupled with the current BGM is her fear to amplify. I'm afraid too. Jiang Cheng's heart thought bitterly, but he still braced himself and looked around the security room, only to see 3 large cabinets standing on the corners. Don't be afraid to lament, just hide in the closet and you can come out when this side is done. After saying that, Jiang Cheng brought Xiao Lament to the cabinet. Jiang Cheng, you won't leave me behind, right? Xiao Lament still tightly pulled on Jiang Cheng's coat corner, as if only this could ease her uneasiness. Jiang Cheng also froze when he heard that. He didn't know why at this moment. He even suddenly felt not afraid, he smiled and said to Xiao Lament, "Of course, I definitely won't leave you behind. Absolutely not." After hearing these words, Xiao Lamentable looked at Jiang Chang with a smile in a daze. She somehow felt as if her body was a little bit hot. She hastily put her hand back. Jiang Chang saw this and also silently closed the cabinet door. The music on the radio continued to play, and as the copying progress bar advanced, the eeriness of the music slowly rose until the bar began to show 99%, when the music suddenly stopped. But instead of the progress bar reaching 100%, what followed was that the lights all went out, the power went out, and there was a dark shadow flashing through the window at that moment as well, and a rattle began to come from the doorknob. Click a sound. The door opened. At this time the power suddenly restored. The light shines down. Let Jiang Chang in front of the eyes of this behemoth revealed the true appearance. Asterisk 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 says Vaughn. Jiang Chang screamed out in shock. The sudden appearance of the monster in front of him made him close his eyes tightly. At the same time, his body instinctively blasted out a fist. And then, there was no then. Not for a while. Jiang Chang listened to how a little movement is not there. He slowly opened his eyes. The monster lying on all fours outside the door. The headset has also fallen off to the side. Xiao lamented inside the cabinet listening to the long time no movement also came out from the cabinet. Looking at the scene in front of her, she also immediately ran to Jiang Chang's side. "Jiang Chang, let's run. That person seems to have." Jiang Chang heard also from the shock back to God. Bad. Just seemed to confiscate the force. This if really accident how to do. Just as Jiang Chang was at a loss for words, the person playing the monster outside the door raised his hand and said in an extremely weak voice, "I think I can still salvage it." Tick-tock tick-tock. The ambulance took the injured person away, and with them went Jiang Chang and Xiao Lament, as well as the staff of the program and the secret room. As soon as they arrived at the hospital, the crowd rushed to the emergency room, and the others on the road saw this with sideways glances. "Oldly, since when does our hospital still accept mentally ill patients?" "No, why do you ask? Look at those people in front of the emergency room. Doesn't it say XX Psychiatric Hospital on their gowns?" The lights in the emergency room went out. A doctor wearing a white coat, his face could not hide the fatigue, came out. The crowd saw the situation is also immediately surrounded. Not yet waiting for the crowd to ask questions, the doctor is a long sigh. Jiang Chang's heart couldn't help but gordon a bit when he saw this. "Masaka, I've just crossed over not 2 days ago and I'm about to eat public food. Tough luck, doctor. We'll prepare his afterlife." Jiang Chang spoke these words with a heavy heart, as if he could already see the dark and damp cell beckoning to him. Iron doors, iron windows, iron chains, hands on the bars, looking out. How wonderful life is out there. Oh, that's not necessary. The patient is not in any serious trouble. It's just that he suffered a sudden blow to his chest that caused him to be a little out of breath. So we'll transfer him to the general ward and recuperate for a few days. It's also strange that he's wearing such a thick coat, and there's such some protective gear inside his clothes and still gets beaten up like this. Jiang Chang, so you just sighed? Anan, that's because I've been so tired lately, and without further ado, I've got to go get some rest. Exhale. The crowd relaxed. Jiang Chang and Xiao Lament also looked at each other and smiled. It was good to have a scare. The crowd that had been watching in the live broadcast room saw this and let go. But then came the discussion of the matter. It's a good thing it's okay, or else Jiang Chang would have to go in for tea. But, you all didn't realize, Jiang Chang's strength is really big. One punch to a normal adult whacked away. I remember when you said that. It's true. And that dude was wearing such a thick prop suit and was punched so hard that he couldn't get up on the ground. It's really bull. The hot search list was also rapidly updating, and the topic about Jiang Chang also rushed to the hot search again. Hashtag surprise. This male celebrity actually put someone in the hospital in broad daylight. Hashtag anyone else think Jiang Chang is fresh meat? Hashtag is time to fall in love really a relationship show? Hashtag Jiang Chang's side also received a system beep at this moment. Ding detected the host in front of the people to show their own holes in the real side. To obtain the reward, the Dueling Dome of Heaven, the whole book electronic version has been issued to the host's cell phone. Withdraw from the marriage? Junior. Can become stronger kind of oh. Bonus, love before trilogy script, love before the dawn breaks, love at sunset and dusk, love before midnight falls. I love the way he looks at me when I look away. But he didn't have time to focus on the rewards at the moment, now that he was on his way to the wards. Just as the crowd in the live broadcast room were all still discussing the power of Jiang Chang's punch, the sudden appearance of a pop-up screen attracted the attention of the vast majority of viewers. Go watch Sha Hyuk's live feed. Sha Hyuk was knifed and has been taken to the hospital. Chapter 14, Too Good to be a Cryptographer. Jiang Chang and the rest of the group visited the injured in the hospital room for a while, and after Jiang Chang and the others finished apologizing, the show's team and the secret room company also promised to cover all the expenses during this period, including the follow-up costs. After this incident, Jiang Chang took Xiao Lament and walked out towards the hospital. Today's experience was unforgettable for both of them, and it also made their relationship have a further enhancement. Doctor, help me. I'm hurt. A silhouette ran past the two of them, and Jiang Cheng turned his head in shock to look at the familiar back. That guy, I think it's Xiao Hyuk. As if to corroborate his words, a few of the program staff carrying cameras behind him also caught up. Why don't we'll follow and see? Yeah. Saying this, the duo also directly followed the staff of the program, wanting to see what was going on. The timeline went back to after Jiang Chang and Xiaolam left. The four people left behind in the villa were sitting on the sofa with wide eyes. Although the director said that they were free to move around, the villa located in the suburbs left them with no place to go even if they wanted to go for a stroll. Coo. The four's stomachs rumbled in unison, which made the four realize that the director's comment about having to cook for themselves was true. Bai Ruowei was the first to stand up and looked at the other three and said, "Everyone, it looks like we'll have to fend for ourselves. Who among us knows how to cook? Please raise your hand." The four of them looked at me and I looked at you, and after blinking their eyes, Bai Ruowei sat back like a deflated ball, already missing Jiang Chang in her heart. Ugh, if only Jiang Chang was still around. Chen Zhiqian, who was lying on the couch by the side, said breathlessly, "It's just cooking, let's divide up the labor. Can't we do it?" Xiao Hyuk stood out at this time to the crowd. These words also will four people's fighting spirit are inspired. Living people can still starve to death, alive not? But soon the first step will be difficult for them. This neighborhood he did not have a supermarket or food market, and they do not have a car. Where do the vegetables come from? They had no car, so where would they get the food? Just as the crowd was at a loss, Director Lee walked in with a few sheets in his hand. "Do you want to buy food? I have all kinds of food here. Oh, is the price well? Maybe slightly expensive, so a little bit. This is the menu. You want to take a look?" He waved the menu in his hand at the four men as he followed the instructions. "Bring us the menu." Soon the four began to scrutinize the list in front of them, which was indeed full of a wide range of dishes and everything. But, not really? $10 for a tomato? An egg for $5? Are your tomatoes made of gold or are your eggs made of silver? Selling them for so much, doesn't your conscience hurt? Director Lee? Chen Zhiqian couldn't help but shout out as he looked at the ridiculously high prices on the menu in front of him. What's so expensive about it? It's always the same price. It's hard to find rural products. Sometimes you have to look for your own problems. Did you take the competition seriously in the morning? Why didn't you win first place? Don't talk nonsense with your eyes open. Besides, our fruit and vegetable produce is freshly harvested from villages not far away from the surrounding area. It's all the freshest and totally worth the price. Bai Ruowei sniffed and instantly found a blind spot in Director Lee's words. There are villages not far from the neighborhood, so you can go there and buy them. Ahem, let's reconsider. Bai Ruowei didn't move and returned the menu to Director Lee. Making a look at the other three, Chen Zhiqian and Su Ziki all understood what was happening when they saw this, and also returned the menu to Director Lee. But I don't know if Xiao Hyuk didn't notice Bai Ruowei's eyes or if he was deliberately pretending to be confused. But he directly started placing orders to Director Lee. "Director Lee, I'll take one of this $50 worth of broccoli, and a pound of this $80 a pound chicken breast, 2 tomatoes, and 2 eggs, and just half a pound of rice if you want. That's $200. Director Lee received the 2 red tickets from Xiao He with a smile on his face. "Well, later on our staff will deliver the items you ordered to your door, so I'll leave you to it. I'll go now, and you can page me if you need to make a purchase." Director Lee happily left, leaving the other three to look at Xiao He suspiciously. "Brother, is there something wrong with your eyes? Let's not shy away from medical treatment. If there's a problem, we'll go to the hospital now." Xiao Hyuk couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth when he heard Chen Zhiqian's words, but on the surface, he replied in confusion. What's wrong? What's wrong with buying a vegetable?" Of course he had seen Bai Ruowei's eyes, and he had also learned from Director Lee's words that there were villages in the surrounding area where he could buy ingredients. But as a top stream idol, how could he go to a place like the countryside in the sun to buy those dirty things? Anyway, there are daily assignments with a minimum of $250 guaranteed. Why not buy all of them here at Director Lee's or cleaned, and not have to worry about getting tanned outside? Chen Zhiqian wanted to continue saying something, but Bai Ruowei was the first to speak. "Well, since Shora has already brought his own ingredients, we'll go by ourselves." After saying that, he got up and walked towards the outside. Su Zishi followed closely behind. Chen Zhiqian opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't continue to say anything more and followed Bai Ruowei and the girls out. The expression on Xiao Hyuk's face, who had watched the crowd all leave, slowly became indifferent. It just so happened that at this time, the program's personnel were also sending over all of the ingredients that Xiao Hyuk had ordered, and Xiao Hyuk received them with a smile on his face, turning around and heading in the direction of the kitchen. The several parties of fans in the live broadcast room were now bickering, but because of the version, it was still Xiao Hyuk's fans who had a slight edge. Our family weibo was already so suggestive he even went for the sky-high ingredients provided by the director. Against all odds. So what? Why do we need our heckles to go outside and get sunburned when we can just buy them? That's right. Our Hirsch is a top streamer. Are you responsible for the sun damage? I make crypto coins. Your Shora Egyptian bar go no go. Great, it's cryptographers and pharaohs. We're pale hot. Lee director looked at the original by Jiang Chang, took away part of the traffic and became cold. Live room burst into flames again. Immediately also Wan Bashi office walk. Turtle does not live in the school. Director. They're cursing more and more aggressively. There are already people who are starting to carry the whole scene with mom as the center of the circle and the radius of the 18th generation of their ancestors. Director Lee heard the words of the assistant, suddenly feel bad. How can this work? And hastily ordered, this into is absolutely gooey. We do not need to have such a bull in the live room. People exist. You go to him to seal off. Other people do not have to worry about it for the time being. Also, you go buy a hot search by the way and title it shocking. The 4 people on the love synthesizer actually broke up because of this. The assistant hurriedly went to make the arrangements after getting the order, while Director Lee continued to look at the heat of the live broadcast that was climbing higher and higher, and the smile on his face grew more and more exuberant. Make noise, make noise. The more you guys make noise, the more heat I get, and the more heat I get, the more good it does me. Chapter 15, I remember happy things. Xiao Hyuk was totally unaware of what was going on outside the window. He was now searching on his cell phone for what to do with scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Let's see Anon. Need. It's pretty easy. Soon Xiao Hyuk had all the ingredients needed for the tomato scrambled eggs. Humph. Let's see me. Chef Xiao. Show my fans some cooking skills. Xiao Hyuk confidently struck a handsome pose for the camera in the kitchen and began the big cooking job. He was a bit grumpy about the fact that Jiang Chang's cooking drew rave reviews from everyone last time. We're all in a circle. And it's a bit inappropriate for you to know so many skills, isn't it? This time he also wanted to prove that he was not weak in cooking, and for that reason he had picked this most fruitful dish. Xiao He rolled up his sleeves and began to show off his biceps in front of the camera. In his vision, if nothing else, he will be the most dazzling star in the King of Culinary Championship over Jiang Chang. But usually without fail, the unexpected is coming. Xiao He took the kitchen knife a hand up and down. I do not know whether the tomato was too slippery or Xiao He used too little force. The knife slid down the contour of the tomato, cut into the prominent thumb of Xiao He holding the tomato. Ah, my hand! Xiao Hyuk immediately covered his chopped pinky and let out a mournful scream. The backyard staff saw the situation was also shocked. After all, Xiao Hyuk is a real top stream of the inner fish, which if something happened on their program that would be a big problem. The staff immediately rushed towards the villa from the backyard with medical kits and surrounded Xiao He. Dress the wound with gauze first and call an ambulance. What's the point of calling an ambulance? Get the car in and take him to the nearest hospital. So in a burst of hands and feet under the fold, Xiao He is also on the car to the hospital. A hospital doorway car have not yet stopped. Xiao He grabbed the door and went. And then in the beginning of the scene occurred. Xiao Hyuk entered the outpatient office guided by the signage, followed closely by the photographer and Jiang Chang, who both ran in. Just lay down ready to close his eyes to rest for a while. Dr. Huang looked at the crying man in front of him, suddenly felt the sky collapse. Had been tired all day, he just came out of the emergency room, want to lie down to rest for a while. The man in front of him broke in. He thought it was a medical problem. After understanding the situation, although his heart was resentful, but with the benevolence of a healer, he still braced himself and inquired to the young man in front of him, "Where is the wound? Let me take a look." Xiao Hyuk also stopped crying at his words. He carefully unwrapped the circles and circles of gauze wrapped around his fingers. The little thumb that had been strangled for so long had turned purple by now. "Doctor, I feel like I can't feel my fingers anymore. What should I do? Do I have to amputate them?" As soon as Xiao He finished speaking, Dr. Huang, who was still checking the exact injury of his finger, immediately turned his gaze towards Xiao He's brain. "Well, the hand injury is okay. A few more minutes later may have to heal. As for the hand is not feeling because this bandage is too tight, resulting in the blood does not flow. After a while it will be fine. Also, this side suggests a second visit to the brain unit if you can." Put. Everyone's eyes turned from Xiao He's side to Jiang Chang. "Sorry, I remembered something happy." The side of the summer sorry to hear the blinking eyes asked, "Jiang Chang, what happy things? Can say out to Shara let me also happy? Anon nothing. It's just the thought that Xiao Hyuk's problem was solved by the highly skilled Dr. Huang, and I'm happy for him." Xiao Yanxian nodded uncertainly after hearing this. That does seem to be something to be happy about. Anon. The ones in the live room were laughing like crazy at this point. This doctor is really a great healer. He found the root of the disease at once. The corners of Jiang Chang's mouth were harder to suppress than AK at this point. "How can you guys laugh when our Hirsch is like this? Do you guys eat pancakes? It's all Jiang Chang's fault. If it wasn't for him not cooking inside the villa our family Hyuk he wouldn't have gotten hurt." Can Jiang Chang get out of this variety show? As long as there is him in our family, he has been unlucky. What's that? These poets upstairs hold their feet. Wasn't it Xiao Hyuk himself who got himself injured? How can you blame Jiang Chang for this? The little episode ended, and Jiang Chang's trio followed the program's car back inside the villa. Bai Ruowei's trio also returned to the villa around the same time, and several of them were holding quite an abundance of ingredients in their hands. Vivi, you're back. I told you today was fun. When Xiao Lian saw Bai Ruowei, she came up to her and started to explain to her about today's interesting events. Bai Ruowei listened to the motionless glance at Jiang Chang, who was already nestled on the sofa and unwilling to move. All she heard from Xiao Lament's words was her admiration for Jiang Chang, which was not a good sign. Brother, so you went to get hooked up with a brain surgeon? Ha! One sentence let Xiao He, who was already lying on the sofa with a lifeless face, directly sit up in a dying disease, and his grudging gaze shot straight to Chen Zhiqian, who opened his mouth to speak. If you ever feel like crying, be sure to call me and let me know that you have your day. Xiao Hyuk spoke with a voice full of sorrow and anger, causing the corners of the crowd's people's mouths to rise upwards. Shora, I can hit me even when I'm lying down? Shauh, first of all, I didn't mess with any of you. Okay. The Ken Hyuk CP is a happy couple for real. Sound of an empty stomach. Xiao Lament's stomach made a protesting sound at this moment, which made her moth-eaten-ness make it to Jiang Chang's side, patting his shoulder without the slightest bit of seeing eye to eye. Jiang Chang, I'm hungry. When are you going to cook? Looking at her good sister who drifted away, Bai Ruowei froze and couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. Is the duo's relationship already moving so fast? Jiang Chang, who was still nestled on the sofa, sniffed and was also forced to leave this branch opened by God on earth. Tell me what you want to eat, and I'll arrange it for you plainly, Jiang Chang said with bravado. Having the skill of a Chinese master chef, he could cook any dish handily. Jiang Chang then set off on the road to the nearby village. It's so hot. It's a good thing I didn't let Lament come along. Just a moment ago Jiang Chang was still proudly letting Xiao Lament order whatever she wanted, even though what she ordered was indeed very random. Just 2 kinds of home-cooked food. After ordering, Jiang Chang walked over to the dusty refrigerator with a full heart, and just as he was about to stretch out his hand, Su Ziki, who was on the side, spoke up. Jiang Chang, what are you doing opening the refrigerator? Jiang Chang, who heard this, turned his head towards Su Zidi with a puzzled face, and his hand didn't stop. The door was opened, and what came to his face was a wave of cold air, as well as an empty refrigerator. Bad. Suddenly remembered that last night it seems that Director Lee said that the back of the ingredients have to be resolved by themselves. I'm not looking at the vegetables in your hands have been carried for so long for fear that they are not fresh, to help you open the refrigerator so that you can put it in it? Looking at everyone who was obviously looking at them with a kind of look at a little cutie's eyes at himself, Jiang Chang also hastily changed the subject. Say, where do you guys get this food? I'll get some? At this time, the backyard door suddenly poked out Lee's head. Buy food? Look for me. The prices are affordable, and top star Xiao Hyuk has been here before. Do you need to take a look? No need. Jiang Chang looked at the other few people who were carrying takeaway ingredients, and using his butt to think, he could also know that the ingredients provided by Director Lee must have been billed in Shanghai dollars, so he directly gave it a rejection. After learning from Bai Ruowei and the others that there is a village not far away from the surrounding area, is also immediately ready to go out and shop. Jiang Chang, wait a moment, I'll accompany you. Jiang Chang, who was about to walk out of the main entrance, was called out by Xiao Lament. Looking at the poisonous sunlight outside, as well as the road surface that had a twisted feeling due to absorbing a large amount of heat, Jiang Chang also decisively rejected Xiao Lament's idea of wanting to travel together. It's really hot outside. I'll just go alone. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Under Jiang Chang's flurry of persuasion, Xiao Lianxie also didn't insist on the idea of traveling together, but soon she began to rummage through her body as if she had thought of something. Nah, she only saw that she took out $350 from her pocket and handed it over, which was all she had now. Jiang Chang froze as he looked at Xiao Lament in front of him, who was holding the money and handing it to him. Come on, don't you have to pay for groceries? Seeing that Jiang Chang hadn't made any other moves yet, Xiao Lianxie couldn't help but stuff the money in her hand into Jiang Chang's pocket. Turning to himself, he walked back to Bai Ruowei. Jiang Chang, who was watching this scene, would smile as he turned around and walked into the outdoor area behind him that was filled with amazement. Oh my Shirbao. Jiang Chang, you must be good to our family Shirbao, or I won't let you go even as a ghost. So sweet, like you. Upstairs, I think my headlights are out. Can you go ahead and look at them for me? I was sure to kowtow to the right person. So quick to hand out candy. I declare that all but the engineer CP are heretics. Chapter 16, it's just a little bit of frost. Exhale. Jiang Chang, who had managed to walk to the entrance of the village with great difficulty, let out a long breath. and sweat kept beading on his forehead. As soon as Jiang Chun walked into the village, he saw a woman reprimanding a little girl. If you don't study hard, you'll have to sweep the streets. If everyone studied hard, no one in the world would have to sweep the streets? Someone in the world has to sweep the streets for sure. So that means the point of learning is just to allocate resources for work rather than learning itself? The little girl's words made the woman fall into deep thought, but not a moment later that woman's eyes lit up. Just when Jiang Cheng thought that she would retort back with some kind of stunning statement, that woman's next action was a big surprise to Jiang Cheng, only to see that woman directly gave the little girl a popping chestnut. At the same time the mouth also said, "Measure, little redneck, skipping class and still talk so much. The teacher's phone call is over. You give me honestly in this penalty station." This scene made Jiang Chun cry and laugh. Originally thought that he would encounter an epic level of philosophical discussion, but did not expect it to be a hearty coaxing filial piety named Sina. The crowd in the live room was also laughing like crazy. Ha 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 ha, kid's sister is so good at talking. I thought the kid's sister was a king, but I didn't realize she was skipping school. I feel that learning is about self-worth and becoming more fulfilled. Okay, I can't make this up. If I wasn't watching a romance variety I would have to wonder if this was scripted. It was so funny. After a flurry of 7 turns, Jiang Cheng also finally arrived at the village bazaar and began his purchasing spree. "Boss, give a quick word. Is $3 okay? If it's okay I'll take it. If it's not I'll move to the next one." Under the threat of Jiang Cheng's departure, the boss could only tearfully agree to let him buy the cabbage at the low price of $3, along with a few green onions and a few cilantro plants. Fully loaded, Jiang Cheng intended to walk back. At the entrance of the village, it was still the same woman and little girl. "How come you're the only one who doesn't want to go to tuition classes when everyone goes to tuition classes?" "But Mom, doesn't everyone going to cram school mean that everyone is not going to cram school?" What words this is. It's not like the cram school is only about rankings. It's also about knowledge. Then why is it that such important knowledge is not written in textbooks but can only be learned by attending remedial classes? The girl's words instantly put the woman in deep thought. "Mom, did you use what you learned in cram school when you were a kid?" The words were like a sword stabbing into the woman's heart. Half-heartedly the woman picked herself up again and continued to address the little girl. That do not tutorial classes. Other interest classes you always have to go to, alright. The next village Chun near family's 2 dogs since the equestrian class, but every day in front of your mother I bragged about how her son how. Those are their parents who aspire to an upper class life, and they feel as if they are already upper class people by giving their children these classes. Instead of enrolling their kids, they enroll them to satisfy their own particular psychology. The little girl's eloquent statement couldn't help but leave the woman speechless for a moment. So it can't be that people's 2 dogs like these courses? Want to learn it themselves? 2 dogs don't like those classes. They like me. They're helping me with my homework. 2 doggy said he's going to be a stay-at-home gyno for me later. Nah, just like that uncle. After saying that, the woman also followed the direction of the little girl's finger to see Jiang Cheng, who was carrying a full load of ingredients in both hands. Jiang Cheng turned his head from side to side and looked around to make sure that he was the only one in the surrounding area. He pointed his finger at his nose with a puzzled face. What about me? I'm sorry about this, friend. This little redneck is rambling and it looks like I'm going to have to buy her a motherhood hit." Jiang Cheng shook his head and said, It's fine. Children's words are reckless. Mom, I'm not wrong. You see this uncle, this dress is not a typical image of the family woman, man. Little redneck, you still say." Seeing that the woman's hand was about to hit her own child, Jiang Cheng was also quick to speak out to stop it. Comrade, don't do it." The little girl heard the words filled with gratitude, glanced at Jiang Cheng. The family woman man seems to be quite good. Well, Jiang Cheng, however, placed the ingredients he was carrying in his hands on the ground and picked up the broom that was placed aside and handed it over to the woman. "Use this, it won't hurt your hand. Remember to be gentle. Don't break it for the baby." With that said, he carried the ingredients in his stride out of the village, and behind him came a cry to try and awaken what was left of his mother's love. "Oh Mom, I was wrong. Housewives and stuff are the worst." Some kid in the next village who was doing his homework sneezed at that moment. "Got a cold? I don't think so. Whatever. There's one more page to go. May will be so happy. I'm the man who's going to be a housewife for her." At this time, the second dog did not know what the reason for him to be single for the rest of his life in the future really was. Jiang Cheng was still walking back against the scorching sun, but the crowd in his live broadcast room was already doubled over with laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha, laughing my ass off. Kid's sister is so six. Congratulations to Jiang Cheng for being awarded the title of family womanizer." Well. Just Jiang Cheng called to stop the hands of other children's sister, thought Jiang Cheng his conscience. I did not expect is not let go of her. Makoto is so kind-hearted, giving the little girl a full childhood. 2 dogs crying in the bathroom. Ding detected that the host showed his Godao de Chang side to the whole network audience. Obtaining the reward, professional level martial arts director. You are now a professional martial arts director. That is, in the future you cannot mix in the circle can also have a mouthful of rice to eat. Bonus, the complete book of domestic dialects. Crooked Bubba Bubba? He says he's an islander. Jiang Chang, who was walking on the road, was suddenly startled by the system prompt in his head, and when he saw it he couldn't help but feel angry. Slander me. He slandered me. Why did I do it? Ding, it's okay if the host doesn't accept the system's judgment, but the reward will be recycled. But then again, as a star, it's normal to be slandered. In the words of the immortal father, it's just a little bit of frost. Rather, the system's prompt reminded him that he seemed to have triggered a system reward once before when he was in the hospital, and he hurriedly looked at the previous quest reward. Love in a trilogy script. Masterpieces. Recalling these 3 masterpieces he had read in his last life, he decided that he must represent this masterpiece to the world. The male lead is of course himself, and the female lead is the beautiful young girl with 5 red tickets in her hand appeared in his mind, and the corners of his mouth lifted upwards slightly at this moment. Jiang Cheng over here was still immersed in the system's rewards and had already forgotten the fact that he was still baking in the sun. Why did this brother Cheng suddenly stop walking while he was walking? He can't be stupid from the sun, can he? Look at the corners of Cheng's mouth. Standing in the middle of the road under such a big sun he can still smile. Can't be really stupid. It's bad. Makoto is my source of joy right now. Something mustn't happen. Chapter 17. Brother. You're my real brother. Ahem. Holy, a burning smell. What is it? A fire in the house? Jiang Chang, who had just opened the front door with the intention of walking inside, was instantly choked by the thick smoke, and he hurriedly put down the ingredients in his hands and began to run inside, reaching the kitchen, the location of the root cause of the smoke. Good lord, if you didn't know better, you'd think you were running a biochemical experiment here. Looking at the 5 people in the kitchen who had their hands full, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but hold his forehead with his right hand, which could be considered a false alarm. With all that smoke, I thought it was a fire at first. Who says it isn't? Let alone cooking. With all this smoke you could say this is a war and I'd believe it. Ha 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 ha. Look at Vibo and the rest of them now. They're like hungry ghosts in smoke. Hearing the voice coming from behind them, the crowd all turned back as much as they could. Yikes. Jiang Cheng, you're back. Xiao, lamented to see clearly behind the coming people, first rushed on the past. The sweat on her forehead dampened some of her broken hair and stained her cheeks above, and there was still the settling residue of black smoke on her face, but it couldn't hide the beauty of her smiling face. Jiang Cheng looked at Xiao Lament in front of him and gently twisted the broken hair on her cheek with his hand to hang it behind his ear. Xiao lamented to see this scene, only felt a little hot ears. She did not know what was wrong with her. She only knew that seeing Jiang Cheng, she was very happy. It seemed like the sweet atmosphere was about to rise at this time, but a wail behind him instantly broke the atmosphere. Great brother Makoto, you're finally back. If you don't come back I'm going to die young here. Chen Zhiqian, whose eyes were already red from the smoke, saw Jiang Cheng's appearance instantly as if he had seen a savior, and tears of excitement flowed from his eyes. In the villa, doors and windows are open to ventilate the smoke are dispersed clean. Jiang Cheng is also from the mouth of a few people to understand what happened. Time went back to just after Jiang Cheng had gone out. After the trio of grocery shoppers had put all their ingredients in the refrigerator, the 5 were having a hard time with who was going to do the cooking. How about we just wait for Jiang Cheng to come back? Xiao Lament was the first to start proposing, and Su Zishi and Chen Zhiqian nodded their heads in agreement when they heard this. The sight of the Xiao he sniffed the words cannot help but anger from the heart. Jiang Cheng, how we all need this Jiang Cheng, and then continue to be Jiang Cheng, then down his top stream position is likely to be unprotected. He immediately stood out and appealed. Gentlemen, we can't trouble people Jiang Cheng with everything. Cooking this kind of small thing we can completely do it ourselves. As the saying goes, do it yourself and have enough food. Could it be that without Jiang Cheng the Zhang butcher, do we have to eat pigs with hair not? But didn't you just cook yourself into the hospital? Hook! Chen Zhiqian's words instantly struck Xiao He, who was still impassioned, to the core. I agree with Shora. We need to stand on our own 2 feet. Bai Ruowei's statement surprised the crowd a bit, especially Xiao Hyuk, whose eyes began to light up when he looked at Bai Ruowei. It must have been that statement I just made that made Ruowei see something in me, that there was still hope for me. As soon as Xiao Lamentable's few people saw that Bai Ruowei had opened his mouth, they immediately decided to do the same, and opened their mouths. Good, then we'll all divide and conquer and surprise everyone who doesn't have any hope for us. Xiao Hyuk regained his composure and pumped up the crowd. Our Hirsch is so manly, so handsome. That's our Hirsch, a born leader. Even Bai Ruowei is convinced by our family Hehe's charm and has spoken out in support of our family Hehe. Look favorably on Weeha. Though but, what if I still like Ken Hyuk? Shiqian, how are we going to cook this rice? Chen Zhiqian was thundered by Xiao Hyuk's words. Not buddy, slogans you are shouting, do things you are not at all but he patiently replied, "For the 6 of us, you'll put in 4 cups of rice and 5 cups of water." Looking at Xiao Hyuk's departing back, Chen Zhiqian didn't bother much more, but began to do his own tasks. 4 cups of rice, 5 cups of water. This won't put down. Ha! Xiao Hyuk looked at the inner lining of the rice cooker, which was stuffed with 4 cups of rice and 4 cups of water, and couldn't help but scratch his head. One less glass of water shouldn't hurt. Saying that, Xiao Hyuk heavily turned off the rice cooker and pressed the button to start cooking and then walked out of the kitchen. This scene was also recorded by the camera all the time. I'm a jewelry appraiser, and this Shora knows a pearl when it sees one. Y'all don't talk about Shora. It's the gold that always shines. Don't you think so, Shora Iron Juice? This poet grips the ruler. No, it's just that you don't know how to cook. Why do you guys have so much ill will towards our family, Hirsch? Wakey wakey. Start a pan of oil and heat it until it smokes. Following the instructions on his cell phone, Bai Ruowei added ingredients to the pot and started stir-frying. It's not that hard. Sniff. What's that smell? It's like something's burning. Lament, you smell it? Sniff, you say that like there's really Xia Lament smelled the rich, burnt odor coming from the air and began to explore the source of the smell. Vivi, usually rice cookers cook rice like it's all white smoke, right? Bai Ruowei, who was frying vegetables, sniffed and replied without looking back. Yeah, what's wrong? But this rice cooker we have, it's making black smoke. What? Xiaolament's words caused Bai Ruowei's few people to put down the work they were doing and gather around, only to see that the table on the rice cooker at this moment is spitting out a thick black gas. If not, this is the urban text. This high and low is also in the refining of the kind of magic pills will appear the scene. Seeing this, Su Zishi also made the immediate decision to reach down and turn off the power to the plug. Shora, come here for a second. Xiao Hyuk, who was still lying on the sofa resting, also immediately ran towards the kitchen upon hearing this. Ahem, what's this? Why such a burning smell? As soon as he entered the kitchen, Xiao Hyuk was also choking, but he still asked a little uncertainly. Hyuk, did you notice anything unusual about this rice cooker when you were cooking? No, everything is normal. I also follow what you said. 4 cups of rice and 5 cups of water. It is that this rice cooker is not as big as the one in your house. I only put 4 cups of rice and 4 cups of water before it was stuffed. One less glass of water shouldn't cause this problem either. Wait, what does stuffed mean? Does it? In order to confirm his suspicions, Chen Zhiqian directly stepped forward quickly and opened the rice cooker that still had a trace of black gas remaining. Brother, you're my real brother. Really put in 4 cups. Looking at the cups that have melted in the inner liner of the rice cooker, this moment Chen Zhiqian wanted to, the only one rice cooker so sacrificed. This also eat a fart. Starved to death counting the martyred. I don't do it. It's really not my fault. I did it exactly the way Zhiqian explained to me. Bai Ruowei's 3 women's mood at this time had also changed from being full of confidence at the beginning to being lost now. Sniff, sniff. Vivi, do you feel as if there's more of a burnt odor in the air? Listening to Xiao Lament so said, the crowd only then realized that it seems to be true, but obviously the power of the rice cooker has been turned off. So where does this increasingly thick smell of burning come from? Bai Ruowei struggled to shrug his nose, vaguely feeling as if there was a bit of the pungent flavor of chili peppers in this burnt smell. Wait, chili? Bad. Pot luck. The crowd ran to the kitchen at the sound of Bai Ruowei's exclamation. And then, there was no more. Chapter 18, Zhang Chang. Hungry, rice. Although but, I have to say, it did blow my mind. In the living room, all 6 guests were assembled. Looking at the gray-headed crowd, Zhang Chang felt that what he had just said wasn't a bit too much of a downer, and also hurriedly thought of ways to intend to comfort the crowd. Don't be discouraged. Think about it another way. It's a gift to be able to screw up so many things at once. Looking at the several people whose faces were getting darker and darker, Zhang Chang felt that perhaps the comfort was not strong enough. Just as he was planning to increase his efforts, Chen Zhiqian was the first to speak. Don't say it, Makoto. We've gotten much better after hearing your comforting words. Really? Zhang Chang opened his mouth at the words and swallowed back the words he originally intended to comfort, when he suddenly felt as if there was something beside him tugging at the corner of his coat. He looked back and a pitiful Xiao Lament appeared in his field of vision. Zhang Chang, hungry, rice. Okay, you go back to your room and clean up. Then wait a little while, it'll be ready in a minute. Originally also intended to flirt with the crowd for a few sentences, Zhang Chang saw the scene was also defeated on the spot. There is no way. He felt that this is the brine point tofu, one thing is like another. Everyone go back to your rooms and clean up as well. Chef Jiang, will cover the meal today. Makoto, you are, my god. Chen Zhiqian directly ran over and hung onto Zhang Chang's body. If he could, he never wanted to go back to that hellish scene. Okay, can you go back? No, snot is coming down. Knock on wood. The engineering CP is so sweet. I told my mom I might have diabetes, and my mom asked me why. and I showed her the live stream. And then she said she was going to the hospital too. Upstairs, if it's true all I can say is get well soon. If it's false all I can say is filial death to me. Qian, can you put your snotty nose away? I won't dare to declare that we're Qian fans from now on if you're like this. After a day of laboring, Ken's fans came home to see their star like this, and their bent backs finally broke. Finally, in the crowd's thanks, Zhang Chang came to the scene of the crime. This is really a big problem for me. The frying pan can still be used if I wash it, but the rice cooker is already ruined. Troubled Zhang Changyo want to buy things. I have a super large rice cooker. Large rice cooker and medium-sized rice cooker for you to choose. Oh. Director Lee's form peeked out from the kitchen door and handed Zhang Chang a sheet printed with 3 different sizes as he spoke. How much does this small size rice cooker sell for? We don't have a small size rice cooker. The one you're referring to is our medium size rice cooker. I don't care what you guys say. I'm just asking how much is this small size rice cooker? The smallest of the 3? This is the center. Not buying it. Before Director Lee could finish speaking, Zhang Chang had already indicated that he would not buy and pushed Director Lee out of the kitchen and closed the kitchen door behind him. After a long sigh of relief, Zhang Chang is somewhat grateful. Fortunately, his last name is Zhang not Luo, or today's face is estimated to be swollen. But then he was stumped. How should he cook this meal? Just as he was about to give up thinking about going to Director Lee to buy that smaller rice cooker, an inadvertent glance back led him to a great find. Ha 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 ha. The Mr. Jiang, don't do this, Mr. Jiang, don't do this. The scene didn't happen, but it was still so funny. Director Lee's wave perfectly illustrates what it means that rules are dead and so are people. But how is Zhang Chang going to cook if he doesn't buy a rice cooker? What's Zhang Chang doing with a pressure cooker? A pressure cooker can be used to cook rice? To the upstairs science, pressure cooker can be used to cook rice, especially in the highland areas of our country, because of the low air pressure. Want to steam rice? Pressure cooker is essential. Thank you. I'd still be in the dark if it weren't for your explanation. You're welcome, Drummond man. It's really a mountain of doubt and a village of darkness. If you want to pit me against my money, do it in your next life. He. Looking at the equipment that was already complete, Zhang Chang also started his cooking business. Inside Bai Ruowei's room, Xia Lament and Bai Ruowei were each changing their clothes, and the 2 good sisters were chatting with one another. Lament, tell me the truth. How do you feel about that Zhang Chang right now? Bai Ruowei suddenly asked this question, causing Xia Lamentation at the side to instantly redden her cheeks. Oops, why did Vivi ask that all of a sudden? Looking at her sister's look of concern, Bai Ruowei already knew the outcome. By the way, I forgot to ask you yesterday. Does Uncle Xia know you're here for the program? Xia Lament heard this question and turned her head to Bai Ruowei in confusion. Do we still have to tell him? What? Uncle Xia doesn't know you're coming to this program? Audrey E. White, Xia Bai, a youngest child born in the family of the oldest player in the open service, from a young age has shown amazing business talent. By virtue of his own ability and his family's background, he became the top predator of the business of the summer country in just over 40 years. Although their Xia and Bai families were family friends, in terms of strength and heritage, it was still the Xia family that was superior. Now, this top predator's most precious jewel in the palm of his hand had participated in the love synthesis without his permission. It would have been fine if nothing had happened. But the point was, it seemed like something was going to go terribly wrong now. Xia Lament looked at Bai Ruowei, who was in a state of shock, with a bewildered look on her face. She didn't understand that her good best friend would have such a big reaction after hearing about this. Yeah, I was going to go to him about it, but he was in a meeting and didn't have time. Then I went to my grandma, who agreed to come after hearing about it. So here I am. What's wrong, Vivi? Listening to Xia Lament's explanation, Bai Ruowei also breathed a long sigh of relief. Dead ninny, next time don't talk in a big breath. It scares me to death. Watch the move. Said directly as a sneak attack, towards Xia Lament's armpit attack. Ha 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 ha. Wei, I was wrong. I won't dare next time. A silvery laughter came from the room as well as the playful bantering of the 2 women, but it soon fell silent once more. Capital of a country. Inside the Xia family compound, a graceful middle-aged man was at the moment striding towards the inner courtyard, where an old woman named Mu Huijin was lying on a rocking chair. Mom, how could you agree to let Shai participate in that kind of program? As soon as he entered the door, Xiaobai opened his mouth and complained towards his own mother, who was lying on a rocking chair in the courtyard with her eyes closed. You're so old and still so fussy. Our Xiao sure is so big. What's wrong with going to have some fun? The white girl is there, with her looking after her. Xiao sure won't have any problems. That girl is very smart, but those people are just ordinary people who... Xiaobai's words have not finished. Originally still lying in the rocking chair, leisurely cool summer family old lady Heard immediately sat up in the rocking chair. In front of the Xiaobai, splitting head and face is a scolding. Xiaobai, you brat got hardened, didn't you? Your own daughter-in-law wasn't an ordinary person before? Your father used to be a crop farmer. What? Now you can't stand ordinary people? Watching his own mother angry, Xiaobai was scared on the spot, almost gave a knee. Since childhood is under the care of the mother's love and love of a blow to grow up, Xiaobai is most afraid of his own mother. He hurriedly switched to whisper mode and explained, I don't mean that. I'm also afraid that Xiao Shi will be aggrieved. What if he's a good manipulator? How can that be good? Normally, he consciously was also a very open-minded person. But this morning his secretary came to report that his own daughter had gone to participate in a relationship variety show and was also quite close to one of the male guests. He directly lost his mind at that time, and his mind also automatically brainstormed an image. Lao dang. I don't have much to give you on my first visit, but a grandchild to play with. Dad, you don't know him. Uncle Dan, say that again? Shapiro, and again. For the millionth time, he came in piece by piece. Well, of course what you say isn't unreasonable. Turn around and have someone look up those 3 lads and send them over to me. I want to see them for myself. Well, there's nothing else for you to do, so go away. You're kind of in my way here. Yes. Xiaobai sniffed and lifted his leg to go out. Behind him moved Huijin, who was resting his eyes. But at this moment, he urged, don't think about calling my good granddaughter back. Do whatever she wants, if you don't want to get your ass kicked. Hearing this, Sharp only managed to squeeze one word out of his teeth. Good. Gritting teeth. Achoo. Jiang Chang, who was cooking, suddenly sneezed. Who is this chanting about me? Why does this back feel cold? Thinking that it was probably because the air conditioning was turned down too low, I put the matter behind me and continued to concentrate on cooking. Chapter 19, Muting the World. It smells so good. Chen Zhiqian, who was the first to come to the waiting living room, shrugged his nose vigorously. Now that's cooking. Su Zd, who came to the living room right after him, couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief even as he smelled the aroma emanating from the air. It's no good waiting around like this, and we also happen to have 5 of us now, so why don't we take a tense and exciting day trip to the canyon? Looking at the crowd assembled in the living room, Xiao Hyuk stood up and proposed. After making such a big embarrassment before, he had to find his way back elsewhere, and now they were also exactly 5 people, and now Jiang Chang couldn't spare any time and wouldn't steal his thunder. Chen Zhiqian couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief as he listened to Xiaohe's proposal. It's not easy, brother finally a good proposal. Under Xiaohe's sultry gaze, the crowd pulled out their cell phones. It's time for my favorite part of the platoon 5 in a row. Team Love Syndrome. Strike. The smart ones are already logged into the game, ready to go, and I'll immediately follow when they start matching. How can people be so smart? Take me one, thanks. I'm coming too. I'll give our hack a hard head as soon as I can get in line. Upstairs is truly the late meaning of the other sun, the rising east sun. Welcome to Pesticide King. The tone of the start of the game resounded throughout the live broadcast at this time, and the fierce battle was about to start. Soon the lower road duo was killed through by the sisters Xiao Lament and Bai Ruowei. At this time, the opposite side of the lower road duo was beaten without any power, and directly began to deduct words on the public screen. Enemy ad, no cooperation at all. I really can't play a little with you. I'm going solo next. Enemy auxiliary Dick Xiao, you've changed. You couldn't even spare a thought to scold me before. Now you scold me every day, carrot. Enemy ad, it's my bad baby. Chen Zhiqian, who was in the middle of a fierce battle on the upper road, could not help but secretly spit at the sight of this scene. Xiaohodun, Chen Zhiqian to a licking dog. This should have been the end of the matter, but who knew that there would be cake hands? Enemy ad, I should have scolded you before. Xiaohodun, Chen Zhiqian werewolf. Pei Tietu, Su Zishi, it's okay. De Qiao, there are flight attendants to take you. Enemy ad, stewardess. Pei Shang, who you are a stewardess? Pei Tua, Su Zishi. Enemy ad, oh. This battle was undoubtedly won with the carry of the bottom duo. With hot hands, they decided to ride the wave and started straight away on a high. The second game entered the middle of the game. In the whole game are in a steady progress. Love comprehensive teams playing field. Suzy DZ maneuvered her Hanxan to the lower road to give the opposite side to complete a 3-pack 2, directly over the tower kill. At this moment the lower road of the line period also announced the end of the victory of the scales began to love comprehensive team tilt. The public screen was also at this point in time when the opposite side started interacting wildly after the line ran out. Enemy auxiliary? Miyamoto Musashi is still brushing the field. You do not know how to play wild opening, how not to say ah. Leave me in auxiliary position. Results you finish like this. Miyamoto Musashi, enemy fielder? I can't play the field? You're kidding, right bro? Enemy aid, do you know how to play the field? Why don't I see it? Miyamoto Musashi, enemy fielder, I've played so much wild. Can't you see? Is that an ornament in the eye box? Enemy aid, you don't know how to catch people? Miyamoto Musashi, enemy fielder, I'm just a fielder, not a cop. What am I doing arresting people? The words instantly gave both sides of the red and blue sides dry silence. I'm racking my brain every day on abstraction and I can't beat these gifted players. In a way, What this Miyamoto says isn't all bad. Upstairs brother Reason wishes you to meet this kind of teammate every day in the future. How can you curse me with such a vile curse? Because the opposite downfield duel caused them to collectively agree on one decision, point up. It was in the midst of this ridiculous maneuvering that Team Love Syndrome once again won the second hand of the game. Sound of an empty stomach. A protest came from her stomach at that moment, forcing Xiaoliao to put down her cell phone for the time being and look towards the closed kitchen. Jiang Chang, so hungry. It's almost ready. It's just this last soup. Hang in there. Hearing Jiang Chang's reply, the crowd decided open the last hand. And after the fight it was estimated that they would be able to eat. Welcome to Pesticide King. Enemy forces have 5 seconds to reach the battlefield. The final showdown has officially begun. Xiao Lament, AD, Marco Polo, Bai Ruowei, Auxiliary, Yao, Dicky Su, playing the field, Nacho Lulu, Chen Zhiqian, top single, Chang Bite Jean, Xiao He, center single, Jin Ji, Red AD, Gong Sun Li, Red's Auxiliary, Kai Wenji, Red's playing field, Han Xin, Red's top man, Bai Chi, Red center single, Shangwan Wanner. I'm lining them up. I'm Kai Wenji. I'm going to give head to my Hyuk. A pop-up appeared that made the rest of the live stream not pay much attention at first, thinking it was backtracking. But who knows the game? Xiaohe maneuvered. Jinji just walked to the middle of the road to see a head of Hee True Love fan ID of Kai Wenji blankly rushed to the defense tower over. Xiao Hyuk looked at the ID and smiled heartily. Then a smoothly pocketed the head. The red AD was straight up pissed off at this, and he just started outputting on the public screen. Gong Sunli, I shamefully called Foma Fu. Do you think you are the United States mission to give away in the opening round? Kai Wenji, what's your name? Gong Sunli, where did you get the face to talk? And what are you called? Han Xin, her name is Kai Wenji. Your name is Gong Sunli, and my name is Han Xin. An unsmoked battle was put to rest in a few words by Han Xin. The game was also starting to get organized. The only difference being that what was supposed to be a 5v5 game was now a 6v4. Hook, are you really that hungry? You ate all of the opposite skill by yourself and gave the opposite side the head of an adult. In the late stages, the atmosphere of the battle became more and more scorching. Xiao Hyuko walk by the opposite side of the easy set of fire to the second. As soon as the main C died, the rest of the Love Song team was forced to start retreating backward and managed to hold off the enemy's attack at the big crystal, forcing the red team to retreat after Xiao Hyuk's resurrection. Seeing that the physical wave won't work, red decides to have a bit of a mental attack. Han Xin, 6-4 and still get counter-killed. Can you play? Did you go to the vegetable garden to pull vegetables from the opposite side center? Jinji, Xiaohe, what do you call it? You'll see if I win or you're done. Han Xin, my name is Shangwan Nan Beinan. I think you are Sima stuff. Jinji, Xiaohe, my name is Feng Dafu. 800 words omitted below. Hansen, Joy. Look at my ID. Xiao Hyuk felt a lot more relaxed after a burst of mouthfuls of fragrance, but he also opened the scoreboard after seeing the enemy Han Xin's speech, wanting to check what happened to the opponent's ID. Han Xin scolded me for grass. With a bellowing cry from Xiao Hyuk, he directly turned his grief and anger into strength and began a counterattack, and managed to attack the red side's high ground and began to make his final output against the opposite side's large crystal. Jinji, Xiaohe, why don't you scream anymore? Is it because you don't like it? At the moment when the crystal was about to be destroyed, Xiao Hyuk directly started typing on the public screen, but the image of the red side's crystal exploding that he expected didn't appear. Instead, the screen turned sharply downward to the image of his own base exploding, and there was also a Han Xin in the screen. There should be music at this moment. Ami Oil Cat Ray. Why is the screen black? Try double-clicking on it. Turn the world on mute and listen to the sound of a famous sword breaking. Looking at the disadvantaged situation and routed teammates, Han Xin prayed to the gods, and the only thing that answered him was dream tears. It's so lit. It's more lit than Bo lit. Failure. 2 large words presented themselves to the Love Song 5. Xiao Hyuk even rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and after confirming it again and again, he was also forced to accept the fact that the failure would not be rested. This Han Xin's ID. Why does it look so familiar? Bai Ruowei, who was at the side, opened her mouth in surprise as she hurriedly looked over her sparring record, and soon the look on her face became strange. This Han Xin, why does he seem to be Jiang Chang? Shaw, crowd, ha 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 ha. Congratulations to our vibe for discovering the truth. But unfortunately there is no reward. As a viewer who has been squatting at Jiang Chang's live broadcast, I can only say that he really is too effective for the show. Look at Shora's face. It's already turned into a pig's liver color. After Bai Ruowei's words were spoken, the crowd all revealed a look of bewilderment. Can't be. Isn't Jiang Chang cooking? How did he have time to play with his cell phone? Chen Zhiqian was the first to voice a question. Go and see if you don't. Su Zishi finished speaking and headed straight for the closed kitchen door, and the other 4 followed. Wow, The door was opened and the aroma of multiple dishes placed on the tabletop greeted him. The soup simmering in the casserole on the stovetop was still steaming out. Beside the table, looking at the 5 people who had collectively killed their way in, Jiang Cheng blinked. What? It's not illegal to play 2 games while making soup, is it? Chapter 20, Great, the heart is finally dead. You're the one who called me? Xiao He in the crowd was the first to walk out. He looked at Jiang Cheng in front of him with indignation, wishing to kill him by 1,000 cuts at this moment. Do you realize how much those words of yours hurt a baby who just turned 300 months old? Jiang Cheng looked at Xiao He, who was gritting his teeth at himself in front of him with a puzzled face. He did not understand where he had hurt him again. I'm the Donnie Darko of the last handful. Looking at the innocent-faced Jiang Cheng, Xiao Hyuk squeezed these words out from between his teeth. Jiang Cheng, who heard this, immediately understood, at the same time recalling the last put on the public screen in a frenzy of mutual humiliation to ink. Jiang Cheng could not help but sweat. Bad. It's a single kill coming from the line that can't beat the line. Looking at the furious Xiao He, Jiang Cheng was first silent for a moment, then said tentatively, then I'll wait and watch the 30-second commercial for the Resurrection Order Hall show, grass. The resentment went straight to the clouds, and he turned directly to seize the door. The audience in the live room fell down in laughter straight away. Xiao Hyuk simply to be angry. Originally I do not pay attention to these stars, but at this moment suddenly a little heartbroken Xiao Hyuk how to do. Jiang Cheng's mouth is really a world-famous mouth, always able to hit the nail on the head and make a person see blood. I had thought it was scripted until I saw the scene. Xiao He, Jiang Cheng, you can really 9 roller bad 1-8 pressure ah. The scene was edited on the network, making the show's heat high, and the hot search list was even wrapped up by Jiang Cheng. Hashtag surprise. 2 male guests on a romance roundup actually do this kind of thing. Hashtag Jiang Cheng, watch a 30-second commercial to resurrect Rindong. Hashtag world famous Jiang Cheng hashtag. Looking at the door out of Xiao He, Jiang Cheng is also a bit puzzled. What is this? Help Resurrection is not happy? Nah, since everyone is here then it's just right to serve these dishes first, and in another 2 minutes the soup will be ready and everyone can start eating. Hey, you can eat. Xia lamented and cheered on the spot. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon and they had just had their first meal of the day. Looking at the 6 dishes and 1 soup on the table, Xiao Hyuk, standing aside, struggled to skim his head to one side. He secretly swore in his heart, he Xiao Hyuk today even if he is starved, outside jumping down from this Himalayas, but also won't eat Jiang Cheng this dog thing a little something. Burp, these ribs are so flavorful. How do you think Jiang Cheng did this pinch? How can this be so delicious? After swallowing the last bite of rice in his mouth, Xiao Hyuk also burped with satisfaction. When the eating session ended, Chen Zhiqian took the initiative to step forward and said that he would wash the dishes. Then he was the only one who went to the kitchen with a bunch of bowls. He had thought that Xiao Hyuk would still take the initiative to come and help him. After all, the meal was made by someone else. Jiang Cheng, and a few others were also girls, so it was only natural and justifiable for them not to come. But you a thickite Xiao Hyuk, how watery lying on the couch does not move ah hey. Hashtag, but he cannot say it openly. After all, the curry is placed there, and he is not as emboldened as Jiang Cheng. Alas, after all, he was the one who carried it all. Looking at the sink stacked full of cutlery, he decided to take out all the indignation in his heart on it. Just you on the dish ah? Eat your grandpa Chen a set of split tendon wrong bone hand, and you, small chopsticks still want to run. See your grandpa Chen not to give you dish smooth, small frying pan ridiculous. See how I hand in hand detergent to destroy you. What's the difference between that and taking it in public? For a moment it was impossible to tell if he hated washing dishes or enjoyed it. See how happy the kid is. You'll wash all the dishes from now on. Ha 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 ha. You didn't spare him either. Great. The heart weekend fans were hanging on to is finally dead. R.I.P. Director Lee, can I go back to my room and sleep? With the idea of giving it a try, Jiang Cheng applied to Director Lee for the idea of going back to the room for a rest, because according to the rules of the program, the guests were required to move under the record of the camera when not necessary, and there was no camera in the room. Jiang Cheng was ready to accept the director's concession of installing a camera in his room, but he didn't expect Director Lee's answer to be a bit unexpected. Yo, what wind blew our teacher Jiang over? Want to go back to the room to rest? Is that a problem? Makoto? Listen to me. I can't control other things, but in my program, as long as you don't do anything illegal, you can do whatever you want. It is no wonder that Director Lee is not excited. In this era of traffic is king, Jiang Cheng in the eyes of Director Lee that can be a proper money tree. Originally, he had invited Xiao He to come over in the beginning because he wanted him to hold up the fort, and he had thought of all the hot titles at the beginning. Hashtag inside fish top stream actor in love variety. Surprisingly, it's him? Hashtag. You say explosive not explosive it, but I did not expect Jiang Cheng from the beginning of the direct emergence. The original should be as a bearer of Xiao He hard to suppress. and seems to be in that Xia lamentation also walked quite close. That is, he even hope cannot look at the background. Ah, this must not give Jiang Chang for up. Not afraid of your request. Afraid of you did not ask. Ah. On the contrary, the thought of Xiao Healy director feel pain. I knew that there is Jiang Chang will not invite Xiao He. White blind I gave him so much notice fee. Blood loss. Still Jiang Chang good. Ah. Money to spend less not to say. Business ability is strong to no side. This kind of person is destined to soar to the sky. Now can be befriended to befriended. Cannot be befriended also have to give people a good impression is not. Watching the directorly in front of him after experiencing happy, shocked, pained, as well as relieved face changes, Jiang Chang also had to secretly admire. No wonder people can be a director. You look at the speed of this change of face 4 times a second. That is the peak of the Chuan since C are ashamed of themselves. Ah, then thank you. Director Li, I'll go back first if there's nothing else. Still call what Li guide. Ah, biased not. I drag big call you a Jiang old brother, you just call me Li old brother is good. Okay, then thank you brother Li, then I'm off and on. Jiang Chang pulled his hand out of Director Li's palm in his fond eyes, then ran into his room at a 100-meter sprint and locked the door behind him. The first time after closing the door of the room, Jiang Chang rushed to the restroom. After using the hand sanitizer for 5 times, Jiang Chang felt slightly more comfortable. Then he sat on the edge of the bed and began to search for some information. Strange, this also did not see said lead director is the report of Nantong. Ah, that he just why so tightly hold my hand. Look at my eyes full of golden light also with a bit of reluctance. Hard to be really I think too much? After taking a long breath, Jiang Chang put what had just happened behind him, because what he now had open on his cell phone was that phenomenal work in the history of online novels, The Dueling Vault of Heaven. Well, full unabridged, needles don't rub. After opening the hottest reading platform in this world, the Ocean Persimmon platform, he started the process of registering as an author. And then after spending half an hour setting all the subsequent chapters to be released on a timed basis, he left it alone. Sleep. Soon Jiang Chang entered dreamland. At the same time, capital of a country. Inside the Xia family compound, Mu Huijin couldn't stop frowning as he looked at the 3 thick pieces of information in his hands. This young man called Xiao Hyuk is also too bad. After studying for a junior high school degree, even dropped out of school, which cannot be said to be gifted. It is also a fool. Compared with him, I read 2 years of high school are considered to be rich and learning in 5 cars of the generation. After becoming famous, the lifestyle is even worse. How can young people nowadays go after these people? Alas, I don't know what the old man was lamenting with this sigh, and sharp at the side didn't make a sound. He was afraid that he would be beaten if he opened his mouth now. Chen Zhiqian, musical family, ancestor is a big landlord? Humph, what I hate most in my life is landlords and those capitalist vampires. Ahem, sharper, who was on the sidelines, couldn't help but cough at the words. You cough a fart. This is also you are now born in the era of good. To change in the past you have been hanging street lamps. What you call the day entertainment of the broken company must be strictly in accordance with the laws and regulations of the country to run. No, but where you have a little bit of exploitation of laborers, I will directly give you legs broken. Yes. Xiaobai wiped the cold sweat that emerged on his forehead, verbally kept promising. Of course he did. After all, his own mother said that the legs are broken. That is really to break. Last one. Let's see Anan. Jiang Chang. Well, everything looks quite normal. Only child. Both parents dead. Quite good. If Xiaoshi marries there won't be any mother-in-law and daughter-in-law conflicts. Affiliation. Hey, still in the same crappy company you run? It's just a pity that it's a bit mediocre. I guess Xiaoshi can't see him. Alright, nothing else? Go away and be honest out there. If I hear you treating my precious granddaughter badly, watch your legs. How dare you? Xiaoshi's status in the family is much higher than mine. I can't wait to love and care for her. Don't give me that shady. Get out of here. After saying that, a soul flew from Mu Huijin to Xiaobai, who was on the side. Wrong mother. Ouch. A figure darted out of the courtyard. Mu Huijin reclined back into the rocking chair, and soon the courtyard fell into a calm, with only a hint of breeze blowing occasionally and the creaking sound of the rocking chair from time to time. Keep an eye on that program the young lady is participating in and report back to me at the first sign of trouble. It's the chairman. As soon as he left the compound, the aura on Xiaobai immediately changed. No longer the image of the one who was obsequious to the old lady of the Xia family in the courtyard, but a general who had been in the battlefield for a long time. Go back. I need to change my clothes. The vehicle started slowly and drove down another street. The same vermilion door. The same compound. As soon as Sharp entered, he saw a graceful-looking woman sitting in the hall laughing at a flat panel. The woman who saw her husband coming back also immediately ran over, and at the same time also handed over the tablet in her hand. Hubby, look, this Jiang Chang is so funny. Netizens are saying that he's a good match for our family Xiaoshi. I think so too. Ha 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 ha, half laughing, Xia's mother realized that her husband's face had somehow become more and more ironic. What's the matter? You don't think this one's funny? I'll change it for you. Enough! How dare you laugh when your own daughter is about to be abducted? Xiaobai did not know why only feel angry. A moment of emotional outburst directly roared out, but just after the roar he regretted, only to see Xia mother's eyes a moment on the red. She turned sad and whimpering. It is my knot. In the past days, brother is always busy to perfume me. This time it is not easy to come back to a trip is to me bad language. After all, is not in the heart of my brother. Bad. It's this one again, and it's just that he, Sharpay, eats it up. It's all my fault. I was also momentarily overwhelmed by anger. Forgive me for this time, Shi Jian. After coaxing for more than a quarter of an hour plus various assurances, Xia mother was also finally coaxed. Looking at his wife, who resumed her seat on the sofa and continued to watch the program, and recalling everything he had just experienced in the compound, Sharp felt tired. He made his way to the bedroom and flung himself on the bed. Forget it, whatever, love it, I'm tired. P.S. Dodit Sangxiong is a series of long mystery novels written by online author Tianji Todo. Chapter 21, Returning to the countryside to visit family. Accidentally raiding cousin. It was only when he slept until late afternoon that Zhang Chan woke up leisurely. Looking up at the window, the sky was red. Felt around and found his cell phone by his pillow. Opened it to find it was already 6:30 in the evening. Looked at the screen and there was not a single message. Zhang Chan looked out the window a little lost in thought. The surrounding was quiet. This was the first time since he crossed over that he felt an emotion called loneliness spreading in his heart. Halfway through the morning, just as he was about to roll out of bed and prepare to shuffle slightly out the door, the one that was far ahead but started vibrating like crazy. Zhang Cheng suspiciously picked up the remote leader to take a look. Good guy. Just now also empty message interface instantly became 99 plus. As we all know, far peak blue plus connections equals lost connections. When Zhang Cheng was still at a loss for words over the cell phone that kept popping up with new message prompts in front of him, an unfamiliar phone call also came in, and as soon as it was connected an excited voice came out from the opposite side. Finally picked up. Woohoo! Are you Mr. Leapfrog? No, I'm Badger. Zhang Cheng pressed the hang-up button heavily after he finished speaking. Is the professionalism of scammers so low these days? And leaping earth, I'm still Lu whatever I say son it. This side of Zhang Cheng was still spitting out this liar's skill development is not passable. Intending to open the cell phone to see what the hell happened that through the phone call again called over. Hey, Mr. Leapfrog, don't hang up yet. We're from the Ocean Persimmon platform. 4 hours ago you released a book titled Fighting Dome of Heaven on our platform. Do you see it? Originally thought to answer the phone with the opposite side of the liar to break the head a good, but listening to the opposite side of the so said, in so a careful thought, as if, indeed, there is such a thing anon. Are you listening, Mr. Leapfrog? Anon is listening. What can I do for you? These words also brought a long sigh of relief from the platform worker across the street. God knows how he had gotten through the last hour. 4 hours ago, Zhang Cheng left the books alone after setting them up for timed release, but after all, he didn't have to write them himself, and all the words he set up for release were a bit much. On an uneventful afternoon, Huarong sat back at his workstation after making himself a cup of coffee in the company's pantry as usual. As a new editor, his job is to find the best in hundreds of books every day. The work cannot be said to be interesting, it is at least boring. Every day is like panning for gold in the poop. The key is that most of the time there is no gold. Today's he turned on his computer as usual and began to plunge his hand inside the sea of feces and fumble. The grey wolf is in full favor, and the petite village chief doesn't want to escape? What the hell? Next, after being bullied by Rudra, the monkey king, he cries. Next, the god of war returns, finds that his daughter has been sold to a brothel, and in a fit of anger orders 100,000 generals to perform for his daughter? Is this something a carbon-based creature could come up with? This seems okay. Take a look. Chapter 1 is surrounded by 1,000 people. They are. You really write 1,000 names? Hey. I don't believe it anymore. Not a single normal book. Next, crossing into Wang Baochuan's me and die battle he? Let's speak Chinese, okay kid. Huarong feels so tired. Why should I be able to read these things? If he could he would like nothing more than to donate his eyes to the needy right now. No, F.A. Rong, have you forgotten the ideal you started with? You're the man who's going to become the editor king. Come on, don't underestimate yourself, asshole. After cheering himself up fiercely, Huarong once again devoted his attention to the works in front of him. Returning to my hometown to visit my family, I accidentally raided my cousin. It seems to be a bit of a look, eh? Who told you to copy Dream of the Red Chamber? Asshole. Come on, let's be normal. Huarong wanted to cry, while the hand that clicked on the next book didn't stop. Fighting Heavenly Vault? 100,000 words more on the first day? It can't be another Kakashi. See first, Chapter 1. Dofu Force 3 Duan. What a 3-year contract. What a way to deceive the youth. Without realizing it, an hour had passed, and just as Huarong clicked back to continue reading, a yellow button appeared on the page. Rush. A second later, a wail came from the seated Huarong. After a moment of impotent rage, Huarong took out a share of money from his already dried-up micro-Q wallet and rewarded the author with a reminder. The implication is obvious enough. Iron tie guys. This makes his already poor family even more snow. After the delivery, he suddenly thought, he seems to be a screenwriter. This book is still a newcomer to the work, has not applied for a contract. This sky of wealth is finally going to be my turn. He nimbly handed in the signing application, and at the same time sent a message to his boss's micro-Q to apply for the highest specification signing agreement. Based on his years of experience in the online writing world, this book was bound to explode, and it's going to be a blowout of epic proportions. If it doesn't explode, I'll just Thomas Spiral eat it. The owner of the ocean persimmon would have been still touching the fish. Oh no! He was really watching the flowers bloom and fall in front of the garden, and following the clouds roll in and out of the sky. Looking at the message sent by one of his little brother, he laughed softly. What book he has not read? Such a newcomer's book even have to apply for a top signing? Originally, he was going to just ignore it, but thinking that he seemed to be quite idle at the moment, he was going to look at that book to pass the time. Soon, nearly another hour had passed, and Huarong was anxiously waiting for his boss's reply while exploring the sea of ding. Micro-Q's unique message tone came out, and Huarong smiled the first time he saw the message. The top signing contract has been emailed to you. Go sign him up before someone else does. After receiving his boss's personal instructions, Huarong was also in a springtime mood at this time, as if his dream of becoming the editor king was beckoning him right in front of his eyes, and he dialed the phone number that Zhang Chang had left behind when he registered with him with great anticipation. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is not answered at this time. Please dial again later. I don't think the big man heard me. I'll type another one. Sorry, I think the big guy doesn't have his cell phone with him. No, I'll leave him a message on the site. After editing the message, Huarong waited there silently. Ding! Not a moment later a beep sounded. Huarong was instantly overjoyed. He quickly picked up his cell phone and opened it. Grass! Why is it a membership auto-renewal alert? Ahoy! Chapter 22, Chen Zhiqian. You deserve to die. So you're saying you messaged me 99 plus times plus paged me 50 plus times in an hour? Zhang Chang listened to the opposite side of the story. Even a thick-skinned person like him couldn't help but sweat at this point. He immediately opened his cell phone and passed the other party's friend application, and after carefully scrutinizing the contract that the other party sent over and confirming that there was nothing wrong with it, Zhang Chang also decisively filled in his name on it. In the end, he also hung up the phone in the midst of Huarong's thousand thanks. Zhang Chang took a long breath, and after organizing himself, he also walked out. The living room was quiet. Zhang Chang's eyes swept around and did not find any other people. Only Xiaolament was alone leaning on the sofa taking a nap. The rays of the setting sun spilled into the hall through the gaps in the curtains, and the golden light fell gently on the sofa, reflecting the warmth of summer. Xiaolament had slightly closed her eyes, a faint smile on her face, as if the things in her dream made her extraordinarily happy. Her face looked soft in the sunlight, as if she was being treated gently by the world. Zhang Cheng quietly stood still. His eyes were tightly attracted by Xiaolament. At this moment time seemed to have stopped. He was intoxicated by this tranquility at this moment. Boo! It's so hot. I'll never go running again. Water, I want water. Chen Zhiqian, windy and fiery, broke into the door, directly rushed to the living room coffee table by the farmer, three-fist sponsors of the mineral water, tons and tons of it into their mouths. Burp Farmer's 3 punches is just delicious. Yo Makoto, you're awake? Want a sip? After rehydrating himself, Chen Zhiqian turned his head and saw Zhang Chang with a dark face standing at the entrance of the corridor staring at himself, which couldn't help but make him feel a little hairy. Chen Zhiqian, you deserve to die. I'm going to kill you 10,000 times. It's not even enough. The picture was about to bubble pink, but it was directly interrupted. Ooh, what if I can't tell for a moment if I'm really thirsty or if I'm stringing along? Farmer's 3 punches. Boy, you've gone wide. Is it really that good? I don't believe it. Unless you send me a case so I can try it first. Received my shipment. My kids love it. It's delicious to wear. It smells great. Will repurchase. Ha 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 ha. Look at Zhang Chang's eyes. It's true that you can't hide your eyes when you want to knife someone. Chen Zhiqian, I don't want a brother, but the golden father is giving too much. Xiaolament was also awakened by this sudden sound. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, what came into her eyes was Zhang Chang standing not far away. Zhang Chang, you're awake. The first moment she saw Zhang Chang made her instantly energized. Hearing Xiaolament's voice, Zhang Chang, who was originally still wearing a black face, also instantly changed his face. This scene fell in Chen Zhiqian's eyes could not help but make him feel emotional. These two participate in the seemingly real love synthesis. We participate in all the fake. At that moment the other three also walked in from outside the main door. As soon as they entered the door the crowd also reached for the farmer's 3 punches on the coffee table and began to hydrate. Phew, sorry, glad you weren't there. You are not aware that the sun was so hot out there just now. I feel like I'm going to black out a degree. Bai Ruowei gasped for air and complained to Xiao Lament. He. Vivi is really working hard. Sit over here and I'll give you a shoulder squeeze. Xiao Hyuk looked at Jiang Chang in front of him, and couldn't help but feel smug in his heart. I'm about to surpass you, Jiang Chang, after showing off my super athleticism in front of Bai Ruowei and Su Zishi today. Wait a minute. I'm not a top streamer, am I? Why would I say that? It should be. I'll show you what top stream is, he said to Jiang Chang with slight complacency. It's not that I'm talking about you, Jiang Chang. Young people have to be energetic. Look at me. I exercise self-discipline every day. What about you? How can you succeed like this? A wave of top-law stomping, ostensibly to Jiang Chang's pain as well as encouragement, but in fact, it is to contrast his own image with it, used to set off his own sportsman persona. For someone with only a middle school degree to come up with such a top-notch pole-stepping operation, you have to say that showbiz is a school where you can learn real skills. Jiang Chang also agreed after listening. Yes, you're right. All success depends on acquired efforts. Xiao Hyuk heard the first was a little surprised. This is how So agreed it. My back to refute your words have not yet said it. I just handed over a flat AU point? Then it occurred to me that the kid must have figured it out, knowing the weight of this inner fish top stream of his, shelving this to improve relations with me. Thinking about this, Xiao's face also revealed a smile. He felt very pleased. No, the wrong can change is a good boy. Originally, he had planned to give Jiang Chang small shoes everywhere after the shooting of the program was finished. Now it seems that it will be a few times less. Just as he wanted to continue opening his mouth to encourage Jiang Chang in front of the camera so that he could project an image of caring for his juniors, Jiang Chang spoke before him. Since it's by later effort, then you should rest today and tomorrow. Xiao Hyuk choked on the words, and the smile on his face slowly faded. Shora, what a great point. Suddenly I agree with what's going on. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hyuk is still trying to pull a stump on Jiang Chang. This is good. All unhappy. Jiang Chang has taught us the truth with practical actions. As long as we are a piece of ourselves, no one dares to step on our heads. What I thought were inspirational quotes turned out to be swinging copy. I can't work hard enough the day after tomorrow. I've got things to do the day after tomorrow. Ha ha, what a good point Makoto made. Ha ha. Chen Zhiqian originally laughed old and happy after hearing this, but looking at Xiaoyi's dark face and sultry little eyes, his voice became smaller and smaller, and finally snapped and closed his mouth. So what? I'm going to go wash up first. You guys take your time to chat on. Seeing that the atmosphere seemed to be a little bit not right, Chen Zhiqian also immediately found a reason. The 36th plan is the best plan. Directly slipped away. Humph. Xiao Hyuk grunted coldly, while shouting in his heart, I will definitely come back, and when I do, I will take back the share that belongs to me. Turning around, he also headed towards his room. On the side, Su Zidi saw that the fun was not there, and she also got up with a flourish and walked towards her room on the 3rd floor. Seeing that the crowd had dispersed, Bai Ruowei, who was still enjoying Xiao Lament's massage service, also called a halt to the program, and she had to go wash up as well. When she walked to Jiang Chang's side, she thought about it and still stopped at his side. We were going to let Lament go out with you while you slept, but he said he couldn't leave you here alone, so he didn't come with us. Saying so without making too much of a stop, he crossed over to Jiang Chang and went back inside his room. Jiang Chang also placed his gaze on Xiao Lamentable after hearing this, which also caused Xiao Lamentable's cheeks to instantly turn red. I was just thinking it was too hot out, so I didn't want to go out. Yeah, that's it. Looking at Xiao Lamentable's appearance in frantic defense of himself, Jiang Chang also had a smile at the corner of his mouth. He slowly leaned over towards Xiao Lament's position until he stood in front of Xiao Lament. There's no sun now. Want to go for a walk? Jiang Chang didn't make too many moves, but only issued an invitation to Xiao Lament in front of him. Xiao Lianxian did not say anything, but only nodded heavily, and the two of them looked at each other without words, and together they walked towards the outside of the villa. Chapter 23, The Fairy of the Nest. The summer sun, like a giant ball of molten gold, slowly sank beneath the distant mountains, and the clouds in the sky were colored a brilliant orange-red, like paint splashed across the sky. As the sun officially sets, the colors of the sky gradually turn from warm to soft, and twilight begins to creep in. Jiang Chang and Xiao Lamen strolled along the silent forest path around the lake, and the breeze blowing from the lake carried a moist scent that dispelled the heat of the day. The trees on both sides of the path are lush and green, their branches and leaves sway gently in the evening breeze, casting dappled shadows, and the cicadas chirp one after another, intertwining with the frogs in the distance to form a summer symphony. This was the first time Jiang Chang went out for a walk with a girl, although he maintained a great degree of goodwill towards Xiao Lament, but after all, the two of them had only just known each other for a day. and in his opinion, he had to keep some distance appropriately. Jiang Cheng likes to take it little by little. The more the process, the more the relationship will become indestructible. However, in this fast food era, people can seldom slow down. Everyone is due to walk around the general treatment of feelings. So the last life of Jiang Cheng to have never held the hand of a girl. Jiang Cheng, did you study music before? Xiaolament's words caused the traveling Jiang Cheng to stop. No, why do you ask? Jiang Cheng asked suspiciously. No, it's just that I thought that the song you sang yesterday and the tune you played this morning were so good, and I can't believe that you're not from a science class. It makes me feel a little ashamed of myself, eh? No way. Maybe that's genius. Many people in this world are geniuses, but they all call me a genius. After saying that, Jiang Cheng covered his hands and stood, his body's aura changing abruptly. Ugh, the heights are too high for me. Damn it, what if I let him get loaded? Jiang Cheng, I originally thought to come to the program to see the world, but I didn't realize that I am the world. Shall it be repaired? And which brother will give himself up to ask God to seal up all the doors and windows of his house? Jiang Cheng, look, what's that? Xiaolament exclaimed out in shock, while her hand was still pointing toward the front. This cry of alarm caused Jiang Cheng, who was still standing with his arms folded, to sniff at the sound, only to see the supposedly empty lake edge. At some point there was a black mass of objects, which seemed to be half a human body, and also emitted a faint yellow light. It's bad. I didn't read the calendar when I went out today. I can't really meet the people. Based on the principle that it was better to do more than less, Jiang Cheng was planning to turn around and leave with Xiaolament. But just as he turned around, he saw Xiaolament's eyes glow brightly in the night. Jiang Cheng? This kid can't be trying to. Reality confirmed Jiang Cheng's thoughts, only to see Xiaolament's vermilion lips gently opening, uttering words that made Jiang Cheng's tiger's body tremble. Jiang Cheng, I'd like to take a look. Is that okay? In the end, Jiang Cheng was still defeated, and the two of them began to slowly move towards the location that was emitting a pale yellow light. 1 step, 2 steps, getting closer and closer until the duo got a good look at the thing's true colors. Cinema taught you to fish here at night. I seriously doubt the fishing guys are NPCs who randomly refresh all over the map. After seeing that it was a living people, Jiang Cheng was also relieved. Jiang Cheng, is this man fishing? Xia regretfully inquired to Jiang Cheng beside her, her tone also revealing a hint of curiosity. This was a sport she hadn't been exposed to since she was a child. But what he waited for was not Jiang Cheng's reply, but a boo from the angler who was half in the water. Xia Lamentable also hurriedly covered her mouth when she saw this. Seems like fun, eh? Jiang Cheng, I've never fished before, Xiaolament said softly. Jiang Cheng sniffed and looked at Xiaolament's curious eyes, and then looked at the fishing man not far away. After signaling Xiaolament to wait for him here for a while, Jiang Cheng walked over in the direction of the fishing man. Hey, bro. The fishing guy in the water was caught off guard when he heard a voice behind him and couldn't help but feel a tiger's body shake. He looked behind him in horror only to see a handsome-looking man on the bank behind him. Yvonne. Good health. After confirming that the man in front of him was a large living being, he was enraged, and just as he was about to break into a fit of rage, he saw an attractive shade of red appear in front of his eyes. Silently collecting the tickets into the bag placed on the bank, he turned his head and looked at Jiang Cheng with a pile of smiles and said, "What's the matter, brother? No big deal. Just see you fishing here, my friend, and I also a little itchy hands. Just saw you have a lot of fishing rods here, so I thought to borrow 2 to use a little." Half an hour after the return to you, without paying attention to the speed of the angler's face change, Jiang Cheng directly opened the door to his thoughts. Hey brother, this is out of the ordinary. Who are we with who? Nah, this side of the fishing rod is you choose. Fishing man, after listening to the words of Jiang Cheng, is also directly after their own a big bag of fishing tackle are placed in front of the eyes of Jiang Cheng. Just will be lent to the man in front of this man for half an hour can take 100. This with the pickup money, what is the difference? Soon the two of them, Jiang Cheng and Xiaolament, took their fishing rods and bait, and chose their fishing spot not far from the angler. Looking at the two people who were busy hanging up the bait and casting the rod randomly, the fishing man smiled contemptuously. Another 2 novices. He just played 5 pounds of nesting material in his area. The Jianghu people send nickname, Nesting Immortal, is not their 2 novice can be compared to. 100 easy to hand. Today is a good day of fishing, a good day. With that, he stopped paying attention to the Jiang Cheng duo and began to focus all his attention on the buoy in the center of the lake. Huli, city in Hubei. Fish 1, great, the quartz relief grain has come down. Brothers, come and eat it. An older fish couldn't help but chortle at the sight. What court? This is an immortal, legendary nesting fairy. Rumor has it that as long as we offer sacrifices to the fairy, we will not have to go hungry for a long time. Quickly go and prepare the boys and girls. The float on the lake moved and the angler was overjoyed that it hadn't taken long to catch a fish. It's a good day's work. He immediately began reeling in his rod, and soon a black figure flew out of the water with the rod in one pass. Angler guy couldn't help but mutter as he looked at the catch in front of him. How is this even a whole child labor thing? With a cry of darkness, he threw the small fish in front of him back into the lake, went up to the shore and began to rehang the bait. Huli, City and Hubei, listening to the little fish. The older fish exclaimed something bad. It's bad. The immortals must not be happy with our offerings. Fish 1, what should we do? You're the oldest, so come up with an idea, and we'll all listen to you. Fish 2, right. Older fish, at this point in time, for the sake of our descendants and the continuation of our community, it looks like it's up to us big fish. Fish 1, but the passage for the sacrifice is closed. What should we do now? It's hard to believe that heaven is going to kill my tribe. Just as all the fish were in despair, Fish 2 suddenly pointed not far away and said, look over there. 2 sacrificial passages. Elder fish, it must be that the immortals were not satisfied with our sacrifice just now, and have hereby sent down a divine decree that double the number of sacrifices is required. Clansmen, the time for sacrifice has come, for the sake of our descendants. Go! Chapter 24, Don't Be the People. Lakes. Jiang Chang, do you think we can catch a fish? Xia Lament, who had just finished setting up his fishing rod, asked Jiang Chang, who was at the side. At that Jiang Chang first froze for a moment, but soon he replied in a pleasant manner. Of course, after all, you're so good looking, the fish in the lake will definitely line up to take the bait. Huli, City and Hubei. Little Fish 1, Dad, are you really leaving? I can't bear to see you go. Fish 1, silly boy. Dad is doing this so that you can have more food in the future and be able to live better. Well, Dad is leaving. With that said, it turned resolutely, and at a command from the older fish, bit into the hook that gave off a chilly, cold light. It's moving. Jiang Chang, the buoy seems to have moved. My buoy moved too. Hurry up and reel it in. After saying that, the two of them picked up the fishing rod and started to lift it up. But what puzzled the two of them was that this reining in didn't take too much effort from the two of them. Maybe it was a small fish. They thought so. But soon, 2 large fish were pulled out of the water at the same time by the duo. Hooked. Here comes the fish. Looking at the bending of the rod, I guess it's a small fish. Not much meaning. What is it? You tell me what it is. Looking at the 2 big fish that appeared in front of the camera, the netizens were silent, and so was the fishing guy next door. Newbie protection period. Yeah, that must be it. I'm not jealous. Calm down. Jiang Chang, is this a big fish? Xia Lament asked, pointing at this fish in front of him. Well, I guess that counts. Why don't we try a couple of casts while we're at it? Jiang Chang gave an ambiguous answer. After all, he hadn't caught any fish either, so he didn't know if this was considered a big fish. The duo then put the fish inside the bucket behind them and proceeded to cast their rods into the lake. Fish 1, I am a fish. Just now I voluntarily sacrificed myself to the nesting fairy. At the moment I left the water, I felt that I suddenly couldn't catch my breath. Just when my consciousness was blurred and I felt that I was going to die, the sudden oxygen made me come back to life. But at this time my periphery is dark, like there is a wall that traps me in place. I think this must be the nesting fairy magic. Wait to meet me should be death. At this moment I just want to shout a sentence. Tell my son, I'm not a coward. Just as Fish 1 was frankly ready to die, there was a flop and another fish landed in the bucket, followed by 1, 2, 3, and on. Phew, so tired. Jiang Chang, I didn't expect fishing to be so tiring. I suddenly don't like fishing anymore. Jiang Chang aside while casting the rod while smashing the mouth. He also felt a little outrageous. Do not say that fishing is a kind of technical work. Is it possible that I am attending a technical school? The fishing guy on the side looked at the scene with a dumbfounded look, as if he was still rubbing his eyes in disbelief. The audience in the live broadcast room also fell silent at this time, and it took a long time before any pop-ups were sent out. If you don't know, ask me. I'm not turning on a relationship program. Why is the live feed a fishing broadcast? The first one is a rookie protection period. The second one is lucky. The third one is skill. But you tell me, what's this bucket full of fish they both have? Seeing you guys catch fish is worse than my Air Force. Look at him. God, you look at him. They've both even gotten so perfunctory that they can fish without bait. Can you tell me where you are? I'll book a flight right now. Excuse me. Originally still flinging the hook while Jiangcheng, 2 people heard also suspended the action of the hands, only to see just still over their fishing man at this time is holding 2 bottles of drinks and 2 red tickets were handed to the 2 people respectively. Brother, my little brother just had eyes but didn't recognize him. Tai, I didn't expect to meet a high person. I'll return this money to you. This extra one and these 2 bottles of water are my apologies. We'll take the water, but you take the ticket. After all, it's us who borrowed your props, and besides, we're not high achievers. It's just pure luck. Seeing Jiang Chang say so, the fishing man could only give up and put the ticket back, but he was still a bit undeterred and turned his head to Xiaolam and said, Sister-in-law, put. Hearing this, Jiang Chang sprayed the drink he had just imported directly out. and Xiao Lianxia's cheeks blushed with shame at the sound of his words. Ahem, don't talk nonsense Anon, we haven't even gotten started yet. Fishing man see two people's expression is also hastily said. I understand in fact, I do not have anything, just want to ask brother, you fishing tips or what? Of course, if it is inconvenient not to say on the line. Jiang Chang, who had heard the words, stroked his non-existent beard, and after thinking for a moment said to the fishing man, do you think there's a possibility that the fish are biting because they look at us with a high face value? Fishing guy? He hastily looked at the two men in front of him, then picked up his cell phone and turned on the mirror to look at himself, a sense of frustration setting in. Without a word he turned and was about to leave. He's so pitiful. Jiang Chang, or let's help him. Some are sorry to look at the fishing man left the lonesome back, cannot help but feel pity. A side of Jiang Chang heard also nodded. After all, fishing rod what is borrowed from others, although spent a red ticket, but how to help him was what made Jiang Chang difficult. I've thought of a good idea. So there was a novel scene at the lake, an angler half submerged in the water holding a fishing rod in the fishing, behind the shore sitting quietly a pair of golden girls. There was no other movement for a long time, and at this moment the live broadcast screen seemed to have stood still, with only the distant cicadas and frogs proving that the live broadcast was still going on. Suddenly, the buoy in the lake sank downward, which the angler keenly noticed, and he immediately began to tussle with his rod. Fish on! Look at this bend in the rod. It's a big fish. No, this fish bite really depends on the face, doesn't it? So, can anyone tell me where the location is? Feeling the weight coming back from the rod in his hand, the angler was excited. This was definitely a big fish, or the oversized kind. Go for it, go for it. Behind the Xiaolament is giving angler cheering. Originally still a little bit unable to hold on, angler is also instantly feel from the body and a surge of strength. Adrenaline, you just push and I'll do the rest. Clatter. A black shadow broke out of the water, heavily smashed on the shore. Just still standing in place, Jiang Chang is also early to pull Xiaolament to the side. How big? Angler asked, panting, not having seen what he had pulled out yet because it was a little dark. Jiang Chang's face was very strange at this time. Looking at the suitcase in front of him, he secretly prayed in his heart that it must not be the people. Chapter 25 Bad. Seems like a real jackpot. As the saying goes, when you love, you are together for a long time, but when you don't love, you hide the box of corpses. When you love, you get tired of being together all day long, but when you don't love, you're together for a piece of the east and a piece of the west. A suitcase in the water is like opening a blind box, with everything you can think of and nothing it can't hold. After many pastry hands in the field to summarize, luggage blind box prizes are generally as follows. The prize for further endeavors, an empty box. Third prize, a box of clothes or daily necessities. Second prize, RMB. First prize, the people. Grand prize, people's debris. At this moment, the fishing man also put down the rod in his hand and ran over with his ass, his face still carrying an uncontrollable joy. But when he looked at the suitcase in front of him, he immediately couldn't smile either. As a nesting immortal, he could naturally understand what the suitcase in the water represented. After a moment's hesitation, the angler's heart was set on the fact that he couldn't believe he could be so unlucky. He first carefully came forward and sniffed with his nose, as if there was no refreshing odor, and then carefully unzipped the suitcase and slowly opened it to take a look. But it was this glance that directly caused him to directly storm back 2 steps, while looking at Jiang Chang with a horrified gaze. When Jiang Chang saw the gaze he cast over, he secretly said that it was bad. Murphy's Law had come true. Really, the more you fear something, the more it comes. Jiang Chang shook his head helplessly and pulled out his cell phone from his arms, dialing the police. Lamentably, you take the big brother of the followers to the side of the road to wait for a moment, Uncle Dan, to show them the way later. I and this big brother waiting here. Xiao Lianxian sniffed without asking anything more, nodded and turned around to greet the photographer who was following the shooting from afar towards the road. Seeing this scene of the live broadcast audience, there still do not know what happened. A large wave of pop-ups also instantly flooded the entire live broadcast screen. It's broken, like it's a real jackpot. Good news, hit the jackpot. Bad news, hit it in the suitcase in boiling water. Criminals, there must be no one here. Angler, there must be no one here. Ha 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 ha. So anglers can really catch anything but fish. This show could be a food show, a music show, or even a fishing show, but he's definitely not a romance variety. Who can show this kind of stuff in a romance variety? The story quickly shot to the top of the Hot 100. Hashtag surprise. A man and a woman on a romance variety show were surprised to encounter this at the lake. Hashtag. With the fermentation of the incident, more and more people flocked to the live broadcast room. The flow of the surge also let the master control room of the director of the Lee found anomalies. Once he saw it was the live broadcast of the Jiang Chang, he felt alright again. It must be that the boy in the whole of what a big job. But before he could be happy, within a few minutes on his side, the assistant director came running over in a hurry. No, it's no good, Director Lee. Jiang Cheng sighed. I know, the traffic is skyrocketing. Relax, it's only good for our show. The deputy director's words were interrupted by Director Lee before he finished. In his opinion is not just a hotspot, whether it is positive or negative. Our white silver, after all, black and red is also red. And then look at the gasping for air in front of the deputy director. Lee director cannot help but snicker. Otherwise it is the deputy director. This encounter is not as good as I am the director of the coma. No, Director Lee, something big has happened. Jiang Chang's side has won the fishing lottery. The assistant director slowed down to take a direct breath and spilled the beans. Director Lee still looked puzzled when he heard this. It's just a prize for fishing, isn't it? Wait a minute. Fishing, and winning a prize is how to link together. First prize or more? Director Lee's pitch couldn't help but raise an octave. He was now eager to see the assistant director shake his head. But Moffat's law was once again in effect. Watching the assistant director nod his head heavily twice, Director Lee's hanging heart was finally dead. The magistrate is already on his way here. Our priority now is that we have to shut down the live broadcast from Jiang Cheng's side. Director Lee. The words of the deputy director instantly brought Director Lee back from the dead. Look, what is called the words of the old man to seek the country. How important it is to have such a calm and collected deputy director in the crew. He immediately let someone call to inform Jiang Cheng's followers to temporarily close the live broadcast room, and he himself personally led people to the scene to preside over the situation. What's this for? Chen Zhiqian looked at Director Lee and a ticket of program staff who had run out in front of him in a flurry of wind, and asked Xiao He who was at the side. I don't know. How's it going, Jiang Lao Di? People aren't scared, right? How long before the magistrate arrives? Director Lee had just arrived at the scene and started a trio of questions, and before Jiang Cheng had a chance to open his mouth, a police siren sounded behind him as he drove along the forest path from far and near. Speak of the devil. Let's wait here. Soon, the magistrate uncle walked over together with Xia Lament, who called the police. Looking at the crowd that surrounded them, the leading magistrate couldn't help but frown. Without knowing it, he thought that this was a tea party, but looking at the cameras that some of them were holding in their hands, he still held down the action of wanting to reprimand them, and began to go through the process. After determining the consistency of the completed alarm message, the lead sheriff gave a wink to the perimeter, and the pair put on their gloves and headed toward the suitcases placed on the ground. Xia Lament, who was still watching the scene with great interest, suddenly realized that her field of vision was blocked by a silhouette, and when she looked up, Jiang Cheng's smiling face appeared in her field of vision. You can't look at this. You'll easily have nightmares at night if you look at it. Can't you really take a look? Just one look please, Gang Song. No way. Jiang Cheng replied with a stern face. The probability of a jackpot popping in the luggage was already infinitely close to 100%. That scene would be absolutely disgusting, and he definitely couldn't let Xia Lament's eyes be contaminated. Okay. Just then, too, the sheriff had displayed the trunk fully open before the eyes of the crowd. Ah, this is, whose gummy wife is this? Looking at the items in the box, some people among the crowd exclaimed in shock. The magistrate looked at the items in front of him was also a burst of speechless. After half a day of nervousness thought that we could encounter a big case, but it turned out to be this? Who is so ungrateful? Just when everyone thought it was a false alarm, Jiang Cheng was staring at the suitcase a bit out of his mind. Leader of the magistrate saw this should be just a thing. Get up and ready to close the team. Walk to the side of Jiang Cheng also want to encourage a bit, although it is a thing, but this kind of encountered things the first time to think of the idea of the police is still very praiseworthy. Well, hello comrade magistrate, just a moment please, I seem to have made some new discoveries. The leading magistrate's words that had just reached his mouth were blocked by these words, and before he could react, he saw that Jiang Cheng had already pointed his finger at the location of the suitcase and continued to speak. The size of the left and right legs of that silicone toy seems to be a bit different. The magistrate leading the team didn't say anything at that, but instead looked at Jiang Cheng's problematic part, and after scrutinizing it carefully for a while, he found that the size profile of the two legs did seem to be different, and that the left leg was bigger than the right leg by a circle. Such small changes could not be seen at all without a closer look, and I didn't realize that the young man's eyes were quite good. In the spirit of leaving no doubt, the lead magistrate put his gloves back on and crouched down, and after a few moments of meticulous scrutiny he extended his hand to his colleague. Bring me a knife. Chapter 26 is bad. It's a giveaway. In a few moments, the lead sheriff took the knife from his colleague and sliced down on the silicone toy's left leg. Quick, seal off the scene, call for backup from the bureau. After seeing what was inside, the sheriff leading the group also gave a decisive order. At the same time, he stood up and looked around the room before saying to the crowd present, please also recuse yourself. In addition, Mr. Jiang Cheng, please wait outside for a moment. You may need to be asked to make a statement later. Just now all of you, if you have shot video also please do not send friend circle. thank you for your cooperation. So, with the intervention of the sheriff, the crowd was asked to leave the scene of the accident, and soon reinforcements from the sheriff's department were arriving on the scene. Elder brother Jiang, then we'll go back first. After all this has happened, we have to go back and do some PR, and we also have to discuss the subsequent impact of this matter on the program, Director Lee said with a sad face, looking at the cordon that was constantly pulled up. The thing he was most worried about before he came over still happened. This is still the first day of the official shooting. It can be said that it is out of the blue. Jiang Chang nodded at his words. Then, as if he thought of something, he turned around and rushed to the side and asked Xia Lament, why don't you go back first with Director Lee? This side I reckon it might take a while. Don't _. Saying that, Xia Lamentation tightly grabbed Jiang Chang's coat corner. Fine, then don't go. Jiang Chang helplessly looked at the scene in front of him and turned his head to watch Director Lee's group of people go away. Hello Mr. Jiang Chang, I've kept you waiting. We'll simply give you a statement on our side, you can leave. It didn't take long for the lead magistrate from the beginning to come out from the cordon, with a small notebook for recording in his hand, and begin his routine questioning of Jiang Chang. Name? Jiang Chang. Alright Mr. Jiang, thank you for your cooperation. You may leave. After closing his notebook, the sheriff said after saluting Jiang Chang, okay, by the way, can I ask what this is all about? Listening to Jiang Chang's words, the magistrate pondered for a moment, nodded and opened his mouth to say, of course, you are the alarm, but you enjoy a certain right to know. That's silica gel toys, but as you say, inside the hidden treasures of the people's debris. After our probe we learned that other debris is estimated to be inside this lake, so we intend to drain this lake for further reconnaissance, and we will follow up with the results of the process back to you and inform the public as appropriate. Well, that's it, go home early and rest. Ugh, gotta work overtime again. With that, he turned and headed back to the scene of the crime. Jiang Chang looked at the sheriffs departing back, pondered a little, and made a decision to go back. He wasn't a sheriff or the protagonist of a mystery novel, so what did he care? Looking at the drowsy Xia Lament behind him, Jiang Chang could not help but feel a little amused. He gently poked Xia Lament's white face with a bit of redness in it. Well Jiang Chang, is it time to go back? Looking at the sleepy-eyed and breathless Xia Lament in front of him, Jiang Chang shook his head and squatted down in front of Xia Lament. Jiang Chang, will I be heavy? No, it's very light. It's not even as light as the luggage by Ruowei had yesterday, which was much heavier than you. The bright moonlight fell on the forest path, illuminating the way forward for pedestrians, and Jiang Chang was carrying Xia Lament on his back as he walked back along the way he came. Jiang Chang, what do you think of Wei Wei and Su Zishi? It's quite good. Bai Ruowei is pretty and famous, although Su Zishi is a newcomer like me. I feel that this person is very strong, and there will definitely be a place for her in the circle in the future. Jiang Chang was still talking, but behind her, Xia Lament had already pouted her little mouth, and she was filled with only one sentence. Bai Ruowei is beautiful. Why don't you say something? After the review was completed, long time did not see Xia Lamented response. Jiang Chang is also unable to resist the question. The only thing that answered him was an exclamation. Badly. Jiang Chang's mind suddenly remembered a video he had seen in his past life when he swiped through the videos. This kind of question is, like, a giveaway, as a theory full of points. The actual combat is zero. Jiang Chang, where to see this kind of scene? Do not know how to find a remedy. He also can only lowered his head to look at the road under the feet. If he now just want to sing a song. Dare to ask where the road is underfoot. The two just continue to be quiet until one of Jiang Chang's inadvertent looks up. Lament, look up. Xia Lamented heard also immediately raised his head to look at the sky. This moment, she was lost in thought. She found that this night sky above her head seems to be, and what she had seen before are not the same. Under that deep night, the starry sky seemed like an endless scroll, and the countless stars were like fine diamonds, scattered on the black velvet cloth, and they sparkled with shimmering light. The Milky Way spanned the sky like a radiant ribbon connecting the two ends of the universe, and its light was soft and long, as if it were a river of countless stars converging and flowing through the night sky. So pretty, Xia regretfully murmured. Since childhood, living in the brightly lit big city, she still for the first time so intuitively viewed the stars in the sky. After stopping for a while, Jiang Chang, who estimated that it was almost time, opened his mouth and asked, not angry, right? Xia Lament, who had just returned to her senses from the vastness of the stars, couldn't help but redden her cheeks upon hearing this. No such thing. Where am I angry? Let's get back. She somehow got upset when she heard Jiang Chang's speech. Even though she was the one who raised the question and Wei Wei was still a good sister to her, she would be happy when others praised Wei Wei in the past, but it made her very uncomfortable to hear it come out of Jiang Chang's mouth. Good, not angry. How could our sorry warrior be angry? Sit down you. Let's go back. They had only just taken a few steps when Jiang Cheng's footsteps suddenly lurched, and the whole person seemed to be fixed, and Xiao Lament behind them was about to ask, when Jiang Cheng had already opened his mouth eagerly. Crap, I just suddenly remembered something. We just caught a fish that we forgot to take, and it's a big loss. Looking at Jiang Cheng's chagrined expression, Xiao Lament couldn't help but laugh out loud. Forget it, we enjoy the fishing. It doesn't matter if we have fish or not. After finding an excuse for this alternative air force, Jiang Cheng and Xiao Lament once again set off on their journey home. The silhouettes of the two were slowly elongated under the moonlight until they disappeared above the forest path. Lakeside crime scene. Team Zhao, there are 2 buckets of fish over there. It seems like that Jiang Cheng they just caught and forgot to take away. Team Zhao, who was reading the case analysis report, listened to the report of the people under his hand and thought slightly for a moment before making a decision. Release the life back. Huli, city in Hubei. The elder fish looked at the group of other clansmen who had returned and was incredulous, and it quickly asked Fish 1, why have you come back? Is it because the immortals won't accept our sacrifice? Fish 1, why? Because the nesting fairy he is good. Older fish. Chapter 27, why didn't I realize he was so humane before? As soon as the 2 of them, Jiang Cheng and Xiao Lament, entered the villa's front door, they saw the remaining 4 guests as well as Director Li and a bunch of other staff members all discussing something in the hall. Ah, old brother, just in time. We were just about to start talking about you. Director Li also immediately greeted Jiang Cheng and the 2 of them when he saw them enter. Jiang Cheng and Xiao Lament were pulled by Director Li to sit on the sofa with a puzzled look on their faces. The matter is like this. It's not just that something happened at the lake. Our crew and sponsors feel a little bad luck, so we want to continue filming in a different place, and would like to ask for your opinion. Director Li even glanced at Jiang Cheng emphatically after his words, then began to wait for the other guests to speak. It had to be changed. The thought of it happening in the neighborhood is making me sick to my stomach. Sha Hyuk was the first to stand up and voice his opinion. Several of the other guests nodded their heads, saying that Henna was pulling out their wisdom teeth. It was the most united they all had ever been, and God knows how scared they were inside when they just got the news from the show. It is said that murderers like to visit the scene of the crime to see their masterpieces, associating themselves with a group of people who were still running recklessly around the lake in the afternoon. What if they were targeted? They had to move. Watching the crowd nod their heads in silent agreement, Director Li was also quick to pass the resolution. Alright then, we will restart the live broadcast next. After today's end the program will be suspended. We expect to re-establish a new filming location within 3 to 7 days. Please forgive us. Well then we won't bother you all with your rest. Withdraw. The show's crowd sparsely left, leaving a filming crew to work with the 6 guests to inform viewers about the show's temporary suspension. The live broadcast room instantly flooded with a large number of viewers as soon as it opened. So much so that the entire screen image was a bit laggy and delayed. Capital of a country. Jitterbug headquarters. The backstage server of the technical department suddenly alarmed. Originally still a little drowsy responsible for guarding the small Chen was awakened by the rapid ringing. He immediately opened the backstage to start the maintenance, and at the same time to their own bosses to call the phone. Manager Bai is not well. There's a live room that's suddenly flooded with viewers. The server isn't enough. Requesting support. The white manager on the other end of the phone heard that this is not good enough, and immediately called the phone to the technical logistics department. The spare server is officially launched. After the problem was solved, Manager Bai opened the shaking hands and boarded his super number. He wanted to see what kind of live broadcast could be watched by so many people that it gave the server a near burst. As soon as this point entered the live broadcast room, he was shocked by the dense pop-ups in front of him. What just happened? Why did the broadcast cut off? Isn't it on 24/7? It does seem like the people just shardade, or it couldn't have broken the broadcast. Families go fishing in Sojangseong. It's especially white. Vomit upstairs. I'm ashamed to call Vaughn. Just say white or not kid. White manager who saw this pop-up was puzzled. How is this still cursing? In order to find out the truth of the incident, he hastily exited the live broadcast, and the search jumped out to a user whose avatar was a middle-aged man showing off his catch. It wasn't much, was it? He opened the latest video posted by the user with a lot of skepticism. And then, with extreme physical discomfort, he saw a left leg, albeit only for a split second. He hastily opened the comments section to try to explore the authenticity of the incident. And when he saw the first popular comment, he couldn't help but be in deep thought. The first comment that caught my eye, didn't you hear the sheriff say don't post your friends? The bottom author replied to I posted shaky hands. He was tempted to say there was nothing wrong with it, so he quit shaking his hands and put the call through to operations. Yeah, that's right, the name is Fighting Nest Immortal. Take that video of his down. Inside the villa, the 6 guests are gathered as if it were yesterday, except that yesterday was a meeting and today is a parting. Temporary. Ahem. Then let me make this announcement. Shaehyuk stood straight up from the couch and faced the camera in front of him. Hello viewers of the live broadcast. Because of certain force majeure factors, our program may need to be suspended for a few days. Please forgive us. The moment these words came out of the live broadcast rooms, there was an empty screen for a moment. Then a more intense wave of pop-ups erupted. Why? It's so hard to get a good look. Will I see you again? Renko? You have to come back. Renko, you take me Renko. You wouldn't like it if I took you. Tonic, what am I going to watch when you guys are off the air? Renko, don't go. What am I going to do if you leave? The pop-ups were a mixed bag of opinions, but Xiao Hyuk didn't continue to explain. He was also ignorant of the pop-ups in the live broadcast room, and he sat back on the sofa when he finished his speech. Backstage, Director Lee saw the tidal wave of pop-ups in the live broadcast room, but also a little smug, which if you make good use of this wave of hotspots, the next time the resumption of broadcasting shall not directly take off. Before the smile on his face had faded, the assistant director handed him a cell phone in a fiery manner, only to see that it showed the latest hot search, which was about his own program group, and it even occupied the first place on the hot search list. But Director Lee at this time only feel dizzy. Hate to look up to the sky and wail a long sentence. The sky has collapsed. The cell phone in his hand also fell to the ground because of his unsteady grip. The assistant director on the side couldn't help but hold his head in his hands and fall into a sad mood when he saw this scene. God damn it, that's my cell phone. The screen of the cell phone that fell to the ground was cracked, but you could still vaguely see the text on it. A shocking murder midway through the taping of the hashtag famous show Love is in the Air. Hashtag, boo. The gate to the backyard was slammed open and Director Lee barged right into the live camera. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to clarify that we are off the air because there are some cases that did happen in the neighborhood, and in order to avoid it, we have decided to go off the air for a while to find a place to continue the recording after asking our guests for their opinions. Here it is. Also, once again, thank you for your strong support for our program. Please look forward to our follow-up, when not only the new map, more interactive gameplay will also be presented to you. Remember to pay attention to the official blog of Love is in the Air, and we will notify you as soon as the start time is confirmed. Director Lee, who finished these words in one breath, copied the water on the coffee table in his hand and filled himself tons and tons with a few mouthfuls, his eyes intentionally or unintentionally sweeping over Xiao Hyuk for a few moments. Why didn't he realize that Xiao Hyuk was so humane before? If it wasn't for the fact that the money had already been paid over and he would have to pay another sum for breach of contract, he would have really wanted to replace him. Teachers, it's getting late, so take an early rest. After saying this, Director Lee left again in a flurry, not forgetting to close the door to the backyard before leaving. Xiao Hyuk does not know what Director Lee's thoughts. At this time he grinned at the sight of the grin, worthy of being Director Lee. Just that breath said so many words. Not to go to the comedy, really a pity. I had just cast an admiring glance at myself, and sure enough, the decision to be the first to step forward was the right one. The C-suite of the show was destined to be mine. The others, after listening to Director Lee's speech and looking at the time on their cell phones, also stood up and headed for their rooms. It was late at night and time to rest. Chapter 28, Parting for a Better Reunion. Outside the doorway of the room on the first floor, Bai Ruowei looked at her own best friend was still talking to Jiang Cheng, couldn't help but frown. Seeing this scene, she always felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. She didn't know whether it was to Jiang Cheng or Xia lament. Pity, how much longer will you guys talk? It's going to be dawn if you keep talking. Right away. Xia lament took the time to reply back to Bai Ruowei, but didn't even turn her head, which couldn't help but make Bai Ruowei even more uncomfortable. Jiang Cheng, I'll be going then. Good night. After another moment, Xia lamentation then bid a soft farewell to Jiang Cheng, her footsteps slowly backing up and drifting away in the direction of the stairs. Go on. Good night. Jiang Cheng's voice was gentle and tinged with reluctance, and his gaze remained locked on the gradually moving away Xia lament until her figure finally disappeared silently at the stairway. Taking his sight back, Jiang Cheng, who had intended to close the door and go back to his room, inadvertently saw that Bai Ruowei, who was across the street, seemed to have been staring at himself. He turned his eyes over, but the other party was directly closed the door to the room, which made Jiang Cheng, a bit of interceptor holding the seafoam, puzzled, but he did not pay more attention to this matter, closing the door and going to bed in one fell swoop. Oops, still lying down is comfortable. Feeling the softness coming from underneath him caused Jiang Cheng to instantly become addicted to it. By the way, let's see how the Fighting Vault of Heaven uploaded today is doing. Thinking about the events of this evening, now that he was idle, he also wanted to see how this book, which had been hailed as a milestone in his previous life, would be received in this world. No, not a single reading? Really? And the platform side called me back this afternoon? After carefully reading through the rules, Jiang Cheng also breathed a long sigh of relief. So it takes the next day to see the data. Scared me to death. Thought it would flop. Don't want to think about it. Sleep. After placing the cell phone aside, Jiang Chang closed his own eyes. Xia lamented as she tossed and turned in her bed. She felt as if she had a bit of insomnia. So many things had happened today, more than enough to make her feel a bit unreal. The moment she closed her eyes, now a figure of Jiang Chang appeared in her mind. And she didn't know when Jiang Chang appeared in her mind. Maybe it's when he's on stage singing and playing the piano. Maybe it was when there was danger and he shielded her behind him. Or when he was on his back himself, looking at the stars in the sky. As time crept by, she didn't notice when her eyes closed, her consciousness blurring the boundaries bit by bit as if gradually flooded by warm water. Lament, wake up. Xia Lament opened her eyes at the sound, and Jiang Chang's doting face appeared in front of her eyes. Jiang Chang, why are you in my room? Summer lamented out suspiciously. What room? Sorry you're sleepy. We're on the bus to Grandma's house. Here, just talking about it. Saying that, Jiang Chang opened the car door and walked down, opened the trunk of the vehicle and took out the gifts inside, then opened the door on her side and half bent down and reached out to her. Beautiful summer warrior, please get out of the car. Xia Lament was still a bit confused, but she still went along with it and put her hand on Jiang Chang's outstretched hand. After organizing his attire, Jiang Chang turned his head and said to Xia Lianxie with a smile, why are you still frozen? Forgetting that today is the day I came with you to see your grandmother? Saying so, holding the gift in one hand and holding Xia Lament's in the other, she was about to go forward, and she didn't come back to her senses until the tightly closed vermilion door appeared in her vision. This was indeed the front door of Grandma's house. But when did she and Jiang Chang develop so quickly? Why doesn't she have any memories? Am I dreaming? Lament, I'm ready to knock. Have not waited for Xia Lamented to react. Knock knock knock, the knocking sound into her ears, but vaguely she felt as if there is something wrong. This knocking sound, how to sound so real it, as if, is someone knocking on the door of their own room? And so on, knocking on the door? Knock knock, sorry, get up. Hearing the urgent knocking on the door outside as well as by Ruowei's inquisitive voice, Xia Lianxian hurriedly responded, coming Wei, wait for me for a while. After making sure that her current self was not dreaming, Xia Lament got up and opened the door to her room. Lament, what's wrong with you? What took you so long to open the door? Why do you look so tired? Hey, I slept a little late last night, Bai Ruowei said as she walked towards the house, while Xia Lament replied with a naive smile, and the topic was soon uncovered as well. After cleaning up, the two women walked down the stairs. Xia Lament looked at the door of the room that was still closed to Jiang Chang, turned her head to Bai Ruowei and asked, Wei. Jiang Chang got up? Bai Ruowei's face instantly became odd when she heard this, but she still replied seriously, I haven't seen the door to his room open, so it should still be inside. As soon as her words fell, Xia Lament had already walked to the door of Jiang Chang's room, gently knocked at the door. For a long time, no one responded. Knocked again, still no one responded. So on and so forth, until a breathless voice came out from inside. Who? Under Xia Lament's persistent efforts, Jiang Chang also walked out from the room. Inside the living room, Director Li saw that all the guests had been assembled. Except for Jiang Chang, who had been yawning next to him, he was satisfied. Good morning everyone. Today is the day we are temporarily off the air. But as the saying goes, parting is for a better reunion. Although we've only had 2 days of filming, I'm sure we've all had a very fulfilling 2 days. Very fulfilling indeed. /funny. Do not understand to ask. Director Li said full means Jiang Chang a punch will be the secret room staff to fly. Guests cooking nearly caused an accident. Go out fishing to open the jackpot it? Forget about whether things are good or bad for a moment. You're done if you say it's fulfilling or not. Thank you again to the 6 teachers and all the staff. Well, I won't say anything else. Li, send all the teachers' stuff back, so we'll see you next time. After saying their goodbyes, the guests went back and started packing their own things. At the entrance of the stairs, looking at Chen Zhiqian, who was blinking his large Kazran eyes in front of him, Xiao Hyuk felt chills all over his body, and before he could wait for Chen Zhiqian to open his mouth to speak, he took 3 steps and ran wildly towards his room. Sure enough, he had guessed correctly. This Chen Zhiqian really had thoughts about him. Looking at Xiao He, who disappeared in the field of vision, Chen Zhiqian could not help but be a little bewildered, not just wanting him to help move the suitcases and the set of drums in the backyard. Well, alas, if I had known, I would not have moved so much. As if he could see Chen Zhiqian's troubles, Jiang Chang walked slowly to his side. Do you need help? In the end, under Jiang Chang's strange gaze, Chen Zhiqian was the first to board his exclusive business car. Thanks Makoto, bye. Jiang Chang didn't say anything, he just smiled and waved his hand, turning around and walking back towards the villa. Xia was dragging 2 suitcases to the door with difficulty, but the next second she suddenly felt an empty hand. Turned her head to see as Jiang Chang one hand will be 2 suitcases easily lifted in the hand, to the door to go. Seeing this scene, the smile on Xia Lamentable's face became even thicker, and with a bounce she followed behind Jiang Chang. Jiang Chang, who had just walked to the side of the road, hadn't had time to put down his luggage when he saw a fleet of luxury caravans pull up in front of him. In a few moments, a middle-aged man wearing a tuxedo, whose temperament appeared to be somewhat graceful and luxurious, stepped down from the co-pilot position of the lead car, and at the same time, a group of people wearing black suits on the other vehicles of the fleet also stepped down from the car, standing quietly on both sides of the fleet. Jiang Chang still wondered what this group of people were doing, only to see that the middle-aged man at the head of the group was slightly bending over in his own direction and spoke. "Miss, we're here to pick you up." Chapter 29, Life's a Meeting of the Minds. Jiang Chang looked at the scene in front of him with surprise, and before he could get back to his senses, two black-clothed hunks had already walked over to unload the suitcase from his body, and Xia's lamentable voice came from behind him at the same time. "Uncle Fu, it's you who came to pick us up. Tough luck, Uncle Fu." "Right, Wei Wei is still moving her luggage in the villa. Have someone go give her a hand." Fu Bo sniffed and immediately stood up straight, turned his head and scanned the crowd behind him, and with just a single eye gesture, two burly men stepped out from the crowd and walked straight towards the villa. "Miss, it's hot outside. Please get in the car and wait." As Fu Bo said, he had already opened the rear door of the lead vehicle and made a gesture of invitation to Xiao Lament. But Xiao Lament did not jump into the car as usual, but walked to Jiang Chang's front. Both of them did not speak, just quietly looking at each other. "It's so hot. What's wrong with this little money? Why hasn't he come to pick me up yet?" Just walked to the door. Xiao he looked at the scene from afar, could not help but be shocked. "Who is so big, Roa? That fleet of the lowest grade are 10 million luxury cars. It is difficult to that." Xiao lamented. "Is hidden, miss? I have not heard." Just as Xiao Hyuk was still speculating, an unfamiliar voice suddenly sounded behind him. "This gentleman, please step aside." Xiao Hyuk sniffed and subconsciously took a step sideways, quickly clearing the way for the other party. His eyes followed the direction of the voice, only to see two large, well-built men brushing past him, each shouldering two heavy suitcases. Right behind him was Bai Ruowei, who strolled out. Not only does the scene make Xiao Hyuk even more determined to recharge his batteries during these off-air days, he must win Bai Ruowei's heart. Xiao Lament and Jiang Chang's gazes met, as if time stood still at this moment. Everything around them seemed to have disappeared, and all that was left in their world was each other's eye contact. Bai Ruowei walked past them, her gentle steps seeming to step on the clouds, but she still couldn't get their attention. "Lament, come on." Bai Ruowei's voice echoed in the car with a hint of anxiety and helplessness, finally breaking the almost frozen atmosphere. The two of them seemed to be just awakened. A few moments later, Xiao Lament spoke with a slightly reluctant tone. "Jiang Chang, it's been a lot of fun being with you these past 2 days. See you in a few days." The book says there's no such thing as an unbroken feast, but it also says that life is everywhere. What's more, we're only temporarily separated for a few days because the program is off the air, so be happy. Jiang Chang's face showed a smile, maybe figured out, may also be infected by Jiang Chang's smile. Xiao's lamentable face due to the parting of the loss also gradually disappeared, replaced by the reunion of the upcoming joy. "Jiang Chang, can you hug me?" Xiao Lament opened her arms and looked at Jiang Chang expectantly. Seeing this, Jiang Chang also opened his arms and walked forward. "Jiang Chang, why does it suddenly feel like this touch and the embrace is so hard?" He hastily withdrew his own hands back a step, and only then realized that the person in front of him was not Xiao Lament, but Fu Bo. With an indifferent expression, he spoke towards Jiang Chang. "Sorry, we need to leave." Xiao Lament's head poked out from behind him and spat out her tongue at Jiang Chang, as if to say, he, being fooled. The car was started. Xiao Lamentable poked out half of his body from the car window, did not say more, just quietly waved his hand towards Jiang Chang. The smile on Jiang Chang's face never stopped as he also waved his arm towards Xiao Lament until the convoy disappeared into the distance. "Bad. Forgot to leave my contact info. Ugh, it's only a couple days' work. Better go pack up and get ready to go back." He had only turned around to go back and gather his things when a voice rang in his ear. "Hey, Jiang Chang, why don't you see your special car picking you up? I forgot that you're a newcomer and probably don't have a car. So I'll go first." Xiao Hyuk walked out from the villa. A small young man with luggage followed him. Said before Jiang Chang could speak, he walked up to his exclusive business car. Looking at the departure of the departing Xiao Hyuk's special car, Jiang Chang shook his head and smiled as he walked towards the villa. "Dicky Su, aren't you going back?" As soon as he entered the door, Jiang Chang saw Su Zd, who was still lying on the living room, which couldn't help but make him issue a question. "Yes, I'm going back," Co said, pulling out an apple from somewhere and started to nibble on it. Looking at the Suzuki, who acted in a slightly wild style in front of him, it was hard for him to reunite her with the figure from 2 days ago who had a lower presence and had always seemed quieter. "Hashizum Sachs, did you just say you've gone back? Is this your house?" Nibbling, "Yeah. What's up? Did not see out. This is also a rich woman. Small Love Comprehensive surprisingly brought together so many Big Brother Jiang Cheng at this time to feel that this program is really a crouching tiger hidden dragon. Is it Lee? Director is the most powerful that person? Director Lee, who was driving, suddenly sneezed. Achoo, who's reading me? Is it hard to believe that it's green of red romance? Or is it the green romantic little red? Alas, these 2 days have exhausted me. Well, I've earned a lot. These 2 days can be a good time to relax and unwind. Jiang Cheng did not say anything more. Just turned around and went back to his room to pack up 2.5 minutes later he walked out with his suitcase. See you in a few days. Bye. After a simple goodbye, Jiang Cheng came to the roadside. Waiting for a point after a black commercial car is also a steady stop in front of him. The passenger door opened. Shen Yan walked down from above. Mr. Jiang, it's been a long time. It's been really hard on you these past 2 days. Saying so, he took the luggage from Jiang Cheng's hands and put it into the trunk, opening the backseat door for Jiang Cheng to welcome him in. The black business car was traveling on the road, and Shen Yan was talking excitedly all the way. Mr. Jiang, you're really on fire. Now all kinds of businesses are looking for you to cooperate. What advertising endorsements, variety show flying guests, screen cameos, these 2 days are going to blow up my cell phone. Originally at ease lying in the back row of the Jiang Cheng at this time is also immediately sat up straight. This child will not give me all to pick up it, then I shall not die of exhaustion. Well, Shen Yan words turn, but you can rest assured that as an assistant, without your instructions I did not even pick up. I'll give him a push. What? All pushed? Jiang Cheng's incredulous question came out from inside the carriage, and he even asked a second time in some disbelief. Yeah, all, part, push, up. The hanging heart is also finally dead. Originally he was thinking of filming Love is in the Air to earn notice fees to pay off the debt, but now the program is suspended. Just now originally heard the news that he was on fire and thought about how to realize it. But now, all gone. Jiang Cheng reclined back into his seat. He didn't know how he got on the plane or how he got back home. All he wanted to do now was to get under the covers. Only there could he get some solace. Chapter 30c, this is called professionalism. What? The company is going to focus on training me because of my recent performance? And reward me with 10W. Don't say anything, I'll kowtow to the boss first. Jiang Cheng, who had just been lying down, immediately sat up from his bed as he listened to what was said on the other end of the phone, and to him who had no source of income recently this money was indeed a blessing in disguise. Originally, Jiang Cheng also planned to wait to pay off the debt and then earn enough money to pay off the breach of contract to go out and start his own business. But now considering that the company is so humane, it would be good to stay a while longer. The phone hung up. Xiaobai looked at the smiling fellow in front of him, couldn't help but ask, how about old Zhang? What's his reaction? Quite juvenile-minded it. He also said to give you a kowtow. I see now he is now completely do not have to kowtow. On the attitude of the girl Xiao sure in the future kowtow more opportunities it. Asterisk 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 you. Get out of here. Xiaobai instantly voiced his annoyance, furious to drive away the person in front of him. Hey you old unashamed. Just finished doing things for you and then started to cross the river to tear down the bridge is it? Don't push me I'll just go. After saying that, the middle-aged man called Old Zhang straightened up his attire and walked towards the entrance of the office. Just as he went out and was about to close the door, he suddenly poked his head back in and said to Xiaobai, Old Xia, remember to call on Miang when you drink the wedding wine. After all, Xiao sure this child is still my own eyes watched grow up. When, before he could finish his sentence, he saw a paper bag fly by, and he quickly pulled his head back and closed the door. Phew, that was close. Almost got hit. Inside the office, Sharper swept the desktop in one fell swoop, reaching the achievement of Master Desktop Sweeper. Looking at the hung-up phone, Jiang Cheng put it aside, relaying on the bed and looking at the ceiling. This just separated for a while. A little miss that lively figure is what happened. Maka Baka aka Waka Maka Maka The phone rang again, and this time it was Wave on the caller ID. Jiang Cheng, congratulations, you're now on fire all over the internet. As soon as the phone was answered, there was a chorus of congratulations. I've already received a notice from the company on my side, so later on, you'll first come to the company to receive your bonus. And by the way, record the song you sang before. Several music platforms have come to me to discuss, taking into account your urgent use of money, so I help you choose to shake the new release of the bubble music. They opened the highest price, directly hit the money 100W, the back of the proceeds of the share of your share of 70%, the platform of 20%, the company 10%. There is still any problem? Jiang Cheng on the other side of the phone after listening to these also cannot help but let out a sigh of relief. See, this is called professional. Shen Yan we still do not contact. I am afraid that my brother Lang misunderstood. No problem, I'll be at the office later. Okay, then I'll make the arrangements now, and someone will pick you up later. The phone hung up, and this scene made Jiang Cheng suddenly feel, why is it so familiar? It's hard not to? Jiang Cheng walked out of the room looking toward the door. A long time there is no movement coming, which is a long sigh of relief. He thought he was hit by Izanami. After packing up, he also walked to the entrance of the neighborhood, and it wasn't Xinyan who came to pick him up this time. Jiang Cheng is here, really afraid of what comes what. The car just parked. The company downstairs. Xinyan waved towards Jiang Cheng. Under the leadership of Xinyan, Jiang Cheng also had a scare to finish recording the song, and did not have the kind of pretend 13 to hit the face of the plot to happen as seen in the previous life. On the contrary, Tian Entertainment, both the staff and artists seemed to be quite enthusiastic. Jiang Cheng once again returned to his hut when it was already after 12 o'clock at noon. Looking at the bank card lying cold 110W, Jiang Cheng decided that he would add an extra sausage to his takeout order later on. There was no way. He didn't want to spend money until he had enough 500W, or he would really be homeless. After all, the house was mortgaged out for 500W, and it would be more than 500 if he wanted to buy it again. Taking a moment after ordering takeout to try and open up the back end of Yankee Persimmon to take a look, he remembered that the rules he saw last night stated that the data would be updated every day at 12 o'clock noon. 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000, 100,000, more than 100, 000 readers on the second day after it was just released? Even though it's just set to be more 10W words per day. Isn't this figure a bit too unbelievable? Looking at the data displayed in the background, Jiang Cheng suddenly released a smile. This is the influence of a masterpiece. Surprisingly, it is as terrifying as this. Too bad it won't be paid out until next month. Or high or low, it would have to be hundreds of thousands of more words. But looking at the data displayed in the background, he also hastily cancelled the takeout order he had just placed. He decided that today he would go down to a restaurant and treat himself. So rushed downstairs for a quick trip to the Golden Arches, the favorite place to eat in Kyoto. Why doesn't Jiang Cheng cook for himself? Because life is short and he's really lazy. Waiter, get me a slab of chicken thigh burger, an order of fries, and a McNuggets please. Hello sir, the items you ordered are available in a set menu, which is much cheaper. Do you need to think about it? What do you mean? Looking down on me? Just order directly. Let others see it and think I can't afford it. So under the waiter's strange eyes, Jiang Cheng also ate the old Kyoto specialties. This scene was also posted online, and immediately someone recognized him. Due to the high heat of Jiang Cheng now, this video quickly rushed to the hot list, and the comments section was occupied by the fans of Love Synthesis. Jiang Cheng is also well up to eating the Golden Arches a la carte. What a family to order a la carte. Unlike me, I don't usually order. Ha 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 ha. The program just went off the air and Jiang Cheng started to live the whole thing. Question of the day. When is the show coming back on the air? Inside a courtyard in the second ring of Kyoto, Xiaolament looked at Jiang Cheng in the video and laughed out loud, which also made Mu Huijin, who was lying on the side, give a sideways glance. Good grandson, what video is laughing so happily? Show it to grandma too. Nothing, grandma you're old. Looking at your cell phone is bad for your eyes, Xiaolament said to her grandmother as if she was pampered, and Mu Huijin was also pampered after hearing this. Well, grandma won't look just right. Good grandson, what kind of dating program you went to participate in? Have you looked at anyone? If you fall in love with someone, tell grandma. Grandma will help you get it done. Grandma, what are you talking about? Shai is ignoring you. Xiaolament then ran out of the courtyard with a blushing face. Looking at Xiao Lamentable who ran out of the courtyard, Mu Huijin's smile-filled face also changed instantly. Do you really have a crush on one of those three boys? It can't be that Xiao He and Chen Zhiqian. She quickly took out her cell phone and called her youngest daughter-in-law. Xiyuan, you have watched the program of Xiao Shuri in the past 2 days. Right, did you see Jiang Cheng? That's good. It's okay, you're busy. That brat Xiaobai dares to bully you. Just tell me, I'll break his legs. After hanging up the phone, Mu Huijin is also relieved. It is Jiang Cheng is okay, even though it is an ordinary person. But the door to see in her eyes is simply false. Or else back then as a big girl she would not look for Xiaobai father that mudleg. As if he had thought back to something, a smile appeared at the corner of Mu Huijin's mouth. Youth, it's still beautiful. Chapter 31. It's okay. Go play. Mom, what's wrong with Shai? Xiaobai had just walked into the yard when he saw his own daughter running out with a shy face. He asked his own mother, who was lying on the rocking chair with a puzzled face. No big deal. What are you doing here again? Running to my side every day. Don't you want to take care of your stupid company? The smile that had just been raised on Mu Huijin's face in the rocking chair instantly vanished, and he softly returned a sentence to prove that he had heard this brat speak, without even raising his eyelids. Looking at his own mother's attitude, Xiaobai did not know where to offend her again. A moment of thought, still did not figure out the reason. so he decided, run first. Years of survival experience told him, do not run now later quasi-beaten, the best result are to be scolded. As for his daughter's question, just go home and ask his own wife. Women are creatures he really can't understand. Jiang Chang slammed himself back down on the bed again. His mind was now filled with thoughts of how he should earn enough 500W in 20 days. As the saying goes, there's strength in numbers and collective wisdom. And since I can't think of a solution, why don't I ask the question and let everyone help me think of one? Saying so, he immediately also registered an account in Shake Shack and released the first video of this account. Star City, capital of Hong Kong. Zhao Huaying resumed his seat at his workstation after frantically dissing his boss behind his back. Since childhood her stomach has been bad, she really can't eat the cake drawn by the boss. Just been called in again a pua. Translated as, do a good job. Later give you a promotion and a pay rise. Sitting back on the workstation, she silently took out her own cell phone and opened the shaking hand. She wanted to let the boss know that you give me 3,000 a month. I can only do 3,000 work. Open brush. The first video that came into view showed a familiar face. Isn't this Jiang Chang? The video started playing at this point as well. Hello everyone, I'm Jiang Chang. This video is a help video. May I ask how can I earn enough 500W in 20 days? Waiting online. It's quite urgent. It wasn't until the video finished playing that Zhao Huaying came back to her senses. She hurriedly clicked into the author's homepage. It was really me, capital of a country. Originally the video will be sent out and no longer pay attention to. Began to brush up the jitterbug. Jiang Chang suddenly found that the display bar below the phone suddenly appeared a few red dots. He was not yet reacted to it. The number on the red dots immediately began to soar, directly dry to 99 plus. I've been net-bombed? With trepidation, Jiang Chang clicked on the message bar. Then he let out a long breath of relief. So it's the video that was just posted that's on fire. Scary. Let me see what great ideas the wizened netizens can offer me. But when he saw the first one in the comments section, Jiang Chang was a bit of a king's retreat. He couldn't hold it in. Pure love, big cow. Criminal law know it. It is full of ways to make a lot of money. Which sentence is lighter? You choose. Company before it's too late, Mr. Huang, come to work for me. Every month's salary divided into half of you. Kudos washing machine, same request. Up master preferred. Jiangnan pig factory, such a big star can still lack of money. Up. Gum dirt being human, holy grail war take it. If you take it 500 W's coming your way. Piglet, I don't know. Brother, what's the point of earning money? Jiang Chang, it's okay. Let's go play. Piggy, good brother. Looking at the netizens' varied comments, Jiang Chang took a deep breath. He regretted it. He shouldn't have asked the netizens to seek answers. None of them were reliable. It's still up to you. Jiang Chang counted down what he had obtained from the system so far. A song, a piano piece, a novel and 3 screenplays. Being that much better physically, being able to cook, being proficient in musical instruments and singing, and being fluent in every dialect in the country. Counting down, Jiang Chang was surprised to find that it seemed that there was no path that would allow him to earn enough 500W quickly. The system is also triggered passively, much less with direct cash rewards. Do you really have to be homeless for a while after 20 days? This is not a disgrace to the traveler army. Maka baka aka waka maka. Jiang Chang didn't even look at the caller ID and directly clicked answer. Suspected to have lost all his strength and means. Hello, who is this? Jiang Chang, it's me Shen Lang. Just shaking hands over there. Invited you to open a live broadcast there tonight. The other side of the price of 200W plus a gift of 37%. Any ideas? Shen Lang always speaks straight to the point. Jiang Chang swore he had never loved a man so much as he did at this moment. Brother Wave, you're my own brother. Let's skip the polite words. I'll kowtow to you. Dark doesn't have to. Then I'll take it from my side. The Shivering Hands side will probably publicize it right away later. And the company's side is going to start setting up. So you can just come straight here later. The phone just hung up. Jiang Chang on the hoof began to rush to the company. Now nothing can be more important than earning enough 500W. In addition to, it's so delicious. Big companies are different. The food is really something. Jiang Chang put a piece of ribs into his mouth and ate it with relish. He felt that the skill of the cafeteria chef here was on par with the power of the Chinese master chef skill he had acquired at the system. You're not here this early just to dabble in a meal at the office, are you? Sitting opposite Jiang Chang, Shen Lang looked at the eyes of Jiang Chang, who was wolfing down his food and could not help but smack his lips. I have not seen anyone artist so able to eat. This is already the 3rd time to add rice. Hiccup, how come? I'm just getting ready to come to the office early. Jiang Chang will never admit that he did come to dally for food. At noon he found out that the company even had a cafeteria, but he did not have a corresponding work card. Asked Shen Yan and found that she did not have one either, and in the end had to go to eat the golden arches. This is not he just arrived at the company. Shen Lang had just wanted to politely ask him, have you eaten? do you want to go to the cafeteria to eat a little? How can this be a good idea? Please trouble brother Wave to break the bank. After saying that, Jiang Chang looked at Shenlang with expectant eyes, and then the two of them appeared in the cafeteria. Brother Wave, when will the live broadcast start? What do you need me to do? Is it going to be advertised or carry goods? Jiang Chang does not believe that he had just fire starlets worth shaking hands such a large platform specifically to find him to open live, but also to give money. It must be in the heat of his want to use his value to earn more benefits for the platform. Originally, Jiang Chang did not like to advertise more and bring goods. After all, these things are good and bad. It is easy to bring unnecessary trouble to himself, but there's no way around it. The other side gives too much. Jiang Chang had just finished speaking, but Shenlang on the opposite side smiled. Neither. Shenlang's words let Jiang Chang a little confused. This is not even a few meanings. It is not really a pie in the sky? The other party didn't open any requirements. They simply asked you to come and start a live broadcast. I wondered when I first received the offer of cooperation, but on second thought, it seems like there's a possibility. That is, Shenlang dragged a long tone, and his eyes also looked Jiang Chang up and down, frightening Jiang Chang to hastily protect his hands on his chest. Just to be clear, I'm a sellout. Looking at this alert appearance of Jiang Chang, Shenlang was also Wang Bao office walk reading, couldn't hold back his laughter. Well, don't tease you. The other side said it just saw your ability. Let you live a try water. If the follow-up response is good. The other side said that the follow-up will continue to invite you to participate in some of the activities held by them. With Jiang Chang's head full of black lines, Shenlang also informed the other party of the truth. Jiang Chang heard that this is a sigh of relief. To change in the past to hear someone look at their own that is absolutely happy. Directly less 30 years of detours but unfortunately, he now wants to eat dry. Inside a courtyard house in Kyoto, Xiaobai just stepped into the door. Was surprised to find that his daughter-in-law at this time actually did not catch up with the drama to watch variety shows and surf and eat melons, but uncharacteristically lying in the courtyard to take a nap. He had planned to ask his daughter-in-law about Shy, but the scene before him stopped him in his tracks. He gingerly went back inside and fetched 2 soft blankets and a comfortable rocking chair. Carefully, he gently draped the blanket over her, then lay quietly beside her, the two of them basking in the serenity together. Chapter 32, Give the list a little tip. While Ning Shiwan stretched a stretch in her lazy awakening, she suddenly noticed an extra layer of warmth covering her body and subconsciously turned her head, only to realize that Xiaobai was quietly lying beside her. The afterglow of the setting sun spattered his face dappledly through the gaps in the old acacia trees in the courtyard, painting a quiet and harmonious picture. Ning Shiwan looked at this scene, and she recalled the old days when the two of them were young, and it seemed like it was the same, and everything seemed so beautiful and serene. Perhaps it was a tacit understanding that there was a meeting of the minds. Right under the warm gaze of Ning Shiwan's gaze, Xiaobai also turned around leisurely at this moment. He opened his eyes and met his daughter-in-law's eyes that contained a smile. This usually serious, old comrade who was about to enter his 100th year. At this moment, he even showed a few rare moments of childlike shyness and warmth. His eyes revealed his deep love and favor for the person in front of him, and the scene seemed to bring them back to the sweet times of their youth. Ahem, Shiwan why did you start napping today? Didn't you used to say that sleeping during the day is a waste of life? Sharp hastily digressed as a way to cover up the fact that he had just lost his temper. Oops, I remembered when you mentioned this. What time is it now? Later on at 6:30 that Jiang Chang is going to be live on Shake Hand. I have to hurry up and go take a look. Xiaobai listened to his daughter-in-law's words feel a little puzzled. How suddenly involved in that Jiang Chang it? Why are you suddenly bringing up Jiang Chang again? Is it hard to believe that you arranged it? Yeah, don't you think that these two kids, Jiang Chang and Lamentable, are very much like us when we were young together? That kid is in a bit of trouble right now, so I'll have Xiaobai arrange for a live broadcast for him, to help him out and at the same time to see where this kid's flashpoints are. It's better if you do, but it doesn't matter if you don't, right, hubby? After saying that, Ning Shiwan took the 2 blankets and walked towards the house, leaving behind Xiaobai who froze in place. A big question mark was popping up on the top of his head at the moment. How did they get together? How come I don't know? Did I agree? At this time, Xiaobai clenched his back teeth, and at this time, Xia Lament also happened to walk in from the door. The moment he saw Xia Lamentable, Xiaobai also immediately completed his face change. He directly rushed to Xia Lamentable's body. Xiao sure, I haven't seen you for a few days. Do you miss your dad? What happened this time? Can you tell me about it? Facing a series of questions from Xiaobai in front of her, Xia Lament also didn't know where to start answering. At this time Ning Shiwan also leaned in the doorway and shouted towards the father-daughter duo in the courtyard. Xiao sure, come quickly. The live broadcast is about to start. Xia Lamentable heard immediately bright, jumped up and went to the house. Looking at the far-away Xia Lament, Xiaobai felt his heart empty. One of the things he wanted to do the most right now was to give that kid named Zhang Cheng a loving hug. Well, don't stand there. It's a rare occasion when the family is all together, so why don't you hurry in? After saying that, Ning Shiwan turned around and walked back into the house. Seeing this scene, Xiaobai also mechanically moved his feet and walked towards the house. Capital of a country. Amusement Corporation headquarters. Zhang Cheng was sitting in front of the camera, countless spotlights hitting his body, and after the countdown of 3, the live broadcast was turned on, and instantly a large number of viewers entered the live broadcast room from a variety of push-stream advertisements. The number of people online in the upper left corner skyrocketed, quickly breaking through the 10, 000, 100, 000 and even million mark, and eventually the background data stabilized at around 3 million. What followed was a mass of pop-ups in rapid succession. I'm late. Zhang Cheng quickly apologized to me. It's also good to get up and be able to swipe at shivering hands to see Zhang Cheng in a live broadcast. Zhang Cheng, it's rumored that you're a second-generation tycoon. Is it true? Old thief Zhang Cheng, the hatred of taking my wife is not shared by all. I want to PK with you in the Imperial City and fight at the top of the Forbidden City. Hello audience, I am Zhang Cheng. Welcome to my live room. Everyone has the money to hold a money field. No money to the list, a little bit of reporting. I'm not even talking about him on the list of 1, and then let him develop. I do not dare to think. The audience in the live broadcast room was instantly quiet at this statement. List 1, so? Well, listen to me, thank you. Ha 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 ha. Pengwan is crying in the toilet. Just kidding, to liven things up a little bit, because I, too, am starting my first show, so I don't really know what to show, so I'd like to take 3 minutes to show me what you guys want to see. The pop-ups instantly flew and refreshed. And it didn't take long for a staff member to hand Zhang Cheng a piece of paper with the words that appeared with the highest frequency in those 3 minutes just now. Well, I can feel everyone's enthusiasm. And the most frequent content that just appeared? Check out the abs? Zhang Cheng looked at the camera in front of him in surprise after reading what was written on it clearly, and threw the paper in his hand back under the camera, pulling out a pre-prepared planner from his pocket. Well, just now the most frequently mentioned content within the live room is reading the comments. Sucks to live a new hole belonging to the yes. Well, given that I posted a video inside the afternoon inside the shaking hands, we'll take a few comments inside to appreciate, said Zhang Cheng. Took out his cell phone, clicked on the jitterbug. At this time the pop-up screen in the live room or a question mark floated over. But this does not affect Zhang Cheng. Began the first part of today's live broadcast. The first one. Hello Mr. Zhang Cheng, you look so handsome. This kind of comment everyone should not post in the future. It's not good to make it known to everyone. Ready-made comment. Ha, I've never seen one so brazen, man. Okay, next entry. Mr. Jian, what if I don't have a boyfriend on Valentine's Day? I can't go on living. Then do you have to karma one before you can live on Qingming Day? How did you say such words? Love brain fork out. Next entry. Mr. Jian, what if I go out and drink outside and accidentally get pregnant? Now my boyfriend doesn't know about it. You mean alcohol is also? Fork it out. It feels like you're pretty good. Mr. Jian, can you stand next to the national highway and see a big car coming and jump out to scare him? Ha 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 ha. Love brain fork out. No problem. Alcohol is also essence. I hope the two of them stay together and don't let her back on the market. Ha ha ha. Out the door and hit the jackpot. There are still a lot of good people in the world. Zhang Cheng suddenly felt a little tired. What is all this? Ahem. Let's end today's comment reading session with another 3 minutes for you to choose what I should do next. Soon the 3 minutes were over. Still the same staff. Still a piece of paper. Well, let's see Anon. Read the review. Before the words were finished, Zhang Cheng directly performed a hat trick, once again pulling out a planner from his pocket in full view of everyone. Ahem. It's illegal to read reviews. We must stay away from reading reviews. Please call the sheriff's office at the first sign of it. Okay, our next segment is Fan Connect. So let me start with the rules of the Fan Connections. When you come up here you can perform a talent of your own in the live room, or you can ask me some questions. Of course all of this is subject to the laws of the land and the rules of the platform Anon. Here let's have the first lucky viewer of the day. All the pop-ups in the broadcast room turned into again, but Zhang Cheng completely ignored it. And soon, the first lucky viewer of the day was ushered into the live broadcast room. The first one to draw me. The first lucky viewer just came up and revealed her current mood. Okay, this girl, let's just calm down, Zhang Cheng said on this side. But the opposite side of the fan is deaf. Still they're in their own screaming. Zhang Cheng see this is also frowned. Directly click the disconnect connection. Go down and settle down Anon. Adjust your emotions and come back Anon. Please welcome the next lucky audience. Chapter 33, Full Blood Not Going Home? Mr. Jian, can you hear me? Hello, my friend whose name is Western Scale Rattlesnake. Would you like to perform a talent show or ask a question? Looking at the fact that a more normal person had finally arrived, Jiang Chang also hurriedly sat up straight and began to greet the first official fan of the day. Mr. Jiang, can I make a request of you? Say, can you get off the air? Jiang Chang, go down and sink your teeth in and on. With that, Jiang Chang had clicked the button on the screen to disconnect the connection and turned his head to look at the camera. Can a normal person come up here? Soon another lucky audience connected to the mic, and the first words that came out of his mouth made Jiang Chang feel that this one was a sure thing. Mr. Jiang, I like a woman. What if her family doesn't agree? See, that's the kind of question a normal person should ask, and he was instantly tempted to ask for more details to provide him with more advice. And what was the girl's attitude toward you? That girl, that woman was pleased with me, too. Wait, Jiang Chang seemed to have suddenly discovered a blind spot from that sentence just now. The woman? How old are you and how old is the other guy? I'm 23, the other guy's 26. Jiang Chang heard the feeling is not bad. The gap is not very big. He immediately is also replied, that's quite good. The female big three embraced the gold brick well, and then again the gap is really not big, but her family doesn't approve. Why didn't his family agree to it? Did they think you were in a bad condition? Or did they think you looked bad? Or some other reason? Her husband doesn't approve. Her husband. Jiang Chang words just said out instantly reacted. Said half a day. So you kid is chow chow. Fork out. Please take me off thanks. The live broadcast room has once again returned to the calm. At this time Jiang Chang's face is uncontrollable. Encountered 3 oddballs in a row. He now does not know whether this live broadcast still want to continue to carry on. The audience, on the other hand, laughed like crazy at this scene. Ha 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 ha. Sooner or later I'm going to die laughing here. Mend in the world belongs to be. I thought of a million responses, just didn't realize his husband didn't agree with the outcome. I memorize stems first thing in the morning when I wake up, and I rack my brain playing abstracts every day. But I can't get past these gifted players. Lost, I just watched it in a serious manner. Still praying for this bitter lovebirds. No Jiang Chang, you compensate me some money. Fellow traveler, this friend has inherited the Wei Wu legacy as perfectly as I have. After much deliberation, Jiang Chang decided with a wave of his hand to change it again. He didn't believe that there wasn't a program that could go on peacefully. Ahem. In view of the first few excellent successful interactive cases and on, in order to make our live effect more three-dimensional full, I absolutely, and then change a kind of live content. I still don't believe it. There is not a normal link. This time, Jiang Chang didn't let the viewers of the live broadcast choose again, but directly chose to empty his pockets. No more walking through the process? I just had the pop-ups all ready to go. True old 6. This wave is a top pull. Ha 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 ha. Not even acting, just pulling out my pockets. Well, after much deliberation on my part, I've decided that our next livestream will be playing games. Jiang Chang gave a nod to his own resourcefulness in his heart. He did not believe that a game, the most is to thank the audience for the gift, which if you can still turn over the car, on the spot directly eat. Ding detected that the host has successfully let the whole network audience see your old 6 eye for 3 consecutive times. Awarded a reward, sweet, not recommended to listen to it too much as it is easy to get diabetes if you listen to it too much. Rewarded, Master Chinese Medicine Technique. Although you have become a Master Chinese Medicine practitioner, it is not recommended to treat people because practicing medicine without a license will get you arrested. Reward, Professional Level Acting Skills. Know the North Shadow textbook? It doesn't matter if you don't know, because there is no North Shadow in this world. What? It's been mentioned before. Never mind. Just as Jiang Chang's words fell, the system in his head suddenly rang, but at this time, facing a live broadcast with millions of viewers, Jiang Chang just roughly looked at the content of the rewards and continued to work on the next content. With the Timmy beep, Jiang Chang was finally able to solve the problem of the live screen, and began the live game session. Brothers, watch me make a big kill. Charge. The game started quickly, and this game he filled into the center position, choosing a hand of Angela. The opening did not choose to go to the opposite side of the middle single in 1v1 real man battle, but to linger and slowly develop, occasionally go to the side of the road to rub the line. This behavior also led Jiang Chang's economy is in a far ahead position. At this time still in the lower road line, Jiang Chang saw the opposite side of the ad. Sun Shangxiang has been in the defense tower outside the range of attack wandering, which cannot help but let him get up a killing heart. Why don't you go home when you're full of blood? You're still out there. Brothers, it's our kill line now. With that, he maneuvered Angela into a direct Russian big jump. A burst of golden light flashed by, and the distance between Angela and Sun Shangxiang instantly closed. Fireball skill directly stunned Sun Shangxiang, followed by a 3 skills directly cut Sun Shangxiang under the horse. The dead Sun Shangxiang was still a bit confused as she slowly typed A. On the public screen, Jiang Chang, turn manual. Full blood doesn't go home? Hast thou heard the words of men? Pulled full, really pulled full. Our Angela player is so manipulative. Jiang Cheng maneuvered Angela to roll the snowball up and took the win without a doubt. See, it's still a game to play. The live streaming is working. You're happy. You're making money standing up. It's awesome. Reward yourself with another game. But soon, Jiang Cheng couldn't laugh anymore because he had encountered the game's female and male duo. Line bully boyfriend playing Niu was killed by a single call auxiliary girlfriend to go over to even body. Even body cannot play advantage. Let auxiliary to go with the shooter dead not go. Have to follow the most useless boyfriend Niu playing group. AD, no, I'm the AD. What are you doing following the top single as an auxiliary all the time? Sheep, bro. This is my girlfriend. What do you want? Ad. Originally thought that this would have been the limit. Jiang Cheng playing the field. Those two although the dish a little but at least a little bit of a roll. Only to be relieved to live ad first. Soon a key small group battle was fought. Jiang Cheng found a perfect time to enter the field. Directly into the field. 3v3 beat the opposite side. But not yet wait to be happy. The opposite side of the remaining two people directly harvested them. And at that moment the Siamese couple duo was getting all mushy in the springs. Jiang Cheng directly placed the phone on the desktop. And with his hands in a symmetrical open stance, he began to output the Cybertronian language. When human beings evolved, you two were hiding, right? Hang two eggs under the eyebrow. Only blinking will not look at it. This side of the fight you two are still in that macabre. Tofu have brain, but you two do not. I am really bashful to say that the foam a blessing. Under Jiang Cheng's elegant and easygoing manner, the Siamese couple eventually broke defense and retreated from the game, leading to the game's failure. Looking at the two big, blood-red words in front of him, Jiang Cheng, who had originally planned to end the game session after this one, was left with only one thought in his heart. Win a handful and get off. And at this point the internet is making huge waves because of this live broadcast. Chapter 34, A Little Finger. What? What do you mean I'm on fire? I'm not on fire now? Jiang Cheng, who had just won the game in silent cooperation with his teammates, looked up at the pop-ups floating by on the live broadcast machine and couldn't help but ask out loud. Hurriedly, he exited the game trying to find out the cause of the incident. Just opened the shaking-handed. The first video let Jiang Cheng a little taut. What was playing on the screen was a live recording of Jiang Cheng just doing oral gymnastics. And in just one game's time, this video had already rushed to the top. In the awkward atmosphere, Jiang Cheng clicked on the comments section, and originally thought that it was a verbal attack from everyone. But the wind direction of the comments section caught Jiang Cheng a little off guard. Is everyone in such good spirits these days? Small hands up. Rap start. Little hand up. Straight up Von Lai. Little mouth. Birds and flowers. The crossword is mother hijacking. I'm deaf and I saw how emotional the person within the video was. He must have been blessing people. Why not use C? C is the ultimate language art. Where can I find you a star who can rap and work? Looking at the strange speeches in the comments section, even Jiang Cheng couldn't help but look at them. Crazy. All of them. It's good to be crazy. At this time, inside an unknown courtyard house in Kyoto, Ning Shiwan just put down the phone in her hand and sat back on the sofa with a calm face. Dear mom, how'd it go? Did it work out? Xia Lament looked at her mother, whose face was like a flat lake, with an expectant face, and anxiously asked out loud. Ugh. Ning Shiwan didn't say anything, just heaved a sigh. It's so small. It's just a couple of marketing numbers stirring up trouble trying to get attention. And it's been put down in 2 minutes. It's making me feel very unfulfilled. Xia Lament, who had originally become tense because of Ning Shiwan's sigh, had the gloom on her face swept away after listening to the second half of her words. But when she saw the teasing smile on Ning Shiwan's face, she couldn't help but blush her cheeks again and hurriedly buried her face into Ning Shiwan's arms, an action that caused Ning Shiwan to laugh heartily. Xia Bai on the side looked at this scene. He now wanted to harden his heart and say to the mother and daughter duo, your happiness is noisy to me. But also think about it, the family disciple position so that he can only gnash his teeth and look at the screen. Jiang Cheng. It is this guy arch away my family's little cabbage. How can I repair? Inside the live broadcast room in a room at the headquarters of the Kyoto Sky Entertainment Company, Jiang Cheng, who was happily brushing his shaking hands, sneezed, and it was this sudden sneeze that made him remember that he seemed to be live broadcasting right now. Little did he know that a storm that was supposed to be brewing against him had just begun to be nipped in the bud by a big Jamusi abduction, the perpetrator of which was now presumed to be on a free public meal. Ahem. So what? Couldn't help it. After realizing the problem, Jiang Cheng also immediately turned off the phone in his hand and then looked squarely at the camera in front of him. Okay, so now, I announce that the following will start the last part of our live broadcast today. Let me sing for you a song of my newly released single Fruits of Summer. The song will be on Bubble Music at 12 a.m. So if you're interested, you can go and listen to it. Immediately afterward, a staff member handed over a guitar. After Jiang Cheng took it and made a slight adjustment, a light and fast melody flowed out from his fingertips. That melody was like a summer breeze, causing the listeners in the live broadcast room to become mesmerized one by one, forgetting the passage of time. Soon after the song was finished, looking at the gifts and praises that kept brushing the screen in the live room, Jiang Chang was also happy. Steady, steady, you can stop being homeless. Thanks to the shy and pretty widow who was given a seat on the bus by 18 dudes in turn for sending in shaky hands. No. 1. And true to form, the weirder the ID, the faster the C's. Thanks to Buckle 1 for sharing my tutorial on making 0 for sending in the carnival. Nope, what the heck, fork it out, take down please I thank you. And what's up with you button ones? Thanks to the official white man's toothpaste sent to the carnival. Not with goods and on. You want to decide the loss go to the point of the underage refunds. Can't refund I can't afford to pay back. Just as a charity. Thank you G. This Mr. G sent the sports car. Housekeeping gave him a 10-year package. Whoever invented Jiang Chang was a genius. Well, declared. God look at him. My name is Rammer Power. And I've heard them say that it doesn't take talent to succeed. And if I wasn't still in a rented house eating National Tide spelled good meals I'd almost believe it. Thank you all for your support. I was supposed to go off the air by this point, but sensing the enthusiasm, I decided to sing one more song. This song is called Sweet and it was written in the last couple days for a friend I just met. I hope she likes it and I hope you all do too. I'm taking a little taste of the love you said you'd have for me, and I'm still savoring the tenderness you gave me. I'm gonna take a little taste of this rich temptation, and you've got everything I like. I'll take a little taste of that candy you said you love me too much to eat to smile. I'll take a little taste, a small portion, but I'll absorb all your love. Without too much of a prelude, a burst of light-hearted singing came out from Jiang Chang's mouth. The song gave off a childish feeling. This childishness was not only in the tune, but was also reflected in the lyrics. But it's this kind of childishness that portrays all those little episodes and psychology of a man in love. Without too much of a prelude, sung right at the beginning and gushing sweetness straight out of the gate. After the song was sung before the audience in the live broadcast room reacted, Jiang Chang had already clicked the button to close the live broadcast. Phew, so tired. Money is hard to earn. Jiang Chang closed the live broadcast and directly placed the guitar on the table in front of him. And the words that came out made the corner of the mouth of the staff who came in to dismantle the equipment on the side of the mouth twitch as they listened to the old Versailles. Hard work Jiang Chang. Today's live broadcast ended successfully. Shake hands side is very satisfied. By the way, do you want to guess how much you can take? Shen Lang walked in with a smile on his face. Today he has seen clearly that this Jiang Chang has the ability and face value. Proper innate showbiz said body ah. Jiang Chang heard immediately is also full of light. He looked at Shen Lang in front of him with anticipation. There is a small goal? Shen Lang sniffed the corner of his mouth is also straight twitching. This is also not daytime ah. What daydreaming? That's not true. But with the 2 million from shaky hands, 1/20th of the small goal is still there. Still after taxes. I thought you said you owed 500. This is just enough. Listening to Shen Lang burst out of the figures, Jiang Chang also cannot help but smack his lips. In his last life we heard how to make money in the entertainment industry. Before he did not believe it. This first-hand experience to find out. Hey, that's not making money. That's just robbing. Chapter 35, Sustainable Exploitation of Fisheries. Shen Lang was satisfied with Jiang Chang's expression in front of him, which he had seen on the faces of many other newcomers who had just joined the circle. Nowadays, he had been accustomed to this kind of expression in the past after many years of drifting in the circle. But for some reason this kind of expression appeared on Jiang Chang's face, but it gave him a different kind of sense of accomplishment. In addition, Director Li Xia of When Love Is in Progress also gave me a call, and will reopen in 3 days, asking you to help publicize it a bit if you can. And the location will be in Suhong. Jiang Chang, who had just been shocked by the lucrative returns from this live broadcast, also immediately came back to his senses. He understands that all of this is false. Live this thing to play on it. The heat is over, there will not be many people to buy the account. The only way to work in the circle to stand firm. Then you can sustain the exhaustion of fishing. Seeing Jiang Chang so quickly collected his expression, Shen Lang also could not help but look at him highly. This son will become a great man in the future. Well, it's over on this side. So go back to rest. The fee will be credited to the card you left earlier within the hour. BTW. Shen Lang said and took out a black card from his pocket. There is no fancy pattern on it. Only 4 big words in gilt. Tian Entertainment Group. I forgot to give it to you before. This is your work card. It has this month's allowance in it. And with the card you can go to the cafeteria to eat as well as go to the company's gym to work out. After handing the work card to Jiang Chang, Shen Lang didn't say anything more. Just instructed 2 sentences to have a good rest and walked out. He still had other 8 artists to bring. Looking at Shen Lang's departing back and the card in his hand, Jiang Chang now had only one thought in his mind. Does the company cafeteria have late-night snacks? Just after listening to Jiang Chang sang the song Sia Lamentable at this time, there is only one thought in his mind. The person he said is me? She also remembered that her good sister Bai Ruowei was the first person Jiang Cheng knew, and that night Jiang Cheng even said that she was beautiful and famous, which gave her a strong sense of uneasiness. People will always feel anticipation and fear for unknown results. Ning Shiyuan, as a person who has been there before, could see Xiao Lamentation's current state at a glance. She didn't say anything more, she just embraced Xiao Lamentation into her own embrace. Your program mom has been paying attention to it for the past 2 days. This Jiang Cheng has had contact with you. Who else could he have written this song for besides you? At the word Xiao Lament raised her face in Ning Shiyuan's arms, although she was still unsure. But hearing this news from her own mom had calmed her originally anxious heart. Mother and daughter looked at each other and smiled, leaving Sharpay alone with a taste in her mouth. At this time, Xiaobai's micro-Q tone sounded. He picked it up to see that it was the latest news sent by the professional agent he assigned to his daughter. Mr. Xia, just now Director Lee from the program When Love Is in Progress called me over, saying that the program will restart filming in 3 days, and wanting Miss Lamentable to be able to publicize more on social media platforms. After reading the message displayed on his cell phone, Xiaobai turned his head again to look at his daughter who was still curled up in Ning Shiyuan's arms, and he turned around and headed outside. Hey, Secretary Lee, you throw some money into that program that Xiao Shi is participating in the name of the company, then stuff Li Yifan and Lin Sinny in there for me. I'll organize what they need to do and send it to you later. The secretary on the other end of the phone, Li, was quietly waiting for her boss's next instructions after brushing down her boss's request on the notebook in front of her. That's all for now. I'll follow up with you on any other requests. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Secretary Li didn't say one more word throughout the whole process. After Xiaobai hung up the phone, he went directly to carry out his orders to go. This is also one of the reasons why Xiaobai chose him to be his secretary. What are you doing behind my back again? Can't I hear it too? Ning Shiyuan's tone was flat, but it still made Xiaobai's footsteps lurch. No way, wife. What kind of demon can I be? By the way, where is Shai? Xiaobai's voice was slightly dry, and he pretended to be relaxed as he asked a rhetorical question, while his eyes quickly searched the room, hoping to find Xiao Lamentable's figure as a way to avoid Ning Shiyuan's question. Don't look for it, Xiao Shi has already gone back to the east room. Well then it seems that the object of the evil is Shizuku. Are you really not going to tell me? Brother Sharpay. Xiaobai looked at the half lying on the sofa, that pretense of weakness as well as the little daughter posture, tearful eyes, immediately also lost the battle. He sighed and hurriedly sat down beside Ning Shiyuan, informing her of his preparations just now as well as his next plans. I'm going to let Li Yifan, the flow bearer, put pressure on that Jiang Cheng to see if he'll be unassuming or groveling in the face of a real top flow. And now Lin Sinny, who is in the midst of her big break. Her main task is to approach this Jiang Cheng and see if he will abandon Xiao Shi as if he were his own in the face of the temptation of this level of beauty. I really didn't mean to keep this from you. It's for the good of our family, Shikia wife. Sharp's voice held some urgency, and he was afraid that if he said anything late, he'd have to coax another half hour out of him. Well, get cleaned up, boy. Ning Shiyuan, who was still teary-eyed just now, instantly turned her face from cloudy to sunny, and directly got up and was about to walk towards the inner hall. Honey, you're not mad? Xiaobai looked at Ning Shiyuan, who was changing her face like breathing in front of her, and asked tentatively. Ning Shiyuan smiled lightly. Why should I be angry? Even if you don't arrange it this way, I'll also ask Xiaobai to do it. It's just that the personnel arrangement is different. After all, I don't want to be entrusted with the wrong person by our family Xiaoshi. By the way, you should stay out of the follow-up. I'll ask Bai to butt in, and I'll personally plan the operation this time. Looking at Ning Shiyuan, who walked towards the inner hall after finishing his speech, Xiaobai couldn't help but gulp down his saliva. His daughter-in-law is still acting in such a comprehensive manner. As the saying goes, there is a woman behind every successful man. The world only knows him, Xiaobai, but do not know Ning Shiyuan is even more genius in the genius. She just does not like to walk in front of the stage. Xiaobai suddenly felt a sense of pride in his heart when he thought of this. Such a powerful woman is still not my wife. It seems that I am still more skillful. Ah, nerd, what are you standing there for? In the distance, Ning Shiyuan was standing at the entrance of the inner hall and gently waved to Xiaobai, who was standing in place. Coming. Returning to his senses, Xiaobai sniffed and immediately ran his ass off to the inner hall. At this time, in the east room, Xiaolament was still listening to the suite that Jiang Cheng had just sung from her cell phone. Just now her agent, Sister Yen, had sent a message that Love in Progress would be back on the air in 3 days, at which time she would be able to go to Jiang Cheng face to face and seek answers. Chapter 36, The Nature of Humanity is a Repeater. Early the next morning, the calm internet rippled with a stone dropped by who knows who. The original cast of A Time to Fall in Love posted at the same time at 8 a.m. See you at Westlake in 2 days. Meanwhile, the show's official announcement was made in an official post. Brand new rules, brand new gameplay. 2 days from now, Curved courtyard wind lotus. The news has made fans who were already waiting for news about the show happy as if it was New Year's Eve. Grandpa, the program you've been following is coming back on the air. Why does it take 2 days? I'll say a number. 2 seconds, and it's on now. Sit back and wait for the opening. Sit back and wait for the opening. It's true that human nature is a repeater. Say, who do you guys think Zhang Cheng sang that song yesterday to yesterday? I think it was Xia Lament. After all, they've been interacting the longest. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You heretic. It's obviously sung to Bairuowei. They're the ones who met first. We, the Ken Hyuk CP, will just be quiet and watch you guys without saying a word. The debate in the comments section quickly died down because just moments ago, the official blog of When Love Is in Progress posted an even more powerful message. On the shore of Shizi Lake, talented men and women meet again. New stars join us. Old rain and new knowledge together in splendor. The netizens at the bottom commented, I'm uneducated. Can someone tell me what that means? I told you to go to school and you went to raise pigs. Now you're good. I'm a practicing dancer, and I practice flying, so can you please tell me what that means now? I don't know. I'm the pig farmer. Well, don't all come and embarrass yourself. That's 2 words through and through. Here comes the new guy. Isn't that 4 words? Zhang Chang woke up from his bed in a daze. After paying off his loan last night, the debt-free man decided to reward himself fiercely. So last night he swam in the canyon all night long. The physical peak quality bonus he had gotten earlier had also improved his reflexes immensely. But Zhang Chang was also using the results to prove that playing the game really had a lot to do with talent. But the good thing is, having a proficiency in the instrument made his fingers nimble and he was able to win easily at the Zwan stage. Well, it's 11 o'clock. Hurry up and get cleaned up and go to the office to rub it in. Zhang Chang tapped his cell phone to look at it and decided to go to the company first to solve the problem of warmth. What? Why do you think Zhang Chang is rubbing his nose in it when he obviously has his own card? Would you not rub your roommate's paper if you had the money to do so? Your best friend's makeup? Take a lighter from your buddy's cigarettes? That's just a matter of course. Tian Entertainment Company cafeteria? Looking at Zhang Chang, who once again wolfed down his food in front of his eyes, Shen Lang couldn't help but slightly hold his forehead. He can now be sure that yesterday Zhang Chang came to the company early just to rub his nose in the food. Burp yummy. Love it. Keep it coming next time. Zhang Chang ate a satisfied burp, not the slightest bit, as a star should have a frame, which also let Shen Lang another high look at him. Such a talent can go in the circle for a long time. By the way, brother Wave, why don't you see your sister Shen eating with you? Zhang Chang casually asked, but it was a different picture that fell on Shen Lang's ears. Zhang Chang, Zhang Deng, why didn't your pretty sister come along? Wave, hello? Zhang Chang called out a few times. Soundwave did not respond, and then after waving his hand in front of his eyes to make sure he was lost in thought, he gave a secret cry of good opportunity. Then in a swift manner, he pinched away the large chicken thigh in Shen Lang's dinner plate. Zhang Chang, how can you have such thoughts? Shen Lang suddenly came back to his senses, and he roared out angrily at Zhang Chang in front of him, and the gazes of the people around him also looked this way, and liking to watch the fun is a yo-yo virtue of people all over the world. Shen Lang originally at first just think Zhang Chang before to even practice the last place debut. Even a skill is not, certainly cannot hold what good work, so he put his sister, who had been trying to get into the ring before, at Zhang Chang's side to let her know that Inner Fish wasn't such a good mixer, and by the way, he was able to give her an internship certificate. At first it was quite good. Zhang Chang's operation made Shen Yan directly have the idea of withdrawing from the pit, and he even gave her a pie because of this, wanting to give her some hope before letting her despair, completely eliminating this dangerous idea of hers. After all, he has been mixed in the circle for so long he has seen everything. He does not want Shen Yan also see these dirty things, dirty her eyes. But who knows that this Zhang Chang also do not know what is going on. Suddenly became a dark horse, displaying amazing creative talent as well as his ability to live the whole thing, jumped into the new entertainment industry. This makes Shen Yan, who was already giving up on entering the circle, suddenly hang on to the cliff, and even said to himself, who is his brother? The sentence, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not deceive the young girl poor. Now this Zhang Chang was so concerned about his sister in front of him, and even asked about his movements. This is not a deliberate intention is what? How could he, who was a fanatic who favored his sister, not be angry? She's still just a student. Zhang Chang, how could you do that? If Zhang Chang could hear his heart, then he would definitely be dumbfounded. Ha? Your sister? But unfortunately, he did not know what Shen Lang thought in his heart. At this time he took the chicken leg in his hand that had just gnawed half of the chicken leg, and looked at the angry Shen Lang in front of him with a face full of oil. It's bad. It's been discovered. Look how angry Long is. He must be a dog. Don't be angry, brother Lang. It's just that I took something from you. I'll just buy you another one. Zhang Chang, who adhered to the principle of admitting mistakes before committing them, had a kind smile on his face, but this sentence fell in the ears of Shenlang, who had already thought wrongly. Is, Zhongdong, I look at your sister that is to look up to you, and then later give you a nephew to accompany you is. Reason told Shenlang to restrain. Here is the cafeteria. Sensibility is directly in his mind to say, dry on the end of the matter. Do you want to let your lovely sister fell in front of this on the show and other people in the hands of the people who love each other? Eventually, Reason turned around bashfully, gently wiping the blood on his hands, and said to Sensibility, who was lying half dead behind him, I have always been reasonable, but I am also slightly proficient in some punches and kicks if you don't like to hear it. Shenlang stood up. Rationally he just faintly said to Jiang Chang, you disappoint me too much, Jiang Chang. He then left with his dinner plate, leaving Jiang Chang, who was still holding the large chicken thigh, in place with a confused look on his face. Just stealing a chicken leg, is that so serious? How come it feels like I kidnapped his sister? Chapter 37, College students are easy to fool. Looking at Shenlang's back as he disappeared into the exit, Jiang Chang suddenly slapped his thigh. It's bad. I was trying to get Wave to help me go through the process of filing a movie, and it's gone to hell. In the end, Jiang Chang, who had 9 years of compulsory education, made a decision. He couldn't waste the food and ate it first. Shen Yan, have you seen your brother? Jiang Chang, who had just walked to the hall, saw Shen Yan, who was preparing to walk out, and he immediately stopped her to inquire about Shenlang's whereabouts. I haven't seen him all day today. What's up, Jiang Chang? Is there something going on? Looking for me? Ah, I'm your assistant. Shen Yan's words let Jiang Chang will be woken up at once. Yes, in addition to the broker I have assistant. Ah, look at the Shen Yan in front of a look of eagerness to try, so that Jiang Chang more satisfied. This is not the proper nuclear power donkey. Well, Shen Yan na, the organization now has a difficult and important task for you to complete. Jiang Chang patted Shen Yan's shoulder in a serious tone, then took out his cell phone and sent her all the scripts of the first part of the Love and Trilogy. This script needs you to go through the reporting process, and at that time if possible arrange a role for you as well. Of course you don't want to think about the female lead. I'm saving that role for Xia Lament. Shen Yan also can't help but be overjoyed after hearing this. Originally intended to go back to rest at noon, her ass ran back to the company. That's great. College students are just so easy to fool. Jiang Chang looked at Shen Yan's fiery back and couldn't help but sigh in admiration, then walked out of the company. It was time to go back to bed. As soon as Shen Yan, who had just arrived at the choreography department, stepped out of the elevator, she saw that her brother, Shen Lang, was leading an artist to talk to someone about something, but she didn't bother her. Instead she walked straight to the only other person she was familiar with in this company, Su Shanyu. At this time, Shen Lang just happened to see the advancing Shen Yan with an inadvertent glance. He hastened to apologize and excuse himself, and then walked towards Shen Yan. What are you doing here at this hour instead of going home to rest? Just as Shen Yan's hand was about to knock on Su Shanyu's office, a large hand suddenly came out from the side to stop Shen Yan's next action. Brother, are you done with your business? Not yet. Don't interrupt. Come on. What are you doing over here looking for Su Shanyu? What's the matter? Can't I come to see Sister Asami if there's nothing wrong? You. Shen Lang was choked by Shen Yan's rhetorical question. At this time he actually looked a little embarrassed. He just wanted to continue to speak. The office door had opened. A beautiful but somewhat delicate girl appeared in front of the eyes of the two. Little Goose is here. Come in and sit down. Or Little Goose is good. Unlike someone who doesn't know how to come to me in 10 days and half a month. After saying this, Su Shanyu pulled Shen Yan towards her side, while also looking at Shen Lang on the side with a grudging gaze. I don't have time. Well, I'm not done with my business over there, so I won't bother. I'm leaving. After saying this, Shen Lang left, leaving only a wretched back to Su Shanyu, making Su Shanyu feel funny for a moment. Sister's shallow words don't need to pay attention to him. He's just an unintelligent log. It's better to come and see what's going on with me. Shen Yan's words let Su Shanyu put her eyes back. She looked behind her face with excitement. Shen Yan then also turned around and entered the office, picked up the teapot on the table and poured a cup of tea and handed it to Shen Yan and said, What's the matter that makes you so happy, Little Goose? Sister's shallow language. I'm here to ask for your help. Nah, this is the script that the artist I'm in charge of named Jiang Chang told me to come over and apply for the record. He also said he's going to leave me a role in it, so when the time comes, won't I be able to make my debut straight out of the movie and television industry, and become the star of tomorrow? Shen Yan handed her cell phone over, and after she finished her narration, she began to envision the future, as if she had already seen the scene where she stood under the spotlight and received thousands of flowers and applause. Seeing Shen Yan's such appearance, Su Shanyu, who had just picked up the cell phone, asked in a half-joking, half-testing manner, being so attached to that Jiang Chang's matter, you wouldn't be looking at him, would you? Hearing this, Shen Yan came back to God from his thoughts, and righteously said to Su Shanyu, "Men are just a stumbling block on the road to me becoming the star of tomorrow. There is no man in my heart, and I draw my sword naturally God." After Su Shanyu stared at Xinyan for 2.5 minutes, she was sure that what Xinyan was saying now was true, which also made her breathe a sigh of relief. Because with her understanding of Xinlang, as a spoiled girl fanatic, after hearing that Xinyan has a favorite person, he will definitely be the first time to rush to the front of the other party, and then loudly ask, "Want to try whether my sword is sharp or not?" But it is such a spoiled girl demon, yet a person who acts decisively and does things without the slightest bit of procrastination, while at the same time having a strong sense of justice within her, that she is addicted to it. After exclaiming a sinful fate in her heart, Su Shanyu turned her attention to the script in her cell phone, but soon she was not calm again. How can I say the script? It was perfect and detailed, so detailed that even how to shoot that shot was written out, but after reading the whole thing, it gave her a feeling of 2 words, mediocre. In her opinion, most of the script is based on the subjective dialogue between the hero and heroine. She did not find any highlights from it, and the end is not a mainstream happy ending for the whole family. As a professional film critic, she does not think highly of this script, but think of that Jiang Chang's script and found that everything is explained. Due to Xinlang's reasons, she has also paid attention to Jiang Chang, know that he has so much talent in songwriting, did not think that in the script writing above so mediocre. Goose, are you sure you want to report this movie? Su Shanyu handed the cell phone back to Xinyan and looked straight into her eyes and asked, not just to confirm, but also to make Xinyan give up the idea of acting in this movie, because reading through the whole thing, the only role that suits her besides the female lead seems to be the couple that argued at the beginning is still somewhat in the picture. Xinyan didn't say anything, just looked at Su Shanyu with firm eyes. Ugh. Well, send me the script and I'll submit the application later. Su Shanyu's heart eventually softened, and she seemed to see in Xinyan's body the shadow of herself back then when she first left the campus. Thank you, sister's shallow language. I'll help you ask my brother out some other day. He. After saying that, she pushed the door and went out. She now couldn't wait to share the good news with Xinlang, because with the volume of Tian Entertainment, scripts usually just need to be submitted, and it's a nail in the coffin to pass, and she will also get the opportunity to act in the movie. Brother, I have good news for you. Sis, I have good news for you. You first, the 2 siblings said in unison. Okay, then I'll start. I'm going to be in a movie. I'm going to make my debut. Congratulations? In the end, it was Xinyan who was the first to tell his good news, which really stunned Xinlang. Who would be blind to cast Xinyan in a movie? Her own sister grew up with an impaired voice and uncoordinated arms and legs, so what would she be in? A corpse? Oh, which director has taken a fancy to you? Tell me so that my brother can give you a reference. Although Xinlang was thinking so, on his mouth, he still smiled and inquired. It's Jiang Chang. What? Chapter 38. I'm going to hit 10. Xinyan looked at her own oldest brother who didn't know which of his tendons was wrong. She didn't understand why the other party had such a big reaction. What's up, man? By the way, what's that good news you were talking about? It's okay, the good news is gone, so hurry home and get some rest. Xinlang walked forlornly towards the elevator entrance and disappeared into the choreography department. Just when Xinyan was still feeling a wave of inexplicable wonder, a delicate jade hand was suddenly placed on her shoulder. Your brother doesn't support you. Your sister's shallow language. I support you. Cheer up, little Yen. I look forward to the day you become the star of tomorrow. Listening to Su Shanyu's encouragement, Xinyan couldn't help but be energized. But soon an ancient and mysterious force washed away all her bravado. Sound of an empty stomach. Xinyan's stomach began to protest, making her look a little embarrassed in the face of Su Shenyu's smile. Ha ha, let's go eat our star of tomorrow then. Swipe my sister's card. Great. Long live Asawa-san. Flanked by Xinyan, the 2 women started walking in the direction of the cafeteria. Li Yifan, who had just returned to the company after receiving urgent news, was a bit confused when he heard about his next schedule from his manager Subo. Li Yifan, an idol among idols, a top stream among top streams. Want me to participate in a romance variety show? Don't you know who my fan base is? Isn't this operation directly cutting off my arm? Subo looked at Li Yifan, who was talking spitefully in front of him with a bashful face, and took out a handkerchief from the hand towel bag to wipe the spittle that fell on his face. This was arranged personally by the chairman's secretary. May I ask what else you wish to say? Subo looked at Li Yifan, who had stopped speaking, and lightly uttered these words, causing Li Yifan, who was still in a state of anger, to instantly calm down. The chairman of the secretary in the company is that can be said to be 3 people under 10,000 people on. External his meaning is equivalent to the chairman of the meaning, but a trace of unwillingness rose in his heart. He asked himself that he had not had any dealings with the other party. Offending the other party was even more unavoidable. Why would he make such an arrangement on his own? But at this moment, He couldn't even raise his mind to resist. Only when you've risen to the peak that's perched in front of you can you realize that this is just the beginning. Just like when you have worked hard to become an immortal. In the eyes of the mundane people you become a high and mighty immortal. But in the sky you are just an insignificant member of the 100,000 soldiers who surrounded the monkeys. Looking at Li Yifan in front of him, who seemed to be ready to accept his fate in general, Su Bo, who was still indifferent, revealed a smile at this moment. After the recording of the program, the resources you subsequently receive will be doubled. In addition, Li Yifan, whose face was already bleak, not knowing where he should go in the future, instantly turned from worry to joy at the words, double the resources. It's not just going to a love round. Go on. I want to play 10. But Subo's next news made Li Yifan's breath catch directly, followed by a large amount of dopamine rushing to his brain, and he realized that an opportunity to turn over a new leaf was now right in front of his eyes. In addition, according to the gossip, the chairman's daughter-in-law is also a guest inside this program. By the way, you should know what our chairman Xiao's surname is. Li Yifan looked at Subo's eyes instantly filled with gratitude. He hated himself at this time. Why is not a daughter's body? Otherwise he high and low have to give his body to the same. I just drank some wine. I seem to have said drunken words. Don't take it to heart Anon. Prepare well for the program in 2 days' time. Little Fan. After saying that he gave Li Yifan a meaningful look, he got up and was about to leave, and touched Li Yifan's but before he left. Looks like you've been working out lately. Your muscles are tight. Subo's departing back makes Li Yifan can't help but shiver, and the thought in his heart at this time is, as if, without turning into a daughter's body, he can also give his body to Subo. On the other hand, at this time, Lin Sinny was also just told by their own agent to participate in a love round. Lin Sinny himself heard but did not say anything. Her agent at this time is unusually annoyed. I don't know who's so ungrateful to let you participate in this bull **** love show when your career is on the rise. It's not pushing you into the fire pit and doubling your resources afterward. What's the point? Sharpay, Achu, who's you chanting about me? It must be Shy who's thinking about me. Yeah. Okay Sister Ching, cut the crap. It's just a variety show. Just think of it as a trip to get away. Lin Sinny cried and laughed as she looked at Sister Chang, who was out putting all the time after informing her of the news. Sister Chang was good at everything, but she was just too much of a worrywart. Turning her head to look at the blinding sunlight outside, Lin Sinny's heart suddenly wondered if she could take advantage of this opportunity to fly out of this cage that held this canary of hers. Lost again. Build. Can the system reward me with a Game Master reward next time? I want a clean slate. Looking at the screen shows the word blood red failure. Zhang Chang broke defense, originally all the way to win. From the position of the master is close to the door a foot. Who knows the miserable ELO mechanism sanctions? Even kneeling 5 dropped back to the diamond 2, which cannot help but let Zhang Chang issue a direct hit to the soul of the problem. Who's winning this game? Anyway? Putting his cell phone aside, Zhang Chang collapsed helplessly onto the sofa, and he secretly swore in his heart that he would be a dog if he ever touched this garbage game of pesticides again. Ding dong, the micro cue's beep came. It was Xin Yan who sent a picture labeled with 3 big words in review. The efficiency is really good. Worthy of being a college student. Less money to ask for work is still snappy. No wonder everyone likes it. Looking at the gradually darkening sky, Zhang Chang walked to the balcony, carrying a cup of cold white water in his hand, and after taking a sip looked toward the traffic not far away. After paying off the debt, he now for the first time had a sense of belonging to this world. I come, I see, I conquer, Zhang Chang softly murmured. At this moment a grandiose idea rose up in his mind. He wants to step by step to the highest. He wants to be Zhao, going to the wrong movie theater. Since he had already traveled across the world and had the system, as well as the figure in his mind that stood under the light and handed him the woodbine. Let this life be easier for himself. Let's set a small goal first, carry all those immortal items from his previous life, and make the blue stars tremble under the domination of Hualu. Otherwise, even shout he can confidently give his own masterpiece. Zhang Chang also deliberately went to search to see how to say Shanghai Fortress with him are considered the light of science fiction. 749 Bureau with him are 100 years of rare divine drama. After finishing the last sip of cool white boiled water in his cup and looking at the Kyoto where the lights of 10,000 homes were gradually rising, Zhang Chang turned around and returned to his room. So boring. Better go play pesticide. I'll be on master tonight. What? You said Zhang Chang said before that hitting pesticide again is a dog? That's what the former Zhang Chang said. What's it got to do with my current Zhang Chang? Zhang Lucen Joshuren Makoto. No nothing. Chapter 39 in the future. No one below the master segment is allowed to speak loudly to me. Director Li Xiao was currently looking at the large courtyard in front of him and turned his head to the assistant director on the side. This is what you said, 3 into 3 out of the classic old mansion, away from the downtown area, adjacent to the West Lake. the exclusive mood, the green rate of 100%, but also full of the atmosphere of the years, as much as possible, the historical sense of gravity yard, looking at the rickety gate in front of him, and the already overgrown yard inside. Director Lee now finally knew why people laughed when they were angry. What is this place you found? We're shooting tomorrow and you're giving me all this? Looking at Director Lee, whose face was about to overflow with anger, the assistant director also rushed out to explain, fearing that a slow step would be sacrificed to heaven. Lee, director, you calm down. I also commissioned a real estate agent to find. He also said that he is a gold medal sales. Just now those are he described to me. I do not know what is going on, or I now give him a phone call to ask? Then what are you waiting for? Go on. Director Lee's rant caused the assistant director to immediately run to the side and dial the number left by the agent in his cell phone. Goddamned agent. Caused labor to take a scolding. Your family better be wholesale, or you see how I will double back later to take revenge. Hello? This is the Ruja agency. How may I help you? What's wrong with you guys? Didn't I say I wanted a high-class yard? What kind of place did you recommend? How come none of the things you described are there? Do you know who I am? Believe it or not, I'll expose you. As soon as the call was answered, the assistant director vented all the anger he had just received from Director Lee. Sir, please wait a moment. Let me check. Hello, sir. After checking, our descriptions are all correct. If you are not satisfied, you can exchange it. Listening to the speech coming from the microphone, the assistant director was also furious. Okay, so explain to me instead what you mean by describing a classic old mansion, away from the city? And what about the air of age, the richness of history, and most importantly, what about the lake? Where's the promised West Lake? It's next to a stinking ditch. Sir, the classic old house, the name away from the city as the name suggests. You look up and see that house, old enough, and then look at the side. In addition to this one household in a circle of 2 kilometers have no people. This is not far from the city? This is not classic enough? The age-old smell is even more real. You look at the wall full of cracks. Look at it. Do not you feel from the thickness of those bricks and soil? It's pretty thick. Thick enough for me to take it and bring you down with a brick. The assistant director was already gritting his teeth when he heard this, and he was now itching to whip out the age-old brick and point it at these bull agency heads and ask him if it was thick enough. You're quite the joker, sir. Well, for your last question, you head upstream of that ditch, not 500 meters out you'll see. Have you seen West Lake? No, it's just a stagnant pool of water that you can see, and the family that used to live there said it was called West Lake. The air suddenly quieted down. At this time, the assistant director can finally understand just why Director Lee will laugh. People in extreme breathless anger turns out to really laugh. Sir, are there any questions? If not, I'll disconnect the call and ask you to go to the App Store and give us a favorable review. The phone was hung up, and the assistant director decisively opened the App Store and clicked on the 1-star rating with the text, 5-star reviews are not enough to match your service. I'm going to give a 6-star review, and here's the one that overflowed, and the rest of the 5 are staged for you. Just finished commenting to vent his anger, but soon the assistant director was flooded with worry again. How to explain to Director Lee? Just then his phone rang. The assistant director picked it up and couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Shaky hands, Vice General Manager by? What's he calling me for? But muttering to muttering, the hand is still honestly pressed the answer button. At the same time, the face is also suddenly overflowing with smiles. The tone is also converted into with a little bit of flattery. Still at the gate of the courtyard, Director Lee looked at the rickety courtyard in front of him and suddenly realized that although this courtyard looks unsafe, it is actually really dangerous. And compared to it, all those dangerous houses seem to be so safe and reliable. Looking at tomorrow will be the official shooting, but now is not even the shooting site problem has not yet been resolved. This is definitely a huge failure. The more I think, the more angry Director Lee just want to get angry. This deputy director, how so go a long time has not come back? Still cannot do a good job. Cannot do to hurry up and leave. You cannot do it, there are people to do. But before he could open his mouth to ask a question, a voice flew over from far away. Director Lee, good news, great news. Looking at the assistant director who flew over, Director Lee was furious, but he was still patient, wanting to see what kind of good news it was, and if the news wasn't good enough, then he would definitely make him feel the pain. Who Lee? Director Lee, shivering hand side, said they're going to provide us with a place to stay. The location is in a small manor next to Shizi Lake. What? What's the request from Sheikh's side? As a veteran, Director Lee also instantly asked about the other party's claims after his initial surprise, and he firmly believed that there was no free lunch in this world. All the other side has to do is advertise for them on top of our show. This news makes the director of the Lee is a little Louis XVI with seafoam puzzled. This is not a charity? After getting the news that it was the assistant director who confirmed with the other party again and again and also confirmed that the other party was not a telecommunication fraud, Director Lee also immediately slapped his hand on the assistant director's shoulder. You've made a great achievement. There will be no shortage of favors for you in return. Let's go. Let's quickly go and see how that place is doing. After saying that, his figure appeared on the main driver of the vehicle behind him, and he also poked out half of his head and waved his hand towards the assistant director, signaling him to hurry over. The assistant director also ran over with a black line all over his head when he saw this scene. Just now he called someone Mrs. Yo. Now he turned his head and called someone sweetie. Humph. Man. Carrot. Kyoto. Jiang Chang's home. Putting down the cell phone in his hand, Jiang Chang lay down on the bed as if he was relieved. Little master, take the pinch. He was now tempted to take a screenshot of the image and tweet it. In the future, no one below the master is allowed to speak to me out loud. That diamond kid over there. Yeah, that's you. Go stir fry 2 dishes for me. Maka baka aka waka maka maka Before resting for 2.5 minutes, the cell phone beside him rang. Looking at the word Xinyan labeled on it, Jiang Chang frowned, but still pressed the answer button. Mr. Jiang, open the door. I'm already at your door. The phone just connected. Inside came Xinyan's voice. Jiang Chang doubtfully got up, opened the door, and sure enough, he saw Xinyan as last time generally stood in the door of his room, but with the last time is different. This time Xinyan's side also followed a person. Chapter 40. Do you know who I am? Yo, brother Long. I said I heard magpies chirping outside this morning. So it's you. Come in and sit down. Shenlang also couldn't help but breathe a long sigh of relief after learning from Su Shanyu last night that his own sister had no feelings for Jiang Chang, but he was still a little uneasy, so he followed along tonight when the program team notified them that they could set off to come to Su Hang. After all, as an agent he followed his own artists to the program recording venue. It's quite reasonable, right? By the way, he also wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to accompany Xinyan to have fun in Suwang. After all, the public money reimbursement. Do not use it for nothing. That thing yesterday, it was my fault. After the three of them were seated, Shen Lang was the first to open his mouth. He was indeed preemptively reckless yesterday, so now he took the initiative to open his mouth and apologize to Jiang Chang. Jiang Chang was also stunned when he heard this. He was still feeling a bit baffled by yesterday's events. He thought about it last night with the spare time of conquering the canyon, and finally arranged a reasonable explanation for Shen Lang's behavior. His great aunt came, and he then proceeded to mark the day on his cell phone calendar with a note: this week Wave would be grumpy. It's okay, there are days in a month. I understand. Shen Lang listening to this sentence has not tasted it? What, there are so many days a month? I did not have before. Shen Yan, on the other hand, her eyes shifted back and forth between her brother and Jiang Chang's figure. What's wrong with you two? Why are you still apologizing? Nothing, Jiang Chang and Shen Lang said in unison, which made Shen Yan feel more and more wrong the more she looked at him. Ahem. Back to business. Tomorrow Love in Progress is going to start its official shooting. Since the location is in Su Hang, we need to go there a day earlier. You can pack your bags now. We'll leave later. In order to prevent Shen Yan from continuing to delve deeper into that matter just now, Shen Lang hurriedly told the purpose of this trip. Are you going too, Wave? Jiang Chang just got up after sniffing, and then as if he thought of something, he turned his head to Shen Lang and asked, what's the matter? I'm your agent. Can't I go? No. I mean, don't you have 8 other artists besides me? What will they do if you leave? Upon hearing this, the corner of Shen Lang's mouth twitched, and with a leathery smile, he looked at Jiang Chang and replied, it's fine, you go and pack your luggage quickly. Any later and we won't be able to catch the plane. I've already made proper arrangements for them. Jiang Chang nodded after hearing this and didn't continue to say anything, but instead walked into his room and began to pack up his luggage. At the headquarters of Sky Entertainment in Kyoto, the other 8 artists under Shen Lang's banner were gathered together at this time, and all saw deep speechlessness in each other's eyes. Did you get a text from Wave 2? Yeah, everyone got it. No, who's the good agent who says he's going to give himself a 14-day vacation to let his artists settle down? Actually, we all understand. It's just because that Jiang Chang has recently made a name for himself, and Brother Wave is going over to focus on cultivating him. But they can't say anything. Shen Lang is the company's veteran agent, and Jiang Chang's curiosity is now much greater than theirs, and they don't dare to speak loudly without famous works. Well then, let's all go and settle down and polish our specialties, and in the future, you and I will both be the stars of tomorrow. The crowd dispersed separately after drying a bowl of chicken soup, only occasionally poking and prodding at that Jiang Chang who had snatched Shen Lang from them. Soon Jiang Chang walked out from inside the room, not even for 2.5 minutes, because he hadn't opened his suitcase at all since the last time he came back. After all, that's what boys do. Vacation home suitcase to the side of a put. Do not use to the inside of the things is absolutely not open it. Even if open is also put there, let it bloom alone on the sidelines. So fast. Looking at Jiang Chang dragging his luggage out from inside the room, Xin Yan exclaimed in shock. She didn't understand how Jiang Chang did it in such a short period of time. Listening to Xin Yan's exclamation of surprise, Jiang Chang slightly frowned. What words this is, should be said to be so agile. Well, in that case let's get going. Xin Lang stood up and lifted his leg toward the door. Picture a turn. The three have come to the black business car. A car. Jiang Chang turned his head to look inside the car. After finding nothing on the side of the Xin Yan opened his mouth to ask, your suitcase? Just the trunk also did not see Oh you say that my brother said to go there and then buy on the line. Anyway, as long as not over the limit can have the company reimbursement. Jiang Chang? And what was the point of just telling me to go pack? May I ask? Shen Lang, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, listened to the conversation between the two behind him, and the corners of his mouth showed a slight smile. I did it on purpose. He. 2.5 hours later, the airplane slowly landed under the light of the setting sun, and the three of them quickly checked into the hotel booked on the company's side. Jiang Chang, my brother and I are going out for a stroll. Do you want to join us? Looking at Xin Yan, who had an expectant face in front of the door, and Shen Lang, who had a dark face behind her, Jiang Chang shook his head and said forget it. Worthy of being the industry leader casually book a hotel or 5-star. First go to the restaurant to pay homage to the 5 dirty temples, and then go out to stroll around this in the previous life in the famous West Lake. Looking at the not so far away Shizi Lake which was starting to be lit up, Jiang Chang said he would do it and went out and went straight to the restaurant. TSK, report for food, report for this one too. This one's okay, so it's decided that it's you tonight. Come on my little mixed fried rice baby. Jiang Chang had a big bowl full of fried rice and casually found a seat to start enjoying it, but the words he had just spoken were heard by others and quickly reached the ears of the head chef who was preparing the food. He's criticizing my cooking because he doesn't know what he's eating? Although those dishes do not use 100% of my power, but it is not a brat he can comment. Give me a copy of the weapon. Give me to find on him. After saying that, he led a group of juniors outside, and soon arrived in front of Jiang Chang under the identification of the other staff members. What's the matter? Did the power go out? Why is it suddenly dark? Jiang Chang, who was eating, looked at the sudden blackness in front of his eyes, and subconsciously raised his head, only to see a person wearing a white chef's uniform with a big belly just standing in front of his eyes, surrounded by many other people with pots and pans around him. After shaving the last bite of rice from his bowl, Jiang Chang elegantly wiped his mouth, then leaned his body back and looked at the head chef in front of him and asked, what can I do for you, kid? You're the one who just blabbered on about how my cooking doesn't work here and there? Could it be that you're here to smash the place? The leader of the head chef was full of ferocious color, and the others around them also took a step forward. If this is not to make a claim, then how can they people in the chef's circle in the future still mix Jiang Chang also got up unhurriedly upon hearing this, walked over to the head chef, and faintly asked, do you know who I am? This momentum makes the head chef for a time a little bit can't get the idea. Is this person can also be what status of noble people not? Can his eyes look? The person in front of him does not have any valuable clothes and jewelry, but in order not to get into trouble, he lowered his tone and asked tentatively, I wonder who your honor is. Poof. Jiang Chang let out a light laugh, then continued to stroll out, speaking as he walked, you dare to block me without even knowing my name? Listen up, I am Xiao He. After saying that, in front of the crowd's dumbfounded gazes, he slowly walked out of the restaurant and disappeared around the corner. A helper chef looked at Jiang Chang, who had already disappeared, and quickly walked towards the head chef, who was frozen in place. Boss, who is this Xiao He? Is he famous? Will it be bad for us if we just let him go? The head chef also came back from his daze, listening to the words of the little brother beside him. He looked around and opened his mouth to ask, none of you know this Xiao He? The crowd also shook their heads after hearing this. You don't even know him, then you just let him go? The head chef's voice rose steeply as he looked at the men in front of him with an angry face. The others also dared to be angry and dared not say anything, only to slander in their hearts, you just did not also look shocked. We thought that you know, what is the big man of great importance? But they did not speak out. A young lad in the crowd was raising his hand at this moment. Boss, I seem to know who Xiao He is. Chapter 41, is your name Xiao Hyuk the only one? The head chef on the sideline sniffed and immediately flashed in front of the helper boy. Come on, tell me everything you know. The head chef's words were laced with urgency and anger. Facing the eager eyes of the head chef and the curious gazes of his colleagues around him, the chef boy was so nervous that his voice trembled a little, and he carefully spilled out the information he had. Xiao Hyuk is the name of a star, the hot kind, and my girlfriend wants to marry him every day. Last month, in order to make her happy, I even spent 2 months of my paycheck to buy her a ticket to Xiao Hyuk's concert. That guy just now is so handsome, he feels like he fits the bill. However, as his words fell, he realized that the crowd did not show a look of group indignation, but instead looked at him with a look of complexity mixed with sympathy. The anger on the head chef's face was also extinguished at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he patted the youngster in front of him on the shoulder and did not say anything more, only leading a group of personnel back to the kitchen. Brother, you have to hold on to your girlfriend. You're sacrificing the little me to accomplish the big me for the benefit of millions of families. The last staff member of the group patted him on the shoulder, half jokingly, half seriously, as he passed by, his words revealing a few moments of sympathy, a few moments of emotion. Jiang Chang, who had just stepped out of the hotel door, glanced back and realized that no one was catching up, was also relieved. That was close. Good thing I'm skilled. Jiang Chang was glad that he was resourceful and managed to avoid a tragedy. Although he had gained peak human-level physical fitness and professional-level martial arts instruction skills, and was able to handle himself even when facing opponents 10 times his size, as a new age 3 good young man, he knew that fighting was not a good drop. Hospitalized if you lose a fight, jailed if you win a fight, and definitely not because he chose to run because he looked at the many kitchen knives in the other guy's hands. As for that little tidbit that casually called himself Xiao He out of the house, the identity is self-given, and they don't know who they are anyway. Do you know Xiao He? I don't know. I'm going to go swim in Zitsihu. He then reached into his pocket and pulled out his cell phone, opened the map to confirm the direction of Shizi Lake, and stepped away, walking leisurely toward that lake and mountains. As soon as he left this front foot, a business car pulled up behind him in front of the hotel. The hotel looks okay, able to match my status. Xiao Hyuk's figure appeared beside the business car, and then turned to look at the assistant who was helping himself to carry and unload the luggage, and said, "Little money, there's still a benefit to following me, isn't there? This comes out all the way to a 5-star hotel." After saying that, without looking at the other party's reaction, he took a step and dashed off in the direction of the front desk. "Hello, online room reservation." Xiao Hyuk's flirty hands propped up on the front desk. The sunglasses on his face couldn't hide his aggressive eyes, and the receptionist felt a little bit uncomfortable, but she still forced herself to endure the discomfort, and still maintained a professional smile and responded politely. "Sir, please show your ID." Xiao Hyuk sniffed and touched on his body, and after no avail, he placed his sight on his assistant Xiao Qian, who was still struggling to carry a large bag inside at the door, waxing impatient. "Have you seen my ID card?" Xiao Hyuk asked with some impatience, but he was greeted with a blank look from Money. "Xiao Qian, huh? I don't know." Bad. Xiao Hyuk's heart skipped a beat as an image instantly flashed through his mind. 2.5 hours ago. That's an ugly picture on this ID card. I'll change it for him next time. Xiao Hyuk, who was still packing up his things, looked at the ID card in his hand and skimmed and spat, then flung it to the side, and not a moment later behind him came Xiao Qian's slight urging sound once again. "Hyuk, if we don't hurry up we'll miss the plane. What's the rush? It's coming." Xiao Hyuk dragged his luggage to the door of his room with a look of impatience. This was the 9th time he had been rushed. It was so annoying. Silver. With a bang, the door to the room was closed, and somewhere on the floor, a card shimmered faintly in the sunlight. The picture came to an abrupt end here. Originally also made an aggressive look at Xiao Qian. Xiao Hyuk at this time the momentum on his body could not help but also weakened a few points, coughed and turned around to walk back to the front desk. "Pretty girl, recognize me? I'm Xiao He, Inner Fish Top Stream. I forgot my ID card, but I have a booking record here. Can you see if you can be accommodating? How about I give you one of my autographs later?" Xiao Hyuk half pulled his sunglasses to reveal his true face to the receptionist's eyes, but the response was, "Excuse me, please show your ID." At this time, a passing kitchen staff just came out of the restroom after hearing the conversation between the two. Without saying a word, immediately ran back to the kitchen. "Old boss, that Xiao he's back, right there at the front desk." As soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd in the kitchen looked up, and the head chef was at the front of the line. "Brothers, that Xiao He who insulted our craft is back. What do you think we should do? Find him and demand justice. Make him apologize to us." The head chef looked at the crowded scene in front of him with satisfaction and waved his hand. "Copy that." A huge crowd rushed from the kitchen to the front desk. "Excuse me, your ID please." After repeatedly pulling a few times, Xiao Hyuk felt that if he said any more he would have to incarnate Mr. Luo, and his patience was about to be worn out. And just when he wanted to use his power to suppress others, there was a slight fluctuation in the mineral water placed on the front stage. Even though he had only pursued a middle school degree, he knew that this meant the ground was shaking. Could it be an earthquake? Before Xiao Hyuk could think about it, a large group of people with pots and pans in their hands appeared in his field of vision, rushing in his direction. He was so scared that he hastily shrunk into a ball. "No, this does not bring ID cards will still be surrounded? I've never heard of such a thing. Besides, where's the security? Where's the security? Why are they a bunch of cooks?" A group of kitchen staff also immediately formed a circle upon arrival, and the head chef slowly walked up from the crowd, snickering twice as he looked at Xiao Hyuk. who was curled up in a ball in front of him. Just your name is Xiao Hyuk, isn't it? You are pretty wild. Didn't you just pretend to be something you're not? Why don't you pretend anymore? Is it because you don't like it? At those words, Shora shrank even tighter. It's bad. It's really coming at you. Listening to the footsteps around him that were slowly approaching his direction, Xiao Hyuk couldn't help the sweat seeping out of his forehead. He didn't have a choice in the past, and if he was given another chance to start over, he would definitely not dislike the person he was on his ID card anymore. Chapter 42, Bad. I'd become a conservative. Just when Xiao Hyuk was still in a state of regret and chagrin, he felt a pair of large, calloused hands press on his shoulders, followed by a huge force that struck him, stretching him and lifting him up into mid-air. The head chef was very happy. He had just been tricked by this kid called Xiao Hyuk, causing him to lose face in front of this group of underlings and apprentices, and now he was getting back at this point. After turning the person he was carrying in his hand around as if displaying a trophy, the head chef gradually realized that something seemed to be wrong. The faces of the surrounding henchmen became uglier than one another, and there were even a few who were scowling at him, pointing their fingers at Xiao Hyuk, who he was holding up in mid-air. So even a big old man like him could see the meaning of what this represented. He slowly put down the hands of the trophy, turned his head and looked, only to see a very feminine beauty of the man, at this time a face of hopelessness, two eyes of godless flowing, two lines of tears. Let go! What are you doing? The lobby manager rushed into the encirclement in a fiery rage, looking at the scene before him, so frightened that his heart almost went into arrest. She didn't know if she could continue to work here tomorrow, but what she could be sure of was that the head chef in front of her was definitely not going to stay in this hotel anymore. Put him down now. Do you guys know who he is? He's Xiao Hyuk, the popular big star. Hearing the familiar words, the head chef loosened his grip for a moment, and without support, Xiao Hyuk collapsed to the ground in a smooth motion. There is a kind of death called social death. This was the mood of Xiao Hyuk at this time. You don't have to come to work tomorrow, the lobby manager snarled at the head chef. And of course, all of this was done for Xiao Hyuk's benefit, hoping that he would see fit to let her keep her job after she had avenged his death in the first place. Mr. Xiao, are you alright? This is all caused by our hotel's management mistakes. We hereby apologize. That Hu Xiao Huang, hurry up and open a presidential suite for Mr. Xiao, put it on my account. The girl at the front desk had been watching the show well. Suddenly the lobby manager K2, but as a 5-star hotel receptionist, she also acted immediately. But 2.5 a presidential suite room card was handed over to the lobby manager by her. At this moment, outside the crowd, a figure also squeezed in, and it was clearly assistant Xiao Qian. Fluk, you mustn't be okay, or else what can I do? Tears were welling up in his eyes, but the lobby manager, who was a man of the people, caught a hint of a smile, if any, on his face. This scene can't help but make the lobby manager feel emotional. This is the old theater but it's too late to lament. Now on the scene is the resurrected Shora. Xiao Hyuk's eyes refocused, and he clasped the room card handed to him by the lobby manager with a trembling hand and stood up shakily. I hope to see a reply that satisfies me. Besides, if this matter is publicized, I will take your hotel to court. Xiao Qian, let's go. He then walked towards the elevator with a hobbling gait. Xiao Qian also immediately rushed out of the crowd to follow after hearing this, and the two of them soon disappeared into the elevator entrance. Master Wu, you're a big bully. Our small temple cannot accommodate you, this big Buddha. Tomorrow you do not have to come. You mentioned the application, I approve the note. Everyone's face is bright, is not it? After saying that and glaring angrily at the surrounding crowd, the lobby manager turned to leave. She now needed to quickly figure out how to report this matter to the top so that she could take herself out of the picture. Looking at the back of the lobby manager's departure, the head chef's face collapsed. He knew that this time he was bound to die, and that vice general manager brother-in-law of his couldn't protect him. Immediately a wave of anger burned from his heart again. Who just informed us to come over? The laborer is not doing well. He won't be happy either. His angry roar resounded through the entire lobby, and the people around him lowered their heads in droves, not daring to meet his eyes. And of course no one identified or stood out, because he was no longer the high and mighty head chef. Yummy. At the bustling West Lake Temple Fair, Zhang Chang was taking a big bite out of a shortbread cake. Just came to the Zitzihuan. She found that this place happens to be holding a temple fair. Looking at the surrounding dazzling array of food, Zhang Chang could not help but eat his fingers. The whole person in front of the different snack stalls shuttle. The mouth also has not stopped. Sniff. It smells so good. French fries. It does seem like it's been a long time since I've had them, and this mustn't be a treat. Zhang Chang immediately came over and ordered one, and slipped in a large packet of ketchup on his way out, causing the shopkeeper to look up and stare at him frequently. Shadow Theater. A rarity. This has to be seen. Zhang Chang with French fries and the look of the Shadow Puppet Theater booth stopped to stop. seems to have just finished his show as if the crowd has just dispersed. Jiang Chang is also immediately take advantage of this opportunity to stand in the front row. Soon a clang 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 sound of gongs and drums came, signaling that the shadow puppet show was about to begin. Jiang Chang also stopped eating in his hands at the moment, focusing on the canvas in front of him, and the surrounding area was instantly filled with people. Soon, an ape figure appeared on top of the canvas, which was the appearance of Sun Dishang. On the other side of the canvas, a figure with a third eye on his forehead also flew in from outside the painting, which was that Erlang Xian Shangzhenjuan was also. The two figures quickly entangled together, staging what was clearly the second time in the journey to the west, the lesser sage exerting his power to subdue the greater sage. After fighting for a while, the screen turned. Sun Dishang feet on the somersault cloud, came to a large tree, disguised as an inconspicuous grass. Erlangshan also pressed down the cloud, opened his third eye to break the disguise of the great sage, only to see him roll over onto the ground and perform the Heavenly Dipper 36 changes. A puff of smoke. The changes did indeed make Jiang Chang almost vomit. No? Who taught you to become a beautiful sheep? Rights and music are broken. What a scandal. Only to see that Erlang Xian Shangzhenjuan's transformed beautiful goat reach out and pick the grass that the great sage had transformed into, and was about to send it to his mouth. Suddenly another burst of smoke came. The grass in the hands of Erlangshan disappeared, but the smoke has gradually revealed a figure with a grid hat, followed by a whisper as if from hell, the juice of the soul pouring to the scene ended here, and Jiang Chang, who had watched the entire program, suddenly smiled with relief. The good news, traditional culture is passed on. Bad news, it's over. I'd become a conservative. After a performance, the crowd was gradually dispersing, and Jiang Chang was no exception, but just as he turned around, he saw a familiar figure in the crowd in the distance, not caring about wasting food, and throwing the fries in his hand towards the trash can next to him. Jiang Chang turned around and leaned over in the direction of that figure. Chapter 43. It was the language that made the first move. Above the temple fair, the crowd was packed. Jiang Chang was weaving in and out of the crowd, his eyes locked onto the figure in the distance, but the crowd was surging like a tidal wave, and time again, his advance was blocked back. Seeing that the figure in the distance had also begun to move, Jiang Chang also became eager and began to secretly exert himself to squeeze a path through the crowded crowd. His shoulders shrugged slightly and his arms stayed close to his body to minimize friction with others while his feet picked up the pace and he carefully made his way through the crowd. With every step forward, he felt like he was racing against time, afraid that the figure would disappear from view. The clamor and shouting around him seemed to blur, and his entire attention was focused on the fading figure ahead of him. But just as he struggled to squeeze to the position where the figure had just been, he found that it had long been empty, and the figure seemed to have melted into the noisy sea of people and disappeared. Jiang Chang. At the time when Jiang Chang's mind fell to the bottom, a light voice came from behind him. He followed the sound and looked, only to see a lady who looked like she came out of an ancient scroll. She was wearing a Chinese dress, elegant and graceful, and her splendor was unparalleled. Long time no see. Sorry. The noise of the temple fair was set aside by the two, their eyes meeting in the air. Later in Jiang Chang's recollection, he felt that it should be the language firsthand. He now seems to be in the position to experience the Xin Chiji wrote the sentence. The crowd defined him 1,000 degrees. Mu ran back to the head. That person is in the end of the lights. Usually good things are fleeting, so this story is about to go awry if nothing else. Ahem. A coughing sound interrupted the staring between the two, and Fu Bo, who was dressed in ancient clothes, appeared beside Xiao Lament. Hey, you don't say, you really don't say. Just come back to God. Jiang Chang looked at the scene in front of him, really feel the Ganges. If not, the surrounding scenery did not change. Jiang Chang also thought it was crossing into the ancient times. Jiang Chang, he. Xiao Lament took the lead and rushed towards Jiang Chang, like a carefree wind, trying to express her thoughts with a hug. Jiang Chang also opened his arms, ready to welcome the figure that came flying. The two embraced each other and quickly separated again. Xiao Lament was shy. Jiang Chang was a little hairy from that stare from Fu Bo. Ahem. So what? Sorry. Let's go for a stroll. Jiang Chang cleared his throat, trying to break the delicate atmosphere. Yeah, he. Xiao Lament's laughter was as clear as a silver bell, instantly dispersing the awkwardness, and the two of them were shoulder to shoulder, walking towards the front. If it wasn't for the fact that there was still a ghost-like existence following behind them, this picture would have been perfect. Without realizing it, they arrived in front of a courtyard. The courtyard was brilliantly illuminated and filled with people. The two looked at each other and both saw the word interested in the other's eyes. Under Jiang Chang's strong guidance, they skillfully weaved their way through the crowd and eventually managed to squeeze into the front row seats of the audience. It's Peking opera, eh? My grandpa used to love listening to it. Unfortunately, originally with the excitement of Xiao Lament and the mention of this topic after the tone of voice with a trace of nostalgia, Jiang Chang see this as also gently hold her hand. The warmth that passed through his hands diluted the sadness in his heart, and Xiaolament looked up and squeezed out a smile. I'm fine, Jiang Chang. I promised Grandpa that I would be happy every day. Jiang Chang also froze when he heard this, and then he also revealed a smile as he gently touched Xiaolament's head, wanting to give her more comfort. Ahem! Jiang Chang's hand stopped in the air as he awkwardly glanced behind him, and sure enough, that ghost-like figure had once again appeared behind them. Wouldn't it be Kushio? Just at this moment, a gong sound came from the stage, drawing the attention of the crowd, and Jiang Chang's three were no exception. But at this moment, Jiang Chang somehow recalled the shadow play he had just watched over there, and secretly thought in his heart that this Peking opera wouldn't also be the cultural heritage of the restorationists. An actor with a face like ink and a small crescent moon painted on the top of his head appeared on the stage, which is the classic image of Bao Zhang. When Jiang Chang saw this scene, his heart instantly settled down and stabilized. It seems that if nothing else, the next thing to star in should be the guillotine cases. There are enough classics, but in the Tonglio universe, no surprises, that's impossible. As soon as the actors came on stage, the crowd erupted in applause. Jiang Chang was no exception. Everything looked so good until that Bao Zhang on the stage opened his mouth. The rebels and traitors are abominable. They don't believe in God. They believe in science. The three chambers will interrogate Galileo to eliminate heliocentrism. I need a worse word than rites of passage right now. That was all that was left inside Jiang Chang's heart right now. Galileo probably didn't realize until he died that he had been out of the loop for more than 400 years, and then reactivated in the Peking opera circle in the modern world. Ha ha, that's so new. Seems like fun, eh? Xiaolament on the side was completely captivated by this novel form of performance. Her eyes glittered with excitement and she couldn't help but laugh out loud. As Jiang Chang watched Xiaolament's happy appearance, he also began to ponder the possibilities of this innovation in his heart. A series of absurd yet creative script ideas sprang up in his mind, listed as Pao Chop Louis XVI in anger, Wolfsmoke rises on Cybertron, and Debbie captures Megatron in 7. Huang Zhong rides and shoots Apollo, Wei Yan furiously beheads Mithraea Buddha. What? Jiang Chang said before that these are the rites of passage? What do you care? Being able to pass it on is the most important thing. Soon, this 3 halls of justice Galileo came to a successful conclusion. The crowd also began to disperse one after another. Jiang Chang also took Xiaolament with the flow of people to go out, and from time to time you can hear the surrounding young people's murmurings. I was just on the phone with my grandfather and he asked me what dynasty Galileo was from after listening to the whole thing, and I told him Ming. I just videoed it with my milk. And after she watched the whole thing she was even more excited and stood up and told me that Galileo was wrongly accused. Xiao lamented all the way out with her hand covering her mouth and snickering, and the corners of Jiang Chang's mouth could not be restrained from rising. The duo stepped lightly out of the compound and walked into an alleyway along the direction of their target at the beginning. As they moved, the stalls around them gradually thinned out, and the lights dimmed a little bit. The hustle and bustle gradually faded behind them. Just as they walked to the end of the alley, a cool light breeze gently brushed past. The eyes opened up. They came to one of the 3 famous lakes in Jiangnan, the place known as Paradise on Earth, Shizi Lake. Chapter 44, Have you eaten? If you haven't, eat my punch. Under the moonlight, Su Causeway winds and twists like a giant dragon lying on the lake. The willow trees on both sides gently swayed and danced with the lake, forming a beautiful landscape. The Leifeng Pagoda in the distance, illuminated by the moonlight, looks even more majestic, as if telling 1,000 years of legends. The lake shimmers in the night, like a gentle young girl, lying quietly in the embrace of the moonlight, exuding a charming luster. Probably because there is a temple fair today, there are not many people around the lake, which in turn gives this picture an extra quiet beauty. Jiang Cheng for a moment a little look into the fascination. This trip really did not come in vain. A strong desire suddenly rose in his heart, so much so that he wanted to stroll around the West Lake in front of him with Xiao Lament, but the light bulb behind him was really distracting him a little. Suddenly his mind turned, and he came to the side of Xiao Lianxia's ear and said something in a quiet voice, causing her to turn back frequently to look at Fu Bo, who was following not far behind the two of them, and a different kind of luster flowed on his face. Soon Xiao Lament walked over in the direction of Fu Bo behind him, pulling his hand and launching the S-rank control skill, Spoiled. This skill judges damage based on face value and has a bludgeon chance against those close to you. Uncle Fu, if I say that I want to take a walk around the Su Causeway with Jiang Cheng alone, will you agree? After saying that, Xiao Lament looked at Fu Bo with her big watery Kazran eyes, and in the end, Fu Bo lost under her offense and nodded helplessly. Yes, miss, but I hope you will be back soon. It's getting late and Master and Madam have instructed me to make sure you get a good night's rest. Although Uncle Fu's words were addressed to Xiao Lament, his gaze never left Jiang Cheng, as if he was silently conveying some sort of warning. Good. Uncle Fu is the best. And how many times have I told you? Uncle Fu, just call me Xiaoshi. Xiao Lament's voice was filled with joy as she bounced back to Jiang Cheng's side and waved to Uncle Fu. Jiang Chang also politely smiled and saluted Uncle Fu, strolling in the direction of the Su Causeway. It was only until their silhouettes gradually blurred in the night and eventually disappeared out of Fu Bo's line of sight that the corners of Fu Bo's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, revealing a tolerant and doting smile. Can I call you shy? Walking on the Su Causeway, Xiao Lamentable was also a little shy when she was caught off guard and heard this question. She didn't expect Jiang Chang to suddenly ask this question, but she still pretended to be calm and gently nodded her head. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito's voice. Well, if you're willing to do so. Jiang Chang's smile looked extraordinarily warm in the night, and he gently repeated, Xiao sure, a very nice name. With that, he stretched out his hand, making an inviting gesture, and Xiao Liaosher hesitated a little before placing her hand in his palm. Holding hands like this, the two of them strolled along the Su Causeway, the moonlight spilling onto the surface of the lake, sparkling. Occasionally, there would be sporadic tourists walking past them in the surroundings, and everyone's eyes couldn't help but linger on them, some with envy, some with admiration, and some even quietly took out their cell phones, wanting to record this beautiful moment. Neither of the duo stopped these behaviors for fear of exposure. Doesn't exist. Jiang Chang's heart is calm and relaxed. The system is in the evening eye. What's wrong with falling in love? Xia lament, on the other hand, did not think much in this regard at all. After all, born in Rome, she had absolutely no need to think about these have-nots. The two just walked leisurely. But, according to the words of the first law of the Tonglio universe, no accident is going to happen. There was a sudden commotion and sharp shrieks from the front, and those voices became fragmented under the breeze, and by the time they reached Xiao Lament's ears, they were already blurred and hard to recognize. But those voices fell into Jiang Chang's ears were clearly recognizable, and he caught the words of vicious threats from them. Call the police and I'll kill him. He immediately looked ahead, and seemed to see a bandit-like person holding a man hostage, holding a sharp knife in his hand that was flashing with a cold aura and pointing it at the other woman in front of him. Jiang Chang frowned. His human nature drove him to stay away from the danger, but then his conscience told him in his head, go on, it's decided that it's you. Jiang Chang, using the professional-grade martial arts instructor skill, feeling the touch coming from his waist, Jiang Chang came back to his senses. He skimmed his head. It was Xia Lianxie who poked him when she saw him lost in thought. Jiang Chang, what's going on up ahead? Listening to Xiao Lament's question, Jiang Chang gave her a reassuring smile, touched her head and said softly, it's okay Xiao sure, you wait for me here for a while, I'll be right there. Xiao Lament nodded obediently and stood still, watching Jiang Chang's silhouette speedily run towards the front, slowly disappearing into the night ahead. Don't make a sound, drop your cell phone on the floor and don't get smart with me. Hurry up or you can't guarantee your boyfriend won't be missing a part. The bandit held a knife and terrorized the woman in front of him, and the man in his hands was shaking like a sieve at this point, panicking and shouting at the woman in front of him. Do what he says. Do you want to get me killed? The woman also frowned. She was tempted to explain that this man was not her boyfriend, nor was she stupid. At this moment, the black lights, just their position at this time or the entire section of the Su Causeway's most remote location, once according to the bandit said that the loss of the phone, even the last chance to call the police or not, then both of them tonight will have to account for the two estimated in this. Just as she was still hesitant to give in, a humanoid silhouette revealed itself in her vision from the dark shadows behind the bandits, and in the end, because she was an ordinary person, the scene made her freeze in place as well. The bandit saw the woman's look, immediately realized that something was wrong. He rushed to retrieve the hand holding the knife and swung it behind him. Got it, the bandit's heart thought as such, as he felt the feedback of the tip of the knife scratching something, but when he turned his head there was nothing behind him. While his afterglow sought his body enveloped by a dark shadow, he repeated the trick of stabbing the sharp knife towards the front, but at this moment, his hand was like being entangled in steel, and he could not move, and the sharp knife in his hand also fell to the ground in pain. He mechanically turned his head around to see a face full of smiles appear before his eyes, followed by the last words he heard before passing out. Have you eaten? If you haven't, eat my punch. Boom! The bandit fell to the ground like a sandbag, stirring up a cloud of dust, just the right amount of intensity. Cluelessness doesn't hurt your brain. Chapter 45, I'm just a passing masked rider. Looking at the bandit who had already fallen to the ground, Jiang Chang patted the non-existent dust on his hands and turned to look at the man who was still lying on the ground celebrating his life after the robbery and the woman who had just come back from Rishak. Is it all right? Report it to the sheriff if it's all right. I'll be on my way. Wait, the woman called out to Jiang Chang, while her slender finger pointed to the location of Jiang Chang's abdomen. You seem to be hurt. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chang also immediately lowered his head and checked. Then he waved his hand and turned around to take a step to leave. Just a moment, please, may I have your name? Jiang Chang, who had just taken not more than 2 steps out, stopped his figure at this moment. Me? I'm just a masked knight passing through. After saying that, he left without looking back. The woman looked at the direction Jiang Chang left in a daze for a long time before she withdrew her sight, and after giving a disdainful glance at the man still lying on the ground, she picked up her cell phone and dialed the number of the security bureau. Hey, I want to report a case. There are thugs armed and injured in the street on this side of Zitsihu, please. Before she could finish her words, a few people dressed in magistrate's clothing also came out from the shadows, which made her couldn't help but look a few more times at the shadows over there. Was it hard to tell if there was a portal there or would it be a regular brush of NPCs? If Jiang Chang had left a little later he would have definitely been able to recognize the person in front of him at the first time. The person in front of him was clearly Captain Zhao Deju, who had led the team to rush to the scene of the incident of opening the box and opening the people's fragments in Mordor before. Team Zhao, breathing is still steady. He should have fainted. A magistrate stood up from beside the bandits and informed Zhao Dejan of his test results. He nodded at the words and then pulled out his credentials and showed them to the woman on the side. Hello ma'am, I'm Zhao Deju, the captain of the Criminal Investigation Brigade of the Magic City Bureau. I need to do some questioning on you now. Please cooperate. Thank you. The woman looked at the person in front of her warily. The police call on her cell phone had not hung up yet. She hastily asked for the police number of the person in front of her to ask for confirmation from the sheriff's office on the other end of the phone. She also let her guard down after getting the result of a clean identity and began to cooperate with the other party's questioning. Name? Lin Sinny. So, what you're saying is that a man claiming to be a masked rider punched the suspect down and then whisked away after the incident? Zhao Deju's face was filled with a look of bewilderment. What was a masked knight? He thought that he was outdated, and asked the young magistrate beside him. But the answers he received were uniformly that he didn't know. Okay, then we'll put that title aside for now. What are the characteristics of that masked knight? Lin Sinny listened to Zhao Deju's question and also carefully recalled it. But it might be because her own self was too panicked just now, causing her mind to remember Jiang Chang's appearance less clearly. If I saw him again I'd definitely recognize him at first sight. The only feature I can remember now is that he's kind of handsome counts. Zhao Deju sniffed and black lines appeared on his forehead. Does this count or not? Jiang Chang, how does it not count? Soon Zhao Deju put away the notebook. He had already learned everything he could from Lin Sinny. At this point it was up to his men to see if what they asked from the man's mouth was consistent with the transcript in his hand. Soon, the young magistrate who was taking the man's statement also closed his notebook and walked over towards Zhao Deju. What was asked? Ask for the name. Zhao Deju was also immediately interested when he heard this. Is that the name of the man who struck? But the young magistrate had a bitter smile on his face. No, it was just ask out his name is Li Yifan. Zhao Deju smiled sarcastically at his words and also comforted. It's fine, he might have just been stimulated. Just ask them to come back to the bureau with us later to take a rest. After saying that he glanced around in all directions and stopped in one direction. A camera that emitted a faint red glow in the darkness of the night stood silently in the distance. According to Zhao Deju's judgment based on his years of experience in the field, that camera should just be able to capture this side. That is, the clarity may not be very good, but this was enough to make Zhao Deju rejoice. He immediately called for one of his men to mobilize the surveillance and turned to look at Lin Sinny again. Ms. Lin, I still need to trouble you and your friend us back to the sheriff's office. Yes, but I need to call my agent. Zhao Deju sniffed and couldn't help but look at her one more time. Another star. Why do you see a star every now and then? The man on the ground can't be a star too, right? The man on the ground is not also a star, is he? A short while later, after seeing Lin Sinny hanging up the phone and nodding, Zhao Deju also immediately waved his hand. Leave 2 men to secure the scene. Everyone else, pull out. Several people carried the unconscious bandit and left the place with Li Yifan, who was still a bit delirious. On the police car, Lin Sinny several times to Zhao Deju want to speak. Zhao Deju see the scene is also a smile and spoke. Miss Lin, is there any problem or demand? Lin Sinny also lowered her head in a rare manner when she heard this, and a blush seemed to creep onto her cheeks. Zhao Deju was stunned to see this. Can't be? I'm an old man in my 40s and I'm still being looked at by the star? Could it be that there is some special XP system? Obviously. Zhao Deju made a fool of himself. Can you trouble Captain Zhao to let me take a look as well when he checks the surveillance, so that I can repay that masked rider when I see him later? Zhao Dejan took a long breath of relief in his heart. Fortunately, otherwise he might not have been able to withstand such a test. This is not allowed in principle, but in the way that you are the victim of this incident as well as having a tendency to repay others. So I personally support this request, but I still need to report it to my higher-ups. Please forgive me. Miss Lin. Understood. With your working principles taking precedence, the vehicle sped along and disappeared at the end of the road. This side of Jiang Chang has just finished pretending 13 is also immediately turned back, only to see Xia Lamented is still standing in the original place of good behavior, blearily looking at his own direction. Is also let him cannot help but feel a little funny. I'm back, ain't that soon? Yeah. Jiang Chang, you're bleeding. When Jiang Chang had just approached, Xiaolement pointed at the crimson liquid flowing out of Jiang Chang's abdomen with a bit of panic in her voice. But at this time, Jiang Chang's face is more winning smile. He reached out and dipped his hand in the abdominal outflow of blood, and then rubbed in the corner of Xiao Lamentable's mouth. She was also subconsciously licked. Face of Panic instantly became a little confused. Jiang Chang, why is your blood sour and sweet? Because I'm a tomato man, the blood in my body is tomato juice. Jiang Chang said this in a quirky tone, and Xiao Lianxia obviously didn't believe it, so she hastily reached out and probed into that pocket on Jiang Chang's abdomen. Turned out to be before Jiang Chang by French fries when the extra packet of ketchup, some of which appeared on the top of a flat cut. Jiang Chang abdomen blood is also from this. Fine. Jiang Chang, you lied to me, said Xiao Lamented, shyly opened his mouth, at the expense of his own, just so worried about him, making gestures to put these ketchup to Jiang Chang's face. But where would Jiang Chang sit and wait for death? Immediately turning around and directly escaping. Xiao Lamented, the situation is also immediately chased up. The two people in this playful, all the way back towards the direction from which they came. Chapter 46, She's Giving Too Much. As the night deepened, the surrounding bustle gradually dispersed. Jiang Chang and Xiao Lament walked back to the entrance of the temple fair, and their silhouettes appeared especially clear in the lights. The car is here. Miss, let's go. Fubo's voice broke the quiet of the night as he took the first step to the side of the two, and in the distance a plain Rolls-Royce slowly drove this way. Then Jiang Chang, I'll leave first, Xiao Lament said reluctantly. Go on. We'll see each other again tomorrow. Jiang Chang responded with a smile, his wave filled with tenderness for Xiao Lament. Xiao Lamentable took one step and turned back 3 times, constantly looking at Jiang Chang until she traveled to the side of the Rolls-Royce. The doors slowly opened, and Uncle Fu politely stood aside, waiting for her to get in. See you tomorrow, Xiao Lament said to Jiang Chang through the car window again, a hint of anticipation in her voice. See you tomorrow, Jiang Chang repeated, his smile still warm. With a roar of the car's engine, the Rolls-Royce slowly started up and drove towards the distant road until the car's shadow completely disappeared into the night. Bad. Got to walk back again. Jiang Chang slapped his forehead in chagrin, and in his heart, he complained a little about how he just didn't think of rubbing a car. He shook his head helplessly and confirmed the direction once more before stepping away and walking in the direction of the hotel. Sheriff's Department Information Room. Zhao Deju, how to see how to feel in front of the surveillance video of this person looks familiar, but because the camera from the distance from the incident is really a bit far, resulting in the video of the character face cannot be recognized. At this time a phone ringing suddenly broke the quiet of the information room. Zhao Deju picked up the phone to see. The screen showed his top boss, the big name of the director of the Magic City Security Bureau. Chief, what are your instructions at this late hour? Old Zhao, did you just bring a pair of handsome men and women back to the station? The man's name is Li Yifan and the woman's name is Lin Sinis. If I didn't say you're the director, you'd know the person I just brought back here on the front foot. Zhao Deju sniffed, first froze. He did not expect the secretary can be so cattle. His own side is also the front foot, just back it. People at home, the secretary, even who he will bring back, what name are known. Don't blow me these rainbow farts. It's the people who have come to me. Anyway, if there's nothing going on, hurry up and release those two, and try to satisfy whatever needs they have. Well, that's it. You can't even get a restful night's sleep in the middle of the night. The phone was hung up, but after listening to the director's words, it was for Zhao Deju to discover a blind spot. It seems that the pair just brought back has an unusual background. Thinking of this, he also rushed out of the information room. Okay, little king, no need to ask again. As soon as he entered the questioning room, Zhao Deju interrupted the ongoing questioning process and quickly walked over to Lin Sini, who was sitting across from him, and Li Yifan, who had just returned to his senses. Ms. Lin, Mr. Li, thank you for your cooperation. You may now leave. Hearing Zhao Deju's words, Li Yifan immediately stood up and walked to Zhao Deju's side and stopped. Captain Zhao, I just heard this magistrate Wang mention that most of the vehicles in your bureau are aging, so let's do it this way. I'll donate 5 new cars to your bureau in my personal name to use as support for your work. Zhao Deju sniffed and couldn't help but turn his head and glared at Xiao Wang, who was standing aside. The eyes seemed to say, there is no gate in the mouth. How can anything be shaken out? The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, but he eventually restrained his emotions and turned to Li Yifan, responding politely. Mr. Li, your generosity is greatly appreciated, and we will follow the prescribed procedures regarding the donation. Li Yifan naturally heard Zhao Deju's strings, but he didn't seem to care. Instead, he smiled and continued. I think Captain Zhao should also understand that I'm a public figure, and I also know that when you guys go out to the police, you'll have video records, and my previous image seems to be a bit. That's it? Zhao Deju thought that the other party to do what it, just for this matter, to donate 5 cars. This is not a proper Ados Jiangshan for nothing. Don't worry, Mr. Li, The footage of our operations are sealed and normally won't get out. Li Yifan nodded his head in satisfaction at this. He knew that this was already the best outcome, so he left a phone number for Zhao Daiju and walked straight out of the inquiry room. Aren't you leaving, Ms. Lin? After witnessing the departure of the wealth delivery boy, Zhao Daiju couldn't hide the smile on his face and turned to look at Lin Sinny, who was still sitting in her original position and hadn't gotten up to leave, with a hint of relief in her tone. Does Captain Zhao remember that thing I mentioned earlier? Nah, that's it. The video's a little blurry. We can send you a copy too if you need it. Inside the information room, Zhao Daiju pointed to the surveillance video in front of him and said to Lin Sinny behind him. Originally at the beginning, for letting Lin Sinny look at this video, he was opposed to it, but there was no way. She gave too much. Send me a copy then, please, Captain Zhao. I'll have my agent contact you later. 10 cars will be in place within a month. And no trouble, no trouble. Everything is for the people. Take care. Come back often. Zhao Daiju's face was piled with smiles, and with a warm look personally escorted Lin Sinny out of the police station's gate. Sister Qing had already been waiting outside for a long time, and as soon as she saw Lin Sinny come out, she immediately greeted her, her tone full of concern with a hint of reproach. Oh my Miss Lin, how to give yourself to the security bureau to it. This can still be what good place is not. Let's hurry back to soak a hot bath to go bad luck. Ahem. The corner of Zhao Daiju's mouth twitched when he sniffed. There are still people here, hey. Okay, Sister Qing. It's not alright. By the way, this is Captain Zhao of the Magic City Bureau. Follow up and you dock with Captain Zhao. Donate 5 new cars to the Magic City Bureau in my personal name. Ms. Qing froze at the words. This is not in Suzhou and Hangzhou? The Magic City in front of the Captain Zhao, and what is it? But still left each other a contact information, intending to communicate with the follow-up donation matters. Soon the two of them finished handing over, and Zhao Daiju did not care about Sister Qing's previous slip of the tongue for the sake of the 10 new cars that were about to arrive. He watched the business car that Lin Sinny and Sister Qing were riding in slowly drive away, then turned around, lightly humming a little song as he walked towards the office building. After organizing the dossier tomorrow, they would have to go back to the Devil's Manor to hand in their work. This trip to Suzhou and Hangzhou not only succeeded in capturing the suspect in the People's Fragmentation case, but also was about to harvest 15 new cars. However, just as he was prettily contemplating how to give the brigade's vehicles a major upgrade when he returned, the cell phone in his pocket rang again, and when he looked at it, it was again a call from the head of the Magical City Security Bureau. Soon the phone hung up again. The only difference with the last time is that this time after the phone call, the director seems to be a lot younger, because Zhao Daiju at this time in his heart crazy diss him as a grandson. Zhao Daiju, I congratulate you on your fortune. Chapter 47, Feet off the ground. Why didn't you just come in here and help me? Inside the presidential suite, Xiao Hyuk looked at his assistant Xiao Qian with a fierce face, as if he wanted to eat him alive. This incident that happened today had really humiliated him, so the small amount of money became the object of his anger. Hyuk, I did try rushing in to save you, but they're all blocking the place with weapons in their hands. I can't get in. The expression on Xiao Qian's face was so genuine that for a moment it was difficult for Xiao Hyuk to distinguish whether what he said was true or false, and that pitiful look made it hard for him to continue to snap at him. Just as he was about to say something else, the sudden appearance of a voice interrupted his precasting sway. Dum 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 dum. At this moment, the door of the presidential suite was knocked on. Xiao Hyuk inside the room immediately guessed what kind of person was outside the door, and he gave Xiao Qian a look after organizing his attire. The door to the room opened with a click, and outside the door stood a middle-aged man in professional attire, followed by the lobby manager who had appeared before. I am Mr. Xiao. You can come to our hotel to stay and really make us this humble self-introduction. My last name is Jean, as the hotel's general manager position. What happened before was all an accident, so you've been frightened, Mr. Xiao. I've already told that person who led the disturbance to get lost, and the other people involved have also been punished. I still hope that Mr. Xiao can calm down. The door just opened, the two directly over the small money toward the inside. See the scene? Xiaoyi frowned slightly. Hit the dog, still have to look at the master it. This directly over the small money, this is not give me face. But he held back, because the other party held the thing he was most afraid of right now, the surveillance video of what had just happened. He himself is also clear that he just in the foreground of those moves is indeed also some over the top, which in case the other side does not speak of martial arts virtue, direct sneak attack to a malicious editing plus with the text, then he does not become a stand-in well. Hey! After being lifted up by that head chef, his feet were off the ground, and his smart IQ had reoccupied the high ground again. Xiao Hyuk actually started to think about the consequences. Not enough, Xiao, he said indifferently. The gold manager heard the smile on his face is more intense. Not afraid of you to mention the conditions, for fear that you do not mention anything can be mentioned to prove that there is still a discussion. Of course it's not enough. Just now those were just appetizers. In view of the fact that we just gave Mr. Xiao a fright, our group side will compensate you with 200W of moral damages, as well as one of our gold membership cards. With that, he pulled a guild card from the bag he carried and handed it over. Our hotels are branches all over the country, and with this card you can enjoy our most prestigious services, including but not limited to. Manager Jean finished looking at Xiao Hyuk with anticipation, and the card in his hand remained steadily handed out. A few moments later, Xiao Hyuk finally moved, his hand slowly reaching out to take the card in Manager Jin's hand. As soon as Manager Jean saw it, a big smile immediately appeared on his face. It seems that this matter is sort of settled. Manager Jean thought in his heart. I don't want to see surveillance video footage of what just happened online later, Xiao Hyuk said to the duo in front of him while receiving the card. Manager Jean, on the other hand, revealed a bewildered look. What video? The surveillance in our hotel lobby broke down yesterday and was just fixed. Everything that happened during this period was not recorded. Xiao Hyuk nodded his head in satisfaction after hearing this, and when Manager Jean saw this, he excused himself and hurriedly left the room with the lobby manager. Waiting for the two to leave, Xiao Hyuk turned to his assistant and said in a flat tone, when this money arrives, I will give you $50,000. I don't want a third person to know about this matter. Do you understand? Assistant Qian unconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva as he listened to what Xiao said. This Xiao pickpocket was actually going to give himself money. If he hadn't heard it with his own ears, he would have wanted to go and stay outside to see if the sun came out of the west tomorrow. Looking at Assistant Qian's dull appearance, Xiao Hyuk also couldn't help but snort coldly. Look at your unseen appearance. Okay, I'm going to rest. You go back to your own room. Wait, Hyuk. Just ready to return to the bedroom, Xiao Hyuk heard the voice of the Assistant Qian behind him, could not help but stop his steps. He turned around in confusion. His eyes seemed to be asking what else is going on. Assistant Qian also cleared his throat when he saw this, then carefully asked. That Manager Jean and the lobby manager just now plus the two of us are already 4 people who know about this. Shora, dividing line. On the other hand, Jiang Chang, who was lying on the bed and was just about to enter dreamland, opened his eyes that had just been closed. He suddenly felt as if he had forgotten something, but he couldn't remember exactly what it was for a moment. The night was silent and time flew by. Jiang Chang was still woken up this morning. At this time he had a sleepy face, sitting in the dining room following the duo of Xin Lang and Xin Yan in the dining room eating breakfast. The program team just sent me a message over. Later you need to choose your own transportation to the filming location. Hurry up and eat and go over there. Listening to Xin Lang's words, Jiang Chang nodded, and suddenly a figure appearing in the distance made him instantly spirited. That? Shora? It can't really be such a coincidence. It wasn't until Xiao He's assistant, Xiao Qian, also appeared in his field of vision that he was finally sure that it was indeed Xiao He. He was also thinking at this moment what was the reason that made him sit up in shock from his dying sickness last night. I am Xiao Hyuk. Thinking about last night in front of those people burst this name. He did not expect this thing can be so coincidental. Who knows, Xiao Hyuk actually live here For a while Jiang Chang was also a bit weak, directly stuffing the breakfast in front of him into his mouth in 3 or 2 mouthfuls, then slurring his words to the Shin family siblings in front of him. Was he satiated? Well, we'll beat it first. Looking at Jiang Chang's back as he hurriedly left, the Shin family siblings were all feeling puzzled. Brother, what's wrong with him? Did you hear what he just said? I don't know. Whatever. Let's eat ours. Jiang Chang took his luggage and rushed out of the hotel door, came to the curb and waved to the outside. Soon a yellow Ferrari came to him. Master, go to XX Street XX. The driver master also did not say anything when he heard Jiang Chang's urgent voice, and directly broke off the sign of the empty car, and the engine began to emit a roaring roar. Sit tight, lad. I'll show you what it means to be a car god. The engine's tachometer instantly reached 3k RPM, and Jiang Chang couldn't help but sit up straight in his position at this time. But it was the legendary third gear start. A yellow glow leaped from the door of the hotel, and then, very soon anon they were waterlogged. Chapter 48. You're noble. You're marvelous. Drip. Surrounded by the rising and falling sound of car horns and the dull atmosphere in the car makes Jiang Chang a little drowsy. But the car is always playing some powerful DJ songs and once again woke him up. Finally, sleepiness took the high ground, forcing Jiang Chang to open his mouth and say to the master driver in the driver's seat, Master, can you turn off the song? I'm a little sleepy and want to rest for a while. But who knows that the driver master sniffed mechanically and looked back at Jiang Chang in the back row. I'm sleepy without the song. Jiang Chang laughed awkwardly and said snidely, Haha, master, you are so funny. But the master just looked at him quietly and didn't answer. Oh, quite good. This song is indeed quite good to listen to. I suddenly found myself now seems to be not very sleepy. Master, cannot we will be the sound of the music and then adjusted a little louder. You can never be sleepy. The vehicle was still moving slowly in the morning rush hour traffic when the traffic next to it began to start slowly, and the taxi driver saw an opportunity to take a steering wheel and hit it. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng in the back seat couldn't help but feel that this kind of behavior was a bit immoral and also a bit dangerous. So he thought about pointing out this driver master. Master, you're so good. You can fit in such a small slit. This time the master took over. This is nothing. Didn't I tell you before that I'm the god of cars? I can do these basic operations with my eyes closed. If you don't believe me, I'll show you. With that he closed one eye and began to veer slightly into the other lane, casually driving into the other lane and then steering back as soon as he could. But when he tried to change lanes again, this time the vehicle behind the lane next to him did not let him, so he had no choice but to drive the car back to the original lane. Looking at this scene, Jiang Cheng, this is an instant wake up. This time is really not sleepy. He felt that the king of hell is below looking at them and that, down or not down luckily, that master driver didn't make another demonic act, but honestly moved along with the traffic, when a sudden sound of a propeller came from the sky, making the drivers who were still stuck in the traffic jam couldn't help but raise their heads and look up. It's true that people are more angry than people we are still blocking here, and people are flying directly. The driver master just retracted his head back. He looked at the traffic in front of him and spat out, making Jiang Cheng, who was looking at the side, feel abstract. Sure enough, the best way to pull a person's attention out of one thing is to appear to be another thing. After 2/4 of a long drive, Jiang Cheng is also finally arrived at the destination of this trip. Just get off. The driver master toward him said, little brother, I see that you are quite kindred spirits. We add a contact information. After the rental car to find me, I'll give you a discount. Jiang Cheng sniffed, his eyes rolled, then took out his cell phone and added the driver's master's contact information. Then the two of them left separately. Looking at this grand manor in front of us, even Jiang Cheng can't help but sigh with emotion. The program group is also good up. The shooting site is so big. This notice fee shall not be a me to add a little bit. Jiang Cheng this way. Just entered the manor not a few steps it. Jiang Cheng heard a crisp call from the distance. Following the source of the sound, he looked up, only to see not far from a platform, Xia Lianxian was waving at himself at the railing of the platform. Jiang Cheng responded with a smile, directly pushing the suitcase in his hand aside and placing it on the side, trying to find his way up. Luggage, you're noble. You're marvelous. You'd better not think of me all the time. Looking at a helicopter placed on the platform, Jiang Cheng's first feeling was, what a big model, that is, until a man in a professional flight suit walked up to Summer Lament from another entrance and exit. Miss, everything has been put away. Anything else you want? Oh, no more, thank you. It has been an honor to work for my lady. Then I would like to return to my duties. After saying that, he retreated towards what Jiang Cheng thought was a large model, and just opened the cockpit and flew away in a watery manner. Let's go pick out a room. I know which rooms are the best. Wei Wei already went first. We can't lag behind. A light voice rang in Jiang Cheng's ears, pulling him back from his thoughts. The duo's figures also quickly disappeared above the platform. By now, the cameras hidden everywhere were up and running, and the live broadcast of Love in Progress had long been overcrowded. It's finally been on for 4 days. You know what I've been doing for 4 days? That's all the content I could see electronically wrapped up before. Now it's good. It's back on the air and I've got my e-squeeze. The moment I came in, I saw Thek I was knocking out. It was too sweet. I have to go take a shot of insulin to suppress the sugar. What fun. That's a real helicopter. Can't it be that Xia Lament is also a rich woman? I've never heard of it. Within 10 minutes, I want all the information on Xia Lament. Brother, according to your instruction, I went to check the family background information of Xia Lament. At the beginning, not 2 minutes, my computer crashed. Now there is someone outside knocking on the door saying that they invite me to have tea. What should I do? Are you still there, brother? Looks like it's gone. R.I.P. Looking at Xia Lament, who was walking lightly in front of him, and associating it with what that pilot had just said before he left, Jiang Cheng also tentatively opened his mouth to ask, Sachi, this isn't supposed to be your house, is it? The Xia Lamentable in front of her sniffed her footsteps, and she seemed to be seriously thinking about how to answer this question. Not really my house, just came to stay a couple times before. Xia Lament spoke with a serious demeanor, and if Jiang Cheng didn't know that she was this kind of character, he definitely would have thought that she was in Versailles. Trenchant, I thought my imagination was low enough, but I didn't realize there was room for it to go down. If you don't know, ask if there's any chance I could buy a house like this if I've been working since the Tang Dynasty. You can't afford it even if you work from the Tang Dynasty. You have a chance to steal a few things in the Tang Dynasty. Dang, how about Jiang Cheng? The room with the best lighting in the whole manor. I've purposely left it for you. Even Wei Wei I didn't tell. Looking at the face of Xia Lament in front of him that was begging for compliments, Jiang Cheng was also somewhat crying and laughing, while at the same time the softest part of the heart in his heart was also touched by these words. He gently touched Xia Lament's head, then said, then let's give this room to Xiao Shi, because she deserves the best of everything in this world. The live broadcast also made CP fans directly happy in place because of this interaction between the two of them. Chapter 49 Give me a voice. Since neither of you want to take this room by yourselves, let me have it. Just as Jiang Chang and Xiao Lament were still pushing each other inside the room, Bai Ruowei's figure slowly walked in from the doorway of the room. Originally, she had just organized her room and wanted to go out to look for Xiao Lament, but she didn't expect to be exasperated by the sour smell of love just passing this way. Really? I was fed a mouthful of dog food just after breakfast. Ugh. Geez Vivi, what are you doing? Xiao Lament's face was also reddened because of Bai Ruowei's words, while her afterglow would also look in Jiang Cheng's direction. Well, since Shizuku specially prepared the room for me, I'll stay here. Thank you Xiao Shi. Sachi, I don't even call Shizuku that much, don't you think so? Shizuku? Bai Ruowei first froze at her words. She didn't expect that in just a few days of work, Jiang Cheng had even called Xiao Shi. She used a flirtatious tone of voice to look at Xiao Lianxie, who had long since reddened her face on the side. Wait, let's go to the living room first. Just don't disturb Jiang Cheng from cleaning up his room. After saying that, Xiao Lianxian pushed Bai Ruowei out of the room regardless of her protests. Looking at the back of Xiao Lamentable's duo's departure, Jiang Cheng smiled heartily, and then he also rubbed his fists with the intention of starting to clean up the room properly. A few moments later, he looked around for a second before scratching his head. Where's my suitcase? At this moment, in a corner within the manor, a black suitcase was standing there quietly at this moment. Luggage, speak up for me. When Jiang Cheng arrived at the living room, he found that several other guests had already arrived at some point, and at this moment, they were all sitting on the sofa in the living room. Chen Zhiqian and Xiao Hyuk were there wide-eyed, while Suzuki and the duo of Ruowei and Lamentable were joking around. Before Jiang Cheng could figure out when they had become so close, seemingly telepathically, Xiao Lianxie suddenly stopped talking and raised her head, and Jiang Cheng's eyes happened to meet in the air, and she immediately waved her hand happily towards him. Jiang Cheng, this way. Su Zixian and Bai Ruowei watched Xiao Lament's movements and couldn't help but turn their heads in the direction behind them, and in a few moments Su Zixian retracted his gaze and gave Bai Ruowei, who was beside him, a puzzled look. Internal voice, Su, they're hooking up now? So soon? Wait, I don't know how. Looking good, love it. So sweet right off the bat. It's going to be sweet later. That's the love synthesis. What kind of bull ***** is next door? The old man's damn teenage heart. Jiang Chen quickly took his seat, and before he could start talking, the door opened again, and a figure appeared at the entrance with the sunlight, and everyone who saw it couldn't help but squint their eyes, wanting to see the true face of the visitor. Hello everyone, my name is Li Yifan. Please pay more attention to me. Before the crowd could see the face of the visitor clearly, a clear and cold voice reached the ears of the crowd, and Xiao He, who was on the side, even suddenly sucked in a mouthful of cold air at that moment. Bad. Why is this dude here too? After a few people's eyes gradually adjusted to the harsh light, a man whose body exuded elegance and whose face resembled an exquisite work of art appeared in their field of vision. Isn't this my brother Fan? Someone, give me a freestyle for brother Fan. Wazao, why is my fan husband appearing on this kind of program? If you want to find a girlfriend, find me. I'll do whatever you want. 185. I heard your math upstairs when I was abroad. Sisters, just now someone said something bad about Fan. I'm too angry to fail against him. Is there any sister with 165 height and long legs in front and back to comfort me? Prohibition of war fortunes. Li Yifan's appearance instantly ignited the passion of female fans in the live broadcast room, and when the news of Li Yifan's upcoming appearance in a romance variety show spread, countless fans, whether they were interested in variety shows or not, flocked to the live broadcast room, and the scene got out of control for a while. However, in stark contrast to the frenzy within the live broadcast room, the crowd within the living room, with the exception of Xiao Hyuk, didn't seem to have much of a reaction to Li Yifan's arrival. Finished? Looking at Li Yifan, who was still concocting his look in front of him, Chen Zhiqian asked tentatively, while both his hands were raised, ready to applaud and greet. Jiang Cheng. Several people also raised their hands when they saw this, their eyes all looking towards Li Yifan, just waiting for him to give the order. They would all offer him a sincere applause. The corner of Li Yifan's mouth twitched as he watched the scene in front of him. No, I'm the top stream of top streams. What kind of attitude is this from you guys? But considering what Agent Subo had told him last night as well as that task list, Li Yifan pretended to smile generously and nodded, and the crowd applauded cooperatively at this. After a round of applause passed, Li Yifan smiled and saluted the crowd in return as he left his position at the main entrance and walked towards the crowd in the living room. But right after he left, another figure appeared at the gate, still with the same blinding light, but this time the figure didn't stay at the gate for long, but walked in with a graceful figure. Hello everyone. My name is Lin Cini, please teach me more. In the sunlight, a slender girl walked out, her temperament charming and moving, as if the willow branches in the water town of Jiangnan, swaying gently with the wind, exuding a heartwarming flavor between the flows. Her face was even more stunning, like a heavenly work of art, impeccably refined, unforgettable at first sight, as if she were a fairy under the moon, both cool and bright, so beautiful that it took one's breath away. The live room was once again abuzz, but while last time it was the female fans plus a handful of male fans that were abuzz, this time it was all the male fans. Well, make. Tell you damn who this is? Senny, if you need a man, look for me. I'm obedient, I work well, and I eat less. Guys, I've fallen out of love. +1, stay with 1. Cinema told you to invite our family Cinny over. Director, I shamefully called Feng. What do you mean? At the backstage, Director Li Xiao was also overwhelmed with emotion as he watched the images coming out of the live broadcast. I thought that Zhang Chang was already invincible, but I didn't expect that the appearance of the two great generals, Li Yifan and Lin Cinny, was even more heavyweight, which directly made the data in the live broadcast room once again go up to a new level. So how could he not be excited? But looking at the pop-ups that were flying all over the screen, he also hastily poured himself a quick acting pill. The female pop-ups are okay, after all, most of them are civil officials, are talking about the lower head, and other pop-ups, but also within the tolerance of Director Lee. But the boys could be mostly martial artists, and that starting hand was a super bit of blood relation magic, and several times he felt his blood pressure rise inside him and he was about to sail away. However, the quick-acting heart-saving pill that he had just taken was now saying inside Lee's body, "Little boy, come back to life for me. You can at any time, but you can't at the time when I am exerting my medicine." Chapter 50, this cure drools even when it's cured. Inside the hall, Lin Cinny's appearance made Xiao he couldn't help but tremble, and he suddenly felt that Bai Ruowei had nothing but a better family background. What else did she have? What else was she? If Bai Ruowei and Lin Cinny were chasing after her at the same time, who should she choose? I'm torn. Had ha. Xiao Hyuk let out an almost demented laugh without even realizing it. And originally, the crowd's gazes were all still gathered on Lin Cinny. When they were suddenly caught by this laugh, still immersed in the world of fantasy, Xiao Hyuk suddenly realized that the air around him seemed to have suddenly quieted down, making him feel as if he had suddenly returned to his junior high school days when he had deserted. The teacher suddenly appeared beside him, and all the students around him were silenced. He suddenly winced and snapped back from his fantasy, and saw that the gazes of the people were all gathered on him, while there was a trace of sympathy mixed in that gaze, as if it was the same gaze he had received when he was a child in the village when he was watching the village people. What? Sucked up. Xiao Hyuk, who had just opened his mouth to speak, only felt a large amount of saliva flowing out of the corner of his mouth. He hastily sucked it back, not wasting water, and also causing the crowd's gaze at him to change. There was still a hint of sympathy mixed in, but now there was more than a hint of dislike, and this kind of cure would probably have to be drooled over. Welcome Sister Lin Cinny to our team. Seeing that the crowd hadn't recovered from Xiaohe's little episode and left Lin Cinny alone, Xiao lamented that she immediately raised her own palm, offered her own applause for Lin Cinny, and managed to draw the crowd's attention away. In this regard, the side of the Xiaohe also cannot help but to Xiao lament cast a grateful gaze. This solution is also too timely. She is so helpful to me, is definitely interesting to me, but unfortunately, my heart belongs to Bai Ruowei. But the crowd didn't know what Xiao Hyuk was thinking at that moment, their attention now returning to Lin Cinny. But it didn't take a moment for Su Zishi to feel it. It's not right. There's a problem. That Lin Cinny's eyes how to look so familiar, as if today in the summer. Sorry to look at the eyes of Zhang Chang saw. Wait a minute? Xia lamented. Thinking about this, she followed Lin Cinny's gaze, only to see that the other party's line of sight actually also fell on Zhang Chang's body, and Zhang Chang also seemed to be looking at the other party with a kind of surprisingly. It's her eyes. It couldn't help but make her a little confused. What? Zhang Chang is not with Xiao Lianxia pairing it? Why does Lin Cinny also look at him with this kind of eyes? In the end, is Zhang Chang split legs or Lin Cinny did not think through? Bai Ruowei, who was applauding, only felt that the scene in front of her was a bit strange, but she couldn't tell what was strange until she felt that someone beside her gave her an elbow. It was touching her with her elbow, skimming her head, only to see Su Zd pointing at Zhang Chang, who was still applauding on the side, and then pointing at Lin Cinny over there. She followed the other party's finger, and then she was also furious with her teeth. Good you Zhang Chang. I didn't expect you to be such a person. It's not enough to tease lamentable, but also with this Lin Cinny eyebrow to eyebrow. I must reveal your true face. From your hands will lamentable back. The applause gradually subsided, but Zhang Chang's face suddenly revealed a look of doubt. Shizuku, is there a mouse in your house? Xiaolament on the side shook her head blankly at the words. She didn't understand why Zhang Chang would ask this. Zhang Chang, on the other hand, looked around and finally fixed his eyes on the side of the white Ruowei that looked like an angry lion. She looked at herself as if she was going to spit out flames. which made Jiang Chang confused. What? What did I do to her? It didn't take him a moment to show that he didn't understand, but respected. So he silently took 2 steps back and put some distance between himself and her. Lin sitting in the crowd after the applause subsided to go up to the crowd to express thanks. I do not know whether it is intentional or unintentional. Just backed up 2 steps of Jiang Chang at this time just happened to fall in the crowd at the end. Became Lin Sinny the last thank you person. Lin Sinny narrowed her eyes at the familiar appearance of the person in front of her. Gradually, his figure and last night in Zitsihu fat figure tightly. She is now finally sure. Jiang Chang is the person who saved them last night? Yes. You want to ask why Li Yifan didn't recognize it? He was still lying on the ground humming at that time. Hello, Lin Sinny, please teach me more. Masked Knight. Last night the lights were dim. At that time Jiang Chang really did not see Lin Sinny's appearance, but at this time the distance between the two is so close, so that Jiang Chang is also another emotion to this mixing circle. Really not a lotus root eater's Wait, why did I say again? Wait, why did I say again? Lin Sinny walked to Jiang Chang's front with light steps at this time, stretching out her own delicate hand. The smile on her face no longer as hypocritical as it had just been to the others. Even Jiang Chang froze for a second as he looked at the smile that was like a blooming lily in front of him, but then another figure appeared directly in his mind, hammering the smile of the person in front of him out of his mind with a punch. Hello, Jiang Chang, please teach me more. Jiang Chang similarly stretched out his own hand, and with just a light shake, he put his hand back, which slightly surprised Bai Ruowei, who had been staring at him, but it wasn't enough to make her drop her guard. Hearing the name the other party uttered, Lin Sinny couldn't help but freeze for a moment. The smile that had originally bloomed on her face gradually subsided at this point. She thought about the list of tasks from last night, and already Sister Qing's instructions to herself. Her heart was in turmoil. Why is he Jiang Chang? How can he be Jiang Chang? Your mission is to get close to Jiang Chang and then spare no effort to get close enough to make him fall in love with you. That was the first sentence on last night's to-do list. She suddenly felt like the world was so small that when she turned around, she met the same person from last night. She retreated forlornly, while Jiang Chang felt puzzled. What's going on? If it wasn't for the many people and cameras here, maybe people would say how I bullied you. Women, they are so fickle. Or is Shizuku good? Li Yifan, who was originally watching Xia lamenting from the side, also turned his head reflexively after hearing the word Jiang Chang. This kid is Jiang Chang. In addition to more handsome than me, so 100 million points have no other outstanding place. Well, see how I all aspects of crush you on the end of the matter. This side of the newcomer introduction activity has just ended. The crowd has just taken their seats. The gate again appeared a large black shadow, but this time, it is Director Li with a large group of staff walked in. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the taping of our program When Love is in the Air. And at this moment, let's celebrate the reopening of our program with another round of applause. Chapter 51, come on, come on, come on, the director will let you be. As soon as Director Li's words fell, the 8 guests immediately offered their own applause in a cooperative manner. But the live broadcast room was a different scene. Director Dog, how dare you come out? Just you told our family fan to go on Love Variety. Do you know how much this scene hurts a Fanfan's wife fan? What do you mean? Just you call Li Xia limit you within an hour to hurry with our family. Sinny cancelled the contract, or designated no good juice to eating. I can't understand you stargazers, unlike us CP fans, where every day is a happy and fulfilling day. Director Li pressed his palm in satisfaction, and the applause of the crowd subsided. Ladies and gentlemen, during the days off the air, we have also been exploring and adjusting new game modes, with the aim of allowing all guests to have an excellent romance synthesis experience. And the Emperor's Heaven has not failed us, and we have finally worked out a feasible plan. Lead director in the front of the mouth. In fact, where there is no use to explore the adjustment of the new game mode, are just the requirements of the A side of the father. I won't say any more nonsense. We are Love Variety, and Love Variety mainly showcases the interaction between male and female guests. So for today's recording of the program, we will be randomly grouping you all together. As soon as these words came out, the people present all glanced at each other, and a large number of pop-ups floated across the live broadcast room. Just this? 3 days of exploratory research in this? No, I told you that the work of your program team is so easy. Then why should I take the civil service examination? In the past, when my family was poor, the most valuable thing in the whole house was the big iron lock at the door, and every time it rained heavily, I would run over to it and yell at it, "Old iron, don't you rust soon?" Sudden alert. It always feels like the show is up to something. Although the guests didn't say anything, Director Li still saw that caring retarded look in their eyes, but he could not say anything. There is no way. The father of the first party to give is really too much. So much that Director Li then directly state, "See people really accurate." He quickly coughed and continued, Of course only the first day is a fully randomized match, and at the end of each day you will all be able to vote satisfied or dissatisfied with your partner. If both sides of the team are satisfied, the team will continue. If more than one side of the team is dissatisfied, then the team will be re-randomized. When only one person in a team is dissatisfied and does not wish to be teamed up with the same person again, then both will be on their own. And then it's about diet. Director Lee paused when he said this, and his mind couldn't help but think of the kitchen scene that was comparable to a battlefield when he was in Mordor a few days ago. For the sake of the food, health and safety of all the guests, the show has changed its rules for this purpose, and it is definitely not being scolded hard and criticized by the fire department. This time you can pay to go and buy your own food. So where will the money come from? Each day we will offer several jobs for you to choose from. Randomly, of course, and how much you earn will determine what you get to eat today. Of course, the crew will also provide the most basic steamed buns and squash every day so that the team that can't make any money can keep from starving. So work hard, guys, in order to eat better. The most important thing is that you can't accept all donations from fans. That's all for now. We'll patch it in time if anyone gets stuck with a bug later. Everyone still have any questions? Although Director Lee asked this, he didn't give the crowd time to react, but directly clapped his hands behind him, and soon anon, a notebook appeared in front of the crowd's eyes. This match will be made using this little micro cue program called random grouping, and I will write all your names on it and start grouping you 2 by 2 at random. After saying that, Director Lee began to operate. 2 days ago, Amusement Group IT Department. A programmer wearing a plaid shirt. One could tell at a glance that he must be a veteran, was leisurely sipping his tea. And in front of him was a programmer who was still young and had no symbols of a strong man, was frantically tapping the keyboard at the computer. Boss, what do you think the supervisor needs such a crude thing for? It also has to match the name Jiang Chang with the name Lin Sini. What's the point? It didn't take long for the young programmer to take his hands off the keyboard and take a sip of the still steaming coffee on the table. Where would I know to go? What do I care? We just have to do the task given to us from above. Do it right, then I'll turn in. With that, the veteran programmer stood up, unplugged the USB drive plugged into his computer, and was about to walk out. But just before he reached the door, he stopped and turned his head to the young programmer who was drinking coffee. You know what, kid? Coffee beans used to be given to cows and horses in my country in order to make them work tirelessly. After saying that, he stepped out, and the young programmer who was just about to bring the coffee to his mouth froze. He didn't know whether he should continue to drink the cup of coffee now or not. Inside the hall, after a bit of tinkering with Director Lee, a flash of light flashed across the laptop's big screen, and the first team emerged fresh. Let's congratulate Lee Yifan and Bai Ruowei for their successful teaming. Please come up and choose your jobs for today. Bai Ruowei glanced at the side of Lee Yifan. As far as she knows, this is not a good person. Compared with him, Foot in Two Boats Jiang Chang are considered pure love big boy. Lee Yifan still had a formulaic smile on his face as he reached out to signal Bai Ruowei to come up and extract the duo's work for the day. Bai Ruowei coldly grunted before stepping forward, and the screen instantly displayed a wide variety of professions. And with a gentle tap, a job title popped up. What does this Precision Component Polymer Material Surface Coverage Engineer mean? Looking at the name displayed on the screen, even the knowledgeable Bai Ruowei was confused. Was there such a profession? If I'm not mistaken, this one should be a film for cell phones. Director Lee on the side had just opened his mouth when Jiang Chang was the first to say the answer. You're the director and I'm the director. Come on. The director will let you be the director. But Director Lee just thought about it and nodded his head to show that he agreed with Jiang Chang's statement. The required materials will be uniformly rationed to you later, so please go back and wait a little. Soon, the list of the second group was also shown. Let's congratulate Seo on teaming up with Xiao Hyuk. Please come up and draw your jobs. Soon Xiao Hyuk went forward, although 1/3 of the probability did not let him match to Lin Sini. But there is good. Did not see the last time, there is no well. Soon, the screen flashed for a while, and Xiao Hyuk looked at the job title in front of him in dismay, looking at Director Lee on the side with a puzzled expression. Director Lee was also frowning slightly at this time, staring at the name on the computer screen, and in a few moments he looked at Xiao He to ask a question. Do you have a driver's license? Chapter 52, a psychiatrist more suitable for the Dragon Kingdom baby. Xiao Hyuk was also a bit confused by Director Lee's question, and he nodded blankly. The moment she saw him nod, Director Lee smiled and laughed. Then you're perfectly qualified for this public transportation automated transportation administrator position. Xiao He heard what this job is called, transportation administrator, is also suddenly happy. In his eyes, can be called administrator? That are easy work. After all, it is a management position. Thinking about it, Xiao He went down joyfully, completely unaware of the unsympathetic smile of Director Lee behind him. Going by the show's pissy nature, this auto transport administrator is definitely not a good job. The last job was also talked about so high and mighty, but it ended up being one that puts a film on a cell phone. And combined with the director's question just now, The new machine wow keeps touching your stomach. That job is, driver. I'll go with you if you have more words. There's a Shinichi Kudo in the live room. I'm not kidding. So, now we are about to reveal the names of the last two groups of people. Who will they be? Let's wait and see. As soon as Director Lee's words fell, the people present also turned their gazes to the only four people left, but for Jiang Chang and Xia Lament, they feel that should be sure to match together. The last program video they went back after they have also seen. These two is definitely the flow of this program bear. I'm sure for the sake of traffic, the program would have worked in the dark to get them into a group. After all, there wouldn't really be anyone who wouldn't want money for the so-called all-random rule. Soon anon, two names appeared on top of the screen, but the results displayed appalled the crowd. The CP fans in the live broadcast room, who were still uncontested, also erupted into a shrill storm. Is my eyes broken or the director's brain in the water? The Yencheng CP has been broken up. Lee's Samurai Yu Hao. Didn't CP fans say they were happy every day? Are you still happy now? I'm happy you. Great hits General Mulan. Too bad we're still hopeless. When the results on the screen were displayed, the crowd was looking at Director Lee with a puzzled look, but their hearts at this time all coincidentally appeared a thought. It is hard to believe that I have misread the eyes. There is really such a director in the circle who does not want money but only seeks the truth. Alright, so this group is confirmed to be Qin Jiqian and Xia Lament. Please come up and receive your work for the day. Director Lee looked at the incredibly shocked eyes of the guests in front of him and also held his head up proudly. Me, Lee Xia, playing it real. This wave not only in front of the camera to show their own regard for money as dirt shining image, but also behind the scenes to earn on the fast hands of the investment and the other side of the promised exposure to double. This wave is Qin Shi Huang looking in the mirror, a win-win situation. A win-win is when I, Lee Xia, win twice by myself. As soon as Director Lee's words fell, both Chen Jiqian and Xia Lamentable did not make a move, and Xia Lamentable's gaze went in Jiang Cheng's direction. Chen Jiqian, on the other hand, looked up at the ceiling. How come he didn't realize how the ceiling looked so good before? Jiang Cheng is also the result of some surprise. After all, backroom operation what in the circle that are more than usual thing. I did not expect this day really let him see a director who has their own persistence. Feeling the gazes around him, Jiang Cheng turned his head to look at Xiao Lianshe, smiled and touched her head. After all, this is all random. Then the results came out. They have to abide by it. Otherwise that still participate in what program? Xia lamented that at this time the idea is also coincided with Jiang Cheng. Since childhood her grandfather told her to be a law-abiding person. Just now she was also afraid if Jiang Cheng will have any emotions. Chen Jiqian was asked to go up by Director Lee due to the fact that people called out to him many times without eliciting a response from him. Please draw the job you will be involved in today. There was still a dumbfounded look on his face, but this time the person on the stage was replaced with Chen Jiqian. Jiang Cheng, what is the Institute of High-Temperature Plasmodial Change in the Roots of Plants of the Tubular Flower Order Cyclophalaceae? Xia lamented with a puzzled look at Jiang Cheng beside her. She really couldn't figure out what exactly this job was for. Jiang Cheng also pondered for a while after hearing this, and then said to Xia Lament with a straight face, if I'm not mistaken, this job would be, well, baked, red, potatoes. This word was originally on the stage also a face of wonder. Chen Jiqian instantly speechless, disappointed to walk back. Baked a sweet potato to me said so lofty, thought to go as a botanist it. Alright, the last group is Jiang Cheng and Lin Sini. Please come up and draw the job you will be working on today. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but turn his eyes towards Lin Sini's direction when he heard this, only to realize that the other party seemed to have been paying attention to him as well. The moment Jiang Cheng's line of sight came over, Lin Sini also hurriedly withdrew her attention and hurriedly walked forward to press the extraction button. Okay, everyone has finished drawing their jobs for today. Now please follow our staff to collect the props related to their respective jobs. Soon, led by a group of staff members, the four groups of people walked towards different directions of the manor. Inside a room, looking at the complete equipment in front of him, Jiang Cheng was also dumbfounded. So, this is the psychiatrist more suited to the body type of a dragon baby? Looking at this bright yellow Taoist robe in front of him, even if Jiang Cheng had just thought through his head, he couldn't come up with this kind of thing. The point was that he didn't have any skills in this area either. So it was hard to believe that Zen was relying purely on flimflam? What about the other one? Thinking about this, Jiang Cheng looked to the side of Delin Sini. This industry, it seems that not many practitioners are women. Right, can it work? But snap. Soon anon, reality gave Jiang Cheng a hard dislap. At a certain square in the center of Suong City, Jiang Cheng looked at Lin Sini's booth on the side. The line of people had already been lined up to the entrance of the park, and then looked at the scene in front of his eyes, which was a door-to-door. For the first time, Jiang Cheng deeply questioned the degree of professionalism in this industry. Just when Jiang Cheng thought that he was going to be carried away by his teammates today, a figure walked up to his stall and sat down. Bah, so shameless. This little girl's even thought of wearing a Taoist robe to come out and tell fortunes to make money. It's really the world's trend. The people's hearts are not ancient. In comparison, although the young man you appear young, may not have much ability, but the big lady is still willing to believe in you. You're a handsome young man. Where are you from? Jiang Chang, who was listening to the chatter of the lady in front of him, twitched the corners of his mouth, and for a moment he didn't know how to take the words of the lady in front of him, so he directly changed the subject. What kind of a thing are you? This resident. Chapter 53, Maru Spicy. Words just said out. Jiang Chang immediately darkened. Bad. Just read the code of speech and missed a few words, but I don't know if the old lady in front of her didn't hear it or if she was deaf. She didn't notice the ambiguity in Jiang Chang's words just now. Oops. Look at my mouth. Almost forgot the main thing. Young man, you help calculate the feng shui of my home. I always feel that recently there are unclean things in the house. Every night I feel that there are black shadows prancing around in the house. These words made Jiang Chang a little interested, but he was only interested and did not feel afraid, because as a proletarian warrior he did not believe in any cow ghosts, snakes and gods, and there were traces behind all the bizarre events. This resident, please don't worry. Reading feng shui is nothing but a trivial matter to me. Jiang Chang immediately got into character. It's just that I still have a stall here, so it's not good to leave at will. The old lady sniffed and immediately nodded her head knowingly. I understand. 300 blocks. Can the young master move a trip? Hey, we don't talk about money, we only talk about fate. Jiang Chang pretended to be deep and said, since the monk is so sincere, let's go. After saying that, Jiang Chang packed up his belongings and followed the old lady to leave in one direction, back to Lin Sini's side. In the past, with the idea of being skilled, she had also studied psychology, and at this time, the profession of fortune teller was something she was completely comfortable with. On her side, she had just collected a person's hanging gold and looked to her side, only to find that Jiang Chang, who had just been on the sidelines, had disappeared at that moment, and only a table remained in place. Little master, this is it. The old lady brought Jiang Chang and the followers behind the master to the door of a room. Once inside the door, Jiang Chang felt a strong smell of books. Good guy, full of words and paintings. Who are you guys? Why are you in my house? Suddenly a voice sounded behind them, and Jiang Chang reflexively looked backward, only to see an old man with gold-rimmed glasses and a refined manner standing at the doorway, looking at them with a puzzled face. Old man, you're back. This is my invited to look at the feng shui. A few days ago I did not tell you that the home is not clean. Well, this is not to invite this small master over to see. Introduce. This is my old man now teaching at Suwon University. The old lady just heard the voice and immediately walked out to explain the situation in front of her, while the old professor sized up Jiang Chang, who was dressed as a Taoist priest in front of him, and in a few moments, his face seemed to reveal a look of relief. Then I'll take care of this little master, please. After saying that, the old professor also stepped into the house and stood beside the old lady, intending to watch how Jiang Chang was going to read the feng shui. Heaven is round, the 9 chapters of the law, the positioning of Qiankuan, and the harmonization of yin and yang. Thanks to the professional grade acting skills he had previously acquired, Jiang Chang went straight into a state of mind, reciting words with his mouth, making the crowd present look on in awe. So professional? And I've never heard of Jiang Chang being a Taoist priest before? The kid is designated to have a bit of a side hustle going on. Bad. I'm a monastic. Looking at this scene, all think that Jiang Chang is the real Taoist priest and I'm a fake Taoist. That Taoist temple. I'm going to order you some reports. Jiang Chang was still chanting there, while the old professor on the side took out a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped the slight sweat that had just appeared on his forehead. What's wrong, old man? Why are you still sweating? It's not hot in the house. It's okay. I probably just got back from being outside. I'll be fine after a break. The old lady wanted to say something else, but Jiang Chang over there suddenly let out a loud cry, attracting the attention of everyone present. Old madam, this feng shui of your house is quite good. It's just that there are a few points that need to be modified. For example, this painting and calligraphy, they are not even hung correctly, destroying the overall layout. Jiang Chang began to make things up as he didn't find any traces of the black shadow in the old lady's words, except for a few places that he found a bit unattractive in terms of placement. But at this point, saying that he did not find anything that certainly cannot. So Jiang Chang still turned into his most hated person. That seems to be true. Let me set it right. The old lady said that she was about to go forward to set up the calligraphy and painting, but suddenly, the old professor who had just not said a word suddenly opened his mouth at this time. Wait, wifey, just rest. I'll do this kind of small thing. After saying that and not waiting for the old lady to react, the old professor went straight forward, carefully dragging the frame of the calligraphy and painting and writing it. The old professor who finished correcting the calligraphy and painting also took a long breath, as if he had just experienced a brutal battle. Jiang Chang also nodded when he saw that the calligraphy and painting were corrected, and then he used his hand to point to the potted plant in the corner. I see that this potted plant is not at the right height, and I am afraid that there is a risk of leaking my qi. This time, before Jiang Chang could finish, the old professor directly rushed up. I'll do it. After a series of fine-tuning, the potted plants are also back in place, and then Jiang Chang every point. The old professor did not wait for Jiang Chang to speak, directly rushed forward. To be Jiang Chang will be indoor, all the placement of the objects are not neatly pointed over again. The old professor has been tired panting. At this time, the old madam was also carrying a few bowls of green bean soup from the kitchen, and after handing Jiang Chang and the camera elder brother a bowl, she carried the last bowl to the old professor's side. Because the old professor had just been over-exercising, the old madam also hand-fed the green bean soup to his mouth. Seeing this scene made the viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't help but be moved. Too much love. This is the white head to grow old. Suddenly want to fall in love. How to do? 1 bag of cement per person. No one takes more than 1. That's how my goddess fed me last time. So I forgave her boyfriend for beating me into the hospital about it. Upstairs, go back to Gotham. Batman says he won't beat you up. Jiang Chang also felt very cozy when he looked at the scene in front of him, which gave him the idea of wanting to understand how these two old men in front of him met. I really envy you two for your relationship. Is it convenient to ask how you two met? The old professor on the side sniffed. The fatigue on his face instantly swept away. His eyes blossomed with reminiscence, and the corners of his mouth gently rose. A gentle smile that was steeped in the good old days. Omit 10,000 words here, or else you will be said to be in the water text. Oh, and then write it as an extra if possible. Then I went back to that rural area again and looked at her and asked, remember what I said before? I said I would marry you. And at that moment we both laughed and laughed. The old madam on the side also had a suppressed smile on the corner of her mouth after hearing this, but she still whacked the old professor. Old unashamed. How many years have passed and you still remember so well? Jiang Chang, who was watching this scene, also had an involuntary smile on his face. Gosh, what a fabulous couple. And an involuntary anti-smile on my face after hearing that. Do you have a date and you're laughing? We're just online friends. You crossed the line. /microc smiley emoji. But it was in this sweet atmosphere. A snap pulled the crowd back from the kind of scene full of pink bubbles just now. A few people sniffed and looked. The word painting that had just been set right had fallen to the ground at some point. It was too late. The old lady had stepped forward before the crowd could react, bending down and reaching out to the picture frame on the floor. Put. The old professor who just drank the last mouthful of green bean soup suddenly spat out the contents of his mouth at this scene. His excitedly stood up, straightened his arms, and his eyes were wide open. But before he could make a sound, the old lady had already stood up straight, and in her hand was the calligraphy and painting that had just fallen. At this point the old professor's mind was reduced to 2 words. Maru spicy. Chapter 54, you're the biggest card in the deck. What's wrong? What's with the sudden? The old lady who had just gotten up hadn't finished her words when suddenly a familiar touch came from the back of the picture frame. It made her involuntarily lower her head. With just this one glance, the pink bubble that had originally filled the air instantly burst and dissipated without a trace. Although it was a hot summer day, Jiang Chang felt that the temperature around him seemed to plummet, and an inexplicable chill came over him, making him shiver. Wifey, listen to my sophistry. No, explain. This is what I've saved up over the years. It's just a little bit. Feeling the change in the temperature around him, the old professor also started to weasel his way straight away and was planning to abandon his car. However, the old lady didn't respond to the old professor's words, but instead squinted her eyes and smiled at Jiang Chang, and pulled out 5 pieces of money from the back of the calligraphy and painting frame and handed them to him. Trouble the little master to repoint the place he just pointed out, and as a token of appreciation, you can take this 500 as your payment. He looked at the old professor who was looking at him with a gaze full of supplication, and then at the old lady in front of him who was full of smiles but looked a bit grim. Jiang Chang also rushed to accept the 500 handed over, and then just 80% of the place and repointed again, and then with the followers of the big brother rushed to escape from this place. Older brother, I can only help you up to here. The rest of how many cashes you can survive depends on whether your goddess of fortune smiles on you or not. Ha ha ha, the old professor just feels like the sky is falling at this point. Terrible. Pink paradise instantly turned into a hellish Shura. Is this a distortion of human nature or a moral degeneration? What's wrong with us boys having a little personal money? With the air shaking cold, I can't help but wonder when the men of the Dragon Kingdom will stand up. Brother, this issue deleted. Please, my wife has been in accordance with these points in the home rummage box looking for. The problem is, I really hide in these places. What should I do now? I'm not going to be able to do anything about it, but I'm going to be able to do it. It's quite urgent. The subsequent development. Jiang Chang was no longer known. At this time he was back at the square again, but unlike the coldness when he left, at this time, A long queue had also formed in front of his stall. Before Jiang Chang could react, someone in the crowd in line suddenly shouted, "Jiang Chang is back!" Instantly countless pairs of eyes looked over in unison. Jiang Chang was stunned by the scene. This cannot be to find him offline 1v1 real men battle it. The good thing is, after getting to know them, I learned that the group in front of me were all fans of the local livestream, and most of them came here by name. So Jiang Chang also experienced the treatment that Lin Cini had just enjoyed. "Makoto, I'm a true fan of yours, and I'd like to ask what's going to happen to this relationship I'm in." The first person who came up just sat down and directly opened the door to Jiang Chang to say what he wanted to ask. "My girlfriend is a very low-key person. She says she doesn't want to be in a relationship and have the whole world know about it. So it's not publicized that we're in a relationship, but she loves me so much that she says good morning and good night to me every day." Jiang Chang heard this straight away and felt his head itching, like he was going to grow a brain. "Wait a minute, you call that loving you?" "Yeah, why don't you count it? She sends me a hello message every day at regular intervals and occasionally shushes me. Isn't that a sign of love for me?" Advanced love brain. Diagnosed. The corners of Jiang Chang's mouth also twitched. At first when he first heard the other side say that they had emotional problems he sat up straight, thinking that this was a high-end game. He didn't realize that it was this young man in front of him who had mistakenly entered a high-end game. Ahem. "So what is the question you wish to inquire about?" "Oh yeah, I want Makoto to help me figure out what day would be better. I'm going to officially woo her." Jiang Chang didn't reply the first time after hearing this. Only his mouth turned into a Type C port look. "Let me just ask a question anon. Just now when I came back I hailed a cab, but the driver master is still hanging an empty sign even though I've already gotten in. Why do you think that is?" "That's easy. Of course, because the driver wanted to pull a few more." Before he could finish his words, the young man suddenly gave a start as he looked at Jiang Chang with an unbelievable look. No. Snowflowers drifting north, wind dashing heaven and earth, a piece of pale. Looking at the young man in front of him who was crying out loudly in pain, Jiang Chang's mind suddenly thought of the lyrics, but that was all that came to mind. Looking at the young man whose spell casting was interrupted by his song, Jiang Chang coughed lightly. "You continue. Makoto, is this for real? I still can't believe she's like that." Jiang Chang did not continue to speak any further. He just leaned back and looked towards the distant sky. "Whether she's like that or not I don't know, but the only thing I'm sure of is that she must be lying to you." "Then, Makoto, can you help me count how many dates she's had before me?" Jiang Chang sniffed and sat up straight again, looking at the young man in front of him with an incredulous look. "Not buddy, you think I'm a fortune teller? Are you really a true fan?" But with the professional ethics of doing one line of work and loving one line of work, Jiang Chang still opened his mouth to answer the question. "I'm not exactly sure, but I think we can get together for a poker game." The young man heard seems to relax the general long sigh of relief. "That's good. The people are not too many. This year to talk about a few is quite normal." But as soon as he finished his words, Jiang Chang extended his finger and shook it at the young man in front of him. No, what I mean is to be able to put together a deck of playing cards, and you, my friend, you're the biggest one in it." The young man listened to finally as settled in northern Anhui, Totnot, Bungbu, lived. He directly covered his face and cried bitterly in the direction of the park outside left. Jiang Chang looked at his departing figure but was anxious. The consultation fee did not give it. "Hey, I think this girl should be a conch girl. Where do you get the idea that she's gentle and virtuous? I mean the sound of waves coming from her in addition to possibly looking warm and virtuous. What's the name of the song that Jiang Chang just sang? It feels quite good. It also has a very meaningful mood. It feels like a person with a trident suddenly appeared in front of my eyes." The interlude quickly passed. Jiang Chang and Lin Cini's side had already begun to receive money to receive a hand cramp, but the other three groups did not have such a good opportunity, and the line of sight was given to the group of Xiao Hyuk and Suzuki, who drove a taxi. After turning off the engine 99 times, Xiao Hyuk also managed to drive Suzuki on the road in a cab, and soon they received a message alert from the taxi software. "You have a new order." Chapter 55. This is a flavorful chapter. Don't watch it while eating. Don't look at it while eating. It's important to say it 3 times. "Hello girl, please get in the car." Xiao Hyuk followed the navigation guide and smoothly arrived at his destination, greeting enthusiastically out the window. A young woman was standing on the side of the road, intently playing with her cell phone. When she heard Xiaoyi's voice, she just looked up and glanced in the direction of the vehicle, then looked down and continued to look at her cell phone while reaching for the rear door. The car door opened in response, and the woman got in before she could close the door. Seeing a pretty girl sitting next to her, their eyes meeting in the air. I'm sorry, I seem to have gotten on the wrong bus." The girl said that she was about to walk out. Seeing this, Xiao Hyuk in the driver's seat hurriedly called out to her. "Don't go, come back, you didn't go wrong." The girl who had just gotten out of the car sniffed and a big question mark appeared on her face as she took out her own glasses from her own handbag and looked inside the car. "Is tail number 9527 you?" See if the license plate matches. The woman had gotten a good look at the two in the car by this time and covered her mouth in surprise, hurriedly resitting back in the car and saying excitedly, "Oh my god, you guys are Xiaohe and Su Zishi. This is real. I'm not dreaming, right? Mom, I love you." The vehicle slowly pulled away. The woman still reveling in the sudden surprise. Xiao Hyuk was immensely satisfied with the scene in front of him, and he was already certain in his mind that this one was undoubtedly one of his biggest fans. He couldn't help but sigh to himself, "Ugh, this charm of mine that goes nowhere." Xiao Hyuk's side was still lamenting, when the woman in the back row suddenly changed her words. "Li Yifan, I've liked you for 2 years." Xiao He, who was originally smiling, his face instantly collapsed, confusion overflowing. How did the topic suddenly turn to Li Yifan? Next to her, Su Zishi forced a smile and explained to the woman in the back row, "Girl, the one driving in front is Xiao He. Li Yifan can be next door." The woman, however, didn't care and confessed loudly, "I know, but my favorite bean is Li Yifan. Li Yifan, I love you." This scene made Su Zishi finally unable to hold back her laughter, and the viewers in the live broadcast room burst into laughter. "Shora, why don't you both go down?" "Shora, so I go? Ha 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 ha, laughing my ass off. How is this not a kind of in-your-face minotaur?" It did not take long for the vehicle to arrive at the destination of the trip. Looking at the woman's faraway back, Xiaohe took a long sigh of relief. Just now that scene really made him embarrassed and wanted to gouge out a 3-room in the bottom of the car. Think he Xiaohe tang a top stream when has he ever encountered this kind of thing so he made up his mind that he must bugger off. "Dicky, can you drive?" Su Zd frowned at the other parties addressed to her, but she didn't show any dissatisfaction due to the cameras all around her, and only replied faintly, "Will, great. People have 3 emergencies. I suddenly have a bit of a stomach ache. Why don't you come to the meeting first? I'm going to use the restroom. Later on I'll be calling you to come and pick me up." After saying that, Xiao Hyuk covered his stomach and curled up in the seat. Just his acting skills cannot be said to fake it, that at least it is also full of loopholes. Good. Originally thought it would take a lot of words. Xiao Hyuk at this time also do not cover the stomach. Look at Su Ziki's eyes with a little puzzled. This can be what good work is, not it? "What? Your stomach suddenly stops hurting again?" Hearing Sio's inquiry, Xiao Hyuk hurriedly recovered his stomach again. "Ouch, it's starting to hurt again." Then, after saying that, Xiao Hyuk left, and since it was a special case, he didn't let the photographer follow him. Looking at Xiao Hyuk's departing back, Su Zishi skimmed her mouth. If it wasn't for her curiosity of wanting to experience the profession of a chauffeur, she high and low crickets him twice. "You have a new order." The beeping of the cell phone pulled Su Zidi's thoughts back. Looking at the cell phone that was still broadcasting the incoming order notification, she froze, and after carefully identifying it, she came to the conclusion that this was Xiaohe's cell phone. But when she lifted her eyes again, there was still Xiaohe's figure wherever she was around. "He didn't take his cell phone. How can he contact me later?" "Never mind, just come back here to pick him up later. He'll be waiting here for sure, right?" Xiao Hyuk, free from the camera, felt that the world was wide open for him to fly freely, and as a conservative, he immediately lit a stick to celebrate. But the next moment, his face instantly changed, bad, as if there was nothing. When he walked back to the place where he had just parted ways, where was there any shadow of Su Zishi and the others around him? Wait, it's really a leaky house. A little while later, and I don't know if it was because he had just overfaked it or what, but now it seemed like his stomach was really starting to hurt a little. Then go and settle it. But coincidentally, a group of people blocked the entrance to the nearest public restroom, and then a sign was placed under Xiao Hyuk's watchful eye. "There is no mistake. It was not repaired sooner or later, but it was repaired when I came, right? Who sniped me in the public restroom?" But gagging was gagging, and the flip-flopping in his stomach made him go in search of the next archive. 2.5 minutes later, the emperor is not responsible for the people. Xiao Hyuk, for the first time in his life, I think a toilet can be so good looking. But just as he entered the restroom and opened the first cubicle, he was dumbfounded. Is this place hell? You goddammit. 9 turned strawberry tower, followed by the second room. Why is there one on the floor? The third room, the wall, until he saw the fourth room, flat and unimpressive. It all looked as if it was fine. Then he looked at the draw box, with the sliver of paper towel that remained at its exit. But considering the general environment, his sixth sense told him that he should have changed the restroom to a different one, because there were several other rooms, but this one had nothing, and there must be a demon when things go wrong. But his brain suddenly received a message from his stomach. Open the door. I'm a fart. It's too late to think much about it. It's him. Xiao Hyuk charged straight in, moving in a single motion, transforming into a jet fighter. But just after he looked up, a male silent voice came from the toilet. Vocals, on the doorknob? But considering that he couldn't interrupt in the middle of casting a spell, he decided to settle it first. there were still so many papers beside this. Just wrap a few more layers later. At this moment, outside the restroom, the same group of people who had just walked over from the distance. You, go in and see if there's anyone else in there, and if there's no one we'll fence the place. The young man named Xiaoyu nodded at his words and stepped towards the door of the restroom. Chapter 56 My Money Works. This chapter still has flavor residue. Xiao Zhang just walked to the door to look inside, and immediately felt that he should go buy a 749 movie ticket to wash his eyes at this moment. What's wrong? The inquiring voice of the captain came from the distance, and Xiao Zhang also said with difficulty to his own captain after calming down a bit. Captain, I don't think there's any need to yell anymore, but anyone in their right mind seeing this drawing of hell wouldn't want to stay in there for even a second longer. The captain, not far away, frowned at that. What kind of scene have I not seen before? Really, you young people are just pretentious. Before we close the restroom, we must make sure. You, walked over to the captain reprimanded Xiao Zhang after. Would have liked to come over to show their own unperturbed. Did not expect to spare the battle-hardened he saw caught off guard to see this plutonium scene is also dry heaving a sound. Seal it. If anyone else dares to go on this toilet, then I would call him the strongest. The captain waved his hand and left the doorway with Xiao Zhang, and in a whirlwind, a sign was set up in front of the restroom, and the crowd left, their work for the day not yet done. Xiao Hyuk, who was going to the toilet, didn't understand what was happening at this time, but only heard what seemed like two dry heaves from the doorway, and some words, but he didn't hear all of them, and only vaguely heard one sentence. If someone dares to go on, I would call him the strongest. Humph, what a piece of trash. Backing down at this difficulty, only a strong man like me deserves to go to the bathroom here. Feeling the unrivaled relief coming from his stomach, Xiao Hyuk knew that it was time to leave this realm where only the strongest of the strong deserved to stay. His hand went to a cardboard box off to the side. After a piercing sound, Xiao He's pupils suddenly dilated. He now got a good news and a bad news. The good news is that the carton does have paper in it. The bad news is that there is only one section. At that moment his intuition also suddenly jumped out of his head. A wild dog walks towards the toilet from a short distance away. It hasn't found much to eat on the streets lately, and in order not to starve to death it follows the direction it remembers to this hidden energy supply depot in the back. But just as he approached, he heard a loud cry from inside. Anyone? It didn't understand the meaning of the voice, but it knew that there were two-legged beasts in there that it couldn't defeat, and it just snapped and left, praying that it would get a big bone today. At this point, there are no more signs of life activity in the 20-meter radius of the toilet. Downtown pedestrian street next to a cell phone film stall. By Ruowei and Li Yifan, two people look at the crowd in front of them cannot help but be out of focus. The two have not opened up until now. Passing pedestrians looked at the two of them with more or less odd eyes. In the middle of summer on the street to see two people in the middle of the day wearing coats and wrapping themselves up tightly. You just say weird or not weird. When a young girl with a cell phone came towards the two of them, her family's adult suddenly stopped her, and after scowling at them with his eyes, the adult took the young girl, who was still clueless, and walked away. This caused Li Yifan, who had been watching this scene, to finally be unable to resist breaking his defense, because according to his understanding, the eyes of that adult just now seemed to say, go away. These two people may be psychopaths. Listen, I will not let you spend money here even if I take you to buy a new cell phone. He looked to Bai Ruowei, who had been keeping her eyes closed on the side, and whispered in her ear, otherwise, let's just take off our disguises. The people around us are looking at us like we're little cuties. The same, we won't earn a single penny if we go on like this. Bai Ruowei, who had been silent all this time, also opened her eyes when she heard this, and in the end, she was still moved. We'll just leave our masks and sunglasses behind. That'll also make sure people don't recognize us. And besides, you don't want everyone else to be eating good food while you're eating steamed buns and pickles. These words completely touched Bai Ruowei, so after a fierce battle of thoughts, she gently nodded her head in agreement with the idea. Soon, people started to gather in front of the stalls, which were still cold and quiet. It's just to put a film on the cell phone. Where to put it is not to put a girl pulled out her best friend who had just entered the cell phone store with the intention of applying a film to her own cell phone, pointing at Li Yifan at the filming stall. Look at that stall over there. That boy, even though his face is wrapped up tightly, but look at his slender body. I tell you, with my eye for men, he's definitely a handsome guy, the girl said, with a golden glint in her eye, and pulled her best friend over without a second thought. On the other side, the conversation between the two boys was much more innocent. Oi, see that girl over there at the cell phone sticker stall, wearing these sunglasses in broad daylight. A crippled angel at first glance. It's so long. Indeed. She must have worked very hard and is still very white. Unfortunately, my cell phone film is still intact, or else I would have to go and support her high and low. The other boy's face at this point suddenly had a puzzled look on it. I thought your cell phone film was broken? Am I wrong? Is it there? I don't remember it being broken. With that, the boy pulled his cell phone out of his pocket for himself, but suddenly he felt a black shadow flashing in front of his eyes, and the cell phone he had just taken out disappeared into his hands. He looked up sharply, only to hear a hissing sound. His good brother had already torn off the protective film on the cell phone, and then returned the phone to his hands. Well, now that you don't have a cell phone film on your phone, let's both get going. We'll have to wait in a very long line if we're late. After saying that the boy was going to walk in by Ruowei's direction, the boy behind him was still a bit dumbfounded at this point, but seeing that his good brother had already gone forward, he also immediately followed. Why don't you rip the protective film off your own phone and go put one on? The boy's tone was tinged with sultriness, and the other boy listened with a step, then stared into his eyes and said seriously, "My money works, boys? Never thought that in the end." The other boy is also shelling out money to reapply a protective film to his own phone, not because he has a clear conscience and thinks it's bad to only pit his own brother, but, hello boss, put a film on this Remote 15 Pro Max Farpeak Blue 1TB, the cheapest one. The boy spoke happily as his good buddy not only didn't blame him for ripping the protective film off his cell phone, but also took this opportunity to get up close and personal with the shopkeeper in front of him. This couldn't help but make him feel a twinge of guilt, and he hastened to decide that he wouldn't even have to call him dad if he helped bring him food in the future. But when he had just handed the phone over with his right hand, he suddenly felt a lightness in his right pocket, and the expression on his face instantly became one of horror. No, he repented of the voice, but everything is too late. The scene is only left with the corpse of the cell phone protection film lying quietly on the ground. At this time, inside an unknown public restroom, Xiao Hyuk was hesitating to learn the practice of a video he had previously swiped to teach people how to clean XX with a piece of paper. Build. Dry. Just as he made up his mind to fight his way out, a dog suddenly barked outside. Caught off guard, Xiao Hyuk was startled and the only tissue in his hand fell into the pit. No. Snowflakes drifting, north wind dashing, heaven and earth a piece of pale. It was the same wild dog from before. As it hadn't found anything to eat, it had returned again and tentatively barked to see if the two-legged beast that had just been inside was still there. But then, an even more mournful voice came out from inside, scaring the wild dog so much that he turned around and ran away, not even daring to look back for more than a glance. Chapter 57. You take Tsinghua, he takes Peking University, and I bake groundnuts. Outside the fence of the outdoor activity hall of the Suwon City Senior Kindergarten, Xia Lament and Shen Zhiqian had just set up the roasted groundnut stand, a location chosen by Xia Lament. Her idea is very simple. Small children after school smell the smell of roasted groundnut will certainly be to their own family of adults pampered to buy, as she was a child, when the time to worry about not making money. Her ideas were good and her logic was perfect, but they missed the most important point. Kindergarten, nowadays, didn't let out until the afternoon. This also led to the fact that the stall had been here for more than an hour and she hadn't even sold a single order. But she didn't care about that. Instead, she sat there quietly, looking up at the clouds in the sky, with a smile on her face every now and then. But aside Shen Zhiqian is a worried look. It is clear that he is aware of the stall will be opened in the kindergarten or near the school as a guaranteed income. But, nowadays, most of the schools, most of the implementation of closed management, are only in the afternoon to go to the end of the school. The short answer is that you won't see a student on the street until the end of the school day. And if you do, bother to point and report him, because 9 times out of 10 he's skipping school. This leads to the fact that they are bound to have a good meal in the evening, but not at noon. And Jiang Chang and Xia Lament, two people is obviously mutual affection, now was forced to break up, also placed himself in the side of Xia Lament, but also led him at this time like a needle. He now just want time to pass quickly to the evening. He wants to vote unsatisfied to reform a team. At this time, looking at the cold streets, the viewers in the live broadcast room were also spitting out the program's arrangement. You got into Tsinghua, he got into Peking University, I got into Groundhog. Everyone has a bright future. Mommy, I want a baked sweet potato. Eat a big one. Are two enough? Enough. Thank you, Mommy. Mommy is so nice. Upstairs, you just did a skit. You know, why looking at this scene in front of me, I suddenly feel that these two people suddenly have a bit of CP sense how to do. You see, Anon, two people are also engaged in music. There must be a common topic. Heretic. Fork him out and burn him. I think my headlights are out. Why don't you go out front and help me see what's going on? There are still a lot of good people in this world. I wish the brother who was just blindly saying that he had a sense of CP to go out and get lucky. That's good. Blindy, I'll sell you this pistol as a hairdryer later / smile. JPG. The things that happened in the live broadcast room, Xiao Lamentable two people do not know. And at this time their attention was also attracted by the sound coming from behind them. The sound of children's playfulness came from the kindergarten behind us. It was time for the kindergarten program. Looking at the children inside who were playing happily, both the worried Shen Zhiqian and the people who were quarreling in the live broadcast room calmed down at this time. and the corners of their mouths revealed a faint smile. Xiaolament on the side had a bigger smile on her face at this time, looking at the children running recklessly inside the activity room. What would her future child with Jiangcheng be like? This sudden thought made her a little shy, and Xiao Lianxian gently shook her head, trying to dispel the shyness. At this time, a little girl was attracted to the attention by a smell of baked sweet potatoes, and the little fat man on the side could not call back her attention even if he shouted repeatedly behind her. After Xiaolament shook the thoughts she had just had out of her mind, she realized that a little girl had appeared on the other side of the fence in front of her at some point, and was staring blankly at the baked sweet potatoes on the stall and drooling. Pretty sister, that red stuff smells so good. If only Ruwashi could take a bite. Xiao lamented, listening to this like a porcelain doll in front of the little person. Milky voice suddenly feel a sense of vestigial, as if, before she was so to her grandfather said the same thing, and they both called small Shirshi/Ruwashi. Chen Zhiqian's gaze was also attracted by the milky voice, and he also discovered this cute child. He picked up a baked sweet potato and squatted down, just about to tease the child in front of him when a scream came from the distance. Let go of the girl. The sound came first, and then an adult figure appeared in front of the fence, and she quickly put the little girl who had just called herself Xiao Ruwashi behind her, while vigilantly looking at the other side of the fence at Xiao Lament, Chen Zhiqian and the two of them. This decisive action also drew a lot of praise from the crowd in the live broadcast room. That's a good, responsible teacher, unlike the kindergarten downstairs from my house, which can't move without losing her temper with the kids. What? This kind of person deserves to be a teacher? Expose him quickly, thank you. It's okay, he went in a long time ago. I reported it. It's possible he made the Liberty shoes you're wearing or some of the crafts you bought. The light of righteousness shines on the big but something doesn't seem right. At the fence, inside and outside the three people in that wide-eyed stare, Xiao lamented, the situation seems to be a little bit wrong. I guess if you do not explain, people will have to call the security bureau. So quickly out of the blue to explain. We're not bad people. We're the ones who bought the baked sweet potatoes. And just now this little kid named Ruwashi should have been attracted by the smell of the baked sweet potatoes. After saying that, the female teacher's vigilance in her eyes still didn't diminish by half, but she also lowered her body and looked at Ruwashi and asked, Ruwashi, tell the teacher, was it you who wanted to eat the baked sweet potatoes? Wasn't it the two people outside who called you over? Ruwashi sniffed and withdrew her eyes from the piece of baked sweet potato in Chen Zhiqian's hand, nodding heavily at the female teacher. But Ruwashi, the food in the stalls outside isn't clean, so let's not eat it, okay? This female teacher, see, really, as Xiao Lament said, is also gradually put down the guard, but still left a heart and soul. And then on the small Ruwashi in the painstaking but said, but as she spoke, the little Ruwashi in front of her pouted, and little pearls began to accumulate in her eyes. The female teacher saw this and surrendered in a hurry. Well, we'll buy it and eat it, but in order to make sure Ruwashi doesn't eat a bad belly, let me try the degree first. Teacher. At the word Xiao, Ruwashi's face also immediately broke into a smile. Looking at Chen Zhiqian froze. Really? Women are fickle. Little girls are no exception. The female teacher stood up at this time and looked at Chen Zhiqian, who was holding the baked sweet potato, and asked, how much do you charge for this baked sweet potato? Upon hearing this, Chen Zhiqian also thought for a moment and said tentatively, $5? The female teacher also nodded as she sniffed and handed over $10, and soon, 2 baked sweet potatoes were handed over by Chen Zhiqian, only to see that female teacher lightly opening her lips. She quickly finished eating a sweet potato, and at that moment, the remaining 3 pairs of eyes were also looking at her in unison, wanting to see what her next reply would be. The female teacher slammed her mouth after eating, in the midst of 3 expectant gazes. Speaking out. Chapter 58, that was his lost youth. I just ate it too fast, didn't taste it. Have another one. Not waiting for the other 3 to react, the female teacher had already peeled another sweet potato, and regardless of whether it was hot or not, she directly finished it off in 3 tries. Then it burped as the 3 watched. That teacher was still reminiscing after eating it when he suddenly tapped his head. It's broken. I seem to be at work now. Anon, hastily turning her head to the side. As expected, Ruwashi was silently looking at her from the side, and 2 lines of clear tears could not help but flow from her face. Ha ha ha. The excitement on the little girl's face faded as fast as the eye could see. Ruwashi, it's hard to believe that this is something a teacher does, and steals from small children. This kindergarten is great. The teachers are dedicated and voracious. Just as that female teacher wanted to open her mouth to comfort Ruwashi, a sheep's white jade-like hand held a piece of baked sweet potato and handed it over. Now Ruwashi, eat quickly. Shall sure treat you. Shall Ruwashi. Xiao Ruwashi immediately stopped crying at the words and turned her head to see that the pretty big sister was gazing at herself tenderly, and the piece of groundnut in her hand was emitting a tantalizing aroma at the moment. Thank you, pretty sister. Pretty sister is so nice. No, pretty sister, you can be my teacher. Xiao Ruwashi, who had stopped crying, reached out and took the groundnuts handed over by Xiaolament, sweetly thanking her. A few black lines rose on the head of the female teacher on the sidelines after hearing this. Damn little brat, a baked sweet potato made you defect. Xiao Ruwashi ah. The teacher gives you the first try. This piece of groundnut is good to eat. No, it's whether it'll be bad for your stomach. Okay just half of it will do. But Xiao Ruwashi, who had just experienced that scene, where would she still listen to her, and directly hid the groundnuts behind herself, while also spitting out her little tongue toward the teacher. The crowd couldn't help but laugh at this scene, and the air was filled with joy again. Xiao Hyuk felt that his throat was now a bit mute and his mouth a bit parched. Time had lost its concept for him. About an hour had passed, maybe more. Prolonged squatting had caused his legs to begin to go numb and his circulation seemed to be impeded. At this moment his mind went through the motions of past memories. He thought of his running in the sunset. That was his lost youth. Then, his thoughts drifted back to his junior high school days, when he had secretly read those kung fu novels in class, and his heart was filled with yearning for martial arts. Remembering those mighty martial arts masters, such as Bruce Lee, Ip Man, and Ma Baogwa and the like. Suddenly his mind flashed, not because of Ma Baogwa, but because of Ip Man. He suddenly remembered one of Ip Man's stunts. It was called Ip Man squatting, in the park, with Jiang Cheng announcing that it was nearing noon and it was time to close up and go back to dinner. The crowd still lined up behind him began to grumble and disperse. Looking at the only one left in front of him, Jiang Cheng nodded with satisfaction. Today's harvest is quite fruitful later on, absolutely can eat a good meal. Just don't know how Xiao sure is. Wait a moment to close the stall to find her to go. On the other side of the Lin Cine, although on the surface of the full attention to serve in front of the people who came to fortune-telling, but in fact there has been in the use of the afterglow to secretly observe the side of Jiang Cheng, her heart is now a little chaotic. On one side is the task given by the company's top management. As a caged bird she has no ability to resist at all. On the other side is the figure from last night that has taken root in her hazy mind. And this morning in the manor, the way Jiang Cheng and Xiaolament looked at each other made Lin Cine inexplicably feel envy mixed with a hint of jealousy in her heart. All she knew at first was to approach someone, but she didn't know why. Last night, she guessed that Li Yifan might have come with the same purpose, so she asked him out, and had wanted to put words in his mouth. But throughout the entire conversation, despite her constant attempts to steer the conversation in that direction, Li Yifan was always telling her about the glitter and accomplishments in himself. In this way the two of them, each with their own agenda, walked and chatted until Li Yifan accidentally fell and locked eyes with the criminal lurking in the bushes to the side. At that time, I don't know what Li Yifan was thinking, but the criminal's mind should be thinking, where is the tracking master? This black light, I am hiding here and still can find me? In the end, Jiang Cheng's appearance resolved the crisis, and at the same time the figure of the self-proclaimed masked rider was deeply imprinted in his heart. At this moment, this passed in front of people bright and shiny, acting decisively strong woman at this time into a dilemma. Immortal nun, you really can't count one more. I've been waiting in line for a long time. The voice in front of the stall pulled Lin Cine's thoughts back, and with a professional smile on her face, she said, I'm sorry Guru, we haven't yet reached the Reshant realm, we still need to eat. A jokey remark easily dissolved the little dilemma in front of her, after which she packed up her things and headed in Jiang Cheng's direction. At this time, Jiang Cheng is sitting in front of the last customer, the other side of the clothes bright and shiny. The whole person's mood seems to be a little depressed. In a detailed survey of the person in front of him, Jiang Cheng opened his mouth and asked, Guru, may I ask what you want to count? Hello Taoist master, I want you to help me calculate how long my wife will live. Jiang Cheng heard, and glanced at the other side of the withered look. In the heart of the other side is presumed to be his wife got some kind of disease, resulting in his emaciation. Alas, another poor person nah. With this in mind, Jiang Cheng first recited a few incantations in a mysterious manner, and then said to the man with a smile on his face, seeing this instrumental appearance of the abbot, your wife must also be a destiny of great wealth and prosperity. When the man on the opposite side heard this, he immediately shook Jiang Cheng's hand in excitement. God master, you are a true master, she is still really rich. Master, please make sure you tell me how long she will live. I know all the rules, this is 3,000 yuan, you take it. Looking at the excited expression of the man in front of him, Jiang Cheng had a bottom in his heart. It seemed that his words were right in the other party's mind. He did not move to take the edge between them, although he does not know how to tell fortunes, but say some auspicious words will not be wrong. Blessed infinite heavenly Father, the abbot is deeply blessed, and I'm sure your wife will live a long life as well. Jiang Cheng closed his eyes and recited a Tao, but what he waited for was not the man's gratitude, but, that's not another 10 years. Chapter 59 Confused. This is obviously good news. Jiang Cheng's eyes were wide open at this time, and he looked at the young man in front of him in shock. Lin Cine, who was still looking preoccupied, couldn't help but focus on the young man in front of her when she heard this news. Wait a minute, just hold your tongue and let me run it through. Jiang Chang suddenly thrust his hand forward, interrupting the young man who was about to cast another spell. In a few moments, he looked at the person in front of him with a look of admiration for a legend. He, Jiang Chang, had only served 2.5 people in his last life. One was the evil spirit knight, one was the reckless hero, and half was the dragon knight, but now it had become 3.5. So, your wife, she's 90 years old this year? Omega? Yeah, what's up? The young man said casually, as if he wasn't a party to it. Jiang Chang laughed a couple times and waved his hand. It's okay, it's just curious to ask. By the way, brother, I want to ask you for some advice. I heard people say that their kind of people like to use pleasure balls and so on. Is it true? The young man's expression became start to squirm when he heard this, and Jiang Chang knew that 9 times out of 10 it was true when he saw the scene. At this time he also could not help but feel a burst of fear. This soft rice is not so delicious. Fortunately, he got the system that comes standard with crossing, otherwise he estimated that he might also be like this young man to count when his wife Karma. The live broadcast room at this time is also a vibrant scene of all things. I'm a 185 black gym student. Is there a rich woman for me to take away? The world is going downhill. The people are out of touch. Where are the morals? Where is the bottom line? Where are the contacts? Kneeling down for contact info for this good brother. Nothing much else. Just think he's too tired and I'd like to go and offer him a little help. You're there to help, aren't you? I'm too embarrassed to break it to you. Unlike me, I'm just trying to be nice to a good brother. Suck it up. The upstairs address shows up in the Heavenly Palace with the correct IP. The first entry of the homepage work looks correct. Iron non-tone identification is complete. Ahem. This resident is dangerous for you to think this way. The Vawi sacred dynasty rules the world by filial piety. Your wife's age is already so old. You should take good care of her. It's best not to even think about that kind of thing just now. Jiang Chang spoke to the young man in front of him with a serious expression, while his eyes were still frantically gesturing behind himself. I don't know if it was a tacit understanding between the boys or what, but the young man decisively kept his mouth shut and stopped mentioning what had just happened. Jiang Chang also nodded, revealing an expression of a teachable child. Is there anything else you want to ask? Originally, Jiang Chang just wanted to ask politely because now that the sun had risen and the time had come to noon, it was time to go back to eat and rest. But the young man pondered for a moment and actually spoke. Master, there is something else I really want to ask. The corners of Jiang Chang's mouth twitched, secretly thinking that he was asking more questions about why. The money earned today should be enough for him and Xia to finish the 14 days of recording the program, but someone else had asked, so he couldn't refuse anymore. Go ahead, Guru. Master, you don't want to hear it? If so, I could have left it out. How come? As a fortune teller, I also have my own professional ethics, okay? Listening to every question of the resident is my working guideline. Oh, then master, can you put your hands down from your ears? I'm afraid you can't hear me. Jiang Chang, young people, it's like this, Guru. Although my wife is very rich and just recently gave me a Panamera 4E Hybrid Executive Plus with bilateral single exhausts fitted with 20-inch Panamera Aero design wheels, the matte carbon fiber heated sport steering wheel is powered by the new 2.9-liter V6 twin-turbo engine. But I feel like she's been mysterious lately, and she's seeing less and less of me, so I'm just going to ask her if she's seeing someone on the outside. Hiss. The first time Jiang Chang heard it, he didn't answer immediately, but instead sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Jealousy separates me from the walls of my mass, and envy makes me look like nothing, and I'm afraid that my brother is having a hard time, and I'm afraid that my brother is driving a Land Rover, and I'm getting rich, so when will this heavenly riches come to me? Listen to this brother's problem. He can't be a soft eater and still want to get an iron rice bowl. May I ask which god must be worshipped to have such a dream? A short while later, Jiang Chang came back to his senses and looked at the young man in front of him with complicated eyes and asked, is she still continuing to give you money? I've been getting 20W in my card on time for the last 2 months, but it just doesn't come to me very often. The young man listened and nodded in reply. Confused. These are too good news, Jiang Chang said with hatred. Originally still a little sad young man at this time to hear this sentence suddenly feel like thatched open general. Yeah, that's, like, 2 more pieces of good news. Holy, I've realized, master, you really woke up the dreamer with a single word. I now realize what it means to say that listening to you is better than reading 10 years of books. The young man was all smiles, and his face no longer looked confused, so he rushed happily to the far parking lot. Looking at the young man's distant back, Jiang Chang nodded in relief, then counted the pile of banknotes that the young man had just left behind before he left. He's a man of honor. He's not forgetting to give a thank you before he leaves. He deserves to be rich. Who can introduce me to one? Waiting online. Quite urgent. I'll pay you a referral fee when it's done. If you don't understand, ask, where do you have to kowtow to? 6. $180 in a morning's rage. So impressive. Jiang Chang, who had just finished counting the money, turned his head at the sound of the voice behind him, only to see Lin Sinyi's beautiful face right in front of his eyes, the smile on her face as gorgeous as a peach blossom in full bloom, the corners of her eyes overflowing with appreciation and curiosity. The distance between the two was very close, so close that they could feel each other's breath, and the faint floral scent of Lin Sinyi's body gently drifted into Jiang Chang's nostrils as the air flowed. Somehow, the two are a bit frozen at this time. The live audience's emotions are also instantly mobilized. Have shouted knock to. Only the firm engineering CP fans at this time is still in the negative resistance. But it was such a scene that should have been bubbling with pink bubbles that Jiang Chang seemed to have suddenly come back to his senses, jerking back a few steps and loudly heckling towards the front. Bold demon. I can tell at a glance that you are not human. Prepare to catch the demon. Lin Sinyi, viewers in the live stream, VCP fan, although but, me too? Chapter 60, aren't teammates meant to be sold? The air is instantly quiet. The fans who were still thinking of knocking CP are also collectively closing their mics at this time. If they can, what they would prefer to do at this time is to exit the live broadcast room, just as if they hadn't been here. Puff. In this awkward silence, Lin Sinyi's voice seemed especially clear. She couldn't help but laugh out loud as she looked at Jiang Chang's strange look. Jiang Chang, has anyone ever said that you're really handsome? The soft words fell on Jiang Chang's ears but made him feel like an enemy. Bad. Pretending to be crazy doesn't work. Confirmed eyes. It's someone who covets her beauty, and also used the method of complimenting herself to dissolve the awkward scene just now. It seems that this woman's level is not low. Ha ha, so what? Just livening up the atmosphere. And also I'm not really that handsome, just a mediocre ordinary guy. Dash, you're not even handsome and mediocre here. So what are we? Kobolds? Great. It's the clan. The clan chief has called us back to the caves. Sorry, I'm not a kobold. I'm a smurf. Well, what a mediocre. Jiang Chang, are you trying to ruin the word mediocre? After the atmosphere had eased, Jiang Chang began to pack up his things, preparing to go eat something to honor his organs. Hey Jiang Chang, you're abandoning your teammates. Looking at Jiang Chang, who was about to leave after grabbing his things, Lin Sinyi called out to him. Now she has figured out, whether it is for the company's mission or not, or for that masked knight in her heart or not, the preconditions have to be close to Jiang Chang first. As soon as her thoughts were through, Lin Sinyi reverted back to that image of acting decisively. Her first priority at the moment was to gain favor from Jiang Chang first, which should be very simple in her opinion. Team? Jiang Chang's footsteps of leaving lurched as he turned to look at Lin Sinyi behind him, whose eyebrows contained a smile, and said, teammates aren't for sale. With that said, he lifted his leg and continued to walk out of the park. Behind her, Lin Sinyi froze in place. She had thought that Jiang Chang would reject her outright, and she had also thought that he might reluctantly agree. But this answer was something she hadn't expected. After a long time, looking at Jiang Chang's faraway figure, the smile on Lin Sinyi's face became more and more genuine. She seemed to, more and more, want to understand how this Jiang Chang was in the end a person. Wait for me, mate. I'm killing my way out of the enemy encirclement. After Lin Sinyi finished speaking, she took her things and followed Jiang Chang's footsteps. A short while later, a pair of old men and women walked to the place where Jiang Chang's duo had just stayed. Wife, you just did not say here row a lot of people can receive eggs. This is how nothing I just killed the old king of a game, so by you to stir up the yellow. You two are not collusion. It shouldn't be. There were a lot of people here just now. Look at the two other tables over there. The old man sniffed and looked in the direction of the old woman's finger, only to see two tables placed right there quietly, but there was nothing else around but the tables. Humph. You can't come empty-handed. No egg table will do, the old man said. Angrily walked towards the place of those two tables. The old woman on the side just heard the words and froze. Is that how you use the term can't be empty-handed? But the whirlwind also followed. The so-called not a family does not enter a family door. So the two old people joyfully added two more tables to the family, because he had Lin Sinyi by his side. Although Jiang Chang was a bit defensive towards her because the other parties drooling over him had made her a bit defensive, Jiang Chang also took her to a global chain of big hotels when he was in front of the camera. Sand County. Boss, give me 2 servings of the most expensive thing you have here. Jiang Chang sat down with a big grin as soon as he entered the door with the image of an old customer, and then pointed to the empty seat on the opposite side. Come on, have a seat, don't be polite. Coming here is like coming home. Don't be afraid to spend money. I have money. He also took the $180 he had just earned and fanned himself after saying that. Wow, Boss Jiang is atmospheric. Then I'll have to savor the difference between the shasen that Boss Jiang treats me to and the shasen that I usually go to eat on my own today. Unlike the scene Jiang Chang expected, at this moment, Lin Sinyi didn't show any disgust. Instead, she seemed to be genuinely happy that Jiang Chang was treating him to shasen. Bad 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 bad. Important things to say 3 times. I did not expect to deliberately behave disgustingly or could not let the Lin Cine in front of him to express disgust for him. He remembered that the system also did not provide him with something to add charisma. Plan B has also been declared a failure. So it seems that we can only use the ultimate invincible strong. Say it will be friends. Jiang Cheng immediately sat up straight in his seat, and a smile appeared on his face. Lin Cine, I like you. Can you be my girlfriend? Based on 24 years of motherhood singleness in my last life plus 22 years in this life for a total of 46 years of relationship experience. If you say this sentence, then you are bound to get a reply. Sorry we don't fit / too soon. Let's just be friends for now. Too witty. I'm this IQ traveled back to the 3 kingdoms in Zhuge Liang something Just as Jiang Chang was lamenting over his own resourcefulness. According to the Tonglio Iron Law, an accident should have happened by this time. Yeah, Lin Cine replied dryly. The smile on her face was also very genuine. At least with the professional level acting skills that Jiang Chang possessed there was no false component. No skill, all emotion. When these words came out, not only was Jiang Chang confused, the audience in the live broadcast room was also confused. The public screen was full of question marks at this point, interspersed with a few occasional statements. Jiang Chang dog thief, you dare to step on 2 boats. Die. CP. Jiang Chang, you can afford us. Geneva. Refund. Upstairs is not the wrong scene. The national soccer team live room in the next door. Go by the way to help me also cursed a couple of words. 0:7 is really against the sky. Does anyone know Jiang Cheng his specific address now? Not much other ideas. Is the home with a bit of souvenirs? I like Jiang Cheng 10 years. Bring over to him to taste. Soon anon. Jiang Cheng back to God. Hastily began to explain, sorry, just yesterday with my agent and assistant to play the game lost the truth or dare penalty. Just kidding, you did not take it seriously. However, Lin Cine did not follow the steps Jiang Cheng gave her, but instead leaned on the table with her hands resting on her face, her left eye blinking at Jiang Cheng. I said, I do. Chapter 61, hoping for the wrong person. Just when Jiang Cheng's side was still a bit overwhelmed by Lin Cine's stare, a voice suddenly sounded outside the door. Jiang Cheng is in trouble. Something big has happened. According to the past words, Jiang Cheng at this time may also say, what is not good? I'm not quite good. But at this moment all he wants to say is, yes, I'm bad. Take me away. Looking at Su Zishi who suddenly appeared in the doorway, Jiang Cheng's eyes couldn't help but well up with tears of gratitude, as if he had seen a savior. A warm current surged in his heart. Kindred spirit, nah. This couldn't have come at a better time. He hurriedly stood up and took 3 steps towards Su Zidi at the doorway, asking eagerly while walking, what's wrong with this? What's so urgent? Showa, he's gone. Great. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Cheng realized that he seemed to have said the wrong thing, and under Su Zidi's dismayed gaze he hurriedly changed his words. I mean, great. It's a good thing you found it early. Let's go find him now before it's too late. Saying that, she was about to pull Su Zidi out of the room, and Lin Cine, who was watching the scene from inside, didn't stop smiling on her face, and just as Jiang Cheng walked out of the main gate of Shaxian, she also lightly got up and followed them up. Not a moment later, a silhouette walked out of the back kitchen of Shaxian Snacks with steaming food in his hands. Guest, this is your order for the most expensive in the restaurant. Where is everyone? That's the way it is. In the car, Su Zishi recounted everything that had just happened to Jiang Cheng and Lin Cine in the back seat. An hour ago, it has been proven that once a person has tried a fresh job, there is no second attempt to continue. That's what happened to Su Zidi at this moment. Sitting in one place all the time and not moving made her feel uncomfortable at all. She's going to go get Xiaohei back to let him drive now. After all, he's been touching the fish for an hour now. She then drove to the place where the first guest got off. She originally thought that Xiaohei realized that his cell phone was not in his pocket should be waiting nearby, but after 10 minutes around still did not see Xiaohei's silhouette. With suspicion, she stepped out of the car and started looking around the neighborhood. However, another 10 minutes passed and Xia Hyuk was still nowhere to be seen. Once again after 10 minutes had passed, looking at the returning photographer shaking his head, Su Zidi felt a little ridiculous. Such a big living person could not be lost, so she decided that she would go back to the director first and let him settle the matter. Then in a hasty glance while the vehicle was on its way, he saw Jiang Cheng who was sitting up straight in the middle of Shaxian. Have you searched all the bathrooms in the neighborhood? Jiang Cheng also found it unbelievable after listening to Su Ziki's narration. It's hard to believe that Xiao Hyuk won't be an idol anymore to change his profession to become a magician. I and the camera brother have searched. All those bathrooms around the neighborhood are in repair. There cannot be someone inside, right? Crunch, a brake sounded. The vehicle stopped at the side of the road, and Jiang Cheng turned his head to look at Su Zishi in the back row. Shall we? Let's go look for it. The vehicle turned around again, and soon the crowd arrived at the spot where the first passenger got off. As Su Zishi had said, no, Soon Jiang Chan walked out from inside the bathroom and shook his head at the two women. Feeling the low mood around him, Jiang Chang felt he had to say something to ease the atmosphere. That's only the first one. It won't happen for 2 more and we'll go back and call the police for the sheriff's department. The two women nodded at the words and followed the guidance of the navigation map to their next destination. The live broadcast was also lively at this time. Shocked. A famous romance variety has encountered a disappearance case this time after encountering a murder case last time. Is this a distortion of human nature or a moral degeneration? Let's keep watching this program. Upstairs, come report to the CU Shock department tomorrow. Are you guys not human? Our Hyuk Hyuk has disappeared and you're still here to play a stunt. Hopefully, people have something to R.I.P. Things also continued to fester, and when Director Lee learned of the news, he was still fantasizing about his success in squeezing into the top 100 directors list in the country with this variety show. What? The guest of honor is missing? What do you followers do for awe? And why did I just realize such a big thing? Director Lee's roar resounded throughout the room, his face hard to see. First give me to call the public relations team to salvage you are still waiting for what are scattered out to look for people half an hour after the failure to find people on the report. Looked at the scattered crowd, Lee director cannot help but forehead sitting aside. Well, this program is officially recorded only 2 days. These 2 days and the murder and disappearance. Now it's no longer a matter of whether or not it will make the top 100 directors list, but whether or not those investors will pull out after this incident and whether or not the program will survive. Jiang Chang came out of the second restroom, still shaking his head in disappointment. Seeing this, Su Zishi and Lin Sini didn't say anything more and turned around to continue to their next destination. Shouldn't have been captured and sent to North Burma to Karma Waste. What are you muttering about, Jiang Chang? Oh, it's all right. Come on, let's go to the last location. Soon, they reached the third location point, and after nodding to the two women, Jiang Chang stepped inside, but soon Jiang Chang walked out again, still sighing plus shaking his head. The atmosphere instantly turned low. Their hearts at this time had all associated the worst consequences. Go! Jiang Chang sighed and continued to walk forward. They had just wrapped up a large circle. At this point, continuing forward was the closest route to where they had just parked. Traveling to the halfway point of the journey, suddenly the three people's ears came a few barking dogs. The three people looked at the sound, only to see that there is a wild dog in front of the dog snarling at the bathroom in front of it. But the two women were clearly not in the mood to pay attention to why a dog was barking at the toilet at this time. But Jiang Chang stopped in his tracks, and his eyes seemed to radiate a golden light. Under what circumstances, do you think, does a dog bark wildly? When you encounter a ghost, I guess. Su Zd replied somewhat helplessly, clearly not interested in snickering. Jiang Chang, this is not the time for jokes. We have to hurry to the sheriff's department. Lin Sini, however, suddenly brightened up as she interjected. A dog usually barks like this when a strange creature appears in its territory. This means that there could be a human presence in that bathroom. Jiang Chang also turned his head when he heard this, and looked at Lin Sini with appreciative eyes. It should be said or not, although this woman is greedy for her own body, but she is still a bit smart and intelligent in her body. The crowd quickly approached in the direction of the barking dog, and the dog, which was still barking furiously, also decisively chose to bolt when he saw so many people coming. Dog, shaking people wait, who doesn't have a few brothers? Wait until I shake my army of dogs over to see who's better. Outside the door, the three exchanged glances, and Jiang Chan walked in with a sad heart. Wozo, why, do you need help? Hearing the exclamation of shock from inside, Lin Sini hurriedly asked out, while involuntarily taking 2 steps forward. It's okay, you guys stay out, and call an ambulance, we've got him. Chapter 62, Physical Matchmaking. With the low roar of the ambulance, it slowly drove away from the area, and unlike when it came, there were 4 more figures in the vehicle at the moment. The cameraman who had been following the shoot also attempted to board the ambulance, but was politely turned away by the paramedics. Your friend is currently mildly dehydrated and showing some signs of heatstroke, the doctor said after examining him. Fortunately, his legs are not seriously injured, probably because of his previous posture, which avoided numbness in his legs. By the way, is your friend a martial arts practitioner? Yes, no. The three people's responses varied. Jiang Chang glanced at each other after they finished speaking, then they all covered their mouths with their hands in an effort to suppress the laughter that was about to erupt. Ahem. Yes, our friend here is a martial arts practitioner, and that pose just now was his stance. A short while later, Jiang Chang calmed down and replied with a serious expression to the doctor in front of him. Lin Sini's gaze never left Jiang Chang, curious as to how he was able to spit out such words so calmly without laughing. And at that moment, Xiao He, who was lying on the stretcher, used his last ounce of strength to move the pillow from the back of his head and cover his face, as if to hide his embarrassment. Hospital, emergency department room, just walked out of the operating room. Dr. Huang looked at the front of the Zhongcheng surprised said, "We're really destined to meet each other. I've just been transferred from Magic City and met you." No, Dr. Huang, it's not that I'm destined for you, it's that he's destined for you. After saying this, Zhongcheng pointed to Xiao He who was hanging water not far away, and at the same time added a sentence in his heart, "Sinful fate it's him, I think his name is something like Xiao Hyuk isn't it?" Dr. Huang glanced in the direction of Zhongcheng's finger and then spoke again. What's he here for this time? Another stab at himself? Zhongcheng sniffed and laughed twice, but in order to retain the last of Xiao He's dignity, Zhongcheng still felt like telling a good-natured lie. But before he could say anything, a nurse stepped aside with a chart. "Chief, here's the chart that the ambulance just pulled back. Need you to sign it." Dr. Huang stared at Xiao Hyuk over there, then picked up the medical record sheet one and checked it out, and the expression on his face became more and more odd. He then brought his head to Zhongcheng's ear and softly inquired, "Did he not listen to my last suggestion?" Inside the manor, Director Lee is holding an emergency meeting in the manor. 2 days, just 2 days. Another murder and a disappearance. Do you guys think this program of ours is bad feng shui? His whole body was now numb. He clearly remembered the day the yellow calendar wrote that it was appropriate to start work. I'm a love variety. You know what a love variety is? It's the kind of sweet love that makes people smile from the bottom of their hearts and yearn for a good love as soon as they watch it. Now what? Into the hospital. Frying kitchens. Now it's even turning into the law of the day. Is that right? What do you call this? Puff. Director Lee's words were interrupted by a snort before he could finish, and he immediately swept his eyes angrily around the room before placing his gaze on the assistant director. Why are you laughing? Feeling the grim gaze from Director Lee, the assistant director hurriedly gave his thigh a pinch. Nothing, I remember happy things, but Director Lee didn't seem to want to let him go just like that and continued to pursue. What a pleasure. Ahem, our show is on the hot seat. Puff. The assistant director's side had just finished speaking, and the screenwriter on the other side was laughing out loud at this point. Director Lee then shifted his gaze from the assistant director to the screenwriter. What are you laughing at again? Hiss who our show is on more than one hit list. Huffing. As soon as the screenwriter finished speaking, the assistant director who had just calmed his mood down grunted again. What are you doing? Seeing that Director Lee was about to lose his temper, the producer at that moment hurriedly stood up and walked over to Director Lee's side. Lead director to calm down. You have to look at an angle to see the problem. Think about it. Although we are out of the serious love variety of the track, on a lot of hot searches, was said by others that we are a psychic program, the rule of law program, cloaked in the skin of the love of variety of. At first, listening to the producer's consolation, Director Lee also felt very relieved. These days there are still a lot of good people, but how does this get more and more wrong the more you listen to it? What is all this nonsense behind it? Arch out. Saying that, he made a gesture to throw a heavy punch on a physical level at the 3 men in front of him. Director Lee broke his defense. Originally he was just shooting a romance variety to reminisce about his youthful years while making some more rice. But things didn't go in the direction he imagined. Cut it out. The door to the makeshift conference room was opened, interrupting Director Lee's attempt to physically mingle with his subordinates. Director, Mr. Zhongcheng, they found Mr. Xiao He. He's fine. He's in the hospital on a drip. He's expected to be back later. Listening to the report of the person who came, Director Lee also showed excitement on his face. It's good that the person is fine. And then, as if he thought of something, he hurriedly had to walk towards the door. This front foot had just walked out of the door of the temporary conference room, when the sound of 3 people's harumphing laughter came from behind them. Cut it out. Is there anything else? Mr. Lee? Li Xiao looked at the solemn-looking trio in front of him, his face showing suspicion. Listening to the inquiry from the assistant director also did not reply, just looked at it before closing the door of the room again and turning to leave. The laughter behind him was also on schedule, causing a vein to appear on Director Lee's forehead. From the hospital back, Zhongcheng 4 people just walked into the manor living room. Solly director, a smile on his face, standing aside, seems to be in the same as to greet them. One side of the table at this time is also full of a variety of food. Zhongcheng suspiciously looked at the smiling Lee guide. Nothing to offer. Not a traitor is a thief. This will not be a hongmen banquet. Surrounding the moment is still ambushed 300 knife and axe hand, just waiting to drop the cup for the sound of the number. Just crosstalk. This is not a historical text. Director Lee has something to say. We're scared when you're like this. Director Lee smiled even more broadly as he sniffed, his eyes glancing a few times at Xiao Hyuk, who was walking at the very back of the 4, before continuing. Nothing. This is not to consider that you have traveled a long way. Even did not eat lunch. Thought to treat you a little. Don't just stand there. Everyone take your seats. The other 2 groups are on their way back at this time, so we can all enjoy the food together when everyone is together. In Jiang Cheng's opinion, what was showing on director Li's face at this moment was not a smile, but two big words, hypocrisy. But he also did not show it. There is a cheap not to take advantage of that is not well. Just at that moment, the gate behind them opened again, and two figures appeared at the entrance. Chapter 63, Divided for Brothers. Hook, is everyone alright? When I heard you almost lost it, I rushed straight back without saying a word and hoofed it. Chen Zhiqian's figure had not yet appeared, but his voice had arrived first, and with a smooth sliding shovel maneuver, he had steadily stopped in front of Xiao He. Originally, Xiao Hidu purposely walked at the end of the crowd just to reduce the crowd's attention to himself. Now well, it seems to be a public execution, so what the internet said is true. Xiao He and Chen Zhiqian really do have a thing. If that's not love, ooh-hoo. We're also getting better at the Ken Hyuk combination and getting to hand out candy to us fetchers. Upstairs, knocking CP can be cold but not evil. Knocking everything will only harm you. At this moment, Xiao Hyuk, with embarrassment written all over his face, was worried that once he responded to Chen Zhiqian, he would be hounded by him about what happened. If he said it in this broad daylight, then he could really cross over to become a martial arts star, the kind that would man squat. Sorry we're late, we've kept you all waiting. Voices once again came from the doorway, and the gazes of the crowd once again looked over in unison, only to see that Li Yifan was currently looking at the crowd present with a smiling face, and by his side was the indifferent Bai Ruowei. Xiao He also threw a grateful gaze at this time, not worthy of being the person he looked at, came just in time, referring to Bai Ruowei. What? You said it was Li Yifan who attracted the crowd's attention with his voice. If Wei Wei didn't come back, Li Yifan would have come back alone, so rounding up is like Bai Ruowei helping him out. Since everyone is here, please take your seats as soon as possible, or the food will get cold later. As soon as Director Li's words fell, an echoing voice came from behind him. Yes, everyone sit down, don't be polite, shy come over here. At this moment, a swastika symbol seemed to be vaguely flickering above Director Li's head. It can't be fixed. What a great move to turn the tables. If you didn't know, you'd think you were the one who paid for everyone's food. The crowd quickly took their seats, and their gazes turned to Director Li in unison. Eat, this is for you. You eat first, I won't interrupt. I'll go first. Looking at Director Li's departing figure, the crowd glanced at each other before they began to enjoy the table of food in front of them. After all, they were really hungry. Half an hour later, Director Li reappeared in front of the crowd, looking at the table of leftovers. I'm sure you've all had your fill. Director Li's words caused the crowd to wrinkle their brows as an ominous feeling arose. Wouldn't want us to split the money for the table we just had. I'm telling you, no money, no life for me. That's right, no. Jiang Cheng was the first to open his mouth, and then Xia Lamentation chimed in right after him. Looking at the two groups of angry guys in front of him, Director Li held up his hand to signal for a moment of peace. No such thing. This meal is what the program has prepared especially for you. The people heard, have a sigh of relief. Do not have to pay their own money is good. Originally today did not earn a few money, which will give the back also over but just as the crowd let their guard down, Director Li's words took a sudden turn. It's just that right now, I might need you guys to do me a small favor. Jiang Cheng, what are you doing? Director Li had just finished speaking when he saw Jiang Cheng stand up from his seat, pulling out the same remote leader he had been given by the program last time, making a gesture to make a call. I'm going to run some errands in the yard. These words listened to the director of the Li feel a little puzzled. Also have not heard of Jiang Cheng and what hospital has relations. Cannot be what he used to be, the compound child. It. What yard are you talking about? Jiang Cheng, who was holding up his cell phone, heard Director Li's inquiry and turned his head to meet his eyes. Hospital? I'll ask how much it costs to wash my stomach. Director Li was anxious to hear, hurriedly walked up to pull Jiang Cheng to one side. The two quietly muttered over there for a while before Jiang Cheng nodded in satisfaction. First things first, Anon. I'm helping you, elder brother Li, purely because I'm a warm-hearted person who likes to help people out, and definitely not because you've added 5 points Anon to my and Shai's notice fee. Jiang Cheng's words let Li director mouth twitch. This is not typical both to want and to want it, but I have to say, the circle of people more or less is a bit of acting in the body. Of course, who in the circle does not know that Jiang old brother you are the most old-fashioned and warm-hearted. The first time to encounter things to insert the brother two knives. I'll help my brother out. This matter don't tell other people ang. Otherwise old brother I will have to hemorrhage money. Don't worry brotherly. Who in the circle doesn't know that I, Jiang Cheng, am the most tight-lipped? Jiang Cheng nodded in satisfaction and patted his chest to assure himself before heading to his seat. Xiaolament looked at the smiling Jiang Cheng and asked curiously, Jiang Cheng, what are you so happy about? Can I hear it? Of course, I'm telling you Anon. I just made another big pit stop on the director's side for both of us. Really duh. Jiang Cheng you're awesome. Listening to Xia's praise, Jiang Cheng is also complacent at this time. He raised his head proudly, as if a proud rooster, oblivious to the surprise in the eyes of the crowd aside, as well as the other side of the lead director's gloomy face that is about to drip out of the water. Okay, that's how you keep it a secret, right? No, I'll get you a tuba. So, I'm part of your play? Jiang Chang, he is joking. How can I be generous? Just did not tell Jiang Chang, just want to give everyone a surprise. Just everyone in the program after the recording will be 5 more points of notice fee. Director Lee unconsciously placed his left hand in front of his heart after saying this. It hurts. Jiang Chang, note the review of the title circle. Who does not know? Just say who in the circle knows that I keep my mouth shut. Director Lee, the city is deep. I want to go back to the countryside. Director Lee came home from a day of recording and suddenly wanted to go downstairs to buy a pack of cigarettes without taking the elevator or the stairs. Director Lee, Jiang Chang, you'd better sleep at night with both eyes on guard. In turn, it's true that everyone in the live room is talented and speaks well. I super love it. Ahem. So let's hear what our esteemed director Lee Ha is going to make us do. Jiang Chang knew that he was in the wrong, and taking the lead to speak also allowed Director Lee, who was still in pain, to get a little comfort. But soon, when Director Lee spoke out that small request, everyone else nodded in agreement. Jiang Chang was the only one who spoke out. That 5% just now, is that still refundable? Chapter 64. I mean, it's got to be extra. Director Lee is a bit confused right now. He thinks it's just a matter of getting everyone to clean up later and put their best foot forward for a promotional video to salvage the image of the romance variety show, which has been declining lately due to all sorts of bizarre factors. Yes, it's really just a small request. All he wants to this day is to get this show back on track, and I'm crying my eyes out. But what Director Lee never expected was that Jiang Chang would refuse. Just as he was about to open his mouth to ask on his side, Jiang Chang had already predicted the question he was about to want to ask. Isn't it puzzling why I would object? Director Lee nodded blankly at his words. Lee, old brother, I'm really disappointed in you. You think shoot video is not spend our time. A person, even if once over, a person is not at least have to spend 10 minutes. We are 8 people is cost us 80 minutes. One person cost 8 of us 80 minutes. So 8 people is 640 minutes. Rounding up a day's worth of wasted time. As they say, an inch of time is worth an ounce of gold. Okay, just stop. I'll just stop filming. Please don't read it. Director Lee, listening to Jiang Chang's words, always feel as if something is wrong, but cannot say exactly where it is wrong. He now only feel his head itchy. Feel as if it is going to grow a brain. But Jiang Chang look at lead director turn to go. Immediately is also anxious. Not. I laid out so long you do not listen to the follow-up. Want to go? He hurriedly got up and pulled back Director Lee, who wanted to turn away. Ahem. Lee, old brother, I say these words, in fact there is no other. What do you mean? Is that inches of gold cannot buy inches of time. Well, but now you have the opportunity to be able to use inches of gold to buy my time. At this time, Director Lee was still feeling dizzy after just being bombarded by Jiang Chang's words, and for a while he did not understand the meaning of Jiang Chang's words. Looking at Director Lee, whose eyes still revealed clarity, Jiang Chang gently coughed twice. It's got to be extra. Now I finally know why the Monkey King was so afraid of the Tang monk back then. Master Jiang, don't read Master Jiang. Your head is going to explode. I'll be damned if I'm going to raise money. Director Lee, next time you want to increase the money, just say so. You don't have to torture me like this. After Jiang Chang and Director Lee have fiercely interacted with each other and painfully explained the pros and cons to each other, it eventually wraps up in a finale in which Director Lee suspiciously loses all his strength and means. Jiang Chang, on the other hand, returned to his seat with the fruits of his victory of another 5% notice fee per person, ready to welcome the crowd's cheering adoration for him. No, you all fought in World War II? That's 5% more. Give us a reaction. Jiang Chang looked at these people in front of him one by one, did not react at all. He did not understand. When this world's people are so regarded, money is dirt. For popping sound. Xiaolamant struggled to clap her palms. Although she didn't understand what was the use of that extra 5%, it didn't stop her from thinking that Jiang Chang was very powerful. Lin Cini also gently applauded, although she did not lack that much. But this was different. This was what Jiang Chang had fought for her, even though it wasn't fought for her alone. Everyone else was disinterested but cooperated with a few interactions. Ha 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 ha. Having fought World War II is so terse. Per capita World War II veteran. The mountain is not changing its color. Look at how long it took someone else to earn a cool one. And you'll see why they hear this extra 5% and don't do anything about it. Just went and did a search. Let's just say poverty limits our imagination. Director Lee walked away, leaving the crowd with only a sullen back. The staff took the guests to different dressing rooms where they needed to go to get ready for their filming duties later. A short while later, Jiang Chang, as the first guest of honor, idly returned inside the living room. Unlike his previous casual wear, at this time he was wearing a light gray satin shirt and a proper suit jacket that perfectly outlined his figure. At this time, the midday sunlight struck in, right on his body, and with his handsome features, it was as if he was a fluttering gentleman coming out of the holy light. No, you're so handsome and you're still playing abstract. Aren't you afraid you won't be able to find a girlfriend? That's right, sisters, let's make a deal. You can have the other 3. I'll take a loss and just have this one. There's no mirrors in the house, so there's always. Go squat in the corner by yourself and then think about whether or not you want to say that. Gee whiz, that's about it. It's just a billion points better looking than me. Though but, dude, did you forget to delete the top video on the front page? So what? I look like Sasuke and you didn't notice? This dress is really good. Later she have to find an excuse to pit over from Director Lee to do so. Jiang Chang's so open mouth instantly destroyed the beauty of this in front of the eyes, so that the original was still competing for the right to belong to Jiang Chang. Live room instantly turned into a scene of mutual humility of the Commonwealth Society. Your husband, don't even argue, it's my best friend's husband, a good-looking guy, but it's a pity he has this mouth. Soon 2 more figures appeared in the hall, only to see that one of them was dressed in a black suit, revealing elegance all over, with a pair of gold glasses on his face as decoration. It's my husband this time. Heck, I love you. How dare you covet my man? Eat my crow. No wait, why does the homepage upstairs show him as a man? On the other side is a white figure. Chen Zhiqian is in a pure white tuxedo, with a light smile on his face, mature mixed with some youthfulness, also letting the silent humble fans in the live broadcasting room to cry out hungry, before everyone could finish looking at it. Another figure appeared in the hall, only to see a figure wearing a blue customized suit, revealing a graceful and luxurious aura all over his body striding over. Li Yifan couldn't help but pause for a moment when his eyes landed on Jiang Cheng's body. This little kid who made the code house seems to be more handsome than me, so a throw-off, and summer sorry seems to have been his first step. No, see how I give you then down. The 4 males just stared at each other wide-eyed, and a few of them didn't say anything until a silver bell-like voice came into the ears of the 4 and drew their attention. Chapter 65. Good. Very spirited. Jiang Cheng, is it good? A familiar voice came, and Jiang Cheng followed it, only to see Xia Lianxian dressed in a light blue gown, emitting a soft luster under the sunlight. She stood there quietly, with a graceful figure and delicate curves. Her white skin was as delicate as sheep's fat white jade, and her slightly reddened cheeks were like peach blossoms in full bloom. Her appearance seemed to make the entire world stand still, and time seemed to freeze at this moment. It wasn't until Jiang Cheng felt a pair of hands in front of his eyes that he came back to his senses. What's wrong, Makoto? It's almost drooling. Chen Zhiqian's voice appeared in Jiang Cheng's ears, causing him to subconsciously wipe his mouth with his hand. But there was nothing. Xia lamented to see Jiang Cheng's action at this time to cover his mouth with his hand to puff. And Jiang Cheng also realized that he was out of line, and hastily blanked Chen Zhiqian, who was snickering at the side, and then seriously said to Xia Lament, "It looks good, like the dew in the early spring, refreshing and fresh, and like a lake under the moonlight, serene and deep." These words in turn caused Xia Lament's face to blush, and it was as if the air was instantly taken over by a pink bubble filter. Sweet is the word, and I'm only going to say it once. Ah, sweet. That's it, don't stop. The doctor used to say I was hypoglycemic. Then after watching this program for 2 days, let's not talk about it for a second. The doctor told me to go take my insulin. Help me out. I'm diabetic too. You go out and find a random guy and ask him if he wants a taste. Ahem. Should we see that there's 2 more standing over here? An untimely voice suddenly entered the ears of the crowd, and only then did the crowd realize that Bai Ruowei and Su Zidi had already appeared on Xia Lament's side at some point. Bai Ruowei wore a white dress that was simple and generous, while Suzuki wore a light blue suit that looked competent and elegant. This passage caused both Jiang Cheng and Xia Lament to redden their faces, but this scene fell into Li Yifan's eyes and couldn't help but make him furious. Both of his reasons for participating in this program were related to Jiang Cheng, which caused his dissatisfaction with Jiang Cheng to climb to the peak at this moment. However, all of this was extremely well concealed by him, and a faint smile still hung on his face. Only a hint of gloom flashed quietly in his eyes. Looks like it's just me. Sorry to keep you all waiting. A sensual voice came out, instantly attracting the attention of the crowd. The crowd followed the voice, only to see a purple figure slowly step into the crowd's field of vision like a dream. Lin Sinny was wearing a gorgeous purple gown. The material of that gown shimmered with a delicate and mysterious luster under the light, as if it was woven from the fragments of stars. The hem of her skirt swayed gently as she walked, like purple clouds fluttering in the breeze, each swing carrying an elegant rhythm. She exudes a mature feminine charm with both intellectual elegance and nobility. But Jiang Cheng at this time only felt a tightness in his heart. He perceived the burning gaze from Lin Sinny, and hastily turned his head away. At the same time, his heart began to silently recite, "If the heart is ice clear, the sky will not collapse." After Li Yifan's eyes lingered on Lin Sinny for a few seconds, he also shifted his gaze away by virtue of his strong willpower. and then looked at Xiao Lamentation with an even more fiery gaze. He secretly thought, as long as he can get Xiao Lament ascended to a high position, then as long as he gently wave his hand, Lin Sini will not obediently climb into his bed, cannot be greedy for small profits and miss big profits. Chen Zhiqian looked at it with an admiring gaze for a moment before withdrawing his eyes. He was self-aware, in his eyes as sharp as 24K titanium alloy. The female guests in the audience all seemed to be not simple. It was best not to provoke. Only Xiao was staring at the gorgeous Lin Sini in front of him with a dull gaze. Suddenly he deeply realized the meaning of the junior high school text, not righteous and rich and noble. In me like floating clouds. Young people don't know the goodness of a royal sister, and mistakenly regard a young girl as a treasure. In his opinion, Bai Ruowei was like a fledgling recruit in front of Lin Sini. Although Bai Ruowei's family has strength and background, so what? In front of true love, these are just clouds in the sky. He had already decided to change his target to Lin Sini in the future. Please don't contact me again. I'm afraid Lin Sini will misunderstand. However, when Xiao He even thought of the name of his and Lin Sini's child, he didn't notice that the eyes of the surrounding crowd looking at him became respectful. Chen Zhiqian, who was originally standing beside him, couldn't help but move a few steps to the side. Ahem. Jiang Cheng's light cough pulled Xiao Hyuk back from his thoughts. One can't, or at least shouldn't, fall in the same place twice, but Shora did it today. Not at the same time but in the same place, without even changing the lead actor. Looking at the gazes of the crowd once again gathered on his body, Xiao Hyuk also felt a bit embarrassed. He hastily skimmed his head and looked out of the window, muttering his mouth and blowing a little tune from his hometown. At this time, Chen Zhiqian, who had just taken 2 steps back, came forward again and looked at Xiao He, who was pretending to be in a daze, and asked, "Brother, do you know how to cover your ears?" The little song on Xiao Hyuk's mouth stopped, and with a puzzled expression, he turned his head to look at Chen Zhiqian next to him. Who the hell is covering ears? Why did he steal the bell? Chen Zhiqian, the rest of the crowd in the live room. There is a beauty untainted by knowledge. I'm a doctor, and I can tell right off the bat that Shorea's brain is absolutely as new as it was when it first came out of the factory. If I had known this show was so funny I would have saved it for New Year's Eve. These are all personas. Our Hyuk he is a serious undergraduate. Yes, I just checked, and the good news is indeed a bachelor's degree, and the bad news is a junior college degree. It's okay brother, keep playing it on. When Shen Zhiqian finished speaking, he stepped back again. Only that last time, he only took 2 steps back, but this time, he took 4 steps back. Not waiting for Xiao, he wanted to further shout out that sentence. You back 4 steps of action seriously. A small movement is still so big. Director Lee had then walked in. Good. Very spirited. Now that everyone's ready, let's get started. Lee director satisfied with looking at this beautiful scenery in front of him, thinking that this should always be able to redeem the public's prejudice against the program. See who dares to say that we are not love comprehensive. However, according to the iron law of the Tonglio universe, it was impossible to follow without any surprises. Chapter 66, Tell me if you should or shouldn't. In order to emphasize the characteristics of our program, I've decided that the promo will be filmed in groups of 2. And with the friendly suggestions from the netizens, we've decided to let the guests team up as temporary partners. We've decided to let the guests form their own 2-2 teams to become temporary partners. Director Lee purposely added a nasal accent to the word friendly when he spoke, and it was clear that the netizens were indeed supposed to be quite friendly. This word out instantly let the heart of the idea of the people in the eyes of the golden light. This is not properly in front of the people group CP opportunity. Xiao he instantly looked delighted. The excitement flashing in those eyes almost overflowing. He couldn't wait to turn around right away. That movement was crisp and clear, with a clear goal of going to find Lin Sini to form a team. But when he looked at the scene in front of him, he immediately felt that the sky had collapsed, only to see that Lin Sini had already walked towards Jiang Chang like a light butterfly when the director's words had just fallen. Slightly tilting her head and staring into Jiang Chang's eyes with her affectionate eyes, her eyes full of anticipation and tenderness. Chang, don't mind if I call you that. Can I team up with you? Jiang Chang had just gotten back from the sound of Director Lee's words when he saw Lin Sini appear in front of his eyes with a fawning look. Looking at the scene in front of him, he frowned slightly before speaking. I see the necessity of just greasing the skids. At the same time, Li Yifan also moved. He quickly walked towards bathing in daylight. That elf imitating elf-like Xiao Lamentation slightly lowered his head, with a full gentlemanly demeanor, and with an elegant gesture of half bowing his waist, he stretched out his hand towards Xiao Lamentation. Ms. Xia, can I invite you to be my partner? 2.5 seconds passed. Li Yifan didn't get any response. He raised his head suspiciously and realized that at that moment, Xia Lament was looking ahead with a smile on her face. He stood up and looked in the direction of the other's eyes, only to see that Jiang Chang had appeared behind him at some point. Then for some reason, Li Yifan only felt a sudden softness under his feet, and in this instant seemed to have lost all his strength, directly kneeling down in front of Jiang Chang, and performed a big salute on the spot. What are you doing? This is not yet New Year's Eve. Do not have to perform this great gift. How can I make it? Jiang Chang reached out to support Li Yifan the first time his limp went down, which caused a wave of gratitude to rise in Li Yifan's heart. There are still a lot of good people in this world. In the future, the tactics against Jiang Chang will be softer. Just how do I feel that there is something choking me in the hand that is being held by him? Thanks. Li Yifan was helped to sit on the side by Jiang Chang and thanked him. It's okay, we're helping each other out. Jiang Chang listened to Li Yifan's words, smiled more, raised his left hand and waved to indicate that it is a small matter. His right hand looked like it was casually flung back, and a few stones flew away from his hand, so fast that it crossed like a shooting star without being noticed by anyone, except for Lin Sinny, who was as meticulous as a hare and whose attention was always on Jiang Chang. She who had just been rejected didn't look as joyful as the other girls, but only had a slightly despondent look on her face as she calmly looked at Jiang Chang in front of her. Jiang Chang, who had been stared at a bit furtively, was about to open his mouth to break the slightly awkward atmosphere, but suddenly he heard Li Yifan's words and turned his head to look. Nice guy, stealing from the family, Immediately want to walk forward, between the footsteps hurriedly, but also did not forget to reach in the side of the flower pots in the middle of the fumble a hand. Immediately after that, there was the dramatic scene just now. Lin Sinny's gaze locked onto Jiang Chang, and she clearly saw that Jiang Chang's right hand seemed to move at an extremely fast speed, just like a fleeting meteor that crossed the night sky. Afterward, Li Yifan actually knelt down without any warning, recalling Jiang Chang's action of dropping something just now. Lin Sinny was even more certain that all of this unexpected situation had nothing to do with Jiang Chang. At this moment, Jiang Chang had already walked back to Xiao Lamentation as if nothing had happened. Shizuku, would you like to team up with me? The sunlit elf didn't speak, just nodded heavily with a smile on her face. The first group, with this twisted atmosphere, teamed up and succeeded. It's not right. There's a problem. Li Yifan, who was still sitting on the side, was currently staring at the scene in front of him with his large Kazran eyes. Obviously I invited them first. Aha! I'll carry the banner for Engineer Chang and see who will be their enemy. Jiang Chang, you must take care of my family lament. Woohoo! What a wonderful, she likes him, and he likes her, and he likes her, and she likes him instead of him, and he likes her instead of her. That's great, teacher. Just can you speak slower? I didn't hear you. It's fine. Go play Anon. Shock is in a quantum superposition of generally angry and half happy, referred to as Schrodinger's mood. I'm angry because Lin Sinny didn't even team up with him but went straight to Jiang Chang. Where is he better? What's so great about him? He's just a little bit more handsome than me and a little bit more talented than me. Lin Sanity, then tell me if I should. Happy because? Jiang Chang rejected Lin Sinny and succeeded in teaming up with Xiao Lament. What did this prove? It proved that he still had a chance to team up with Lin Sinny. Just as he was filled with joy and intended to open his mouth to invite Lin Sinny, he saw that Lin Sinny was walking towards his side. This instantly made Xiao Hyuk's heart blossom, and he cheered in his heart. Sure enough, I still have a bit of charm on me. Later on, when Lin Sinny invites me to form a team, will I agree directly, or will I pretend to be a bit high and mighty first, and then happily agree? But thoughts are often beautiful, but reality is cruel. Lin Sinny didn't stop in front of him, but directly passed by him and turned to stand in front of Chen Zhiqian, who hadn't made a sound behind Xiao He. Hello, can we make a team? No? What? Xiao Hyuk said he didn't understand. Why? So I'm leaving? And at this time, Chen Zhiqian, hearing Lin Sinny's words, his heart was also stunned. What about me? He also didn't expect Lin Sinny to choose himself at all. When he first stepped into the entertainment industry, he had heard through the grapevine that this woman was not too easy to mess with, like a rose with thorns, so he didn't want to get involved with Lin Sinny. But people had already asked the question, and he wasn't as emboldened as Jiang Chang, so after hesitating for a moment, he nodded. Oh, yes, please take care. Lin Sinny nodded in satisfaction as she watched the scene. Chen Zhiqian was her choice after thinking about it. In her opinion, the other two boys, Li Yifan was too shrewd, and the way he looked at her made her dislike him. She always felt that there was a lot of calculations hidden behind those eyes. As for that Xiao Hyuk, he was even more of a heavyweight, giving her the impression that he was like Yako, who wasn't very bright. Thinking about it, it seemed that only Chen Zhiqian was a bit more normal, except for his mouth being a bit poisonous once in a while. The most important thing was that she could see the wariness in Chen Zhiqian's eyes, so he was a qualified jumping-off point. She stood beside Chen Zhiqian after the group was successfully formed, and her gaze seemed to scan the surroundings without thinking, but in reality, her eyes always involuntarily fell on Jiang Chang's body. Jiang Chang, let me discover the secrets in you. So far, the second group was also born. Li Yifan, who was resting on the side, also slowed down at this time and slowly stood up. He had to Xiao Hyuk before picking one of the 2 remaining female guests to be his partner. Otherwise, if Xiao Hyuk picks first, then he won't be picking the rest of the others. With this in mind, he hurriedly walked towards Bai Ruowei and Suzuki. But before he could open his mouth, Bai Ruowei turned her head towards Director Lee, who was located at the front of the crowd, and her clear voice resounded in the hall. Director Lee, just now you were saying that all you need is a 2x2 team, right? Chapter 67, There's no stone brain. Director Lee, who had suddenly heard this question, hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem, and he nodded, blankly waiting for Bai Ruowei's next words. That's good. The corners of Bai Ruowei's mouth rose slightly after receiving an affirmative reply, revealing a meaningful smile. Dicky, since the program doesn't say you have to team up with a man and a woman, the 2 of us will team up. When these words came out, everyone in the room except her instantly widened their eyes, didn't understand it, but was greatly impressed. No? I thought I ordered a romance roundup. Right, so where did this come from for me? No, the 2 of them don't matter to me, but does this mean that the remaining 2? Omega. The atmosphere is gradually becoming scorched. No, what evil CP are you all knocking about? Ken Hyuk is the orthodox one. Okay, the old emperor has fallen and the new one has taken the throne, and now on the scene is the Hethan CP. When Su Zishi first heard these words, she subconsciously took a small step backward, a clear look of rejection on her face. She frowned and clearly stated to Bai Ruowei, I'm sorry, my gender is female and I love men. Bai Ruowei blushed at her remark. Bah, where do you think? My hobby is also male. Soon, the 2 of them said something there without knowing what they were talking about, only to see Su Zidi's expression gradually turn from refusal to ease, and in the end, it seemed as if some sort of agreement had been reached, as Su Zidi agreed to team up with Bai Ruowei. At this time, the 3rd team also completed the team. The scene of several pairs of eyes at this time were looking at the still in doubt in the life of Xiao He as well as just walked to the front of the crowd. Open mouth sound but mute Li Yifan. When Xiao Hyuk came back to his senses after being told that his partner was Li Yifan, he was in denial, and at that moment, he had mixed feelings in his heart. How could he not realize that his charms were not in the chopper style, but in the chopper style? Outside, inside a makeshift studio. Sha, don't talk, I want to be quiet. Li Yifan had just opened his mouth when he was interrupted by Xiao Hyuk, who at this point was still trying to convince himself to accept the fact that he had been chosen by a man to be his partner in the romance synthesis. Yes, in his mind, it was Li Yifan who had chosen him first, causing him to be left with no options to choose Bai Ruowei if he wanted to. Li Yifan, who was interrupted, could not help but be furious at this time. He stared wide-eyed and roared in his heart, Do you want to hear what you are saying? You want to be quiet? No, buddy. It's time for us to shoot and you're telling me you want to be quiet? I still want to move. But due to the fact that there were a dozen or so cameras pointed at him right now, Li Yifan eventually suppressed his anger. He took a deep breath, and his face was still the same smile as if he was born with it, only that smile was a bit stiff, as if it was squeezed out. It's almost time for our shoot, so please also get ready. After saying that, Li Yifan turned around and left. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer he wouldn't be able to resist moving his fists and feet on Xiaoyi's face. Humph. Looking at the duo of Jiang Chang and Xia Lament who had just come down from the stage hand in hand, and looking behind him at Xiao He who was still in that muddled state, Li Yifan grunted heavily and then walked towards the stage. The filming went on quickly, and during the process the atmosphere between Li Yifan and Xiao He was awkward and weird, like two stiff logs completing a task. Jiang Chang was then the first to cheer after Director Li announced that the second half of the day was free time. Finally I can rest. Jiang Chang stretched a huge waist, a look of relief on his face. Reward yourself with a beautiful nap. His voice was full of longing for rest, and the languor seemed to reach everyone through his words. Perhaps, drowsiness really was a magical thing that was contagious. After Jiang Chang finished speaking these words, it was as if some kind of chain reaction had been triggered, and one by one, the crowd began to yawn one after another. It does seem a little tired. The people all spoke up, their words thick with weariness. Soon, the 8 people in the living room scattered. Shy, see you later. Chang, see you later. Hearing Xia Lament's name for himself, Jiang Chang couldn't help but freeze for a moment, then burst out laughing again. I wasn't a big fan of that term of endearment at first, but for some reason coming from you, it suddenly seemed okay to me again. He. Makoto, good afternoon. Xia Lament's eyes shone with a light as bright as stars. It was a kind of pure joy. After saying that, she was like a lively little bunny, turning around and bouncing towards her room. Only when Xia Lament disappeared from view did Jiang Chang turn around and head for his room. However, when his eyes fell in front of his room door, he realized that Li Yifan was leaning against his room door with his arms crossed over his chest. Something? Jiang Chang walked to his side and asked loudly. Li Yifan was confused. The heart of 10,000 alpacas galloped past. You yell so loud, what to do? Do not see that I was specifically over to find you to whisper it. But he quickly adjusted his state, the same formulaic smile still on his face, and leaned his body forward, wanting to say something close to Jiang Chang's ear. However, Jiang Chang was a direct step back, pulling away the distance between him and Li Yifan in one go, while covering his hands to cover his chest. Mud for what? Looking at this appearance of Jiang Chang, a swastika appeared in front of Li Yifan's head. It's okay, I'm just saying that no one in this program is as simple as you think. It's a deep water that you can't grasp. Seeing that he couldn't speak in whispers, Li Yifan simply spoke directly and subtly, wanting to imply that Jiang Chang had left Xiaolament. Jiang Chang didn't reply at first, but instead took a closer look at Li Yifan in front of him. Palace Jade Liquor? Jiang Chang suddenly came up with this sentence, his tone rising with a few hints of testing. When Li Yifan heard this, he was instantly at a loss, as if he was in a fog, completely puzzled. I'm talking to you about the gatehouse, and you're talking to me about the crotch shaft? Seeing Li Yifan's lack of reaction, Jiang Chang frowned slightly, then threw out another sentence. Love you walking alone in a dark alley? However, Li Yifan still had a dumbfounded look on his face, like a monk in 2 feet, completely unable to understand what Jiang Chang was selling in his gourd. When Jiang Chang saw this, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and thought in his heart, this famous person said, and thought that Pansy had come. Afterward, Jiang Chang walked forward unhurriedly, that pace steady and with a hint of mystery. He stretched out a hand to hold the door handle, but his eyes looked straight at Li Yifan and slowly said, look at how clean this corridor is. What? Li Yifan was completely confused. He felt that his brain was not enough. He didn't understand any of the 3 sentences that Jiang Chang said, especially the last sentence. How did he get into the question of whether the corridor was clean or not? This mind jump is also too outrageous. At this moment, only a click was heard, and the door of the room was opened by Jiang Chang. Before Li Yifan could react, Jiang Chang suddenly stuck his head to his ear and said in a light tone, there are no stone grains. Immediately, before Li Yifan came back to his senses, he was greeted with a bang. The door was mercilessly closed, leaving Li Yifan alone in the corridor outside the door to look for any stone particles. Chapter 68 Rounding Up equals saving the entire blue planet. Back inside the room, Jiang Chang snorted a couple of laughs. Just now Li Yifan's those words, of course he knew what he was trying to express, but it is also true that the old lady into the nest to the master of the whole laugh. Joke. Brother is a man with a system. You Li Yifan is a villainous boss. Will I be afraid of you? Not to mention that I do not agree. The author will not agree. You look more than the pawn and look at the lords will not agree. Jiang Chang thought in his heart, and was about to lie down on the bed. The things he experienced today were indeed a bit much, and had really tossed him around a lot. He was like a robot that had run out of power. He just wanted to lie down on the soft and cozy bed, have a good rest and recover his energy. Just lay down, not yet 2.5 minutes it. A side of the cell phone vibrated. Hard to pull Jiang Chang from half asleep half awake between back. He frowned and opened his eyes. His vision was a little blurred to look at the screen of the cell phone, on which the word Huarong was reflected in his eyes. It looks so familiar. Like I've seen it there before. Jiang Chang muttered in a small voice, his head still a bit groggy. He rubbed his eyes in an effort to clear his head. A short while later, like a bolt of lightning crossed his mind, he suddenly revealed a look of sudden realization. That's not little Li Guang. No, I don't think so. Oh, come to think of it, I think he's my editor at Yokocho. He muttered to himself as he reached out and pressed the answer button without panicking. Mr. Leapfrog, it's on fire. He's on fire with your fighting dome of heaven. As soon as the phone was connected, Huarong's high-pitched voice was like a raging sea wave that rushed out violently from the speaker tube, as if it was going to rupture Jiang Chang's eardrums. Jiang Chang sat up violently on the bed at this moment, pulled out his ears, and tossed his cell phone aside. He brewed, careless not to flash, just put the cell phone to his ear, was suddenly so yelled at, to his sleepiness are gone. Why are you yelling so loud? Huarong on the other end of the phone was a bit confused for a moment. Shouldn't Mr. Leapfrog be happy at this time? Oh, I understand. Mr. Leapfrog must be trying to tell me to avoid arrogance and not to be surprised when things go wrong. Only then can I achieve extraordinary attainments in the path of literary creation like him. True to form, Mr. Leapfrog is always teaching me by example. I understand, Mr. Leapfrog. I'll do as you teach me in the future. Jiang Chang, who had just picked up his cell phone, was even more bewildered when he heard this, as if he was puzzled like the ancient god Interceptor. No, what did I teach you? How I don't know myself. Ahem. As the old saying goes, listen to others and eat your fill. And looking at your humble attitude, I know that you must be a man of great accomplishments. Alright, let's continue the topic we just had. Although Jiang Chang did not know what he had just said about teaching, but since Huarong had said so, it must have its reasoning, not understanding but respecting. Upon hearing this, Huarong's face was delighted and his heart was secretly happy. Sure enough, the guess was right. Mr. Leapfrog is really teaching me. I'm crying my eyes out. Just like that, the two of them were weirdly and wonderfully on the same frequency in this different frequency of communication. It's like this, Mr. Leapfrog. Your book Fighting Heavenly Vault has been dominating the charts for 2 days in a row on our platform. And your update speed of 100,000 a day has never been heard of in the past. And it's now rumored outside that you have 8 hands. But of course all of this is unimportant. Importantly, your book has reached a terrifying 100,000 daily reads since yesterday. Hwarong's voice was filled with excitement, like he was telling a legend. However, there was silence on the other end of the line, calm and Polish free. No? Jiang Chang saw that there was no sound from the opposite side for a long time and asked tentatively. Immediately afterward, there was a sound of cold air being sucked in on the other end of the line. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. Such a calm tone, such ordinary language. Not bad for a leapfrog teacher. Stop inhaling. If you keep it up you'll be the one to blame for the warming of Blue Star. Jiang Chang's voice managed to interrupt Hwarong's movements, contributing to stopping the warming of Blue Star, which rounded up to the same level as saving the entire Blue Star. Hwarong was a little embarrassed by Jiang Chang's words, but he was still deeply shocked, not realizing that such an achievement seemed like it was all just a rare occurrence in the eyes of Mr. Leapfrog. Thinking back to Teacher Leapfrog's teaching just now, and thinking of his own fiery appearance just now, Hwarong instantly felt that he was still a long way from Teacher Leapfrog's realm. I see, Mr. Leapfrog, it was me who was too arrogant, so I'll leave you to rest. I'll retire. Hwarong said in a respectful tone and hung up the phone after that. Listening to the busy tone coming from the middle of the microphone, Jiang Chang froze for a moment, then slammed the remote leader in his hand heavily onto the bed. No, you get it again? What do you know? It's all over for you, isn't it? Tell me how much money you've made. Yes. Since it was Jiang Chang's first contact with the industry of writing novels, and he had gotten the entire book of the Do-D-D Heavenly Vault from the system, he was in the dark about the various rules and revenue modes of the online literature industry. He only knew how this book in his last life stirred up a storm in the online literature circle, and even the IP is worth a small goal, but after all, it is 2 worlds. What if the water and soil are not suitable? So it's not that he's not excited, it's because, how can he get excited when he has no idea how much revenue this reading will bring in? After secretly spitting at Hwarong in his heart, he picked up the remote leader on the bed again. The best thing to do is to ask for help. If you don't say it, I won't look at it myself. These days he did forget that he still has this novel under his banner. Just like this thought, Jiang Chang opened the background of the ocean persimmon on his cell phone. After scrutinizing it for 2.5 minutes to make sure he was right, a cheer erupted from Jiang Chang's mouth. Yahoo! Potato! You! Oh my god! Jiang Chang was so excited that his hands were dancing. The excitement was like winning the lottery. The cell phone fell on the ground because Jiang Chang was too excited to hand scratch. Cell phone, peanuts for me. The clanging sound brought Jiang Chang back from his excitement, and he hurriedly bent down to pick the phone back up. Worthy of being a distant second. This isn't even broken. Nyo Bowie, I'm in a good mood today. I'll give you a few more original charging cables to treat you when I have time. Cell phone, no. What kind of cell phone do you think I am? How many original charging cables is that? Mostly, I just like to get down on the ground. So, how about a couple more times? Before long, when the excitement faded, exhaustion came back like a tidal wave, and Jiang Chang lay back down on the bed again, and according to his bedtime routine, he opened Racer, and soon fell into a deep sleep. Vaguely, he only remembered that he swiped a video that said placing his cell phone next to his pillow would affect his sleep, which scared him so much that he jerked his pillow aside on the spot, and then fell into a deep sleep. As time passed, the sun was gradually moving towards the west, the shadows of everything were drawn narrowly, and when the sun was about to be swallowed by the horizon, Jiang Chang was awakened by a sharp knock on the door. Chapter 69, You Walk Too. Outside the door of the room, Li Yifan's hand was like a drumstick, slapping the door of the room with great force. He did not understand how a person could sleep so well. He had knocked here for 2.5 minutes, but there was still no movement at all inside. Just when he couldn't bear it anymore, he retreated violently backward. His feet stomped heavily on the ground, raising some dust, and then he raised his arms high. His muscles tensed up like a fully drawn bow, ready for a powerful and deliberate bombardment of punches. The door to the room in front of him suddenly opened with a creak. After Jiang Chang's side was awakened by the sound of knocking on the door, he first looked around blankly, and then, as if he was being pulled, his eyes looked towards the doorway where the knocking sound kept coming from. He reached languidly for his cell phone and squinted to check the time before reluctantly getting up and dragging his still somewhat heavy steps slowly over. With a crunching sound, the door opened, and Jiang Chang, who was still in a bit of a daze, instantly came to his senses. only to see a fist growing larger and larger in his pupils, and the surrounding area seemed to be accompanied by a strong wind. Ouch! Accompanied by a scream, Li Yifan stumbled and fell to the ground. Just now his move power split Huashan was easily dodged by Jiang Chang, causing him to have a close contact with the ground. What did I see? Li Yifan couldn't wait to break into Jiang Chang's boudoir. The picture was too beautiful I didn't dare to imagine for a moment. No! Upstairs is really knocking bewildered. This is obviously Li Yifan breaks the door to go in and Jiang Chang fight 300 rounds of good. You're both more outrageous than one another. Because of the angle, the camera in the corridor only captured the image of Li Yifan's sudden entry into Jiang Chang's room, but knew nothing about what exactly happened between the two, which also left everyone with endless room for speculation. Jiang Chang was currently standing in the doorway, quietly looking at Li Yifan who had already stood up. Li Yifan somewhat awkwardly hid his hand, which had become red and swollen from the fall, behind his back, and even forced himself to pat the dust on his body in an attempt to cover up his mess. How's the consideration going, Jiang Chang? I came over here to call you on purpose. I know you know what I mean by that. There are no cameras here, so I won't beat around the bush. Li Yifan took a deep breath and tried to make his voice sound smoother. No more pestering, Xiao lament. I'll take you along for the ride in the future. My present is your future. Even though Li Yifan looked like he had a cloudy face, his voice was still trembling a little, and there was some cold sweat coming out of his forehead, so he thought that it was caused by the pain from the fall that he had just taken. Jiang Chang just quietly looked at Li Yifan in front of him, pondering in his eyes. Did you just walk over here? Here it comes again and again. The classic answer to a question. The reverse. Obviously I asked you first, okay. But since he didn't understand what Jiang Chang was trying to convey with the question he asked, he only nodded. That's right. So your decision is? Jiang Chang let out a light laugh after hearing this, the corners of his mouth rising slightly with a bit of teasing. He once again brought his head over, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. My answer is, you walk too. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the door, leaving Li Yifan still in the same place pondering over what Jiang Chang had said. That's right, I'm on foot. But what does that have to do with what we're discussing? Inside the living room, Chen Zhiqian saw Jiang Chang walk over alone and looked backward for a moment, but there was no one in sight. Brother Makoto, haven't you seen Brother Fan? He just volunteered to go get you. Jiang Chang, who was called out, didn't answer immediately as he picked up a bottle of drinking mineral water provided by the farmer's three-fist sponsors in his hand and tilted his head to take a sip. He, should still be back there on foot. Well, this water is pretty sweet. Jiang Chang smacked his lips and sighed heartily. Perhaps it was because he had slept for too long and hadn't had any water for a long time. At this moment, this bottle of mineral water was as sweet and unusual as agar jelly in his mouth, making him unable to help but let out a sigh of admiration. But Jiang Chang's words just said as if it triggered a keyword. Chen Zhiqian's eyes instantly lit up when he heard it, and without saying a word, he immediately copied a bottle of water and faced one of his nearest cameras. Of course, because it's from the craftsmanship of our famous drinking water company, Farmers 3 Punch. We don't produce water, we're just nature's movers. At this moment, Jiang Chang was dumbfounded as he looked at Chen Zhiqian, who had recited such a large paragraph of advertisement in a short period of time, and his hand that was holding up the water bottle froze in the air. Who asked you? Anan, I asked myself. That's fine. After reading out the set of advertisements just now, Chen Zhiqian didn't immediately put down the mineral water in his hand, but instead turned his head to look at Jiang Chang. Looking at Chen Zhiqian, he cast a gaze as if to say, come on, keep asking me questions. Where did you buy it? Jiang Chang looked at Chen Zhiqian's gaze and said tentatively, and the keyword triggered again. This is me at Shake Shack Mall. Looking at Chen Zhiqian who was speaking wittily on one side, Jiang Chang opened his mouth but couldn't make a sound. He felt that the current Chen Zhiqian was just like an NPC. As long as the corresponding code word was spoken to him, he would automatically speak a conversation that had already been set up. Brother Makoto, this cell phone of yours is quite new nah. What did you do with the old one? Chen Zhiqian just finished that set of advertisement words, turned his head and looked at Jiang Chang again, saw that he didn't react for a long time, so he decided to take the initiative. Throw it. How much did the farmer give you for his 3 punches? I'll give double for lifting the treasure. Chen Zhiqian, it can't be helped. They're giving too much. Ha 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 ha. When Jiang Chang said throw it away, it felt like Chen Zhiqian's heart was going to break. Ha 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 ha. So much for saying you don't want to die. Before Chen Zhiqian could finish, Jiang Chang interrupted the other party's spellcasting. He just couldn't take it anymore. Just at this time, Li Yifan walked over, and behind him was Xiao He, who at this time was no longer disheveled as before, as if his essence had returned. She covered John Wei. I hope you're doing well. When Li Yifan passed by Jiang Chang, his footsteps paused slightly, and he lowered his voice to say viciously in his ear. And after that, he was about to turn around and walk back. This can be Jiang Chang angry not light. How do not want to pay attention to you? You are still rushing to come. It is not Tang Yuan Ming Chang less one song. Jiang Chang looked at the surrounding cameras and realized that they were now in just the right position to not be able to shoot their legs. Thinking about this, the corner of his mouth hooked up an imperceptible arc. A hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Just at the moment Li Yifan turned around to leave, he moved his feet seemingly without thinking and quietly stretched out his leg. The movement traveled as if it were a natural reaction of the body. His leg was like a flexible snake, precisely tripping towards Li Yifan who was walking past him. Chapter 70, The Legendary God of Cars Driver? The four-member little sister group that Xia Lament was a part of happened to appear in the hall at this exact moment. Their gazes were instantly attracted by a figure that was lying on the ground in a peculiar position, living as if it was giving them a five-body salute. Xia Lament looked up and looked around to find Jiang Chang standing just fine. Then she smiled and waved her hand at Jiang Chang and walked over quickly, followed by the other three female guests, none of them paying any attention to the person lying on the ground. The wonderful man fell to the ground, but no one came forward to help. Is this a distortion of human nature or a moral degeneration? Let's pay attention to today's approaching science. Upstairs, you're stringing me along. It's clearly the law of the day. Mud guys eat or not eat ah. Our family Fan have fallen down, you guys even joke here. 90, and that Jiang Chang, so close to Fan don't know to help. Must be he gave our family Fan tripped over. Otherwise why didn't he help? Must be he has a ghost in his heart. The live broadcast room has become a mess of noise, and it has evolved into a debate on whether to help or not to help. If Jiang Chang knew what the pop-up screen had said, it was estimated that he would also have to say 2 sentences now. The prophet knife. Not long after, Li Yifan, who had fallen to the ground unaided, stood up by himself. His face looked calm, but there was an extra touch of extremely deep hatred in his eyes when he looked at Jiang Chang. In fact, he wasn't sure if it was Jiang Chang who had tripped him, but it didn't matter anymore. As long as he decided that it was Jiang Chang who had done it, it was enough. Looking at the scene of Jiang Chang and Xia Lamentation interacting intimately, a glint of sternness flashed through Li Yifan's eyes. Toast to refuse to eat punishment wine. Do not give you some color to see really think of themselves as a character, is it? Li Yifan secretly resented in his heart. Then, he did not greet the crowd and walked straight to his room. Have you made all the arrangements for tonight, Brother Su? Just after returning to his room, Li Yifan couldn't wait to dial his agent's number. According to the script assignment he got, tonight should have been a chance for him to perform well, but it's a known fact that a good actor adds to his or her repertoire. Originally, he thought that if Jiang Chang was sensible, he wouldn't target him tonight, but now, that kid was so ungrateful, so don't blame him for wanting to show what it meant to be the top stream of the top stream of the top stream of the internal entertainment. Don't worry little baby, everything is ready. When the time comes you just get on and leave the rest to the script. The voice coming from the microphone gave Li Yifan goosebumps, but once he thought that once he succeeded, he would be able to reach the top. He gritted his teeth, forced himself to endure the discomfort in his heart, and said excitedly into the phone, "Great Brother Su, at this point, no matter if this matter succeeds or fails, I'll satisfy you with whatever you want. Anything?" Su Bo on the other end of the phone inadvertently showed his tongue and licked his lips once more as he spoke these words. "Anything," Li Yifan said decisively. On the other side, Su Bo didn't show anything else after hearing this. He just hung up the phone after a few sorrowful laughs. As the phone hangs up, Li Yifan seems to be drained of strength, sitting paralyzed on the bed. For him tonight is a big gamble. If he wins, the sea is wide enough for the fish to leap. The sky is high enough for the birds to fly. If he loses his body and his soldiers. Jiang Chang, when I become the one who executes the chess pieces, I'll take out the humiliation I've suffered on you 1,000 times over. Achoo! Jiang Chang touched his nose and thought to himself, who was cricketing me behind my back? What's wrong, Xing? The sound of Xia Lament's concerned greeting came from his ears, causing Jiang Chang to divert his attention back. It's okay, I think the air conditioner is turned down too low. It's a bit cool. Then you really have to pay more attention to your body. Experts do not say that young people nowadays have a poor physique and weak body. Jiang Chang, you also have to pay attention to more exercise. Just after Jiang Chang's words, Li Yifan came over from the corridor, explicitly and implicitly talking about Jiang Chang's weak body. Well, I think the experts are right. This answer was out of Li Yifan's expectation. He had thought that Jiang Chang would at least show a bit of annoyance, but he didn't. Ahem, folks, as arranged by the show's sponsors, we'll need to go outside downtown tonight, and you'll have to pay for your own food and drink for the evening with the money you've earned today. Director Li just happened to appear in the hall at this time, announcing the arrangements for the evening. He had just watched all of Li Yifan and Jiang Chang's sword-fighting conversation, but he didn't step in at the first opportunity, but waited until the topic was heated up before intervening. At this moment on the microblogging hot search, after the fermentation of time, the hot search with the words of the program group once again topped the top of the hot search list. Hashtag surprise. 2 male guests on a show for a female guest surprisingly. Hashtag. After hearing what director Lee said, Lee Yifan understood on the spot that this was the drama coming from above that had been arranged. He glanced faintly at Jiang Chang, and then at the smiling Xia Lament beside him, and took the lead to walk toward the door. But when he walked out the door, he froze. Where's the car? He turned his head in confusion and saw that director Lee also happened to bring a group of guests to the doorway. Looking at the inquiring gaze cast by Lee Yifan, director Lee smiled and turned to the guests. That's right, there's no car pickup or drop-off this time, and you'll need to choose your own transportation to and from, so it'll be at your own expense. Which makes sense, doesn't it? Among the crowd, Jiang Chang silently raised his hand up. No way, it has to go. Before Jiang Chang even opened his mouth, director Lee had already guessed what he wanted to say and was the first to speak out to block Jiang Chang's mouth. Listening to director Lee's words, Jiang Chang silently put his hand down again. Okay, everyone make yourselves at home. With that, director Lee pulled out a palm-sized walkie-talkie from his little four-dimensional pocket. Come and get me. As soon as director Lee finished speaking, the car of a legendary car god drove over from the corner of the road and steadily stopped in front of the crowd. Have a great night, everyone, and I'm going to go dashing. After saying that, director Lee boarded this vehicle that was known as the most bullish Boichi's vehicle in the history of Blue Star, the seat of the car god of the Gaoliang River, the legendary vehicle that once saved a country's king and ran 100 kilometers in one night, and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes amidst a burst of sounds. If I'm not mistaken, that seems, probably, like it should be a donkey cart? After the crowd was silent for a while, Chen Zhiqian was the first to speak up and break the silent atmosphere. I guess so. If everyone isn't under an illusion, Jiang Chang responded. Only his eyes were still looking in the direction that director Lee had left. Chapter 71, Who doesn't have an English friend? After a long time, the crowd withdrew their gazes, only to see a most familiar stranger standing in front of them, the assistant director of this program. Familiar because he's been around since the beginning. Unfamiliar because up until now he hasn't had a name. Not even a last name. Yuan was now very angry. He still clearly remembered that just a short while ago, director Lee had called him inside a conference room. At that time, when he was trembling behind director Lee, his heart secretly thought, Li Xia, this son of a finally can't help but take a shot at me. Ha, Xiao-sen, even if you get my flesh, you will never want to get my soul. Xiao Yua, why are you taking off your clothes? Director Lee just turned around and saw that his assistant director Yuan was currently taking off the vest on his body, and his eyes were still filled with indignation when he looked at himself. Listening to director Lee's words, Yuan's hand that was holding up the clothes gave a start, if not to say that young people's brains turn just as fast. After freezing for 2.5 seconds, Yuan's original face with a bitter and hateful expression instantly turned into a pleasing smile. It's too hot, so I thought I'd take off some clothes to cool off. Hearing the words Lee guide is also a sigh of relief. I do not know why. Recently he always feel around the same sex are all plotting against him. He felt that he is probably sick, so he wants to find a foot massage parlor to go to a good treatment. Speaking of which, he had to spit out why podiatry is not yet covered by health insurance when it's clear that podiatrists have cured the empty hearts of so many men. This was also the purpose of him calling Yuan over today. Xiao Yua, I've always seen your efforts, and now I think it's time for you to take on a big role. So the organization has decided to give you an important task. The image in his memory combined with the current scene, and Yuan then reacted, himself, as if, possibly KFC'd. So, I became a stand-in? At this time, he had a face of indignation, looking at anyone as if the other party owed him $5 million in eyes. The crowd looked at Yuan's expression, cannot help but secretly spit a mouth. This Li Xia is not a thing. Look at the people are angry into what kind. In a few moments, Li Yifan took the lead. In order to set off his own identity, today's film to share the hand of 500 yuan was spent 100. He hit a luxury car. Ladies of beauty, I just called a special car. I wonder if I'd have the honor of traveling with you all. Li Yifan's tone at this time, his intonation as well as his every action were displayed just right, living up to the appearance of an English gentleman. The fans in the broadcast room were drawn to be happy once again. So handsome, so gentlemanly, love it. If Fan could invite me like that, I'd be willing to drive a mansion and live in a limousine even if I had to. First of all. Second, how is this even food? Several female guests did not have the slightest reaction, but it was Xiao Hyuk who somehow seemed to be suddenly possessed by a joker. Brother Fan is so genteel. This look is an authentic English gentleman. Where? Just used to have an English friend and learned a bit from him. Li Yifan responded with a smile. At this point he had only one word for shouty, up. But who knows? Jiang Chang suddenly laughed out softly at this moment, causing Li Yifan to instantly frown. What's wrong, Jiang Chang? Is there something we just said that poked your funny bone? Li Yifun's tone was flat. His face still had a smile on it, but his eyes were narrowed. He was annoyed that Jiang Chang had once again interrupted his moment of pretending to be 13, so he directly turned on him. Ahem. No, I just suddenly remembered something funny. What's so funny? Is it that you think I'm funny? Jiang Chang's words had just finished when Li Yifan opened his mouth again. No, I just remembered that my family has an English friend next door as well, like he's still a royal relative. Originally wanted to choke Jiang Chang's Li Yifan's face changed at the words, and some incredulity appeared in his eyes. This mud-legged man could also recognize the royal relatives who brought the British on the 3 banners, but before he could strike again, a car pulled up in front of the crowd. The car is here, a long Land Rover. Anyone want to get in? Li Yifan just finished. Jiang Chang this time really cannot help but laugh out loud. Land Rover narrowly won. Then is not there Bentley Timothy, Bugatti Microbugs, Lamborghini Cavs? Seeing that none of the female guests had any ideas, as well as Jiang Chang's laughter, Li Yifan didn't make a sound and just silently turned around. Wait! Li Yifan's figure towards the vehicle lurched. His face was happy. Someone had called out to him. It was how the voice line was a bit rough. He looked back, only to see Xiao Hyuk looking at him with a hopeful expression at that moment. Brother, can you take me one? At this moment, Li Yifan realized why Xiao Hyuk had just been so uptight. The feelings were waiting here. But considering that he had just really gotten on the bandwagon, and the fact that it was in plain sight, he smiled and nodded at him. Of course, the words just fell. Xiao Hyuk rushed out. Do not blame him for this, it is really this day. He really did not earn much money. Wait and then have to think of ways to see if you can rub another bowl of rice. He does not want to eat steamed bread with pickles. Seeing Xiao Hyuk's back as he rushed over, Li Yifan skimmed his mouth and just raised his leg to leave when a voice came from behind him once again. Van. In the end, Li Yifan spent 100 oceans and took Xiao He and Chen Zhiqian and traveled to the destination he had set. Chang, your friend in England is still a royal relative. So powerful. After the Land Rover sentry went away, Xiao Lianxie turned to Jiang Chang, who was also curious about who Jiang Chang said was the royal relative. The smile on Jiang Chang's face grew even wider at his words. Well, this is what the Queen of England calls her family, corgi. The remaining few women first froze at the words, then reacted and also covered their mouths with their hands and laughed. Ha ha, Chung, you're so funny. Xiao Lament was also amused, but she didn't cover her mouth. Instead, she gave Jiang Chang her most sincere smile. Ha 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 ha, if you put it that way, then my family's corgi is also royalty. Corgi equals royalty, and I'm his owner. So rounding up, I'm royalty too. Did you guys not pay attention to the eyes between Jiang Chang and Xiao Lament? Pink bubbles are here again, aren't they? So sweet like you. Ahem, aren't we forgetting something important? Just as the two of them, Jiang Chang and Xiao Lament, were still looking at each other with deep love, Lin Sini coughed, bursting all the pink bubbles in the air. Yeah, oh, I'll call the car. Jiang Chang came back to his senses, listening to Lin Sini's words immediately pulled out a remote leader, also hit a luxury car, but also deliberately chose a spacious model. There is no way. Carrying a huge sum of 6K he now only wants to say, not bad money. Soon, the vehicle arrived at the scene, and Jiang Chang, who was still smiling, suddenly became non-smiling as he saw the vehicle's information clearly. Vocal. Chapter 72. I think this assistant director is still in love with her. Vocal. Jiang Chang exclaimed out in shock, and also drew the gazes of the few women around him over instantly. What's the matter, Xing? Xiao Lament looked at Jiang Chang in disbelief. Nothing, get in the car. Jiang Chang calmed down a bit. He didn't tell the reason why he exclaimed in shock. It was because the car that appeared in front of him now turned out to be the Toyota Alpha's distant cousin, Toyota No Way. And he was now faced with another serious problem. So master, you're saying that this car, plus the driver's seat, only has 5 seats? Jiang Chang asked the driver in the driver's seat with a puzzled face. He remembers the Alpha, not a 7-seater car well, but it seemed as if the driver masters were all miracle doctors, and their eyes went to Jiang Chang's brain at once. When Jiang Chang saw this, he immediately lost the desire to speak. Duh, this is being treated like a cutie again. I'm sorry. Why did I say again? Chang, I'll come down and wait for the next car with you. Xiao Lament heard the conversation between Jiang Chang and Master, and walked down from the car while talking. I'll wait with you too. Lin Sini on the other side said, making a gesture to get out of the car. Audrey E. White, Dickie Sue? Don't mess with it, sisters. I'm really broke. Originally, when he saw Xiao Lament walking down, Jiang Chang's heart was still touched for a while, but when he saw that Lin Sini was also going to walk down, Jiang Chang immediately said that he didn't dare to move. He couldn't help but block Lin Sini back first, while turning his head to Xiao Lament. You guys go over there first, I'll be there soon. In the end, under Jiang Chang's persuasion, The four women set out on the road aboard a Toyota with no way out and a follow-up camera squatting behind them. Watching the vehicle's taillights disappear into the horizon, Jiang Chang nodded in satisfaction, put away his cell phone, and walked over to Yuwen's side. At this time, Yuwen was still a bit angry. Saw Jiang Chang walking over, his heart could not help but be confused. What does this child want? Let me ask you something, Mr. Yu. Listening to Jiang Chang's words, Yuwen nodded slightly, but in his heart, he was clueless about Jiang Chang's intentions and didn't know what kind of medicine he was selling in his gourd. Director Yu, would you say bus number 11 is considered transportation? The young Director Yu is still not as old as Director Li after all. Although Director Li, this piece of old ginger to take Jiang Chang is not much to do, but he is old. Yuwen subconsciously nodded his head, thinking, it's a bus. How can it not be considered transportation, even if it is? But he just nodded his head. Jiang Chang's mouth quickly raised upward, not yet waiting for Yuwen to think of what Jiang Chang's smile means. Feel a gust of wind swept by his body, and once again opened his eyes. Jiang Chang has long disappeared. Where are the people? Yuwen hurriedly asked the filming crew next to him, who nudged his mouth, signaling him to look behind him. Only in the distance, a familiar back was moving away. What are you waiting for? Why are you still chasing after me? Yuwen shouted anxiously, followed by several figures hurriedly chasing after him. Director Yu, I just felt a flash of light flashing in front of my eyes. If you don't know, ask, what's an 11 bus? Let me ask you, what do your legs look like? Like chopsticks? Why? It's fine, go play anon. As Jiang Chang waited for the traffic light at the second intersection, the camera crew members finally followed, but at this time, they were all out of breath. Jiang, Mr. Jiang, please let go. What's going on? This is the transportation I chose, can't I? Row. Okay is okay, but, the other party hadn't even finished his words when Jiang Chang interrupted his spell-casting maneuver. Okay, just fine. The light is green. I'm going to move on. You guys remember to follow me anon. After saying that, without waiting for the staff to react, he took a big stride and ran towards the front. Sinning, looking at Jiang Chang, who once again ran out, the follow camera statue stood up and followed and ran out as well. His current thought was regret. A lot of regret. How did he get assigned to be a follower for Jiang Chang? Looking at the camera that was hanging far behind him, Jiang Chang had a smile on his face. The province should spend, has always been the purpose of Jiang Chang, and then pulled him a few laps. He did not believe that they can still follow, and then will not be able to whore ride it. That's not true. That's what you call whoring around with an artist. It's called hitchhiking. Teacher Jiang, wait. Jiang Chang stopped in his tracks as he listened to someone behind him as if he was calling out to him from far and near. And not a moment later, Yuwen ran over with a few followers panting. Yuwen just stopped and gasped for air. Jiang, Mr. Jiang, discuss. How much can you not run? Is this about money? I'm not in it for the money. I just simply want to run. Jiang Chang replied with a righteous face. And Yuwen gritted his teeth after hearing this and extended 2 fingers. 220. Jiang Chang's original expectant expression instantly collapsed. I'll keep running if there's nothing else. Bye-bye iron juice guys. As the negotiations broke down, Jiang Chang waved his hand at a few people and continued to run ahead. Not long after, the call from behind once again called Jiang Chang, who was running, to a halt. Teacher Jiang, we can't run anymore. Just tell us how much you want. 100. Let's negotiate again. We can only give up to 50. Listening to Yuwen's words, Jiang Chang didn't say a word and showed a smiling face to the crowd. And just after Yuwen breathed a sigh of relief and thought that Jiang Chang had accepted, he only saw him turn around and make a running pose. Bye. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Chang leaped out like an arrow off the string. Yuwen was dumbfounded. All he wanted to do now was to ask if the heavens were at home. Could they hurry up and take this scourge away? Ha ha ha. You can see that the director's mind is really broken. Followed by shooting like, families who get it. Carrying a video camera for so long, I feel like I'm special forces. I see that this assistant director is also charming. Does anyone have his contact information? Are you really hungry upstairs or are you having a famine somewhere? Isn't that the same thing? Mr. Jiang, it's wrong. It's really wrong. Listening to the almost confessional voice behind him, Jiang Chang stopped once again as he looked at the program staff behind him with a smile. You know what's wrong? Do you know what's wrong? Stop poking fun at me, Mr. Jiang. Here's 50 for you. When Jiang Chang heard this figure, he made a move to run again. And Yuwen hurriedly added, we'll also send it back to you. As soon as these words came out, Jiang Chang immediately changed his attitude. Director Yu, how can this be a good idea? Look at how hot you are. Come on, let's go to the shade first and rest for a while. Jiang Cheng's words made the corners of Yu Wen's mouth twitch. He didn't understand how Jiang Cheng's 37 degrees Celsius mouth could say such icy words, but he was only thinking about it because he was truly afraid that Jiang Cheng would pull out his legs and run away again at the drop of a hat. Ha 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 ha, I'm a master of face changing. Jiang Cheng, smile not sorry, but old brother you still have to practice. Jiang Cheng, what a great program, with free rides and money. A short while later, after a short break, Yu Wen led Jiang Cheng to board the program's special car. And other than Yu Wen's eyes carrying a bit of a grudge, everything else was pretty good. Chapter 73, come on, you drive, just go? Jiang Cheng's eyes were wide with disbelief, and his tone was thick with aggression. Right. The other party's reply was concise and cold, without the slightest hesitation. Are you really not willing to wait for me to go with you? Do you really have to be so heartless? Right. That's right. So, can you go down now? Yu Wen roared angrily. The veins on his head rippled like small, sinuous snakes. He looked angrily at Jiang Cheng in front of him, who grabbed the car door and wouldn't let him go. He just couldn't take it anymore. Yu Wen felt that his patience had been worn out, so he silently greeted Director Li once again in his heart. Mr. Li, who is soaking his feet, achoo, the water should be cold. Please add more hot water to the bucket thank you. Woof fun. What's that? Yu Wen's eyes suddenly glared like copper bells, pointing behind Jiang Cheng with a horrified face, his voice trembling slightly from nervousness. Jiang Cheng was full of doubts and subconsciously turned his head to look, but he realized that there was nothing unusual in front of him. Instead, there was a powerful force behind him that violently surged towards him, and that force was like a raging wave that relentlessly pushed him forward. With his powers, he could have resisted the force with force, but he stumbled forward a few steps in tandem. Bang! A dull door slamming sound rang out, followed by a crunch, which was the sound of tires rubbing violently against the ground, as if telling of the vehicle's eagerness to escape. Afterwards, he saw that program team's special car flying away from the scene like a stringed arrow, leaving only a camera-carrying big brother of the followers standing in the same place waving his hand towards him. The corners of Jiang Cheng's mouth rose slightly, revealing a polite smile as he gave a return salute to his big brother who was following the camera. Then his line of sight flowed, trying to look for Xiaolament and the others. A few moments later, his eyes rested on a spot that took him a little by surprise. Oops, I baked? This wasn't Jiang Cheng talking about hiding, but Xiaolament and the girls were currently standing in front of a stall called Oops, I Roasted. Jiang Cheng laughed lightly and shook his head, then walked forward. Long time no see Sachi, and everyone else. On the other side of the Land Rover close call, Li Yifan in the co-pilot's seat was resting his eyes, while Xiao Hyuk was quietly looking out the window, not knowing what he was thinking about, and occasionally the corners of his mouth would rise slightly, revealing a trace of an elusive smile. Only Qin Zhiqian's line of sight kept switching back and forth between the cell phone screen and the car window. Gentlemen, there's good news and bad news, which would you like to hear? Qin Zhiqian's words drew the attention of Li Yifan and Xiao He. The two of them looked at Qin Zhiqian, who was currently smiling bitterly, with a face full of doubt. Good news, the two said in unison, and looked at each other when they finished. The good news is that we should be almost there. Li Yifan, 10% off? Shauh, listening to you is like listening to you. Ha! But Li Yifan quickly noticed that the bitter smile on Chen Zhiqian's face did not dissipate, and he realized that the other party did not seem to be joking. What about the bad news? The bad news is that it looks like we're going to the wrong place. After Chen Zhiqian finished speaking, Li Yifan instantly revealed a look of disbelief as he hurriedly took out his cell phone from his pocket and opened it. Isn't it going downtown? As soon as Li Yifan's words fell, before Chen Zhiqian could respond, the driver in the driver's seat on the side had already turned his head to look at him. I told you the masters are in the people. Look, another miracle doctor. What's the matter? 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 What's the matter with you guys? That's right. It's just a small mistake that a normal person would make. Why do you guys have to be so mean to our fan? Doesn't look like an act, but the one upstairs. Can you change the Hates Li Yifan avatar before you talk? Have arrived safely at destination. The crisp sound of the navigation rang out, and with it the vehicle slowed to a stop on the side of the road. Hello passenger? Have successfully delivered you and your friends safely. If it is convenient, please also give a 5-star praise. Thank you, the driver said politely. Master, would you believe me if I said we were on the wrong side of the road? Shora poked his head out of the back and asked towards the driver in the driver's seat. Believe it. Why don't you believe it? Then you can't. The driver replied firmly. Li Yifan was very anxious inwardly at this time. The curtain was about to open on the big show he had carefully prepared, but he, the protagonist, was trapped here. He hurriedly replanned his route while picking up his cell phone and raising it to the main driver's master. Master, can you go to this place? The driver took a look at the location shown on the map and responded confidently. Of course, this place is a busy main city. Surely we can go there. At that moment, Xiao Hyuk's head once again poked out from behind. Then why are you still dragging us here? I do not rode I followed the navigation. Whether you guys came here to eat chicken or not, it's none of my business. The driver's master once again utilized his divine medical appraisal skills and took a glance at Xiaoyi's head. Okay, stop. Since we can go, we'll hurry back. Master, please drive faster. Li Yifan interrupted the duo with a voice and then closed his eyes. In the past 2 days, he felt that he was a bit of a bad flow of Yazzie. Wait for one day to go to find a high person to look at it to be able to do so. A few moments later, Li Yifan, who didn't feel the vehicle start, opened his eyes, and when he twisted his head, he saw the master driver looking at himself with a smile. Could you please place your order first? Li Yifan then came back to his senses and tapped his cell phone, but when he saw the amount, he couldn't help but frown and hesitated to press the button to place the order. Do you have any money? Li Yifan looked at the cell phone screen display 200 yuan slightly painful, turned his head and asked the back row of the two hitchhikers. Dodo. Xiao Hyuk had turned his head and whistled when Li Yifan said the word money. He really didn't have any. Seeing this, Li Yifan shook his head helplessly and turned his gaze back to Chen Zhiqian. The vehicle restarted. At this time Chen Zhiqian's heart is dripping blood. Originally selling groundnuts did not earn a few dollars, just gave Li Yifan $100, which is almost half of his family bottom hollowed out. He regretted his intestines are green. If I had known that I would not rub this car. Master can drive faster. I'm in a hurry. Li Yifan once again anxiously urged the driver, silently praying not to miss it. Crunch! The vehicle suddenly stopped again, only to see the master driver on the main driver angrily unbuckled his seatbelt, pushed open the door and walked down, and then pulled open the passenger door. Come on, you drive. Chapter 74, No Disciple. The vehicle restarted and sped down the road. Li Yifan in the main driver's seat was staring intently at the road ahead at this moment. The driver, who was supposed to be in the main driver's seat, was now sitting in the passenger seat, gripping the handle above him with one hand and the seatbelt on his chest with the other. Chen Zhiqian in the back seat and even Xiao He, who was originally in a state of delirium, were all fastening their seatbelts at this time, staring intently at the road in front of them. Ha ha ha, driver, you come. Li Yifan, I'll do it if I come. Driver, bad. Mouth high meets real brother. Ha 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 ha. They're in the same state I was in when my wife was driving, not daring to blink more than once. The view is back to the Whoopsie grill stall. Boss, some wheat juice. A loud voice directly in the doorway of the stall rang out. The crowd heard the sound have turned their heads to look, only to see a number of men covered with a flowing body at this time in the doorway yelling loudly. At the same time the eyes are still in the hidden to sweep around. The gazes of a few people quickly lingered in one direction for a moment, exchanging a quick meaningful look with each other, and, in a whirlwind, reverted back to that roving look, walking with a clear purpose in the direction of Jiang Chang and the others. Yo beauties, there are no other seats in the store at this time of night. Let's share a table together. At this moment, a boss-like young man hurried out and tried to stop it. Guests, there are still a lot of seats over here. Why don't you guys come over here and sit down, and I'll give you another dozen of wheat juice for free later. One of the several punks sniffed and turned viciously toward the boss. Said, you from which came out so nosy change to that table you eat with my big brother The shopkeeper looked at Jiang Chang's line of 5, and then at these straggling youths in front of him, and nodded with a clench of his teeth. Step with the foot. You're good. Get lost, the little brother said, walking over and giving the shopkeeper a backhanded slap. That shopkeeper covered his face with his hands, and his volume couldn't help but become a few points louder, and his face was even more indignant. Just roll. With that, he ran off in a numbskull. As he watched the annoying fly walk away, the man at the head of the group turned his eyes back again. How about it, beauties? Can you give me a treat? As soon as he finished his words, Jiang Chang let out a giggle. What are you laughing at? Oh, it's just the first time I've seen a dog actually have to share a table with a human. Don't you think that's funny? Puff. Jiang Chang had just finished speaking, and Xiao Lamentation's few people also covered their mouths and laughed. The man at the head of the group couldn't help but be annoyed at this scene. Sharp-tongued. I hope your mouth is still this articulate later. Brothers, treat him well. Wait. Just as the crowd behind the man was about to charge forward, Jiang Chang suddenly spoke up to stop them. What's the matter? Scared? Want to beg for mercy? Fine. Get under my pants and I'll consider sparing you. When the man in charge saw Jiang Chang make a sound, he thought that he was scared and wanted to beg for mercy, so he made such an offer. Do we have to do it? Can't we just talk about it? This is a lawful society. Have you thought about the consequences? Jiang Chang said indifferently, while standing up from his seat and blocking in front of Xiao Lamentable. His expression remained unperturbed. I don't know what my consequences will be, but yours must be to be knocked to the ground and called grandpa by me. Brothers, do it. With that said, a few people rushed up with shouts of something about for the sake of their brothers, for the sake of the gang, or whatever. The leader of the man at this time has no longer pay attention to Jiang Chang, because in his cognition, Jiang Chang saw a young man later that is certainly beaten lying on the ground dying to beg for forgiveness. At this point, his eyes moved again, looking for the hero of this little theater to appear. It can only be said that money can make the mill push the ghost, a large sum of real money down, so that at this time they are more dedicated than professional actors. But just as he was still searching for the hero of this farce at that moment, he suddenly felt as if something flew around him and appeared at his feet. He suspiciously lowered his head to see that one of his minions was now lying on the ground with a peaceful face. Immediately after, another black shadow attacked. Not to say that the young man is now in good spirits, it directly is the size of the sleep anywhere. At the moment his feet have peacefully slept two people. He raised his eyes and saw a figure slowly making its way towards him, and two lay peacefully at the other's feet at that moment as well. Article 20 of the Penal Code, in self-defense, one may strike back after having failed to dissuade him. Jiang Chang's footsteps were light, and his figure was slowly being enlarged in the pupils of the person at the head of the other party. You gave my brothers a beating like this. Aren't you afraid we'll sue you for self-defense? The person in the lead looked at Jiang Chang, who was walking towards him, as his body began to tremble uncontrollably, and his voice became intermittent due to fear. Yo, did your homework, but don't worry, I'm very measured with my hands. They'll wake up soon enough and won't even be identified with minor injuries. Jiang Chang replied with a smile, while in his heart, he couldn't help but sigh. This medical skill coupled with martial arts is really good. These words fell in the ears of the person in charge as if it was the devil's whisper, making his heart cry out MMP. Not, how can you play with Gue? Designer, you see him. In a few moments, Jiang Chang arrived in front of his eyes, and in his field of vision, he only saw Jiang Chang raise his hand high up, and this action scared him so much that he hurriedly closed his eyes, and his body trembled like a sieve. Bang. The expected pain didn't come. Instead, his shoulder seemed to have been tapped, and the person in the lead slowly opened his eyes, and saw that Jiang Chang was currently looking at himself with narrowed eyes. Do you know what Confucius said when he was confronted by the 3,000th man who came to pay his respects? The man in the lead was a bit confused as he blinked blankly, not understanding what Jiang Chang meant by this question. No apprentices, waving your hand is not goodbye. It's jailbait, you need to practice again. Those young men are just so fit, they fall asleep, watching the whole program. I just want to say, Jiang Chang, this is too strong. Seriously doubt it's scripted. +1. How can there be such a perfect person in the world? Unless he has a system. But this is the real world. How can that be? What Jiang Chang didn't know was that his biggest secret had almost been guessed out. But at the moment he didn't have so much mind to think of anything else, because at this moment, there was already the sound of beeping sirens appearing outside from far and near. Who reported the sheriff? Chapter 75. Not a drop left. Comrade Magistrate, you've come at the right time. I'm turning myself in. Take me in. The sheriff had just stepped into the stall when he saw a black shadow galloping towards him like a runaway horse, and the black shadow was screaming under his breath. Bang. Soon another man lay on the ground, but this time it wasn't Jiang Chang who moved. The sheriff slowly lowered the leg he had just kicked out, before he could see what God had rushed up, only to see that the man who had just swooped over was now lying peacefully on the ground, the corner of his mouth actually hanging a trace of a puzzling smile. Ahem. This man is suspected of assaulting the sheriff, and I just fought back in self-defense. By the way, who reported the sheriff? What the hell is going on here? When Jiang Chang heard the magistrate's inquiry, he was just about to walk up and explain, but then he saw that the shopkeeper, who had been scared away by the punks earlier, had snuck back from some hidden corner. I reported for the sheriff. Hello, comrade sheriff. Seeing that the shopkeeper had already passed, Jiang Chang stopped his steps. At this time, he felt someone gently tugging on his clothes, and when he turned around, it turned out to be Xiaolaman standing behind him. Chang, are you okay? Are you hurt? Do you want to go to the hospital? Xiaolaman stared at Jiang Chang with a nervous face, his eyes full of worry. That gaze was like the warm sun in winter, shining straight into Jiang Chang's heart. Jiang Chang's heart warmed as he smiled and replied, it's fine, but I crushed them easily. I'm awesome, right? Bai Ruowei and the others had planned to console Jiang Chang as well, but when they saw this scene, they couldn't help but roll their eyes and sat back silently. The worry on Lin Sini's face was a few points less after Jiang Chang said she was fine, but her heart felt as if it had been stabbed with a bit of pain when she saw Xiao Lianxie and Jiang Chang talking and laughing. Hello, comrade? Excuse me, may I ask if you knocked down these men on the ground? An inquiring voice from beside him interrupted Jiang Chang and Xiaolaman's conversation. That's right, comrade magistrate, Jiang Chang said with a frank face. This is completely self-defense on my part. Before I made my move, I had already persuaded the other party with good words, but they didn't listen at all and insisted on making a move against me. Moreover, after they lost their mobility, I didn't continue the attack. they're only temporarily unconscious. They'll wake up after a while. Upon hearing this, the magistrate nodded slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of recognition. At the same time, another magistrate hurried over holding a laptop. Captain, I've pulled up the surveillance, and what happened is basically the same as what that store owner just said. A moment later, the magistrate carefully watched the surveillance footage, pondered for a moment, and turned to face Jiang Chang. This comrade, based on this evidence at the scene, we have ruled that you were acting in self-defense. However, it is still necessary for you to provide a bit of personal information, so that we can easily contact you when we have the need to do so in the future. Jiang Chang nodded at his words and turned his head to give Xiaolamet a smile. Shy, guys, you eat first, I'll be right back. Crunch! A sharp squeal of brakes sounded and the black Land Rover Perilous stopped at the side of the road. The vehicle had only just managed to come to a stop when the four doors of the body were quickly opened. Li Yifan nervously looked at the bustling street and realized that there didn't seem to be any signs of commotion. Then he breathed a sigh of relief, and the heart that had been hanging in the air gradually calmed down. Should catch up, right? Turning to look behind him, he saw three figures crouched in neat rows next to the greenbelt. Dry heaving, sneer at. Land Rover Shangshang drove away from here, leaving Li Yifan and the two people behind him who looked pale as if they had lost their souls. Go! Li Yifan said sullenly and stepped forward. Tick-tock, tick-tock. A sheriff's car went past them, but didn't attract their attention until they stopped in front of a store. Oops, I baked. You're talking about hiding. No, see for yourself. The name of this store is Oops, I Baked. Listening to the arguments of the two behind him, Li Yifan only felt that it was a bit noisy. The reason why he stopped here wasn't because he wanted to eat, but he saw Xiao Lamentation who was sitting inside the store as well as the rest of the crowd. Get in there. Li Yifan finished walking a few steps forward, but realized that the two people behind him did not follow. He turned his head in confusion. Are we really going in their van? We're both broke. Not a drop left. Just as Chen Zhiqian finished speaking, Xiao Hyuk nodded his head violently from the side. Li Yifan couldn't help but curse in his heart when he heard this. He wants to whore me out for nothing again, doesn't he? However, after hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and squeezed two words out from between them. On me. As soon as the words fell, he saw the two men in front of him instantly disappear without a trace. Li Yifan turned his head once again, and saw that two welcoming children had appeared at the main entrance at some point. Fan inside please. Seeing this scene, Li Yifan's head of qi was only slightly relieved. After all, it was also able to provide a little emotional value. It was still somewhat useful. Chang, it's them coming Jiang Chang, who was eating, heard the words and followed Xiao Lament's gaze to look over, only to see Li Yifan pacing unhurriedly toward their location. The slender figure in the crowd also appeared quite conspicuous. Xine, what a coincidence. You guys came here to eat too. Li Yifan walked to Jiang Chang in their front, just about to open his mouth, ready to ask some side questions about what is in his heart. Who would have thought that beside him coldly came the voice of Xiaohe's loud voice? Other people heard Xiaohe's words also have looked at Lin Sini, and the person concerned Lin Sini, just faintly to Xiaohe a slight smile. That smile is as shallow as a breeze in the spring, gently flicked over and then disappeared. But this in the eyes of Xiao Hyuk, that can be completely changed flavor. Ah, Seni smiled at me. Sure enough, he's interested in me too. Otherwise, why didn't she smile at someone else instead of me alone? Especially those eyes of hers that looked at me with such deep affection. Li Yifan lightly glanced at Xiaohe, who had immersed himself in his own world, before turning his eyes back to Jiang Chang. Jiang, hello, please move over. Li Yifan had just opened his mouth when another voice came from behind him, causing him to look back, only to see a man walking this way with a large plate of kebabs. Seeing this, he piggybacked to the side and made way. Everyone, just now really give you trouble. At the same time also thank this little brother's righteousness out. These are a little bit of the small store's intention. Do not need to spend money. You eat well and drink well anon. I will first go to busy. After that boss finished those words with a smile on his face, he turned around and left in a hurry. Li Yifan looked at his boss's departing figure and thought, what's the matter with you guys? Jiang Chang's voice rang out at the right time, instantly interrupting those thoughts that Li Yifan was mulling over in his mind. Anon, it's fine. We also came over to eat. We saw you guys here and thought of coming over to say hello. No, the greeting is now done, so we'll go over first. Let's go, Li Yifan said as he turned toward an empty table not far away. When Chen Zhiqian heard this, he first greeted the crowd warmly with a smile on his face, then he raised his leg to follow Li Yifan's footsteps, but suddenly, as if he had violently remembered something, his body lurched, and immediately afterward, he turned around and pulled Xiao Hyuk, who was still drifting in his own world of fantasy, and then dragged and pulled him over as well. Chapter 76, Bad. I'm surrounded by pits. Boss, order food. Li Yifan's call beckoned the boss over from the direction of the back kitchen. Hello guest, here's the menu. see what you want to eat. Li Yifan casually took the menu without even lifting his eyes, and flung it straight to the opposite side of the duo of Chen Zhiqian and Xiao Hyuk, and then turned his head to look at the shopkeeper who stood on the side. Shopkeeper, what was the trouble you were talking about just now when you delivered something to that table? Can you tell me? Oh, this one. Of course. Listening to Li Yifan's question, the shopkeeper was also immediately interested and excitedly started to explain to the customer in front of him. Just now the store came a few bossy punks, came up to me to show off. This I can tolerate? I went up and directly punched one to teach them to behave, but who knew they were not martial and came to cheat, to sneak attack? I, a young man in my 20s. Well, in the end, after that customer just gave me so billion points of help, I managed to subdue them all and hand them over to the sheriff. Looking at the shopkeeper in front of him who spoke with a fluttering brow and spittle, Li Yifan surprisingly believed. He couldn't stop nodding his head while listening. So that's how it was. It seems that his previous arrangement had fizzled out, all spoiled by this shopkeeper in front of him. But he wasn't angry. He only blamed Jiang Cheng's luck for being saved by this shopkeeper. In other people's stores to make trouble people to solve this is a reasonable thing. But he thought, next time Jiang Cheng cannot be so good luck. The next step is to see if he can pull off the drama set up above. After the shopkeeper finished speaking, he saw Li Yifan nodding his head uncontrollably, with the words convinced written on his face, which put him in a good mood. I'm in a good mood today. I'll send some more wheat juice to your table later. As soon as the shopkeeper's words fell, Xiao Hyuk nimbly handed him the menu with the dishes already circled, and the shopkeeper took the menu and turned around, heading in the direction of the back kitchen. Li Yifan's eyes have been looking at the shopkeeper's back. At this time his heart is feeling, really cake hand in the foca. Who would have thought that such an ordinary store owner would be a hidden cake hand? Even the fall was so graceful, worthy of being a high-ranking person. Wait a minute, falling down? Li Yifan snapped back to his senses and hastily rubbed his eyes vigorously, then fixed his eyes again, only to see that the shopkeeper was walking ahead unhurriedly, no different from usual. This made him wonder if he had just blurred his eyes. Who's so dangerous nah? Just overloaded. Are a little floating? Fortunately get up fast. No one should see it. The shopkeeper secretly thought in his heart. The pace of his feet also unconsciously accelerated a few points. Ha 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 ha. If I had such a thick skin as this boss, why would I worry about not achieving great things? What a great load of 13. I just don't know if the billion help in the store's mouth is 1 or a billion. Ha ha ha. Look at that look in Li Yifan's eyes as if he really believes it. It's really one who dares to speak and one who dares to believe. Jiang Cheng, I'll go then? Ha ha ha. The boss looks handsome when he pretends to be 13, but the way he almost fell is really messy. I just don't know if Li Yifan saw it clearly. Here's the skewer. With a mid-sentence yell, the owner's silhouette was once again visible from the back kitchen doorway. When the tub full of skewers was placed in front of his eyes, Li Yifan was confused. He first looked at Xiao He and Chen Zhiqian who were glittering with a golden light in their eyes across the room, and then looked at the boss on the side. This? Li Yifan was a bit speechless for a moment. His face full of astonishment had not yet had time to completely fade away. Oh, look at my brain. Dang, 2 bottles of wheat juice each. How's that for fun and excitement? Boss that called a gleeful said the side of a bottle of wheat juice will be quite proudly put a bottle on the table, but also laughs freely, which is contented to turn away. A big client. The shopkeeper who left at this point had only one thought in mind. Eat it, Van. It's delicious. Try it. Chen Zhiqian's voice brought Li Yifan back to his senses, and at that moment, there was only one thought left in his mind. It's bad. I'm surrounded by pits. Chang, let's go out and have some fun. Jiang Cheng had already stood up after Xiaolaman spoke those words. Yeah, let's go then. I'm going too. Jiang Cheng's words had just fallen, and Lin Sini followed suit and stood up, her eyes burning as she looked at the duo of Jiang Cheng and Xiaolament. The face of Jiang Cheng, who was still smiling, instantly fell at the words, and he helplessly skimmed his head to look at Lin Sini. What are you going for? I'm going to have fun too. And besides, we're still partners today, aren't we? Lin Sini's words made Jiang Cheng instantly stop talking. He really didn't know how to refute her, because what she said was really just that. I'm going too. Su Zishi and Bai Ruowei opened their mouths at the same time, causing Jiang Cheng to instantly just feel like one tendon had turned into a 2-pronged blockage. Yes, it's more fun if we all go together. Isn't that right, Chang? Xiaolament opened her mouth to instantly set the tone for this matter, turning the 2-player mode Jiang Cheng had envisioned into a multiplayer online. Ugh, so what's the point? Let's go. Seeing that Xiaolament had already given her word to agree, Jiang Cheng didn't have too much to say and could only helplessly accept the setting. Well, Chen Zhiqian, who was halfway through his meal, looked up inadvertently and saw Jiang Cheng and his entourage walking towards the entrance of the store, laughing and talking, and just when he wanted to ask, he slurred his words because he had too much food in his mouth. Seeing this, Jiang Chang made a shushing gesture and another eating gesture signaling him to continue eating. He nodded and continued to focus on the food in front of him. Chang, don't we have to pay? Just after walking out of the store, Xiao Lament was like a curious baby, tilting her head and looking at Jiang Chang with those big watery eyes, asking with an innocent face. Jiang Chang sniffed and laughed softly. I paid for it a long time ago. Wow, Chang, you're so fast. This off-the-cuff compliment from Xiao Lamentable made the original faint smile on Jiang Chang's face instantly dissipate at a speed visible to the naked eye, and was replaced by a serious look. He looked at Xiao Lamentable in a serious manner. Shy, you can't say I'm fast from now on. Got it. Xiao Lament looked at Jiang Chang's serious expression thoughtfully and nodded. Okay Xing, so can I say you quickly? Sound of panting. The laughter of several other women coming from around him made Jiang Chang roll his eyes at them. Then he sardonically laughed twice and said to Xiao Lament, who was looking at him with an innocent face, it's good that you're happy. Xiao sure. A few figures then slowly blended into that bustling crowd amidst the laughter. Burp so full. Chen Zhiqian at this time without fear of a loud burp. So that Li Yifan frowned, but did not say anything more. After all, the heart is also clear. The other party is not an idle artist. Do not have to be two in the accidental image of the baggage. He unhurriedly drew out a tissue from one side and gently wiped his mouth, then subconsciously looked toward the place where Jiang Chang and the others had just sat. At this look, he froze for a moment as if he had been cast under a spell of immobilization, and then immediately afterward his eyes began to quickly scan around, with a hint of doubt and searching in his eyes. Looking at Li Yifan who was looking around, Xiao Hyuk couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, what's Van looking for? Tell me. I'll help you find it. Chapter 77, Kong Rong, let's go. What is Fan looking for? Tell me about it. I'll help you look for it. Xiao Hyuk's voice didn't stop Li Yifan's movements. The speed at which he turned his head instead sped up a few more points, and that look appeared more and more eager. In a short while, an urgent voice shouted out from Li Yifan's mouth. Boss, come on. The boss who was in the back kitchen hurriedly dropped the work in his hand at the sound of this urgent voice and rushed out all the way at a trot to Li Yifan's body. Sir, what's wrong? Is the food not to your liking? The food is great. No, what about the guest at the table just now? The one who offered you 1,000,000,000 points of help. Li Yifan couldn't help but reach out and grab the shopkeeper's arm as he spoke. Those fingers were slightly white from the force. Guests can't please behave yourself, the shopkeeper said and forcefully moved Li Yifan's hand away from his arm. Li Yifan at this moment also seemed to realize all of a sudden that his actions just now were indeed a bit out of character. He hastily took a deep breath and tried to switch his expression to make himself look slightly calmer. They, left 20 or 30 minutes ago. I don't know where they went. I'm just a shopkeeper. Why would I ask someone where they went? They've been gone for like 28 minutes. Just as the shopkeeper finished speaking, Chen Zhiqian opened his mouth to pick up the conversation, his eyes retracting from the clock hanging on the wall. Li Yifan sniffed and immediately turned his attention back to Chen Zhiqian. How do you know so much? I watched them go. Impeccable answer. Li Yifan cannot help but think of his childhood in the books to see Zhou Yu as Zhuge Liang Angry Dead plot. At that time he also scoffed, ridiculed Zhou Yu as nothing more than inserting the label to sell the head of the generation. But now, finally, he knew what it meant to speak the language. Li Yifan flung his arm in indignation and turned around to leave, but a huge force suddenly came from behind him, preventing him from advancing no matter how hard he tried. Filled with annoyance, he turned his head to look, only to see that Xiao Hyuk was currently gripping a corner of his clothes tightly, in a manner as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Fan, you can't leave. Who's going to pay us if you leave? Li Yifan only felt a sweetness at the opening of his throat as he swallowed hard and turned to look at the shopkeeper. How much? I'll pay. With these words, Xiao Hyuk then let go of Li Yifan's coat, and at the same time, his heart let out a sigh of relief. So close, almost got left to wash the dishes. That's $254, so I'll wipe the change for you and just give $250, the shopkeeper said with a smile, and the tone of his voice was filled with a good intention of wanting to give his customers a discount. When Li Yifan heard this, his throat was once again sweet, and his heart was so depressed. He took out his cell phone without a good mood and revealed the payment code to the shopkeeper. There's no need to erase the zeros. You can just sweep 254. A short while later, three figures slowly walked out of the Oopsai Grill store. Unlike when they first came in, two of them were pale while one was in high spirits, but now one was physically and mentally exhausted while the other two were full of blood. It is well known that energy does not disappear. It only shifts, and there is a very vivid example of this right now in front of us. Holy law of conservation of energy. Ha 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 ha. When Xiao Hyuk tugged on Li Yifan's coat reminds me of the saying, power over the mountains. Xiao He and Chen Zhiqian, I almost had to wash dishes to pay off my debt. This one looks good. This one looks good too. This one looks delicious too. Makoto. Bye. Whenever Xiao Lament began to speak in this tone of voice, coupled with her imploring eyes, It directly made Zhang Chun lose the ability to think. Looking at his hands more and more things and in front of the smiling Xiao Lament, Zhang Cheng heart really helpless and sweet. He really want to know where she in the end to learn this kind of will kill, so that he is now painful and happy, like falling into a sweet vortex. How to break free. Achoo! Ning Xiuan, who was lazily lying on the bed, gently rubbed her nose, and that action was a bit naive. She looked over to Xiao Bai, who was currently engrossed in looking at his cell phone, then cleared her throat and reached out to slowly turn Xiao Bai's face over to her side. I had my eye on a piece of jewelry yesterday, Kahaku. Ning Xiuan lengthened her tone, and there was a hint of petulance in that trailing voice. Bai, don't say anything. Bai, as long as my daughter-in-law says yes, I'll buy you anything you want. I'm sorry for bothering Kahaku. Shurjino is very grateful. Xiao Bai sniffed and only felt an evil fire growing in his belly. He hastily dropped his cell phone and rolled over to press on Ning Xiuan's body. Xiuan nah, I think that is part of the country. We have to respond to the country's policies. I think it's time to give Shai another sibling. A pear blossom pressed the begonia in a tree. The lights went out, and only the cicadas were playing one after the other. The sound of their courtship. Chang, thank you, you're so kind. Xiao Lament received the red, crystal clear string of sugar gourds from Jiang Cheng's hands, raised her eyes to Jiang Cheng who was full of smiles, and somehow, her heartbeat suddenly accelerated, as if there was a deer banging around in her heart. Ghostly, she stood slightly on her tiptoes, her soft lips like a light butterfly, gently nudging Jiang Cheng's cheek. In the next moment, as if she had suddenly reacted from the dreamlike situation, Xiao Lamentable gave a soft wooing cry. Then he hurriedly turned around and continued walking towards the front, only that the flushing redness that was like the evening sun quickly spread to the entire face. How could it not dissipate? Even the candy cane in her hand felt a little sweeter than usual. Jiang Cheng's entire body froze in place at this moment, as if he had been cast under a spell. He touched the place where he had just been kissed by Xiao Lianxie with some disbelief, and the temperature of her lips seemed to remain there. In an instant, his face also reddened at a speed visible to the naked eye. Both in his previous life and in this life he was a peony, belonging to the kind of player who scored a perfect theoretical score with a 0 practical score. In a few moments, he came back to his senses and lifted his leg to keep up with Xiao Lament's brisk pace. There was a lot of traffic in the surrounding area, but at this moment, Xiao Lament was the only one left in his eyes. Y is dead. It's so sweet. My name is Y. Please ask me if I should go through the program or just die. Your happiness is disturbing me. Beans sanded them. Beans in them. Jiang Cheng dog thief. What kind of virtue can you afford to be kissed by my sorry wife? I can't wait to eat your flesh, bones and ashes, just to solve my heart's hate. Another crazy one. Who left the hospital door open? Come and take the person back. Hey. Suang Abnormal Human Research Center. Sorry, the car is already on its way. In stark contrast to the hot and bustling atmosphere in the live broadcast room, at this moment, Su Zishi and Bai Ruowei were filled with disgust, and those eyes were almost rolling up to the sky. If I had known, I would not have followed. Originally just wanted to protect their own good sister from Jiang Cheng's bullying. I did not expect their own sister is the main force of bullying themselves. I'm really convinced. On the other hand, Lin Sinny secretly thought in her heart, there is still a chance. As long as you're not married, you have a chance. Even if you're married, you can still get divorced, right? In ancient times, there was a man named Kong Rong who told his parents to leave every day. Lin Sinny's mind was now a mess, and her entire body was absent-mindedly following the crowd. She watched as Jiang Cheng and Xiao Lament got closer and closer, and with every step closer, the desire in her heart to get Jiang Cheng got stronger and stronger, like a burning flame, spreading wildly in the bottom of her heart. Sister Sinny, let's go to the other side and stroll around. Bai Ruowei's voice appeared at the right time, causing Lin Sinny's attention to be drawn back from the duo in front of her. Yeah, the expression on her face changed very quickly, and after she finished speaking, she naturally took Bai Ruowei's hand, and the three women together headed in the opposite direction from Jiang Cheng as well as Xiao Lament. Chapter 78. There are still a lot of good people in this world, kind brothers and sisters. Give some money. I haven't eaten for 3 days. When Xiao Lament heard this mid-air voice, she subconsciously stopped her forward steps, and her gaze followed the direction from which the voice came. Just see, not far away kneeling a child. Looked like a student. Wearing the uniform has long been white and faded. Looking at some worn out, obviously worn for a long time. In front of him, there was a sign that read, kind brothers and sisters. I haven't eaten for 3 days. Can you lend me $5 to buy some steamed buns to eat? Xiao lamented to see the words above the sign clearly, and then looked at the child kneeling on the ground. The compassion in his heart was instantly ignited. She hurriedly turned around and looked at Jiang Cheng behind her, just looking at him with tearful eyes, with a look of anticipation in her eyes that Jiang Cheng couldn't refuse. This time the turn of Jiang Cheng made it difficult. This clear-eyed people know at a glance is a liar well. just spoke so loud and bright voice, and with his master-level medical skills to see that the child at the moment full of vitality. You tell me that this is hungry for 3 days? But to his understanding of Xiao Lianxie, she must be this child's words seriously directly with her to explain the words for fear that she will not easily accept, gave the child money. He felt very bad. A few moments later, a flash of light flashed through his mind. He took Summer Lament's hand and headed for a nearby store that was steaming. Boss, get the $5 buns. Soon, Jiang Cheng held Xiao Lament's hand and re-entered the position where the little boy had just begged, only to see Jiang Cheng unhurriedly lifting the bag of steamed buns and slowly squatting down. Eat up, kid. Tell your brother if you don't have enough and he'll go get you more, Jiang Cheng said, and handed over the bag in his hand. The child first looked at Jiang Cheng, then face excited color, took Jiang Cheng's hands of steamed bread, began to eat up. In a few moments, the boy eliminated all the steamed buns. He stood up, picked up the sign on the ground, and bowed deeply to Jiang Cheng. Thank you, uncle. Bye, uncle. With that, he walked forward. Cheng, you're amazing. We managed to help a child. Xiao lamented to look at Jiang Cheng, eyes full of gratification and worship, but did not wait for Xiao lamented to finish. Jiang Cheng looked at her mysteriously. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, with a few points of cunning, said, Xiao sure, you want to continue to help others to accumulate merit. Xiao Lamentable's face flushed red as she sniffed and nodded heavily. This kind of feeling that came from helping others made her really enjoy herself a bit. Jiang Cheng, who saw this scene, smiled faintly and didn't say anything, just gently pulled Xiao Lament's hand and returned to the steamed bun store just over there. Boss, give me $10 for the steamed buns this time. When the boy reappeared in the eyes of Xiao Lament, even if it is as kind as her heart at the moment also flooded with a small angry mood, she thought the child is really experiencing difficulties. Hungry for a long time, just looking forward to a full meallet, but he had just finished eating so many buns that he had once again knelt down not far away, not even changing the sign in front of him. At the moment she realized that her share of kindness had been taken advantage of. Jiang Cheng nodded his head with satisfaction seeing this look of Xiao Lament. His purpose had finally been accomplished. Letting Xiao Lament witness this scene with his own eyes was far more useful than going through all the trouble of explaining it himself. Jiang Cheng at this moment did not rush to say any long-winded axioms, just gently reached out his hand and tenderly touched Xiao Lament's head. How dare you deceive our Xiao Shai? Let's see me go and expose his true colors. Xiao Lament, who was still a bit angry, had a smile on her face as soon as she heard Jiang Cheng's words. Immediately, Jiang Cheng stepped forward and crouched down just as he did earlier. Eat up, kid. I'm just a kind-hearted person who can't see the suffering of the world, Jiang Cheng said, and then handed the steamed buns that he had just spent a huge sum of 10 yuan to buy to the child in front of him once again. Hearing the familiar voice, the boy looked up with a slight surprise in his eyes, but quickly lowered his head again and reached out to take the bag full of steamed buns. In a few moments, in the midst of Jiang Cheng's slightly surprised gaze, that child unexpectedly swept away all the steamed buns once again, not even drinking the saliva. It's a little something, as Jiang Cheng thought as such in his heart. He saw that the boy stood up once again, bowed deeply towards Jiang Cheng once again, and took the sign on the ground with him, walking towards the back, probably because he had just eaten really too much. His stomach was holding up at this moment, and at this moment, his pace was much slower compared to just a moment ago. No, why is this still chasing and killing? Master Jiang was kind-hearted, and when he saw someone asking for money to buy steamed buns, he directly gave him a bag of steamed buns, eliminating the need for a middleman to make a difference in price. Then at this time someone will have to ask, why just that child did not say thank you to Jiang Cheng? I hear a unified reply. He has already thanked Jiang Cheng's whole family in his heart. There are still a lot of good people in this world. Jiang Cheng saw the child's slightly hobbled figure and pulled Xiao Lament also walked back. Not long after, the two of them once again returned to just before that steamed bun store. Boss, give me $20 for the steamed buns. Jiang Cheng stood in front of the store, as always, and spoke to the shopkeeper to buy steamed buns. However, this time, the situation was different from usual, and no one handed out buns as usual. Not long after, a woman's figure poked out from inside the store. Her face looks like a scroll of the years, wrinkles like furrows, eyebrows slightly knitted, eyelids drooping, eyes through the vicissitudes of life and fatigue, crow's feet striking, cheeks are thin and flabby, slightly yellow and freckled, the nose is flattened and the lips are dry and cracked but with a soothing smile. His hands are red and his fingers are thick and jointed, full of calluses and small cuts, showing the hardship of life. I'm sorry, customer. Today's steamed buns are all sold out. There's only 3 left. That's me and my kids' dinner today. Her tone with a heavy accent was full of apologies, as if it was her fault that she sold out of steamed buns, causing Jiang Cheng to not buy them. Jiang Cheng nodded at his words, said it was okay to show his understanding, and turned around to leave when a figure that he hadn't expected appeared in front of him. A child in an already white and faded school uniform was walking with a faint smile on his face. Mom, how's it going? Are today's steamed buns sold out yet? As soon as his words fell, he saw that the man standing in front of their store in front of him looked a bit familiar, and in a few moments, a hint of panic flashed in his eyes as if he remembered who this person was. Tender this child. Why tender late to come back? Today's steamed buns are sold out. These 2 steamed buns are reserved for Nim. Quickly come over to eat. After eating we will go home. The woman's words were full of reproach, but the love in her eyes couldn't be hidden. She waved at the boy and handed him 2 large steamed buns as if offering treasure, while hiding a bun that was obviously smaller behind herself. But that child didn't answer at that moment, but instead looked at Jiang Chang with an almost pleading gaze, as if praying to him not to reveal what he had just begged for on the side. Jiang Chang's heart at this time was also a mixture of flavors. It was very bad. He opened his mouth, but found that he seemed to be unable to say anything. He felt into his pockets, leaving him with only $358, and he was now agonizing over why he'd converted most of his cash into a cold string of numbers inside a cell phone payment. He sighed and walked over to the boy, patting him on the shoulder with one hand and quickly placing the 358 pieces in the pocket of that school uniform with the other. Turning towards the woman in the bun store. Auntie, this is still, hi, child. He is not cowardly. After saying that, he left the scene by holding Xiaolament, who was obviously not looking very good either. The boy saw Jiang Cheng's figure getting farther and farther away. Then he breathed a long sigh of relief, just wanting to walk up. He felt as if something had fallen out of his pocket, as if he had bent down to see $358 just lying quietly on the ground. The kid picked the money up and looked up to look around. Where could he still see Jiang Cheng's figure? What are you waiting for? Give the buns to eat, or they'll get cold. The woman's call brought the boy back to his senses. Mom! The child clutched the money tightly in his hand and walked to his bakery with a smile on his face. This child, the next time you cannot go to someone's home to eat. Want to eat what? Well, to give this to do. Then I want to eat braised noodles tomorrow. I want to eat my mom you handmade braised noodles. Center. Mom, can you sew the pockets of my school uniform? It can't hold anything without sewing. Center. Mom, I said I told you to open a store here, right? I've seen it all. A kilometer radius of our family esteemed bread store miles. Yes, or our children are smart. Our family will soon be able to live a good life. Chapter 79. A little head sensitivity hair. Jiang Chang and Xiaolament walked slowly down the street. The atmosphere around them was unusually heavy, as if there was an invisible layer of haze covering them. Neither of the two spoke, just walking forward in silence. And the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was heavy, with only a few occasional sporadic pop-ups floating past. Key in the eye. Kill me without the emotional knife. Tonic. I'm just a cow horse with a monthly income of 3,000. Can Tonic knife me again? I'm wrong. I'm guilty. I can't believe I'm the first to speculate with malice, although the front is mindless action is a bit presumptuous. But in the end, when Jiang Chang will be on the body of cash or secretly put into the boy's pocket, I just want to say, enough man, did not lose a share. Count on it. Chang, did we do something wrong? Xiaolament's soft voice broke the oppressive silence, and her words carried a hint of self-reproach and confusion. When Jiang Chang heard these words, he also stopped in his tracks. He was silent for a while, then slowly raised his head and looked towards the sky that was somewhat dimly lit by the city lights, a hint of complexity in his eyes. Yes, it was done wrong, and I think I was sick, by and large, to have begun to care only for the surface of things. Jiang Chang's tone was filled with self-deprecation. Ever since crossing over to this world, it seemed that his journey had been too smooth, so much so that it had caused him to unconsciously and gradually develop the habit of judging whether something was good or bad based solely on his own subjective thoughts, causing him to forget that the world was never a simple black and white model, but interspersed with a delicate gray. Jiang Chang now profoundly understands the truth that this world has its own operating laws, and does not revolve around him alone, and the development of all things cannot be completely in accordance with his personal subjective vision to advance. Alright Sheetsy, don't be sad. When we go back at night I'll contact the assistant that the company has arranged for me, and ask her to contact the family of that kid just now. I want to sponsor him to go to school until he graduates from college. Xia Lamentable sniffed and gently nodded. The lost look on her face due to self-blame finally dissipated a few points at this point. By the way, Xiao sure, I haven't even asked what your family does after all this time. When I asked before it was directly brushed off by Ruowei, and the other day that Fu Bo called you miss when he saw you. You wouldn't be the daughter of a top family, would you? Jiang Chang found a topic to talk about, trying to use it to make Xia Lament forget about the negative emotions that the incident just brought to her. It proved to work, and when Jiang Chang had just asked, Xia Lamentation fell into deep thought. I am not very clear. It seems that there are only dozens of companies. I do not know how many. Chun, you are interested in waiting for me to go and ask Uncle Fu tonight? No,
Don't bother Uncle Fu is old man.
Listening to Xiao Lament's words, Jiang Cheng hurriedly spoke out to interrupt her this idea that seemed incomparably dangerous to him.
If this is known by that Fu Bo, that's not good.
May think that he is in the intention to inquire about the situation of Xiushir's family, which does not properly appear to be his own, has always been to the gentleman as a person is in the plotting of mischief. I, Jiang, multi-talented, have the system, aspire to excel. How could Makoto be that kind of person?
Soft rice? I don't eat anymore.
He hurriedly found a new topic to use to reattract Xiao Lament's attention.
Then what's the name of the company you're working for now?
Shizuku. It's also your own family.
Xiao Lamentable sniffed and just opened his mouth to speak.
But he was interrupted by a sudden sentence.
Kind brothers and sisters, can you give me some money?
My sister is sick and needs money for her operation. A subtle yet with a few timid feeling voice sounded beside the duo, and they subconsciously looked at the voice, only to see a little boy standing there. That little boy was a bit skinny, like a weak bean sprout. His body was dark and tanned, and his clothes were slightly tattered. Even some parts of his body were exposed. Looking at this somewhat familiar scene in front of them, the duo couldn't help but freeze, a feeling of déjà vu instantly coming over them. Xiao Lament turned her head once again to look at Jiang Cheng, and shifted her attention back to the little boy.
Jiang Cheng's brows also frowned once again.
It wasn't because he felt that the little boy in front of him was a liar. On the contrary, if the skills provided by the system were not a problem, the child in front of him was truly in a state of chronic malnutrition, and his mental state was also extremely bad, with some residual marks on his body from a long period of beatings.
Little friend, what's your name? How old are you? You just said your sister is sick. What kind of sickness? Can you take my sister for a look? Xiao Lamented gently squatted down,
tenderly touched the little boy's dirty hair.
There are some stains on it,
but Xiao Lamented did not care at all, as if for those who do not care about the appearance of a smile on the face of the other side. Jiang Cheng first opened his mouth when he saw this, then he couldn't help but want to give himself 2 slaps. Perhaps he really was sick, and it wasn't light. He crouched down as well and ran his hands gently over the bruises, and he could feel in them how much pain the young boy was in from this level of beating. Perhaps it was because Xiao Lianxia's spring-like smile warmed him, or Jiang Cheng's empathetic look when he looked at the scars on his body, or some other reason. The little boy looked at the two of them for a while after half raising his head, and opened his mouth as if he had decided something.
Pretty sister. My name is Xiaotao. My sister is Xiao Yu.
She has a very serious disease. The doctor uncle said it needs a lot of money to be cured.
My home is not far ahead. Do you want to go with me?
After hearing the little boy's words, Xiao Lamentable's gaze turned to Jiang Cheng beside him.
Jiang Cheng, on the other hand, looked back at Xiao Lament with a sincere smile and nodded slightly. Immediately, Xiao Lamentation stood up, took one of the little boy's hands, and softly said to him, "Then let's get going." The little boy was first stunned. In his eyes, Xiao Lament's figure at the moment as if instantly much taller, like a light shone into his dark world. Aha! He nodded heavily, and then led Xiao Lianxian forward. Not long after, the figures of Li Yifan, Xiao He, and Chen Zhiqian appeared here.
Chen Zhiqian looked at this moment and began to shake his head frantically in all directions, as if he was looking for something. Li Yifan revealed a trace of doubt. He rushed to the side of Xiao Yi's body, came to his ear and said softly, "I don't think we just ordered mushrooms for dinner, did we?" Listening to Chen Zhiqian's words, Xiao Hyuk also showed a rare thoughtful look, and in a few moments, he turned his head to look at Chen Zhiqian.
Probably, I don't think so. Or maybe the skewer he ate was undercooked?
Chen Zhiqian nodded rather convincingly at his words,
indicating that he had a point, and Li Yifan turned around and shook his head more and more frequently. That speed is so fast that if Louis XVI and Melody Emperor saw it, I am afraid that they could not help but praise head sensitivity hair a little. Soon, this seemingly implausible and not at all ordinary performance art came to a halt, not because he gave up, but because it was spinning so fast that he threw up. Li Yifan, who had been half kneeling on the ground and dry heaving for a while, only had one thought inside him at the moment. He had, missed it again. Chapter 80. Mr. Lu Sun was right. Capital of a country. Xiaobai pulled out a cigar from the cigar box on the bedside, lit it and took a light drag, but before he could enjoy it, he hastily snuffed it out under Ning Shiwan's smiling but very oppressive death stare. Ahem, so what daughter-in-law? Would you believe me if I said it seduced me first? Xiaobai looked at Ning Shiwan with a face full of currying favor and tried to explain. Ning Shiwan didn't make a sound. She just looked at him quietly and raised her eyebrows slightly. Cough. Oh right Shiwan na. What's the script you arranged for that kid Jiang Cheng? How come you're even hiding it from me? As soon as she heard this topic, Ning Shiwan was instantly attracted to it. Oh, that actually it's nothing, just want to see how he will choose when he is facing the gray side of the world. In front of the fork in the road of morality and law, Xiaobai sniffed and revealed a look of realization, nodding his head uncontrollably and mumbling, "Shiwan, you are really great. After a pause, he added, "It's getting late, let's take an early rest too." Looking at Ning Shiwan, who covered the quilt after answering the question, Xiaobai took a long breath and secretly celebrated, "Who so close?" As the streetlights lit on the side of the road became less and less, the darkness gradually spread. Xiaomen's heart could not help but be flooded with a trace of fear, which is the innate fear of human beings of darkness. Suddenly, she felt as if her other hand was being held, and she subconsciously looked back, only to see Jiang Chang giving her a big smile. This instantly put her at ease quite a bit. "Here we are, pretty big sister and this brother. This is my house." After some 7 turns and some more walking, Xiaotao stopped in front of a slightly dilapidated building. He pointed to the half-open door in front of him, and then pushed the door and walked in. This small building looked a bit out of place with the surrounding skyscrapers, like a skinny chicken standing in the middle of a flock of elegant cranes. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Jiang Chang wouldn't have thought that there would be such a building in the middle of this high-rise city no matter what. Faint lights lit up, and Xiao Lament and Jiang Cheng followed into Xiaodao's home to see the surroundings clearly. Cannot help but froze for a moment. This place is said to be a home, but it is actually a narrow room, because there is not much furniture, so it seems extraordinarily empty, and even the window next to it is glued on with newspaper, and on it you can faintly see the report of the success of the imperial capital's Olympic bid. The room was unexpectedly tidy. It was a small gutter not far from the side that was emitting an indescribably pungent stench, as if telling of the harsh environment. "Sister, brother is back. Are you feeling better?" As soon as Xiaotao entered the door, he rushed towards the only large piece of furniture left in the room, the bed, only to see that there was a pale little girl lying on it at the moment. The moment she heard the voice, the little girl strained to turn her head and forcefully sat up. Perhaps because of some excitement, she suddenly coughed violently. Seeing this, Xiaotao rushed forward to hold her up and gently patted her back. "Xiaotao is back. Have you eaten yet? If you haven't, bring Xiaoyu to Auntie's house to eat some. Jade will get better faster if she's full." The voice coming from outside the door made Jiang Chang and Xiao Lamentable sniff and look, only to see a plainly dressed older woman just walking in from the doorway. The older woman was also slightly stunned when she saw the well-dressed Jiang Chang duo. "And you two are?" While the older woman was talking, her footsteps didn't stop for a second, and she walked straight towards the siblings Xiaotao and Xiaoyu by the bedside, her eyes full of vigilance. "Auntie Lu, these two brothers and sisters are here to see my sister. They are not bad people." Listening to Xiaodao's explanation, Aunt Lu then slowly lowered her guard, her tense expression slightly relieved. "Auntie Fong is not convenient to ask Xiaodao's parents. How are not see them people Jiang Chang asked out loud after seeing Aunt Lu drop her guard. Alas Xiaotao, these two siblings are also really bitter children Their mothers suffered a change of heart in the past, went to his father. He took off. Aunt Lu's words were interrupted by Xiaotao before she could finish. Jiang Chang glanced at Xiaotao, who was obviously a bit agitated, and made a gesture towards Aunt Lu to go out and talk. Then turned his head to Xiao Lament. "Xiao, sure. You stay here and calm Xiaotao down first. I'll go out and ask this Aunt Lu something." Xiao Lament nodded, signaling Jiang Chang to go quickly, while he himself headed in the direction of Xiaotao's siblings. Alas, this is really sinful. Originally Xiaotao and the others didn't need to suffer these hardships at all. Some years ago, we were supposed to be demolished here. Aunt Lu's words were mixed with a hint of loss and remembrance, as well as indignation and sympathy, and that complexity was clearly displayed on her face. Later, Li Jiaqi, that is, Xiaodao's father, listened to the compulsion of his fox friends and felt that the price given by the developer was too low, so he resolutely disagreed to demolish it, which resulted in the demolition of none of our buildings. Jiang Chang was surprised to hear that there was such a hidden agenda. "Then you don't hate Xiaotao's family?" Hearing Jiang Chang's inquiry, Aunt Lu gave a bitter smile. "Hate? How not to hate? All of us hated at that time, hated that this family of theirs held all of us back." After this, Li Jiaqi began to drink heavily, and often hit Xiaotao and their siblings. Later on, he even sold all the things in the house, seldom went home, and came back to beat the siblings, and then we couldn't stand to see it anymore and reported it to the magistrate. But he was there to say that it was his own family matter, and that it was no one else's turn to be in charge of it. In the end, this matter was not settled, and now we have no choice but to help the siblings more often. But at this time, Xiaoyu got sick again. It's true that the hemp rope specializes in picking a fine place to break. Bad luck special looking for the bitter people Jiang Chang listened to the words of Aunt Lu, could not help but sigh. Originally waiting for the demolition of the original peacefully can become the first group of people to get rich, but by Li Jiaqi so a toss, all into nothing. When I was a kid my parents used to tell me not to hang out with my fox friends. I didn't know why, but now I can finally understand. It is suspected that both the fear of a brother having a hard time and the fear of a brother driving a Land Rover have been visualized. The famous philosopher Mr. Lu Sun once said that one can only earn what one knows. Mr. Lu Sun is right. Jiang Chang's side was still sighing with emotion, when suddenly, Xiao Lamentable rushed out from the room holding the little girl named Xiaoyu. Her face was full of anxiety, and behind her was Xiao Tao who had a panicked look on his face. It's no good, Chang. Jade, she suddenly has high fever and chills. What should we do? Chapter 81, Comrade, please stay. Just now, the room was originally still pacifying Xiao Liao Tao. Xiao Liao suddenly noticed that Xiaoyu had a face of pain, and her body was unable to stop the chills. Seeing this situation, she hurriedly reached out to touch Xiaoyu's forehead, and her hand was hot. She hurriedly picked up Xiaoyu and ran towards the door to seek a solution from Jiang Chang. Jiang Chang looked at the frail Xiaoyu in Xiao Lament's arms. The initial judgment may be pneumonia, but the specific type is unknown. Need to do further examination before, and the situation looks very critical. Call the emergency phone, is afraid that it is too late. He hurriedly checked the location of the nearby hospital on his cell phone, and then hurriedly took Xiaoyu from Xiao Lament's hands. Shy, I'll run to the hospital with her first. The words fell, and without waiting for Xiao Lament to respond, he darted out, while keeping Xiaoyu in a semi-recumbent position on his shoulder, with one hand still gently patting her back. Suwon was not as rich in nightlife as Star City, and people here rarely went out at night, so there was naturally little traffic on the streets. There was no other way, so Jiang Chang could only use his two legs to run forward as hard as he could, and in no time, he was stopped by the magistrate. Xiao Wang was patrolling the streets on his ride as usual tonight, and was expecting another quiet day until a dark shadow ran past his eyes, and when he took a closer look, he saw a man holding a little girl against him as he ran wildly down the street. Reporting to the captain. You may not believe me when I tell you, here's a man carrying a small child down the street in broad daylight, in the middle of the day, up to 25 miles per hour. The traffic sheriff's captain, who was on patrol at another location and had just stopped to take a sip of coffee to refresh himself, was so angry that his forehead veined up. Then why don't you hurry up and see what's going on? If the traffickers steal the kids and you let them go, you'll be waiting to come back for a promotion. When Xiao Wang heard the word raisin, he couldn't help but shiver, hurriedly shut down the communication, and twisted the throttle to catch up. Stay in front, comrade. Originally still running in the Jiang Chang heard this sentence, heart thumped. Bad. Big night to hear so familiar words, before hearing to stay on the real, stay on those people, now seemed to be in the sky to do the gods. So, without looking back, his pace quickened more and more. Xiao Wang saw himself shouted to stay back. The person in front of him not only did not stop moving forward but also dared to continue to escape, so he immediately turned on his police lights, intending to stage a wave of street police chases that only appeared on the big screen. When he saw the figure in front of him stop instantly after he turned on his police lights, the figure then surprisingly even ran in his direction instead. Instead of fleeing, the enemy dared to charge me? It looks like this third class is not going to happen today. Comrade, this little girl is sick. We need to rush to the hospital for treatment now. Before Xiao Wang could even get out of the car and set up a fighting stance, Jiang Chang had already straddled the back seat of his seat. Although the usual little Wang magistrate might be a bit unreliable, when he heard Jiang Chang's words and then looked at the slightly weakened child in his hands, he restarted the car while speaking into the intercom over his shoulder. Reporting to the captain. I am located at 749 Zhongshan Road. There is a person over here holding a sick child going to the hospital, requesting route guidance as well as traffic evacuation. With that, he lowered the goggles on his helmet and began to sprint forward. Zip, zip, zip. There was a current of electricity over the intercom, followed by the captain's voice in Wang's mouth. Asshole, you walked right past it. The hospital is on your right just now. In the end, Jade was carried to the hospital on the shoulders of two big men teaming up, and if it wasn't for the fact that Xiao Wan was wearing a sheriff's uniform, I guess someone would have to call the police by now. Thanks to Wang's advance notice, the hospital side has also received the news. The emergency room and medical personnel have long been prepared. The red light in the emergency room came on, and Jiang Chang and Magistrate Xiao Wang both sat down with a long sigh of relief at the moment. Have one? A candy stick with a strainer was handed to Jiang Chang. Thanks, but I don't suck. Jiang Chang politely refused. Xiao Wang smiled and didn't mind, then put the candy stick into his own mouth. No samk in the hospital. I do not know where suddenly appeared a nurse, eyes sternly staring at the small king magistrate. Little Wan was a little embarrassed, smiled twice, and under the nurse's gaze stuffed the candy stick back into the candy stick box again. Seeing this, the nurse nodded and then looked to the side at Jiang Chang. Comrade, how come you don't know anything but the little girl's name? What exactly is your relationship with that little girl? Xiao Wang questioned as he looked at Jiang Chang in front of him, who had no idea about the nurse's questions. He already had reason to suspect that Jiang Chang was a human trafficker hiding in the crowd. In the face of the double questioning eyes of the magistrate and the nurse in front of him, Jiang Chang let out a bitter smile and hurriedly explained the ins and outs of the matter to the two of them. After listening to Jiang Chang's story, Both Xiao Wang and the nurse couldn't help but feel a little saddened. The nurse didn't pursue any other questions. She just nodded towards Jiang Chang and turned to leave. Not a moment later, Xiao Lament and Xiao Tao appeared panting at the front door of the emergency department. Xing, how's it going? Hearing Xiao Lament's anxious inquiry, Jiang Chang was just about to open his mouth to answer, when a drop sound, clear and sudden, instantly attracted everyone's attention, only to see that the eye-catching red light above the emergency room had turned green, and at the same time, a doctor in a white coat walked out of the emergency room. How's it going, Dr. Uncle? My sister, how is she? Before the others could open their mouths, Xiao Tao, who was following Xiao Lament, couldn't wait to rush forward to ask, oh, the patient is out of danger, and can be transferred to the general ward later, thanks to the timely delivery. Otherwise there is a high probability of causing the patient to go into shock. The uneasy look on Xiao Tao's face when he heard the news finally dissipated, but before he could breathe a sigh of relief for too long, the doctor's next sentence made his heart sink and his mood become heavy again. By the way, this side needs your family members to hurry up and pay the fees, so that we can also arrange the follow-up rehabilitation treatment for the little girl. Uncle, can I ask how much it costs? Well, it's not much. I'm guessing it'll only cost about $4,000 total and Medicare will reimburse a good portion of that. Xiao Tao sniffed. His heart is like a big stone, more and more heavy. He is now not to mention his 4,000. Even 400 he cannot come out that little money, or he rummaged through the garbage cans to pick up bottles and begging with great difficulty to save down. But all of a sudden, he felt a pair of big hands on his head, and he turned his head to see that the big brother beside that pretty sister was now looking at himself with a smile on his face. Okay, doctor, we'll pay the bill later. Thank you, doctor. It should. That doctor left in a hurry when he finished speaking, and behind him the door to the emergency room opened again and a hospital bed was pushed out. Xiao Yu was lying quietly on it at the moment. Her previous expression of pain had long since faded, and at this time, there was a faint smile on her face, and it was unknown what she was seeing in the spirit world. Xiao Yu, take Tao over there for a bit. I'll go pay for the treatment. Jiang Chang whispered a few words in Xiao Lament's ear, then smiled at the few people and quickly walked outside. Magistrate Xiao Wang, who had been standing silently on the sidelines, pondered for a moment after seeing Jiang Chang's departing back, and then, he followed suit. Chapter 82, The Holy Sword. Hello, pay the bill. Jiang Chang had just sat down and uttered these words to the window when 2 red tickets appeared on the platform beside him. He turned his head suspiciously and saw that Magistrate Xiao Wan was standing behind him. Why, I'm not allowed to give some love too? Listening to the words of Magistrate Xiao Wang, Jiang Chang was first stunned, then smiled again. Soon after, the treatment fees were paid and a security motorcycle drove in from the hospital gate, followed by a man who looked like he was tall and handsome walking over towards Jiang Chang's side of the duo. Ha ha ha, Xiao Wang, tonight you did a very good job. The hospital side of the feedback I have heard, said you successfully guarded the people's personal safety, and so back to the bureau must be ruthless to give you a promotion. The Yingguo man laughed cheerfully as soon as he came up, and as he said so, he pounded Xiao Wang's chest so hard that Comrade Xiao Wang could not help but take 2 steps back. Stop hammering, Team Ken. If you hammer me a few more times I'll have to take tomorrow off again. Xiao Wang rubbed his chest and said with a helpless expression, ha 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 ha, can't help it, can't help it. The Hanyu known as Team Jean hurriedly withdrew his hand, still wearing a smile on his face. Afterward, his gaze went back to Jiang Chang who was on the side, and a hint of inquiry flashed in his eyes before he asked Xiao Wang, and this comrade is? Ahem, Ken, this is the one who brought the sick kid to the hospital. The enthusiast, right? Xiao Wang gave this statement after thinking for a while. Team Jean first highly praised Jiang Chang for this kind of good deed. After hearing this, then he asked Xiao Wang about the details of the incident. Upon learning the whole story, Team Ken was enraged. I make crypto coins. This kind of person is pure birth. This if put aside in the past labor encounter, this kind of thing I high and low have to treat and to eat nori egg flour soup. There is no vegetables and no flour soup kind. It was easy to see that the Jean team in front of me should have been transferred from the army, and still had that cynicism of a soldier in his body. Xiao Wang, you immediately go and make a call to Team Song of the Criminal Investigation Brigade. Ask him to find out where that son of a Li Zheqi is. Tell him that I'm the one who wants to find out, and I'll bear all the consequences. Xiao Wang looked at his own captain who was getting angry and nodded approvingly. He had wanted to do this for a long time, but before he was hindered by the fact that he was just a traffic magistrate or the most basic section officer. He just didn't have the channels and ability. Now that his captain had given the word, he rushed to the side, pulled out his cell phone and began to make contact. In a few moments, a cell phone was handed to Team Ken. Captain, Team Song said they wanted to talk to you in person. Team Jean looked up to meet Xiao Wang's helpless look, and he grunted as he took the cell phone from the other man's hand. Hey old Song, if you still remember our comradeship for so many years you should stop trying to persuade me. I won't be Jean Kai Lai if I don't beat that birth half to death today. You I say Lao Jin, you still have this temper after all these years, but I'm really not here to persuade you today. The one you're looking for, Li Jiachi, we've been looking for him lately as well. He's involved with a case and has just identified the location of where he is. Would you like to come and visit? Old Song's voice came from the other end of the phone, and as soon as Team Jean heard the news, his eyes lit up and he said 3 times in a row, then rushed outside. Xiao Wang immediately panicked at the sight and hurriedly followed suit. Cell phone, Captain. Cell phone. Holy sword. Jiang Chang looked at the back of the duo's departure, and after a moment of contemplation he also hurriedly followed them, while also using his cell phone to send a message to Xiao Lament, informing him of his movements. Xiao Wang had just stepped onto his security motorcycle when he felt a sharp sinking behind him, and when he looked back, he only saw Jiang Chang sitting on the back seat, looking at him blearily, and shrugging his head forward twice, which clearly meant that he was urging him to hurry up and start. Give me $50. Xiao Xiaodong extended his hand towards Jiang Chang. Jiang Chang was instantly confused. The expression on his face instantly turned into a black question mark face, full of doubt. What? Why should I give you $50? Riding a bike without a helmet is a 50 fine, don't you know? Xiao Wang said in a serious manner. Jiang Chang. In a roar, Xiao Wang drove his car, carrying Jiang Chang all the way towards the direction Team Jean had left. A Wuling God car had just managed to stop when the roar of a departing motorcycle caught up with it. The one just now. It's Jiang Chang. Yuan stared wide-eyed at the blurred back on the back seat of the motorcycle and asked the person next to him with a face full of astonishment. He had just received news that Jiang Chang had encountered some unexpected circumstances on his side, and that he didn't have enough manpower, so he might need to come over to preside over the situation as the top leader of the program at this stage. So, without a moment's delay, he rushed over with his manpower without stopping, not realizing that just as he arrived at his destination, he saw someone who looked like Jiang Chang leave in the sheriff's car. Aha! That's him. The driver in front of him nodded affirmatively. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and go after him. Can't you see there's not a single camera on his side? So, the Wuling God car fiercely blasted the gas pedal, directly burned the tires to start, and chased after Jiang Chang in the direction he left. Crunching, an ear-splitting sound of brakes rang out, and Team Ken steadily stopped in front of an entertainment club called Heavenly Paradise. Looking at the opulent and somewhat extravagant building in front of him, Team Jean not only didn't have a heartfelt desire for it, but instead spat viciously at it with a face full of disgust. Before he could inquire within the location of Old Song and the others, another creak came. Captain, cell phone, mine. Xiao Wang just parked the car and jogged over towards Team Jin's position, his eyes fixed on the AP5 that Team Jin was holding in his hand. But at this moment, Team Jin frowned as he glanced at Jiang Chang who was following behind Xiao Wang, and then asked towards Xiao Wang with a slight drop of dissatisfaction. What's wrong with you? How can you ride a bicycle without a helmet? Go to the finance office and pay the $50 fine. Jiang Chang. Okay, Captain. No problem, Captain. Can I have my cell phone back, Captain? Xiao Wang quickly nodded his head as if pounding garlic. He was afraid that the captain would get angry and accidentally drop his third cell phone again. Jin Team sniffed, then remembered that his hand is still holding Xiao Wang's cell phone, and then remembered that he is here to look for Lao Song. He hastened to the surroundings of the round. See, not far away a plainclothes dressed person at this time is waving to them. Seeing this, he handed the cell phone in his hand back to Xiao Wan while pulling him towards the other's position. Well, can I come over? Listening to Jiang Chang's words, Team Jin paused for a moment, turned his head to take a closer look at Jiang Chang, and then nodded. So the three men walked together towards the location of the beckoning man. Just as he walked up to where the other side was, he heard a voice coming through. No. Are you two wearing those uniforms because you're afraid people won't know the sheriff is here? Chapter 83, Vow to be at odds with gambling and drugs. No. Are you two wearing those uniforms because you're afraid people won't know the sheriff is here? Song Team looked at that heavily armed Jin Kailai and Wang, full of helplessness, tone of voice with deep speechlessness. Immediately, his gaze went back to Jiang Chang who was following behind the duo. Lao Jin, look at this comrade. People know how to come in civilian clothes. How come you, an old man, can't adapt at all? Jin Kailai smiled awkwardly at his words, then quickly took off the uniform on his body while explaining to Team Song. This time it's my negligence. It's not that Li Juchi is so bored that I'm all pissed off. Oh, also, this comrade is just an enthusiastic member of the public, not someone from our inner circle. Team Song nodded after hearing this, and after taking another look at Jiang Chang, he didn't say anything more. A few moments later, after Team Song and Team Jin had discussed in low voices, they then intended to start moving action. But just as they lifted their legs to leave, a crunch sounded again. A Wuling God car stopped steadily beside them with a handsome drift. With a clattering sound of the car door opening, Yuwen's figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Quickly, is the machine ready yet? If it is, hurry up and turn it on. Check if there are any problems with the live connection. If not, I'll count to 3. 3, 2, 1. Turn it on. With Yu Win's command, the cameras officially started running, and then the crowd was just so watery all on TV. It's great that it's Jiang Chang. One day without seeing you is like 3 autumns. You know how much I missed you. It's broken. The upstairs is from Heavenly Palace. Let's just say Makoto, take care of yourself. What's going on here? Why are there so many people? All men. Can't be some weird party. Count me in. You're not allowed to go to the Eagle party. No, L. If I'm not mistaken, that's a sheriff's uniform in the hands of the younger one, isn't it? That seems to be next to the Heavenly Palace, one of the most famous entertainment centers in Suzhou and Hangzhou, combined with the magistrate's uniform. It's a vice raid. See? Team Song stared dumbfounded at the camera that was working in front of them and asked Team Ken in a tone of disbelief with a face full of shock. Lao Jin, I know you're cynical, but what are you doing inviting a reporter here? Afraid that Li Jechi doesn't know we're going to get him, right? I didn't realize that you, Lao Jin, a thick-browed old thing, had been corrupted too. Go go go. What kind of bull ***** is this? What's it all about? I didn't find these guys, Team Jean hastily retorted with a look of injustice. Then, as if something had suddenly occurred to him, Team Ken jerked his head around to look at Xiao Wang. No, Captain, why are you looking at me? A little minion like me. Even if I want to find a reporter, they won't necessarily care about me. Team Ken nodded thoughtfully at that. It seemed to make sense. I'm sorry, but if nothing else, they should be here to shoot me. Seeing this, Jiang Chang took the initiative to step forward and explain to the crowd, and after finishing, he bowed deeply towards the magistrates present with a sincere face, once again sincerely apologizing. It's not a matter of discussing who's right and who's wrong now, since our friends in the media have started filming now. Stopping it again will no longer help. Everyone give uniforms to put on. The plan is temporarily changed, and will rush in directly to use forced arrest action. Attention! Our only target this time is Li Jechi and his accomplices. Don't disturb the rest of the crowd's normal life, okay? Move! As soon as the words left their mouths, the heavily armed magistrates, like well-trained warriors, rushed towards the door of the Heavenly Palace in unison. Voodoo fun. I seem to have, maybe, accidentally, created a big hotspot. Looking at the crowd that rushed in, Yuan couldn't help but mutter. Then a look of excitement appeared on his face. It was all merit that such a big hotspot had come out during his presidency of the big picture. In the past, he could only look up to a director like Li Xia, but nowadays, when he sees a director of this level again, he can confidently say out a sentence, he can take his place. When the lobby manager of the heavenly room began to see a large group of people toward this side of the time, the heart of a happy thought it was a big business thinking of today's commission can become more. The face of the smiler almost grinning to the ears, but he didn't wait for him to be happy for long. When he saw the uniforms that the crowd was wearing, as well as the fact that they had cameras behind them, his face instantly collapsed, and his expression was like that of a frosted eggplant. Goo, if it isn't Comrade Sheriff, what brings you here today? The lobby manager greeted them, a smile piling up on his face again, while the hand behind his back quietly gestured towards the two greeters, a man and a woman at the front desk, who looked at each other. Goo, my stomach hurts. Xiaolin, you take over here first. I'll go to the restroom. The male welcome guest covered his stomach and shouted in a fake manner. Then he quickly retreated back. Looking at the retreating figure of the male welcome guest, Team Song couldn't help but snort coldly. Poor acting. But at this point he wasn't poking him either. He knew what he was going to do and he couldn't stop it. Team Jean was about to make a sound, but Song grabbed his hand, and he turned his head suspiciously, only to see Song shaking his head at him. Seeing this, Team Ken could only let out a long sigh of helplessness and didn't say anything more. The reason he's working as a traffic sheriff now is because of one little caper. Seeing that his old friend had calmed down, Team Song then loosened his grip on him. Then with a serious expression, he pulled out an arrest warrant from his pocket and flashed it towards the lobby manager. We have definite information that several suspects are operating in your area at this time, and we need to go in and arrest them. The lobby manager looked at what the other party pulled out. A look of disbelief appeared on his face, and then he looked at the camera behind them. He didn't know what to do for a moment. Stop tomorrow. I guess the store will have to be on the rule of law news. Not stopping tomorrow. There will be a bunch of people who will be on the rule of law news. Well, just then, a cough suddenly came from behind him. The lobby manager sniffed and looked, only to see that the male welcome guest had gone and returned at some point. Goo, since the formalities are complete, we as a law-abiding enterprise should of course cooperate fully. Check where the people the comrades of the sheriffs are looking for are, and then bring them there. No, just tell us the location and we'll go ourselves. As soon as the lobby manager's words fell, Team Song directly opened their mouths and rejected his arrangement. The lobby manager first froze for a moment at his words,
and then continued to say to that Aben with a smile on his face, "Do you hear me? Don't look into it yet. I'll have to deduct your bonus if you delay the comrade sheriff's arrest." A short while later, the male greeter named Ben slowly raised his head and looked at the people in the hall. "Got it. The guys upstairs in 404. Team Song sniffed without saying too much and waved his hand to signal everyone to move forward, pausing for a moment as he passed next to the welcome guest named Ben. "Can you inform what made you solve the problem of your upset stomach in just a few minutes?" When Aben heard that, his heart violently thumped, and the expression on his face instantly became a little unnatural. Then he hurriedly lowered his head and stammered, "I'm sorry sir, I'm not really sure, it's supposed to be an 8. Team Song nodded without saying too much and stepped forward. It wasn't until after Team Song and the others had all gotten on the elevator that Ben raised his head, but that look of obsequiousness was long gone. Chapter 84, Behave Yourself. Don't lose face. Captain, why didn't we stop that man when he left just now? On the elevator, Xiao Wang asked the question in his mind towards Jean Kailai. Jean Kailai paused, he looked at Xiao Wang. The other party's eyes were filled with doubt, but Jean Kailai didn't answer him positively. He just shook his head. "Wait until you know later." Jean Kailai patted Xiao Wang's shoulder and said in a serious tone, "Stick to a point." Xiao Wang wanted to continue to ask something, but the elevator had already reached the 4th floor, and with a ding, the elevator door slowly opened. Then, Jiang Chang, who was surrounded by the magistrates, was dumbfounded, his eyes wide with disbelief, because here, he saw someone who was completely unexpected to him. Holy, Director Li Xia, who was outside the elevator door, looked at the large group of people wearing magistrate uniforms in front of him, and then took a look at Jiang Cheng in the midst of the crowd, as well as the extraordinarily eye-catching video camera at the back of the crowd, and suddenly his entire body went numb. He panicked and hastily looked up to the ceiling, muttering under his breath, "The moon is so full today nah. Who is Director Li? Who are you and who am I? Good night family." After saying that he was going to walk aside, at this time the crowd also walked out of the elevator. Jiang Chang rushed to the crowd once again, sincerely apologized, and then let the camera brother to follow the Song team. He turned toward the direction of the departure of Director Li chased the past. Team Song looked at Jiang Chang's departing back and didn't put a stop to it, but instead waved his hand at the crowd around him, signaling everyone to head towards where Li Juchi was. There was a click. The sound of the room door closing rang out. Jiang Chang looked at Director Li in front of him, who had his back turned to himself, and slowly walked up, gently patting Director Li's shoulder. "What's going on Director Li? What are you running for? Did you get the followers behind you?" Director Li's question made Jiang Chang a bit incomprehensible for a moment, but he answered truthfully, "No." Director Li sniffed and quickly turned his head to scan the area, and after seeing that Jiang Chang's behind was indeed empty, he only heard a snap. Director Li unexpectedly knelt directly in front of Jiang Chang. "Jiang old brother just now there are many people outside. Brother here to you on his knees. You later must not say just now that the person outside is me or else that tigress in my house will have to peel my skin. Skinned and rolled in grass." This time it was Jiang Chang's turn to numb. He completely did not expect Director Li to come to such a thing. For a time some overwhelmed. "But, I know what you're worried about. When the time comes, you can just claim to the public that you chased after me and found that it wasn't me personally, but just someone who looks extremely similar." Director Li hurriedly interrupted Jiang Cheng's words, and while speaking excitedly, he stood up, and also reached out and lifted Jiang Cheng's hand, holding it tightly in his own palm, his eyes looking at Jiang Chen without blinking, and those eyes were full of expectation. "Is that good?" Looking at Jiang Cheng's difficult expression, Director Li gritted his teeth as if he had made a great determination. 10% more on your notices. Geez, it's not the reason for that, it's mainly because I'm a natural liar. Add another 10%, and 20% for both you and Xiao Lament. I'm all for a little lie. Soon, the two of them walked out of the room one after the other, and after making sure that there was no one around, Director Li sneaked towards the safe passage, with that cautious look, just like a thief. Jiang Chang, on the other hand, walked towards room 404 where Li Juchi was, just around the corner. I saw that at the entrance of 404, the big brother of the followers was standing there, being asked to wait outside the door and not to go in to film because the content inside was too illegal. Jiang Chang had just continued to walk a few steps forward when suddenly, a few cries of alarm came from the front, while a figure rushed out from the doorway of 404. Only the figure's hands were handcuffed behind his back, but even so, he was still running wildly towards Jiang Cheng's side as if he was mad. The situation was like an out-of-control beast, and the speed was quite fast, and also in the door waiting for the cameraman stumbled. The cameraman had been fully concentrated on guarding there. Cold suddenly by such a collision, the whole person fell back a few steps. The hands of the camera almost did not hold steady. "Stop, don't run." A few more magistrates leapt out from the doorway, shouting loudly as they fought their way toward the fleeing figure. Jiang Chang at this time only felt a burst of speechless. He did not know why when chasing people must shout stand still. He has decided to run. How can he still stand still? Unless you pull out the truth is more or less. That can be really stand still. Although he was spitting in his heart, Jiang Chang's body still honestly leaned to the side. The fleeing figure saw that the road in front of him became unobstructed all of a sudden, and was overjoyed. The look as if he had already smelled the breath of freedom in advance, and the steps under his feet became even faster, just like a gust of wind rushing forward. Pop zzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz
Chang saw this and silently withdrew the foot he had just extended. It's appearing. The golden right foot. Spirit, don't lose face. Good Jiang Chang. I thought at first that Jiang Chang was afraid and was going to let that criminal run. Report a hint that I was wrong about him. Great, it's a golden right foot. There's hope for our national soccer team. Upstairs, do you believe that the national soccer team can win the World Cup in your lifetime, or do you believe that I am Qin Shi Huang? I don't even believe it, because I'm really Qin Shi Huang. Comrade, thank you. The magistrate who caught up with him saluted at Jiang Chang, who hurriedly waved his hand back and forth with a humble smile on his face. You're welcome, it's just a favor. But then, Jiang Chang froze. Ding! Detected that the host has shown his courageous and warm-hearted side to the whole network audience, and received the reward, lone courageous one, who says that only those who stand in the light are considered heroes. Reward, professional level calligraphy. No Wang Shiji, kid, it's okay, I'm just asking if you know. He's not something you can touch now. This has not appeared for a long time. The system, cold, suddenly appeared. Really let Jiang Chang some unexpected. These days the system has not moved. He almost suspected that the system is not a fault. Hang it. System, I'd say the author forgot I existed. Wouldn't I? Feed me peanuts. However, Jiang Chang quickly adjusted his mindset, and with his professional grade acting skills, he collected the frozen expression he had just worn without moving. 2 more goodies for nothing. Today was a good day. A short while later, Team Song and Team Jean also came out from the doorway of room 404, and both of them let out a long breath of relief when they saw the figure that had been racked up from the floor. After hearing that it was Jiang Chang who stepped in to help stop the man, Team Song couldn't help but take a few more glances at Jiang Chang, and that gaze carried a few moments of appreciation. Captain Song, Captain Jean, how's it going? Did you catch that Li Juchi yet? Hearing Jiang Chang's inquiry, Captain Jean smiled, then pointed his finger at the figure behind him who was being carried over in a frame. He is. Jiang Chang sniffed and looked back, and it was only then that he carefully saw the figure's true appearance, only to see its dark circles under the eyes, like a long time have not slept well, as if body shape is also a little thin, as if a gust of wind can blow down. The face is incomparably pale, through an unhealthy gray-white color. Look at the state is extremely poor. Could this be him? Jiang Chang had a vague guess in his heart, but he was not too sure, so he tentatively asked. That's right, it's sucking. We've already called our colleagues from the D-Watch team to come over. Oh yeah, and later on our law enforcement recorder will run out of power, and this camera of yours will need to be turned off as well, so it can't film our colleagues. Team Song said to Jiang Chang with a serious face, at the same time giving Jiang Chang and Jean Kailai a meaningful look, which seemed to hide some unspeakable deep meaning. The cameraman behind him silently turned off the camera upon hearing this, and the live broadcast room was temporarily plunged into a black screen. It is well known that energy is conserved, and when the charge of the law enforcement recorder is gone, the electric baton will automatically be fully charged. What do you mean? Why did you close the camera? I haven't seen enough. Why can't you keep filming? Shut your anus upstairs and go do a search on why Narcdes can't be in front of the public eye before you speak. I'm sorry, I'm guilty. Salute. Chapter 85 Steaming out of steam. What are you guys doing? Tonic. You tonic over here. Li Juchi's eyes widened as he looked at the several big men who were getting closer and closer to him, shouting at the top of his lungs, his voice becoming smaller and smaller as a little bit of time went by. A moment later, Jiang Chang and Jean Kailai as well as Xiao Wang stood up and wiped away the sweat on their foreheads. At this moment, they all had a feeling in their hearts, a feeling that could not be better described with one word, cool. On the ground was Li Juchi, who had already been beaten up and bruised. Well, hurry up and pack. They're coming, Team Song said as he turned sharply and headed towards the elevator entrance. He was going to greet those colleagues of his. Kid, you're catching up. Those coming over later are the best of the best in our sheriff's system, Team Jean said to Jiang Chang with a smile on his face. After that he also lifted his feet and walked towards the elevator entrance. The pace seemed extraordinarily brisk. Thought it was the burst of release just now that made his mood turn pleasant. A few moments later, the elevator door slowly opened again, and a dozen or so men dressed in black sheriff's uniforms came out from inside, walking over with neat and powerful steps under the leadership of Team Song and Team Jean. Professional team. This word suddenly came to Jiang Chang's mind when he saw these people. Subsequently, those anti-D police began their own division of labor action. After some exploration, at the sign of the person leading their team, and then toward other floors in other directions scattered to explore. The action is rapid and methodical. Is this what you guys beat up? The man leading the team looked at Lee Juchi, who was like a bedbug on the ground, and asked Team Song and Team Jean, slander me ah, old Song he slandered us ah. Upon hearing this, Team Jean immediately exclaimed in an exaggerated manner, his face filled with an expression of wrongdoing. Lao Liang, what's with all that ah? Obviously when we came over they had already sucked high on their own where they were fighting each other, and this person was attacked by them in a group. It was only when we arrived in time that we were able to free him. The man known as Lao Liang nodded after hearing Team Song's explanation. All he wanted was a reason. After all, this kind of scum, he also hated to get rid of it, but their current law enforcement recorder was still in a state of full power. He was not good to do it just. Team Liang, major discovery. When the camera was turned on again, the heavenly world, which had previously been a vibrant place where everything was in bloom, had already been sealed with a large seal. Bin was standing behind the lobby manager watching it all, so unassuming that no one set their eyes on him. In a few moments, the staff of the heavenly paradise all retreated and did not release any harsh words. No? How come it's sealed? Then where am I going to find my 88th mechanic? It's just for show. It'll be back in no time. Post for proof. Don't believe the rumors. What's going on here? Jiang Chang, you're not doing anything right. And didn't you just see Director Lee inside? Where is he? Yuan looked left and right and didn't find Director Lee's figure, making him a little disappointed. Just now a program titled, #Surprise. The famous relationship variety show has unexpectedly turned into a large-scale pornography sweeping scene. The hashtag phrase crept up to the last place of the hot search list and is still slowly moving up. And there's one more. Hashtag the country's leading director is suspected to be present at a pornography raid. Hashtag also steaming. Trying to steam myself into the #1 hot search and a steaming. So now Yuan was playing a little game in his mind, thinking that if he could find Director Lee, he could take the opportunity to give him a good upper lip and diaphragm him, who told him to go behind his back to play alone, and even went to the heavenly world. He didn't even bring himself along. It's really intolerable. Oh, there is no Director Lee ah. Just the whole process did not see Director Lee. Before that I went up to see. That person is not Director Lee. Just a very similar looking people just. Jiang Chang was talking nonsense in a serious manner, and Yuan looked at Jiang Chang's face suspiciously, as if he wanted to see a hint of a break in it. A few moments later, he gave up. Jiang Chang's calm face and certainty of the look is not to say to him, what are you looking at? What I said is true. Whinny whinny. Just then, a distinctive grunt cut through the air and appeared in the crowd's ears. It was the legendary seat making an appearance, and then Director Lee jumped down from it as the crowd watched. I heard you chanting about me all the way over here. Stow you, let me come and see how it's going, Director Lee said as he patted the non-existent dust on his body. Watching Director Lee driving his precious donkey from another direction, Yuan was now completely convinced in his heart that what he had just seen in there should indeed not be Director Lee himself. With this in mind, Yuan hurriedly took 3 steps to get up. Goo, Director Lee, you finally come back. If you come back a little later, this program is probably going to fall apart. Now that you're back, we'll have a head start. You're back. We'll have a guiding light for the crew. No way. The situation is stronger than the people. Adhering to the idea that a great man can yield, Yuan decisively threw the previous idea of wanting to diaphragm Director Lee out of the sky, and directly rushed forward to open the dog-licking mode. Director Lee smiled and nodded his head. Looking at Yuan's loyal appearance, Director Lee decided, of course, to forgive him. After all, these days it is not easy to find young people like this cheap leather, and professional skills. Xiao Yu ah, I have been watching you since you were a child. Do a good job. In the future my position will be yours sooner or later. Listening to Director Lee's daily pie painting, although Yuan's heart was already full of disgust, he still pretended to look flattered on the surface. It's all because you taught me well, Director Lee. The duo then began to commercially blow each other off to the side, causing Jiang Chang, as well as the audience in the live broadcast room, to fall collectively silent. Now that's a veteran actor. 2 people must have 800 hearts and minds combined. The old me didn't give a damn about these conversations. Now I take my notes and study them frame by frame. Ahem. A cough from Jiang Chang interrupted the duo who were commercially blowing each other off, as he saw Team Song and Team Jean walking towards them at the moment. Comrade Jiang Chang, I call you Xiao Jiang should not be a problem. Tonight is thanks to you ah. Otherwise by Li Juchi fled to the eyes of other people or escaped. That would be a bad thing. Team Jean was the first to open his mouth, still with the same big-headed nature, and while speaking, he habitually raised his hand, wanting to reach out and whack Jiang Chang in front of him again. But Jiang Chang wasn't Xiao Wang.
He slightly sidestepped and dodged Teen Jin's sandbag-sized fist. Teen Jin's punch was empty. The whole person stumbled forward a few steps due to inertia. He glanced at Jiang Chang with a surprised face. Then a trace of a different luster emerged vaguely in his eyes. Put away your ideas. Trying to fool people again, aren't you? As if he knew Jin's little mind, Song hurriedly spoke up to stop him, reaching out and pulling Jin back as he did so. Comrade Jiang Chang, on behalf of the Suang Security Bureau, I'd like to thank you for what you did, and will also present you with a banner for bravery and courage as well as a $500 bonus. Jiang Chang first gave a start at his words, then turned his head to look at Director Li. Director, this income, count it as earned from my work. Of course, elder brother Jiang, this is all earned by your ability. No one can say anything more. Director Li responded enthusiastically with a smile on his face. Yuan looked at Director Li suspiciously, and then looked at Jiang Chang. He seemed to smell a treacherous flavor. Chapter 86 I'm the man who's going to be the Director King. A donkey cart traveling on a quiet road. Jiang Chang carefully stowed the banner, which looked a little rough in texture, and then baby-like stowed the $500 bonus in his pocket. There is no way. A night through so many things, the previous gains are basically hitching a ride. This $500 for him can be considered a windfall. If you save a little, spend the next few days, can still steal a little lazy. Originally should be very spacious donkey cart, at this time slightly crowded. Sitting in the front position of the Yuan saw Jiang Chang, this look of wealth. Disdainful, skimmed his mouth, superficial. Smaller. This amount of money doesn't interest me at all. I'm the man who wants to be the king of directors. With great difficulty, he withdrew his gaze from Jiang Chang's side and turned his head to look at the 38th generation of Song Taizong's car skills. Director Li. Lead director tired want a drink of water need I come to drive a moment you to rest Jiang Chang in the backseat looked at Yuan's fawning appearance and also skimmed his lips, licking dog. If it wasn't for this, Yuan just had to say that he wanted to keep up with Director Li's pace, to fight in the same trench as Director Li, and refused to get into his own Wuling God car, causing the little donkey cart the duo was riding in to bear weight it shouldn't be able to bear at its age. Director Yu, I have a question I don't know if I should ask. Jiang Chang's voice suddenly sounded, immediately attracted Yuan's attention over. Yuan, full of suspicion, glanced at Jiang Chang as full of smiles, the heart suddenly thump, surging a kind of ominous premonition. In this moment, he thought of running through the pod as a child, of the burning sensation that came when he faced the sun directly. Think of the vastness of the oceans and the boundlessness of the universe. None of it was helpful, but after a brief moment of processing by his single-threaded brain, he subconsciously blurted out, then don't ask. Jokes. As the assistant director of the program, how could he not know what kind of person Jiang Chang was on the program? He and Shen Zhiqian, two people on the surface, look as if it is harmless, but in fact, that little mouth is like smeared with corkscrew. He opened the mouth that can still be good, maybe holding back what bad it, although he still didn't know exactly what Jiang Chang was going to ask, but in his opinion, as long as he refused, everything would be fine. Looking at Jiang Chang, who opened his mouth but ultimately didn't make a sound, Yuan couldn't help but secretly give a nod to his own resourcefulness in his heart. On the contrary, it was Director Li, who had been concentrating on driving, who heard the two of them going back and forth and skimmed his head curiously. Jiang Chang, what are you going to say? He doesn't listen to me. Oh, it's nothing really. I just want to ask Director Yu if this is the year of his birth? Jiang Chang asked the question slowly. The words had attracted Yuan, who had adamantly expressed his refusal at the beginning, and he looked at Jiang Chang with a skeptical expression, with a bit of shock in his tone. How do you know? Jiang Chang didn't reply. First he locked eyes with Yuan, then, his gaze gradually moved downwards, and finally it even stopped at the position of Yuan's buttocks. Yuan's first reaction when he saw Jiang Chang's gaze resting on his buttocks was the bad, non-tone. At the same time the hand went to her buttocks, trying to think of stopping this dangerous idea of Jiang Chang's. But soon, his second reaction became, when Jiang Chang appeared in the hospital again, the ward was already full of laughter, and Xiao Lianxia was making the two small children laugh in the ward. That crisp laughter seemed to have magic power, echoing in the ward, and even the crowd watching this scene in the live broadcast room couldn't help but have smiles on their faces. It's so cozy. Sorry, it's really so loving. If I could find a girlfriend like Xiao Lament, I'd be willing to drive a mansion and live in a villa. How is this even food? What a cozy scene. If only Jiang Chang was here, forming a family of 4 directly in place. Dash infidels, arch out. It's Big Brother Xiao Yu unintentionally turned her head. Her eyes caught a glimpse of Jiang Chang, who was standing outside the ward door, and even though her body was still a bit weak at the moment, and her face was still a bit pale, a look of surprise instantly surged on that small face. Seeing that his behavior of standing outside the door and peeking was discovered, Jiang Chang no longer hid and pushed open the door of the hospital room with great generosity. As soon as he entered, He placed some fresh fruit that he had just carefully selected and purchased downstairs on top of the cabinet next to the hospital bed.
Ah Chung, you're finally back. What took you so long? I almost fell asleep, Xia Lianxia said, while like a happy bird, naturally reached out to Jiang Chang. That intimate behavior is full of dependence and longing. Seems to have forgotten that there are people present at this moment. Jiang Chang didn't have too many words to explain, just gently touched her head. So sweet, it makes me want to fall in love just watching it. Come over here and move bags of cement. You won't want to after that. Or more bags if you still want to after that. How sweet. I'm like a sewer rat at the moment, peering through the cracks in the sewer at the happiness of others. Delete this comment, brother. I don't have any problem with it. Mainly because I'm afraid my friend will break the defense if he sees this pop up. Of course, delete or not delete as you like. Because I am not feeling, just for my friend to feel injustice. A short while later, amidst Showdown and Xiaoyu's laughter, Xia lamented as if she had suddenly come back to her senses. She blushingly loosened her hold on Jiang Chang and stood aside. Jiang Chang scratched his head and laughed innocently for a couple of times, then steadily landed his gaze on Xiaotao as well as Xiaoyu's siblings, his gaze deep and focused, his eyes full of seriousness and concern. Xiaotao, Xiaoyu, you want to go to school? Chapter 87. Buy you a good juice. Mr. Gao, Heavenly Palace has been seized. After the crowds at the heavenly abode had gradually dispersed, Aben stepped into a shadowy corner and, full of nervousness, reported respectfully to the other end of the line. Where's the cargo? The voice coming from the other end of the phone was ice cold to the extreme, without the slightest bit of emotion, just like the cold wind in winter, drilling straight into Bin's ears, making him shiver. The bean-sized beads of sweat kept dripping down his cheeks, and his voice stuttered. The goods were also seized, but it's all because the new ones don't follow the rules, and they've attracted the cops and are still running to our side. Silence, followed by a death-like silence. Only the sound of the slight fingers tapping on the desktop came out intermittently. Each tap was like a tap on Aben's heart, making his heart beat more and more rapidly, and he didn't dare to take a breath. Why don't you come over here first? I'll arrange for you to go to northern Maine to hide for a while first. You don't need to bring anything with you. Just come. Immediately, the phone was hung up. Beep beep beep. Busy sound in the ears of Aben kept echoing. Bing listened to that monotonous and ear-piercing sound for a long time, as if he had lost his soul. He stood dumbly in that dark corner. He clearly remembered that the last person who had been arranged to go to the north of Burma had since disappeared as if he had been vaporized, without any news. At this time, on the network, Jiang Chang and the Security Bureau in one fell swoop to ban the video of the heavenly world widely circulated. The video of the underground is full of enthusiastic netizens of the sincere blessing. Falling pile of Shanxi, Jiang Chang is still quite good. All of a sudden decided to subsidize 3 small children to go to school. Point of praise, squat follow-up. Thanks to Uncle Sheriff for seizing the Heavenly Palace and giving us a clear and sunny sky / crying. JPG, anyone knows Jiang Chang's location? I'd like to go and thank him face to face. Eagle White Hand, Jiang Chang, I wish you 3 days of success. I'll treat you to a nice juice. Low insurance and old man are lost. The comment section of this group of people I really do not understand. Why Jiang Chang has so much malice. I am not the same. I just want a Jiang Chang's address. A little bit of local specialties want to send to him. Minotaur Warrior, that's it. I really don't know why you guys are so malicious. Unlike me, I'm just happy because that place is closed. My wife came back early today. Just look at her like she's not very happy. The village's last deep love. The hustle and bustle on the internet Jiang Chang was unaware of. At this time he was on his way back to his small manor in West Lake. On the cold streets at night, a donkey cart was driving towards the West Lake district unhurriedly, and there were still 3 people sitting on the vehicle that carried 2 people. But this time the 3 people did not include Director Yuan. Because of certain force majeure factors, Director Yuan eventually got into his own Wulingshan car and left 1 step ahead. Makoto, Xiaolaman's soft opening drew Jiang Chang's attention, and the summer evening breeze gently brushed by, blowing up a few strands of her hair. What's the matter, Sachi? Jiang Chang had just finished speaking when he felt a warm breath approaching, followed by a soft touch landing on his cheek. This was the second time Xiaolaman had kissed her. He froze. There were no cameras following him at this time, but Jiang Chang still maintained restraint. After all, he hadn't had an achievement that was good enough to come up with, to face the fact that behind Xiao Lamentable there might be a behemoth-like family or force that existed. It's never because there's a Director Lee in front of it as a light bulb. Soon, the legendary car drove slowly into the small manor, and Director Lee said goodbye towards the 2 of them, and left towards the location where the program team was stationed. Jiang Chang looked at Xiao Lament, who was still waving goodbye to Director Lee, and couldn't help but smile and shake his head, and then naturally went up and held her hand. That action in a single motion. With a click, the manor's gate slowly opened, and inside, it was still a brightly lit scene, the bright light spilling onto the ground, transmitting a warm and cozy atmosphere. At the same time,
6 pairs of eyes also looked towards the gate in unison. Sorry, why are you so late? You've made us worry to death. Bai Ruowei's voice was the first to ring out as she spoke while pulling Suzuki forward quickly. Then she rolled her eyes as she caught a glimpse of Jiang Chang and Xiao Lament holding hands together. The sisters are here worrying about you, and you end up having a great time out there. You've done right by us, but as a good sister, of course she wouldn't blame this on Xiao Lament, so she decided decisively and turned her head to stare at Jiang Chang, those eyes full of anger. Jiang Chang looked at Bai Ruowei, whose expression quickly changed from happy to speechless, and then launched the gaze skill at herself again, and muttered in his heart, completely unable to understand how he had offended her again. It was only when he saw the other party's eyes move downward and land on the hands he and Xiao Lament clasped tightly that he reacted and hurriedly loosened his hands. Oops, report a hint, couldn't help it. Listening to Jiang Chang's words, Bai Ruowei couldn't help but reward him with a big blank stare once again. Lament, I'm sure you're tired now. Let's hurry up and get some rest. After saying that, Bai Ruowei pulled Xiao Lianxian and Suzuki towards the location of the room. Her heart now put back into her stomach as she worried about Xiao Lianxian, but curiosity was growing like a vine, growing wildly one way or another, and now she couldn't wait to ask them what they had been through tonight. Chang, then I'll leave first. See you tomorrow, good night. Xiao Lament, who was half pulled and half racked by Bai Ruowei and Suzuki, still didn't forget to turn her head and wave her hand vigorously towards Jiang Chang to say goodbye. It was only until those few figures disappeared around the corner that Jiang Chang withdrew his gaze and his equally waving hand. Makoto, how was your night? Did you have fun? With a derisive smile, Chen Zhiqian looked at Jiang Chang at the doorway. It was just that he completely failed to notice that the two beside him, Li Yifan and Lin Sini, were both looking at Jiang Chang with somewhat complicated eyes. Ahahaha, the moon is really full today nah. It's getting late, everyone go to bed early. Good night. Jiang Chang was as clear as a mirror in his heart, knowing that if he went along with the conversation, he would not be able to avoid being poked fun at, so he obviously didn't want to go deeper into this issue, snorted and wanted to hurry up and muddle through this matter. After saying that, he didn't look back and walked towards the location where his room was. The footsteps were fast and furious. After the two main characters that the crowd was waiting for left one after another, the atmosphere in the whole hall seemed to become much cooler all of a sudden, as if this lively party had dispersed, which was also a sign that this story-filled day had come to an end. Lin Sini took the lead and stood up. Her whole person seemed a bit silent. She didn't say anything, she just silently turned around and left the hall. That back figure looked actually a bit forlorn, and soon disappeared around the corner. It was only until Lin Sini's figure had completely disappeared that Xiao Hyuk came back to his senses as if he had woken up from a dream. He first subconsciously raised his hand and wiped the corner of his mouth, and after confirming that there was indeed no drool on the side of his mouth, he also stood up and left the spot. Chen Zhiqian looked at the departing crowd, and then looked at Li Yifan, whose face was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out of it. Although he didn't understand why Li Yifan had such a look on his face, he had always practiced the principle that it was better to do more than less, and felt that the less he knew, the better, so as to save himself from incurring unnecessary trouble. So, he waved his hand at Li Yifan and said with his mouth, "Then, brother Fan, I'll leave first, you also have an early rest." After saying that, he left the hall with quick steps as well, and in a short while, the sound of those footsteps faded away. A few moments later, after pondering in his mind for a while, Li Yifan slowly raised his head and looked around. At this moment the hall was empty, so quiet that only the sound of his own breathing remained. Getting up and leaving, he stopped outside a room. After taking a deep breath, he slowly raised his hand and knocked on the door of the room in front of him. Knock knock. Listening to the knock on the door, the three women in the room who had just sat down and hadn't had a chance to talk properly were first surprised, but considering that it was during the filming of the program, Bai Ruowei didn't think so much about it, so she got up and walked over to open the door. The moment the figure outside the door was revealed, Bai Ruowei first froze. "Can I come in?" Lin Sini's voice appeared at the doorway. Her voice was soft, but it still reached the ears of everyone in the room. "Is Sister Xine here? Come in." As soon as Xiao Lament heard that it was Lin Sini's voice, she immediately responded enthusiastically. Bai Ruowei listened to Xiao Lament's words, opened her mouth, but finally swallowed back the words that came to her mouth, silently gave up a seat, and also politely made a gesture of please. The other side. Jiang Chang had just returned to his room and was about to relax when he heard movement coming from in front of his room door. He walked over to open the door with a puzzled look and saw Li Yifan standing in front of his room door. His heart became more and more puzzled, wondering what kind of medicine this person was selling in his gourd. 500W. Li Yifan was the first to open his mouth, his eyes burning as he looked at Jiang Chang. His tone was that of a superior with a bit of unquestioning. "I'll give you 500W. Don't come near Xiao Lament again. You are not short of money. Not the family still owes the bank 500W.
As long as you agree to this condition, you can immediately pay off the debt. He felt that his conditions were generous enough. Anyone who heard it would probably be moved. After all, 5 million is not a small amount of money. Can solve a lot of thorny problems. Bang. Jiang Cheng didn't bother with more words, didn't even give him an extra look, and directly closed the door. That action was crisp and clean, not dragging his feet at all. Dong dong, cheerleading mascot of 2008 Beijing Olympics. The knock on the door behind him resumed, one that was a little more urgent than before. Jiang Cheng frowned and opened the door again with great reluctance, only to see that Li Yifan outside the door was currently looking angrily at Jiang Cheng, who appeared in the doorway. Good, you've successfully caught my attention. 1000 W. Plus I'll provide you with some career resources in the future. This is already my greatest sincerity. I hope you'll take it for what it's worth. Snort. Jiang Cheng first snorted at his words, then looked at Li Yifan with a teasing gaze. Yeah, Li Yifan. What? Li Yifan looked at Jiang Cheng with a puzzled expression. He didn't know what he meant by this. Yeah. Jiang Cheng closed the door once again after he finished speaking, while feeling a little unsettled in his heart. We need to pull more wool out of the system, or else no one will understand what we're doing, and that's no fun. Outside the door, Li Yifan saw that the door of the room in front of him was once again ruthlessly closed, so furious that his figure shook a little. His face reddened, and his veins rippled on his forehead. How dare you? He was completely enraged this time. He was conscious that he had already put his frame to the lowest level, and Jiang Cheng was still ungrateful, so there was no need to make a fool of himself. He turned around with indignation and left in front of Jiang Cheng's room. When the first rays of the morning sun poured in through the window, guess what? Jiang Cheng opened his eyes and woke up, and soon he learned the bad news from his brain. Sleep would not come. He didn't have the heart to get up from the bed, giving the pillow 2 slaps in the face in passing, and then, after he had shuffled around and cleaned up, he walked out. The summer mornings are still a little cool, and the breeze gently brushes through, making you feel extra refreshed. Jiang Cheng turned around in the manor, found that it seems like he was the first one out, upholding the principle of doing nothing to come to a game. Jiang Cheng took out his cell phone, opened a tense and exciting Pesticide King. In fact, Jiang Qingxin didn't want to play the game, just because there were still too many people in the canyon whose segments were lower than masters waiting for him to rescue them. With such a great mission on my back, I can't lose. Then, with the sound of All Out, Jiang Cheng's attention was fully focused on the game, and then a no-holds-barred battle in defense of both parents begins. You're always racing against knowledge, but knowledge never catches up with you. The only thing your head does is separate your 2 ears. There is only one person between me and you at this moment who is smarter than you. If I pour water in your ear, you might even have to say thanks for the refill. When I treat you like a human being, you try to act like one, okay? Jiang Cheng, this meal output. That can be the game rivals angry enough, but also the live broadcast to see him play the game of the audience to amuse. Pop-ups that called a hilarious. Who says our country doesn't have good rap? Doesn't it? It's early in the morning to witness a rising star of the rap world. Who said that this Jiang Cheng's quality is not high? This Jiang Cheng's quality can be too high. The whole without saying a swear word won the battle to decide whether the 2 parents can survive. The Jet Zone powerhouse is as terrifying as this. I'm blind. Is this World War II? Ask if you don't understand. Jiang Cheng even sprayed for so long. Mouth not why? Not mud? With a skillful mouth. My brother Cheng sprayed all the way from the confrontation path to the double path. And you ask him if his mouth is dry? Is that the point? Can only say good and the hall is empty enough? The manor's decoration materials are also sound-absorbing materials, or else on this tongue of Jiang Cheng's movement, this morning's tranquility can be completely broken. A few moments later, Jiang Cheng huffed and puffed as he looked at the word failed displayed on his cell phone's interface, forcibly resisting the urge to slam the phone on the ground. Gritting his teeth, he clicked the start game button again. Win one and I won't fight. But it's a well-known fact that you can't set a FLA before doing anything. So as Chen Zhiqian yawned and walked down the hall, he only saw Jiang Cheng, whose eyes were bloodshot, staring intently at the screen of his cell phone, his fingers still operating, and words of motivation for others popping out of his mouth from time to time. Chapter 88, Gathering 8 guests will summon the director. Build. With the sound of an exploding bass ringing in the cell phone, Jiang Cheng's face instantly turned red, completely red temperature. He was like a powder keg that had been ignited, and he broke right through his defenses and began to frantically feast in all directions, with all sorts of blessings pouring out of his mouth. When Chen Zhiqian saw this scene, he cursed himself in his heart. Why did you get up so early? Is it because the blanket doesn't smell good anymore? With this in mind, he planned to sneak away, thinking to leave this place of wrongdoing before Jiang Cheng noticed him. But before he could turn around, he met Jiang Cheng's gaze, and as the 4 eyes met, for a moment, the air seemed to freeze. Good morning, Makoto. Goodbye, Makoto. Chen Zhiqian reacted extremely quickly, and while saying that, He made a gesture to run, but just as he took a step, he felt as if a figure suddenly appeared behind him. He mechanically turned his head slowly, only to see behind him was Jiang Chang looking at him with a smile on his face. You must really want to play games now too, right? Ha slept so comfortably at this point Chun should still be awake. Pack up and go, call him to go. Xia lamented to wake up leisurely. She lazily stretched her waist, that soft posture in the morning sunlight more graceful. Then, she rose sharply. Her natural beauty didn't need to use too much powder to modify herself, casually changing her clothes and tying her hair up, after which she reached out and opened the door of her room, walking towards the location of Jiang Cheng's room. Makoto woke up so early today? Xia Lament looked at the wide-open door of the room, and a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. She looked in a few times outside the door to make sure that no one was in the room, and then walked in the direction of the hall. Just close to the hall position, heard the voice of Jiang Cheng came. The further she walked, the clearer the voice became, until Xia Lianxia stood at the connection between the hall and the corridor, and a bustling, lively scene called 100 competing voices appeared in front of her eyes. Chen Zhiqian's face turned red as he yelled at the top of his voice. 3 fights against 1 and still get countered. Can you guys play? Xiao Hyuk, also not willing to show weakness, followed and roared. Not the bottom of the cell. What strength do you have? Barking dog? Su Zd joined the fray, laughing softly and taunting. Can you do it, fine dog? Even Bai Ruowei, who had always been elegant in front of the screen, was infected by the abstract pomp and circumstance, and spoke out and began to mock. No apprentices. Of course, the main C position has to be Jiang Cheng, who is just as simple, but as we all know, in this situation, the fewer the words, the higher the mockery. The opposite side seems to be directly by this blow dry Tao heartbroken. Have copied the keyboard to join the new battlefield. You're losing your home? It's given. The game can be lost, but the man must be scolded back. A short while later, after the opposite side had all given up their resistance and joined in the cursing battle, Jiang Cheng and the others directly pushed the opposite side out with a wave. And looking at the word victory displayed on the screen, everyone put down their cell phones, with satisfied smiles on their faces. When Jiang Cheng, who had finally won a handful, was trying to stretch his waist, he glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw Xia Lament, who was standing not far away and was looking at the group of people on his side. He first froze, and then he quickly arrived in front of Xia Lament's eyes as if he had activated a curvature gas pedal. Good morning, Shy, Jiang Cheng said with a smile on his face, trying to cover up the crazy scene just now with this usual greeting. Looking at the Xia Lament in front of him as if he hadn't come back to his senses, Jiang Cheng pondered for a little while, then without changing his color or heart, without the slightest psychological burden, he opened his mouth again. Shy, you don't know, they are all a bunch of very bad people. I just went out and they dragged me here to play the game, and they were saying some strange things there, forcing me to join them reluctantly due to their intimidation. Chen Zhiqian heard, wide-eyed, that eyeballs are fast falling out, raised his hand trembling, pointing at Jiang Cheng. The mouth cannot help but open wide, half a day cannot close, open mouth sound but mute. The heart of 10,000 grass mud horse galloped past, let him brood fart, this is simply alarmist. Backward rake, inverted black and white. Compared to the Jiang Cheng in front of him, Zhao Gao is considered a sincere person. Bai Ruowei and Su Ziki sniffed but just skimmed their mouths and didn't say much. As soon as they came over they saw Chen Zhiqian struggling with Jiang Cheng in the canyon inside the hall, and having nothing else to do they joined in. Only to Jiang Cheng later that sentence 2 women said scoffed, just belonged to you. Jiang Cheng himself called the most joy. Xia Lamentable first reacted to what she heard. She gently shook her head, then looked at Jiang Cheng with a hint of a smile in her eyes. No, I just think you're so great, Cheng. Your language and logic are so clear. Crowd. So, is this a part of your poly? Ha ha ha, what a wicked move. Chen Zhiqian, what he said is all my words. Classic backwards. Chen Zhiqian directly cried in the toilet. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Cheng has once again told us the truth. If a man is shameless, he is invincible. This is the legendary lover's eyes, right? Even the other spraying people in their own eyes are able to talk. I was moved to tears. I decided to provide free services to the female university in the future. Don't be so embarrassed about the conditions upstairs. I'll be waiting for you in Tianfu. Xiao Hyuk didn't say anything. It wasn't that he didn't want to say anything, but his gaze was attracted by Lin Sini, who suddenly appeared in the field of vision. And for a moment, he felt as if his mood had been brightened by the sun. Only, when he saw Li Yifan appear behind Lin Sini, the smile on his face disappeared without a trace, and his brows furrowed slightly as a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. Get in the way. Xiao Hyuk's heart couldn't help but think darkly. After Li Yifan and Lin Sini arrived at the venue, both of them coincidentally glanced at the location of Jiang Cheng and Xia Lamentable duo, and then they sat on the sofa aside without saying a word. According to the rules of Love Complex, once all 8 guests are assembled, the director can be summoned. Sure enough, Director Lee refreshed right on time at the main entrance the first time everyone appeared in the hall. Good morning, everyone. Everyone looks like they're in good spirits, especially Chen Zhiqian over there. What's up with this? So excited to see me. How come they all look like they're going to smoke over? As the crowd listened to Director Lee's words, almost subconsciously, their gazes involuntarily looked in unison to where Chen Zhiqian was, only to see Chen Zhiqian, well, half of that pain in the ass look he just gave was faked in an attempt to get a little bit of topical discussion. I can't help it. If I don't find some wild ideas, the program's traffic is going to be divided up by other people. Then he's not on this program for nothing. Looking at Chen Zhiqian, who had already returned to normal, Director Lee took a long breath of relief. How he wished that God would give him a chance to start over. He said that he would never shoot a love synthesis. Ahem. Well everyone, a new day has come and gone, and as per our previous rules, it's now time for our rematching session. So please choose whether you were satisfied with your teammates' performance yesterday. Teachers, Chapter 89, you must win. Director Lee's words fell, marking the official opening of today's program flow. And right at that moment, the crowd received a message on their cell phones almost simultaneously. In a few moments, everyone looked up one after another, apparently having finished choosing how satisfied they were with the performance of their teammates yesterday. Not long after, a staff member came into the hall holding the old actor, a laptop computer. Soon, after a bit of pounding by Director Lee, a paper copy of the results was transcribed and held in his hands. Ahem. Then I will announce the results of the vote that was just taken. And the final result is, Director Lee purposely dragged out a long tone, and that sound echoed in the hall, while at the same time, his sly eyes swept over the 8 guests one by one like a scanner, purposely whetting everyone's appetite and creating an atmosphere of tension and anticipation. Rise and shine. Jiang honestly cannot stand it. Cinema drag, long sound drag, and endless This is 2.5 minutes is still dragging it. He directly stepped forward with an arrow, took 3 steps and snatched the result from Director Lee's hand in one go. The end result is that there are no teams both sides of the pitch are happy with. Jiang Cheng quickly read out the contents of the note, then walked back under Director Lee's sultry eyes. As soon as the results came out, all the guests had their own thoughts in their hearts, and the happiest among them belonged to Xiao Hyuk, who now had a 1 in 7 chance of forming a team with Lin Sinning again, which was simply great news for him. A new round of random grouping began with Director Lee looking at him with a grimace on his face. Group 1, Jiang Cheng and Xiao Lament. Director Lee announced loudly. Jiang Cheng listened to the results. A time is still a little confused. The heart straight to mutter, what is going on? How this first on the biggest suspense to draw out. The main character should not be the finale. Yeah, Xiao Lamentable cannot care about these. As soon as he heard the grouping results, directly happy jumping to Jiang Cheng's side. Although Jiang Cheng didn't know what the program group was thinking, this result was really satisfying to him. The front of the lead director also wondered. Today this random match can be really pure random. In order to ensure fairness and impartiality, the software has been changed. I did not expect a moment to reveal the biggest suspense. This can be a real blunder, but nerdiness aside, the process goes on, and soon the grouping results came in. The second group was Su Zishi and Li Yifan. The third group was by Ruowei and Chen Zhiqian, and Xiao Hyuk also formed the fourth group with Lin Sinning, the goddess of his heart. Director, I'm not satisfied with the results of the group and apply to form a separate team. As soon as the results of the grouping came out, Su Zidi opened his mouth loudly in the crowd and spoke his thoughts. Other guests heard. Eyes or swish looked over. The crowd of Li Yifan at this time as the face has become very wonderful. A moment of red and a moment of purple. Shame. This is a complete and utter disgrace to me. Mr. Li, Su Zishi. Right. Good. Very good. A little nobody rejects me. Do you really think I'm a soft touch? You'll see if I'm going to fix you or not. Ha ha. Of course you can. The best thing about me is that I respect women's choices. Li Yifan's face, however, was still trying to maintain a smile on his face, only that this smile seemed so hypocritical to the discerning eye, and the corners of his mouth were twitching uncontrollably, and that subtle movement was mercilessly highlighting the unease in his heart at this time. Hypocrisy. Su Zishi once again silently thought the word in her heart as she looked at Li Yifan's fake smile, and her heart was filled with disdain. Anyone else dissatisfied with the current teaming mechanism? You can randomly match again if you have one. Lee director saw the scene instantly. A tendon became 2 plugs. Originally at the beginning of the edition of this article just to have a bottom, because the general public will not directly and openly express dissatisfaction. But what he forgets is that no one on this show seems to be average. After asking for the 3rd time and still no one answered, Director Lee reluctantly announced that the team had failed and Su Zishi and Li Yifan would participate in today's recording session as an individual team. The hall was calm, but after making such a mess, the fans in the live broadcast room were not happy on the spot, and they all started to unleash their born lover's ability on Su Zishi, with all sorts of vicious comments coming in like a tidal wave. Strong girl, What gives you the right to reject our family fanfan? It looks like she's trying to rub our family fanfan's nose in it by means of rejection. So don't billion. Sisters, come with me to burst this Su Zixi Sina and teach her a lesson. 9910. She Su Zixian by what right to reject Li Yifan? But first say goodbye. Rejected Li Yifan. Cannot reject me again, Ang. Did something weird get mixed in? The crowd present was still unaware of this bloody storm that had been set off on the internet. And at this moment, the crowd's eyes were all on Director Li's body. Ahem. As I'm sure you've all seen, we didn't conduct a job extraction exercise today because after our thoughtful consideration, we felt that the variables involved were a bit high. When Director Li finished speaking and paused for a moment, the crowd's gazes went to where Xiao Hyuk was for a couple more glances. That's why the program has decided to still provide the ingredients for you guys to cook your own meals. Of course, it's fine if you want to go out to eat, but you'll have to figure it out on your own money-wise. As the words fell, Lin Sini and Li Yifan hadn't made much of a move yet, while the gazes of several other guests all looked at Jiang Chang. At this time, Jiang Chang's heart is a whale. Tonic ah, is it too late for me to run away? Seemingly seeing what Jiang Chang was thinking, Director Li, who was in front of the crowd, spoke up again and added, considering the principle of fairness, we have decided that we will hold a game every day, and the losing group will have to come and prepare a day's worth of food for all the guests. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the crowd instantly moved from Jiang Cheng's body to Xiaoyi's body again. Chen Zhiqian even exaggeratedly stood out and held Xiaoyi's hand. Brother Hyuk, my younger brother has never begged anyone for anything in my life. Today, let's say that my younger brother is begging you. You must win. Chapter 90, Bad. Her is going to collapse the room. Listening to Chen Zhiqian's words, the few people who had experienced the previous incident of the crowd making a scene in the kitchen tacitly covered their faces with their hands in an attempt to hide the corners of their mouths that were slightly raised. Looking at the crowd's expressions, especially the gaze projected by Lin Sini, Xiao He immediately became a bit anxious and hastily spoke out to refute the situation. What words? What words this is? That was just a momentary lapse on my part. It's not like you've been recognized for 3 days, is it? As soon as his words fell, Chen Zhiqian's face turned a little strange. He was secretly alarmed. Bad. It seems like Hyuk is about to collapse the room. He can say such philosophical sentences. Is this still the same Hyuk I know? But before he could say anything more, Director Li had already taken the lead and managed to focus the crowd's attention once again. Okay, we won't take up too much of your time on our side. All of you teachers haven't used breakfast yet, you must be a little hungry. So I'm here to announce that today's game is 123 Wooden Man. That's right, it's the normal 123 Wooden Man game. But after a night of meditating on it, it finally made me come up with a new way to play it. That is, both sides of the team must touch the facehugger in order to win. How about that? Is that innovative enough? The more Director Li spoke, the more excited he became, and the smile on his face grew wider and wider, his eyes eagerly sweeping over the faces of the people present, full of anticipation that he would be able to see positive emotional feedback such as marveling and appreciation from their expressions. The result was obvious. The crowd just looked at Director Li in front of them with their own big Kazran eyes just like that. The whole scene was a bit surprisingly quiet. Not a single person made any other sound. 123 Woodman. That's interesting. Ha 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 ha, great. It's Director Li's innovative version of 123 Wooden Man. Great innovation. Don't do it next time, or you'll me. Ha ha ha. It's hard to imagine that this is still the result of Director Liha's meditations all night. Ahem. So this game will be played by our assistant director. You man. Who will be the face painter? So everyone get ready and we'll walk out onto the terrace. Director Li cleared his throat and said. His words seemed to be mixed with a hint of eagerness to hurry up and end this topic, to escape this awkward atmosphere. When he finished speaking, he took a hurried step ahead toward the roof terrace as if something was chasing him from behind. Seeing that Director Li had already left, the crowd glanced at each other, also lifted their feet to follow Director Li's pace. When the crowd arrived at the roof of the building, the assistant director Yuan had been waiting there for a long time, and behind him was a makeshift playground. A short while later, above the terrace, all 8 guests were ready. Before the game started, Xiao Hyuk sneaked a look at Lin Sini, who had already put on a stance of preparing to move forward with all her strength, and secretly resolved in her heart that she would definitely lose. Mr. Lu Sun once said, to catch a person's heart, you have to catch her stomach first. As soon as he loses this game, the opportunity to cook will logically fall into his lap, and when it does, he'll just saran wrap his ass and show his hand. In the end, he succeeded in harvesting Lin Sini's heart and walked on the peak of his life. So this game, I have reasons why I have to lose. Xiao Hyuk is in the heart of the beautiful plotting his big plan to lose the game. Completely failed to notice that the front of the body is the face of the wall of the Yuan back to the crowd than an okay gesture. Director Li saw this and blew his whistle. Game on. As soon as the words fell,
The crowd was like hearing a charge. The crowd that was running heard this slogan and spread their legs and ran forward. 123 Woodman. Yuan finished his slogan quickly while turning back violently, and the crowd that was running instantly stopped their current movements when they heard this slogan. But those of you with a middle school degree know that when an object in motion comes to a sudden stop, the object will remain in its original state of motion due to inertia. To use a realistic example is that the brakes cannot be stopped, and at this time, Chen Zhiqian is directly a slippery shovel lying on the ground, sleeping peacefully. Yuan, Chen Zhiqian out. It's good to be young and fall asleep. We humble fans were already losing face in the circle. Now we've lost our lining. Get up quickly. No sleeping allowed here. You didn't spare him either. Just starting the game. Chen Zhiqian just grayed out and went back to the starting point. And then he saw Xiao He, who was also at the starting point. He first froze for a moment, then carefully recalled the situation just now, as if he did not hear Xiao Hyuk's out voice. Suddenly, as if he figured it out, he excitedly held Xiao Hyuk's hand. Hyuk, I know you're trying to prove that you're not a kitchen saboteur, but take my brother's advice. We don't have to torture ourselves like this. Xiao Hyuk sniffed. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. He was trying to lose, yes, but he didn't want to lose so obviously. At least he had to make a show of it. The fact that he hadn't been moving just now was simply because he was so engrossed in his plan that he had forgotten to run. In response, he could only smile sarcastically and say to Chen Zhiqian, "Good. I'll bring out my full strength next." Yuan at the front did not turn around immediately after calling Chen Zhiqian out, but paced slowly, stopping in front of each person as he walked. He was then about to turn and leave, those feet already raised, but suddenly, he turned to the crowd again and said, "A kid had 4 fingers amputated in the hospital because of an accident," and the doctor asked him how he felt. And guess what the kid answered? No sooner had Yuan's question been uttered than the crowd in the stillness had even half reacted to it. Then Yuan raised his right hand and compared it to a putt, before the rest of the few people could even come back to their senses. Zhang Chang was already the first to react and couldn't help but burst out laughing. And then he laughed so hard that his entire body lost its strength and directly collapsed to the ground while his right hand was still pounding fiercely into the ground. At this point, he really hated his second knowledge self, and it was as if he saw Hades beckoning to him from below. Yuan, Zhang Chang out. In a few moments, Zhang Chang was smiling while walking in the direction of the starting point, where Chen Zhiqian was greeting him with open arms. Tonic ah, dead mouth don't smile, then smile on the merit both to be deducted. Ha 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 ha, this is hell. I don't get it. What does it mean? Why do you compare it to a nodding gesture? Puff. Zhang Chang's front foot had just left, and another person broke into laughter all at once. Chapter 91 Thoroughly. Madness. Su Zd was still trying to hold back her laughter, but it was like a flood breaking through the dike. She couldn't stop it, and eventually she couldn't hold back her laughter. Puffing, and at the same time, her figure was shaken by her laughter. She then headed in the direction of the starting point as well at Yuman's death announcement. The others, like Xia Lament, were still standing there with a blank face at the moment. She really hadn't gotten where the punchline of the joke was yet. That little head was full of doubts, and confusion was written all over her eyes. Although the rest of the few people understood the meaning of that joke, they were all pursing their lips at this moment, trying their best to control themselves not to make too drastic a movement, for fear that if they were not careful, they would also be like Su Zishi, who couldn't stop laughing. A short while later, Yuan probably felt that taking away 3 in one wave was enough, so he planned to let the others go. And instead of continuing to watch over the remaining few, he turned around and walked towards the face of the wall. Looking at Yuan's departing back, all of them breathed a long sigh of relief, but no one expected that this was just the beginning of their step into hell. What bees can't fly KOB? Why it was Gallic chickens that invented rock and roll, because Louis XVI was the first beetle chopper. Our light rail can go through tall buildings, and so can Hawk Jam's airplanes. Why is Footloose Chicken anime so advanced? Because they were already a second original country in 1945. Boy, that's funny / cover your face and laugh. JPG, doesn't this look better than a 749? What kind of person plays such hellish jokes anyway? The living. I can't figure out how you guys are laughing out loud. Anyway, I'm a little hot with my teeth showing to cool off. Whoever has a wooden fish, please lend me one to knock on. My merit pool is bottoming out. Kill Crazy. Director Yuman has killed Crazy. After going through Yuan's indiscriminate hell joke attack, when he once again shouted 123 Woodenhead and turned back, the only thing left standing in front of his eyes was Xia Lament, who had already stretched out his hand and was about to touch him, and he froze first, then nodded appreciatively. Xia Lament wins. Yuan touched Xia Lament's half-extended hand with his own back, then looked at the crowd that was still spinning at the starting point and announced, "Well hey, I win." Summers celebrated her victory with a loud voice, not yet realizing how much of a disaster her victory would bring her later on. the victorious Xia Lamentation stood obediently on the sidelines, like an enthusiastic cheerleader, and started cheering for Jiang Chang and her good sister Bai Ruowei. Looked at the victory of the summer regret, Xiao He heart secretly happy, the corner of the mouth are unconsciously up, thinking, this can be good. Directly less a team competing to lose opponents this is more a beautiful thing now you want to lose the game, and then go to cook to show the cooking chances are not greater. Hey, this is quite good luck it. The game continued. Jiang Chang was not idle at this moment. He actually accidentally discovered a system skill bug during this series of tossing and turning. In the back of his mind he thought he'd pretend to be playing the role of an extremely calm person right now, who wouldn't be disturbed in any way by whatever was going on in the outside world. I didn't realize it was really good. Originally, I thought it was just an ordinary acting skill, but I didn't expect it to be a conceptual skill. All those hell jokes uttered by Yuan were ignored by him, and in no time he became the second winning guest. But before he could be happy for a while, the system's voice suddenly came out in his head. Ding, system vulnerability detected. Being repaired. Repaired successfully, thanks to the host's timely feedback. Hereby presenting the host with a random reward. Please pay attention to check receipt. When Jiang Chang heard it, he was dumbfounded. The hang he just found was blocked? He also wanted to play as Einstein first, to experience the feeling of being extremely intelligent, and then play as Xiao Yan, Yi Fan, Han running run and so on. It's a good thing the smarts are gone. I just don't know if they'll be extinct in the future. But he quickly consoled himself, I'm lucky to get it, and I'm lucky to lose it. Life, to laugh and play plain Yuwa. LOL, never mind, it's not too bad to have a random reward at least. Jiang Chang thought as he walked over to Xia Lament's position. Chang, what were you staring at just now? Hearing Xia's regretful voice, Jiang Chang returned to his senses and gently shook his head. Oh, I remember happy things. Before Xia Lament could ask what the happy thing was, Jiang Chang had already opened his mouth to add, I'm happy at the thought that we won't have to cook later. Yeah, we'll be able to play together then. Unlike Jiang Chang and Xia Lament's side, Chen Zhiqian, Xiao He and the others are currently engaged in a new round of the Don't Laugh Challenge. Yuan once again turned his head and his back, and it was at the moment he turned around that the crowd that had restarted from the starting point instantly began to move. Li Yifan, who had just seen Jiang Chang and Xia Lament interacting on the sidelines, had a flash of viciousness in his eyes, and he decided he was going to lose. He also had to heed the words of old Mr. Lu Sun, who had said that he had to use food to first capture Xia Lament's stomach and then further capture her heart. So a good competitive game was hardened into a race to lose game, with only one losing game slot being contested by two people at the same time, turning it from a two-pronged gem into a one-pronged one. In the end, under Xiao Hyuk and Li Yifan's duo's release of the sea, in the end, only the two of them remained at the starting point, standing there with wide eyes. Xiao Hyuk, you're the newest top stream, and as a senior, I deserve to take more care of you. So let me take on this loser's position all by myself. Li Yifan had a seemingly kind smile on his face, and his mouth was full of words, and as he spoke, he reached out his hand to try to push Xiao He forward, but before his hand could even touch Xiao He, it was skillfully twisted away by a nimble little walk from his opponent. Brother Van is wrong. As we all know, our country of China is most particular about ranking according to seniority, so it's better for you to go up to the front, and let me take the pain of this last place. Xiao Hyuk was also not willing to show weakness. His face was piled with smiles, his mouth was so polite, and as he spoke, he also stretched out his own hand, wanting to push Li Yifan forward. Those who didn't know thought the two were putting on a brotherly show here. Then, in a flurry of pushing and shoving at each other, their hands met in the air, and for a moment, time seemed to freeze for a moment as the two hands just awkwardly clasped together. Wow! I don't know who started it and let out such an exclamation, and the crowd instantly felt bass as they looked at the scene in front of them. Especially the pop-ups in the livestream are completely, thoroughly, crazy. First of all, I'm a fan of Li Yifan, and secondly, can you two please get married in place immediately? No way, I don't agree. When they get married, there has to be a me attached to it. Misplaced female frequency. The Qian Shao CP expresses their displeasure. We're the original couple. You're all heretics. The original is the humble Hep CP, but suddenly saw Wu Yenzue said should be called the humble Shaw. At that time I saw directly after the astonishment of the sky, how can a person have a terrier to such a degree? So it was changed. Hope to know. When the crowd's uproar had just sounded, Li Yifan and Xiao He instantly withdrew their hands as if they had been electrocuted. But the smell of gunpowder between the two didn't dissipate much. They both had their own insistence, and neither of them wanted to give in. I said you two in the end to come or not to me as a monkey play it. Let me in this 123 wooden man. Look back. You two in place. I turn around again. 123 wooden man. You two hold hands on it, since both of you want to give in to humble. Why don't you two just form a team and both of you lose? Yuan looked at the duo who were still stuck in place and said without a trace of anger. Xiao Hyuk and Li Yifan glanced at each other at the words, then said in unison, no. But as soon as their words fell, a voice came from among the guests. Chapter 92, I, Chen Zhiqian, am deaf. I won't play pesticide with you again. I do think it's feasible. Chen Zhiqian's voice amongst the crowd reached the ears of the crowd. He then hurriedly and wisely shut his mouth and retracted the words he had just uttered under the sharp sword of Xiao He and Li Yifan's joint gaze. After this little episode, the two of them once again looked at each other, and the smell of gunpowder in those eyes became even stronger, like two bulls about to fight, not giving way to each other. Looks like it's time to use that move, Xiao Hyuk said with firm eyes, and there was a broken determination in that gaze. At the same time, he took a slow step backward, his feet firmly planted on the ground, and set up a stance that he was about to strike. Yeah, right, just what I was hoping for. Come on, let's see it in action. After Li Yifan finished speaking, his eyes were also instantly filled with determination. They were as sharp as a sword out of its sheath, and he similarly stepped back in his body, opening up a confrontation with Xiao He. For a while, the atmosphere instantly became quite heavy. The air around them seemed to have condensed, and vaguely, a few leaves would still float by the duo's side from time to time. Wait a minute, leaves? Bai Ruowei suddenly startled, the heart straight to mutter, now is not summer, and they are still in the top floor of the terrace. Where the leaves? Her puzzled line of sight began to flow up around her, and soon, she saw the duo that was standing up when throwing leaves cheerfully, Jiang Chang and Xia Lament. Chang, where did you get these leaves from? And what's the point of us throwing these leaves out? Xia lamented while talking. The hand throwing leaves did not stop at all. That looked like a curious baby, although there are questions in his heart. But this interesting thing cannot stop. Oh, the leaves were picked up over there. And as for why they were thrown, well, I've seen those movies where the two of them are dueling and there are leaves floating across the screen. So we can't be any worse than the others. After Jiang Cheng finished speaking, he grabbed another handful of leaves from behind him and divided half of them to Xia Lament. Aang. Xia Lament received the leaves with seeming understanding, nodded, and then continued to sprinkle the leaves in his hands into the air with great interest. Ha ha ha, good job when rewarded. Wait till the cruise field agent comes by and sees that the sky is falling. Jiang Chang, you're all teaching our family to lament something. It is not to be rested. Looking at the duo over there who were still happily scattering leaves, Bai Ruowei couldn't help but helplessly hold her forehead and shake her head. That's it, tired. Bai Ruowei silently sighed in her heart. Seeing Xia Lianxie so happy, she simply stopped caring and returned her sight back to Xiao He and Li Yifan, who were about to start their duel. Her heart was also silently thinking, Uncle Xia shouldn't be angry when he saw Lament in this current state, right? After all, Lamentable did look quite happy now. At the same time, far away in Kyoto Quadrangle is enjoying breakfast Xia by suddenly no reason to sneeze. He frowned, secretly wondered in his heart, could it be who was chanting about themselves? What's on your mind, hubby? If you don't eat it, it'll get cold. The sound of Ning Shiwan's words pulled his thoughts back again. Oh, it's nothing, it's food. With that, he went back to eating his breakfast. Xiao He and Li Yifan, who had already taken a stance, signaled to each other, and the moment that their eyes met, both of them simultaneously threw their right hands back in an attempt to gain an even stronger aura, and then they were violently retracting their hands and swinging them in the direction of each other. Sha, Li Yifan, Sha, Li Yifan, in order to be able to reach my goal, I can't lose. The past is not good enough. I have reasons why I must win. With that shout, the duo swung out their arms with full determination and vigor, then double-crossed a stone. What the hell? Just a rock-paper-scissors gave me the hots. Though but, I think this is better than I'm a monster. Monster, to Hoi Can. Kinda funny how this is no better than Bo Burns. Amazing. This is the battle between the ancestors. Upstairs, no monthly passes here. My name is Xiao He, and I never thought that I would end up being qualified to cook for the goddess Lin Xine. At this moment, Xiao He is in the kitchen, a hand holding a spatula. The body is also wearing a cooking apron, staring at the stove in front of him with a worried face. He has tried many times, but just cannot hit the fire. He had no choice but to turn to Li Yifan, who was cutting the vegetables to a thumping sound. For help. Van, how does this stove work? Xiao Hyuk tentatively asked. That voice is still permeated with a wave of caution. After all, Justin the two are still up there on the same stage bidding to lose it. When Li Yifan heard this, his chopping hand lurched, while his gaze shot straight toward Xiao He. Xiao He was scared by this, looked backward half a step. Heart thump, thought, Maru hot. This Li Yifan will not still remember the matter just now. Want to take it out on me? He then saw Li Yifan turn around, still carrying the chopping knife in his hand, and take a step in his direction. Brother Fan have something to say. Don't think about it, Brother Fan. It's the director who arranged for the two of us to come to the kitchen together. There's an enemy in the wrong. It's none of my business, brother fan. Looking at Li Yifan, who was getting closer and closer to him, Xiao Hyuk hurriedly spoke out to discourage him. That voice was a bit out of tune due to nervousness. However, Li Yifan directly ignored it and was still advancing slowly. Xiao Hyuk's heart was in his throat, and with his eyes closed, he didn't even dare to look at what was going to happen next, thinking that he was afraid that he was going to be stabbed. But the expected knife scene did not happen. After Xiao He opened his eyes fearfully, he saw Li Yifan walk to his body, and then slowly squatted down. Will be under the gas stove, an orange switch pressed, and then twisted the valve. Poof sound, the flame rose up at once. Afterwards, Li Yifan turned around without saying a word and walked back to his position, continuing to cut up the vegetables as if nothing had just happened. I know who you're trying to make it for, and we're not enemies, so, don't worry about it, Li Yifan said indifferently as he cut the vegetables. Seeing this, Xiao Hyuk did not ask any more questions and started to busy himself with his share. He wanted to leave a good impression in Lin Sini's mind this time. What's wrong with not being able to cook? I'm not fine with pancakes. The people in the living room didn't know what was happening in the kitchen. They just stared in the direction of the kitchen for a while, and after realizing that there was no black smoke coming out, they all breathed a long sigh of relief. It's not a good idea for us to wait here. How about a tense and exciting pesticide king? Zhang Chang pulled out his telekinesis and sent out an invitation to the crowd before he was met with strong opposition. Led by Chen Zhiqian. Chen Zhiqian is bored to death. Die outside, go see 749. I will not play pesticide king with you again. Chapter 93. I want to challenge my soft spot. Go on. It's on. No, Makoto, you're a shooter on what? You're almost inside the opposite side of the pile. What for? You're going to go across the street to beat us, right? But this game has no friendly wounds. Chen Zhiqian's voice resounded in the hall as a fierce group battle was breaking out. And Lin Sini, seeing that Zhang Chang was about to be retained by the other side, operated her fingers on the screen at a rapid pace, maneuvering the National Service Sun Tzu to take the lead, only to see the screen Sun Tzu about to come, with a swift momentum to take away the enemy ad Sun Shangxiang. The enemy Lan see this, the reaction is also extremely fast, immediately cast the skills while Sun Tzu pushed away, in order to prevent the other side to pick up, cake hand over hand, point to point. After this wave of 1-for-1, both sides tacitly did not continue to communicate in depth, but quickly adjusted their strategies and began to compete for other wild resources. With a wail from the Juggernaut, Zhuge, operated by Su Zishi, managed to bag the Juggernaut with his exquisite skills and skillful timing. The Juggernaut had been taken down, and both sides knew that the situation was getting more and more tense, so they all chose to go back to the city and replenish their status, as if the final battle was coming. Red high ground. In the face of the three high ground have lost the situation, the red side of the crowd but also did not have the slightest intention to retreat. Looking at the re-emergence of pressure up, Zhang Chang and others began their last ripple. Red Sable Cicada was the first to open the field to consume the opponent's blood, while Red Lu Chan didn't hesitate to transform into a gyroscope, relying on his own candor to top the front row, resisting damage for his teammates and attempting to create opportunities for output. Lin Sini manipulated Sun Tzu with a big flash, wanting to do the same trick to kill Red Sun Shangxiang, but this time Red Sun Shangxiang was prepared and pulled away with a flash, making Lin Sini's attack fall flat. On the left side, the Red Sable Cicada blocked 3 with 1, hard to separate the battlefield. On the right side, only Lin Sini, who drove the boat up, and Marco Polo controlled by Zhang Chang. The Red Lan saw the situation and directly transformed into a shark chili pepper and pushed Zhang Chang to the wall. The enemy Wan Air also saw this opportunity and directly made an aerial step, matching the output of her teammates, and first collected Lin Xine, and in the process, Zhang Chang was also in the bag. However, just in the nick of time, with a wail coming from Diochan and Lu Zan on the red side, they finally failed to carry the fire of Chen Zhiqian's people and both fell down, leaving the center door wide open. Chen Zhiqian's unknown fire dance, Su Zishi's Zhu Guliang, and by Ruowei's Yang Yuhuan seized this excellent opening without any ambiguity, directly outputting the enemy's red crystal with all their might. In the end, when the red trio hurriedly replenished their status from the spring and wanted to counterattack, the screen instantly changed, and the black and white screen on Zhang Cheng's side changed back to color, displaying the words victory in blue. Winning, the 5 of us are awesome. By the way, have you seen the air conditioning remote? I'm going to turn it up to 16 degrees Celsius. Just got a bit sweaty. That's brilliant. Top number. I am now strong and scary. That's it? I think it's okay for me to go on me. I mean the position of Zhang Chang. This one won't spray. This one seems to work on you. Where did this come from? Is this the same Master Bureau I know? It's a billion times different from what I usually play. The pop-ups were hilarious, and so was the hall.
Chen Zhiqian looked at the two big words of victory displayed on the screen, and also took a long breath. His face was filled with a look of relief. Finally a win, ah. It is not easy, ah. It then entered the settlement screen, and Chen Zhiqian took his usual look at the damage output panel before he hermit crab moving Bungbu lived. Not brother Makoto. You're an AD who doesn't even deal as much damage as by Ruowei's assist hits. Is this appropriate? When Jiang Cheng heard this, he was first stunned, then he hurriedly looked up at the ceiling. The sun is so round today. Lin Sinny was still wearing that faint smile. That smile was like a soft breeze in spring, as if it could embrace everything about Jiang Cheng. As for Bai Ruowei and Suzuki, the two of them were not so good-tempered when they heard this, and they both glanced at Jiang Cheng with contempt. Vegetables. Just practice more. What words this is. I just had a bad hand just now. If you don't believe me, let's have another hand. This time I'm definitely the MVP. Hearing being said dishes, Jiang Cheng also instantly Wang Bashi office walk reading, cannot hold back. Immediately began to find reasons for their own mistakes, said that it justified. Makoto, you already used that excuse in the last hand. That's the network card. Yes, that's the network card. Listening to Jiang Cheng's words, the expression on Chen Zhiqian's face shifted. That was clearly saying, make it up, keep making it up. I won't allow you guys to talk about Cheng like that. Cheng has been playing a vital role in these two games. Xiaolement stood in front of Jiang Cheng's body at once, and said to Chen Zhiqian several people, those eyes full of firmness, and the tone of his voice was also permeated with an unquestionable strength. Behind him, Jiang Cheng looked at Xiaolement, who was protecting himself, and his heart was moved for a moment. Reward, must be rewarded fiercely. Lament you don't have to defend him. I really don't see him playing much of a role in these two games. Bai Ruowei spat out as she skimmed her lips at the sight. Xia lamented the words, just wanted to retort, but the words to the mouth but swallowed back. After all, as a spectator of the game, two whole game of her, at the moment really cannot for a moment to think of Jiang Cheng in these two games in the end played what role. The first loss was because Jiang Cheng said he wanted to challenge his soft underbelly and was going to play mid-single, chose a Diqiao, and then directly transformed into the engine of the group when playing the group, directly making the group battle turn into a Hulu waifu to save his grandfather. The second hand volunteered to go to play ad. I thought I could kill the four sides. I did not expect to directly become a feast for the four sides. The final result is the output is not as high as the auxiliary. I've really found one of Cheng's biggest roles. Xiaolement suddenly said aloud as if she had discovered some new continent with her eyes lighting up. When the crowd heard this, their gazes all looked over in unison. They were really quite curious. They all wanted to know what role Jiang Cheng could actually have in this game. If it wasn't for Cheng, you guys wouldn't even be able to start the game. Jiang Cheng had been looking at Xiaolament's back with great anticipation, and he also wanted to know what role he had played in this game. But when he listened to Xiaolament's words, he immediately felt his face burn, and suddenly felt that admitting that he was a bit of a puddle didn't seem like such a difficult thing to do. He stood up in a hurry, then quickly frowned and shielded Xiaolament behind him, pretending as if he had inadvertently remembered something. I'm so hungry. I don't know how Xiao Hyuk and the others are doing with their meals. What a raw turnaround. Removing one of the highest scores, removing one of the lowest scores, for a final score of 2-5. Ha 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 ha. Look at the embarrassment for the kid. It's almost gouging out 3 rooms. Who said this transition was raw? This transition is fantastic. Messing with the formula. 0 points. It's true that this is a bit raw, but it's pretty good compared to a certain 749th bureau. Seems to be the words follow the general. Jiang Cheng this side just finished. Originally still tightly closed kitchen door was opened. The two head chef pushed a small food cart, carrying their results from which came out. Chapter 94, A Gathering of Heroes. When the duo of Xiao He and Li Yifan made their appearance, Jiang Cheng's gaze was cast over at the first opportunity. Well, there were no black marks on the face, so there should be no black smoke, no coughing on the way out, either. Preliminary identification of no irritant gases of mass destruction. After comprehensive consideration, Jiang Cheng let out a long sigh of relief. The danger warning was initially lifted, but he didn't completely let his guard down, because he knows that the real crisis often lurks under the calm. Maybe behind the appearance of looking okay, there is something big thunder waiting. Brother Hyuk, Brother Van, you guys are finally here. I'm starving. I must eat more later. When Chen Zhiqian saw the two of them appear, that enthusiasm immediately came up. The first time he stood up, his face piled up with smiles, and took 3 steps to greet the two of them. Soon, the people were seated one by one in the dining room, and began to look forward to the food they were going to taste next with great anticipation. After all, everyone had been busy all morning, and their stomachs had been growling for a long time, so they were waiting to feast on some food at this moment. Although it was said that Xiao Hyuk had a previous record, but after all, so many days had already passed, and Xiao Hyuk had sworn before that he had said the words when a man is not in the same place, he should be impressed. So it wasn't as if the man had fallen twice in the same place. Looking at the crowd sitting in rows, waiting to share the fruits, Xiao Hyuk couldn't hide the excitement in his heart. The next is the moment when he will make a clean break and let Lin Sinny be impressed by him. He took a deep breath, and like a warrior about to go into battle, he quickly lifted the lid that covered the dinner plate, the movement carrying a hint of impatience, and then distributed his works one by one, starting with Lin Sinny, to the people in the audience. This, Fook, you made cakes? There are so many sesame seeds sprinkled on top, and it smells. Ahem. There's pot breath. Looking at this large cake in front of him that was covered with large black patches, Chen Zhiqian stared with wide eyes, originally thinking of praising it with a clear conscience and giving Xiaohe a face. But who knows? Just a little closer, followed by a pungent smell of burnt paste in his nose violently, almost did not give him away. He was choking straight cough. Words are not good. Low EQ, mushy high EQ, potty. I thought it was activated charcoal if you didn't tell me. It looks pretty tasty, except for a billion points of mush. Eat them all. After Xiaohe finished distributing them, he glanced at Chen Zhiqian approvingly before looking at the crowd with an expectant face, while everyone else was still looking at each other one by one, unable to do anything about what could barely be called a pie in front of them. Chen Zhiqian had already made his move. To say Chen Zhiqian why so decisive? There are two reasons. First, after all, in this program he was the first to recognize his Xiaohe. The two get along with Down is also a bit of friendship. This time he'll also have to give the brother a face. Support. Secondly, he was really hungry, although the cake didn't look like a very good quality, but in case it tasted okay, as the saying goes, man is iron, rice is steel. When you are hungry and anxious, you can't care about that much. Only to see Chen Zhiqian, with an expression of Win Xiao Xiao Yi Shui cold, and a strong man going away, picking up the cake in front of him, carefully tearing off the black spots that were attached to it. Mr. Lucen once said, concentration is essence. Chen Zhiqian looked at the small piece of cake left in his hand, which was still of normal color, and looked up to meet Xiaohe's expectant gaze, and with a ruthless heart, he directly stuffed it into his mouth and began to slowly chew it. How was it? Was it good? Xiao Hyuk inquired with a face full of anticipation. Finally, after Chen Zhiqian chewed 9981 times, it was with great difficulty that he managed to swallow that small piece of cake with great difficulty, after which he hurriedly picked up the farmer's 3 fists on the side and gulp 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 a large mouthful of it. It's okay, it just seems a little sticky to the teeth. Jiangcheng a few people heard, first are stunned, then are shocked to raise the head. Sticky teeth? That is not cooked well. I've got more here. Do you want more? Thinking about Chen Zhiqian's words that he had just said that he was very hungry, Xiao Hyuk's enthusiasm came up and he hurriedly took out another cake, and with a smile on his face, he was about to stuff it to Chen Zhiqian. Chen Zhiqian's comment made him nod his head in satisfaction. He now also finally experienced the feeling of being praised when Jiangcheng cooked before. One word, really cool. No. No need to be so polite, Hyuk. I have to save my stomach for Van's food. Chen Zhiqian hurriedly waved his hand. That answer was impeccable, at least in Xiao Hyuk's opinion, and he nodded, turning to look at the crowd that was still indifferent to his masterpiece. Why don't you all eat? But Jiang Chang and a bunch of other people have not reached the point where they are really hungry, and when they heard that, they started to rebuff Xiaohe's invitation to try and pass away. I want to live 2 more years. Su Zidi was the first to directly open her mouth to refuse. That tone was decisive. She didn't want to joke about her health. Bai Ruowei nodded frantically on the side in agreement. Sorry, I recently quit carbs. Lin Sinny also softly opened her mouth and politely refused. Her gentle voice was permeated with a force that could not be questioned, and as she said that, she also glanced at Xiaohe with a slight apology. Xiaohe smelled the heart thought, not ashamed to be my goddess. Too self-disciplined. Obviously the body has been so perfect, but also think of controlling the diet to maintain. She really I cried to death. As for the other 2 people's comments, well, in my like floating clouds. A short while later, he turned his head to look at Jiang Chang and Xiao Lament, who were sitting on the side, with a hint of anticipation in his eyes, thinking that the 2 of them should always give a taste of face. Sorry about that, we don't like chocolate, Jiang Chang said in a serious manner. Xiao Liao listened to the first time with a hand to cover their mouths, but she bent eyebrows and slightly trembling shoulders, but has long been she wanted to laugh at this time and desperately trying to hold back the mood exposed. Xiaohe froze at first at his words. He didn't understand. There's no chocolate here. Is there chocolate on the table? Then he suddenly reacted. The corners of his mouth twitched, secretly skimming his lips, cursing Jiang Chang in his mind for not knowing what he was talking about, turning towards a vacant seat closest to Lin Sinny, about to start enjoying his masterpiece. Ha 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 ha. The world where only Chen Zhiqian is injured is reached. Low IQ. I want to live 2 more years. High IQ. I recently quit carbs. Super high IQ. I don't like chocolate. And it's the older abstract artists who say it with such aplomb. Mr. Jiang Chang, are you considering opening a class? I want to learn abstraction. I often don't fit in with the people around me because I'm not abstract enough. You're not being abstract. Over here. When Xiao Hyuk had just sat down and was about to enjoy his pancakes, Li Yifun's voice rang out at the right time, and everyone's attention was instantly attracted, and managed to let Xiao Hyuk escape for the time being. Gentlemen, and listen to, nay, and behold this dish, which I have named the group of heroes. Chapter 95, Blowing Awesome. Have you ever eaten it? Gentlemen, and listen to, nay, and behold this dish, which I have named the group of heroes, Li Yifun said, and then full of ceremony, he lifted the lid on the plate, and the crowd all sniffed and looked, only to see that along with the opening of the lid, there was actually a golden light emerging from the plate. Wow, gold, LED lights? Chen Zhiqian's steeply raised pitch instantly dropped another octave, and that voice that was originally full of anticipation all of a sudden became immensely disappointed, and then looked at the circle of flashing golden LED lights surrounding the dish with a speechless face. Van, you can't just make this one dish after messing around in there for so long, can you? Li Yifun listened to Chen Zhiqian's inquisitive voice and cast a praising glance at him. Look at that! Look at that! What a professional comic! The dinner we bought him yesterday wasn't in vain. How can that be? I still have it. As Li Yifun said that, he opened the lid on another plate, and that action was still with full confidence, as if what he was going to show next was sure to be amazing food. Dang! This dish is volcano drifting snow. Looking at the diced tomatoes on the plate in front of him and the small amount of sugar covering them, Chen Zhiqian wanted to say something. Li Yifun noticed the strange expressions on the faces of the crowd and hurriedly picked up another plate from the food cart. Then, when I take out this green dragon crouching snow, how should you all respond? Li Yifun once again confidently uncovered the lid covering the plate, while still closing his eyes, preparing for the cheering exclamations from the crowd. But after waiting for a while, the surroundings were still quiet, not a single sound of cheering and exclamation. Li Yifun couldn't help but open his eyes, and realized that the expression of the crowd was indeed different from just now, and even more puzzled than just now. Ha ha, brother Fan, stop joking around. This cucumber slice and the cold tomato before it must be just appetizers. You're definitely hiding a big trick behind it, right? Originally still a little embarrassed, Li Yifun heard, instantly like grabbing a life-saving straw, threw a grateful gaze toward Chen Zhiqian. Good brother, in the future, if I have a mouthful of meat to eat, I have a mouthful of soup to drink. You come to brush the bowl on the line. Anon, right, that's right, all this is just foreplay, a joke to liven things up, and finally the ultimate dish I'm preparing today, something I learned at the most famous local restaurant during my years in Southie. The people all looked relieved when they heard this. They thought that today there would only be cold dishes and fried battered cakes to eat. Li Yifun squatted down, gave himself a pep talk, and silently chanted in his heart, Li Yifun, you can do it. Have you forgotten the delicious food that you used to eat in the South Rod? As long as you bring out this ultimate invincible food, you can successfully defeat Jiang Chang, marry Xia Lament, and walk on the peak of your life. Exhale. He let out a long breath, then brought out a plate that was obviously going to be one size too big. Ladies and gentlemen, Southern Rod traditional cuisine, super invincibly delicious stuff, Li Yifun introduced loudly, his face filled with pride, then slowly unveiled the lid. Spicy, white, vegetables. The air was silent, and it seemed as if a crow had flown over the heads of the crowd. No, nothing? Chen Zhiqian looked at Li Yifun and asked tentatively, attempting to learn a negative result, but to borrow the words of a philosopher in the canyon known as Murphet, that is when. After getting Li Yifun's affirmative reply, Chen Zhiqian closed his mouth. Originally he still wanted to wash the ground and find a few words to make up for it, but now it's good. There's no need to wash it. The ground is gone all. So what Li Yifun means is that he's been messing around in the kitchen for so long, and he's just come up with these gazpacho? Blow awesome pinches. Have you ever eaten it? It's called authentic Southern Rod food. Chinese people can't afford to eat it. In our boil, this is something we are embarrassed to put on the table. So what? Our fan is better than the carbon cake that Xiaohua took out. Not what you mean, ah. What's wrong with our family, hee hee? How bad that is also our Chinese staple food. Better than that Li Yifan of yours whole bunch of kimchi. Come on, good brothers. There's a fight going on here. Come and see. Girls help girls. The crowd looked at the thing that was praised by Li Yifun as being superbly delicious, that is, the plate of spicy cabbage, and glanced at each other. Before their gazes all looked at Chen Zhiqian, facing the gazes of the crowd. Chen Zhiqian's heart was left with only one thought. First of all, I didn't mess with any of you. And secondly, I didn't mess with any of you. I should have known that I wouldn't have said I was hungry just now. A short while later, under that expectant gaze led by Li Yifun, Chen Zhiqian's heart was hardened. He gritted his teeth, picked up his chopsticks and picked up a piece of spicy cabbage. As the sound of chewing resounded,
the death-defying expression on Chen Zhiqian's face gradually dispersed, and his brows slowly unfurled. Not bad for an accident, guys. Hurry up and try it. Listening to Chen Zhiqian's words, the crowd then looked squarely at the dish in front of them, which was similar to the size of a submarine fish ingredient plate. With Xiao Hyuk's cake as a warning, Li Yifan's kimchi quickly gained praise from everyone. After all, compared to the burnt and hard-to-swallow cake, this kimchi is a little more ordinary, but at least the flavor is still reasonable. Li Yifan looked at the expression of the crowd, especially Xiao Lament's expression nodded with satisfaction. The first step of the plan to conquer the taste buds is officially completed. If Jiang Chengha Xiao Lament duo did not feed each other there, it would be better. After a while, with not enough wine and not enough food, the crowd began their free time for the day. Achoo, brother Makoto, do you ever feel like the air conditioner isn't set a little too cold? Chen Zhiqian, who was sitting by the window, frowned and put down the coffee in his hand after he sneezed, the heat of that coffee rising in the air. He rubbed his arm and looked towards Jiang Cheng, who was sitting across from him and was struggling alone in the canyon. As for why it's a lone struggle, let's just say no at all. Originally, Jiang Cheng didn't want to play either, but when he wanted to go to Xiao Lament was blocked back by 3 bullies. Jiang Cheng, you've been hogging Xiao Shi for a long time, can you give her back to me? Even if it's just for a little while. Bai Ruowei blinked her large Kazran eyes, which were full of anticipation, and Jiang Cheng could only nod his head depressingly when he saw this. Then he watched Bai Ruowei joyfully holding Xiao Lament as well as Suzuki, followed by Alin Cine, bouncing towards other places. Jiang Cheng could only look up to the sky and let out a long whistle, sitting After hitting a wall on Bai Ruowei's side, he pulled out his cell phone and tried to invite Chen Zhiqian and the others to roam the canyon with him, and also suffered their merciless rejection. And so it came to this. Jiang Cheng lifted his head at the words, then suddenly his eyes lit up as if he thought of something. Oh, I remember. I seem to have turned the air conditioner to 16 degrees Celsius before. I'll tell you what, you play it for me first. I'll go find where the remote control is. With that, Jiang Cheng shoved the remote leader in his hand to Chen Zhiqian, then turned around and hurriedly went to look for the remote control. It's not right. 10 points and even 114,514 points were not right. Chen Zhiqian looked at Jiang Cheng's hurriedly departing back with a suspicious face, and in a few moments, he withdrew his sight and looked at the cell phone screen that had turned black and white. 0-21-0 for Miyamoto Musashi? All 4 teammates are at full output, verbal output. No, so is this a big mistake on my part? Chapter 96, The Metro Man. I make crypto coins. Have the guts to come offline and get real with me? You'll see if I zap you and be done with it. Still here must times useless it, our milk are pulled on the bed. Hurry to see it. A moment your master do not give as a large ballast porridge to make. Still have the leisure to play here. Your second aunt or almost let people. This morning in the morning market to see people fried big fruit in the hand with 2 big long chopsticks have to grab over. Just hard to say that they are Mu Guiying hanging marshal. You say your second aunt a meter 4'5" small 200 pounds still play on the cosplay. You have nothing you persuade her. This time did not rectify people a pot of hot oil all sprinkled on the body. And now stick a tilapia skin to do the skin grafting, but also said he is a mermaid. You quickly save him just into a corner Jiang Cheng a flash into a dark corner, and then cats, poking out a head. Looking at the more and more manic Chen Zhiqian, cannot help but praise a sigh of their own resourcefulness. Fortunately run early, otherwise the red temperature of the person will have to be me. But looking at the temperature is about to statement Chen Zhiqian. Jiang Cheng's heart suddenly did not have a reason to rise a little bit of guilt. Few moments, he gave himself a slap. Jiang Cheng, how can you think like that? You're all enhancing his flame resistance and laying the foundation for him to become a fire elemental magic envoy in the future. Sound of panting. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but smile at the thought of it himself, and then even made a fuss to salute in Chen Zhiqian's direction and turned around to look for the air conditioner remote control to go. Even though the air conditioner remote control was in the hall, but did it matter? Lu Sun once said, the result is not important. The important thing is to make the process. What? Mr. Lu Sun didn't say it. That's what Mr. Wonobujisima said. When Jiang Cheng came back from his turn, Chen Zhiqian in the hall was still in the middle of a fierce battle, and he didn't know what had made an ordinary game of ranked duel go on for so long. He reached out and brought over the remote control that was placed on the sofa in the hall, then walked towards Chen Zhiqian. Before he could get close, he saw the remote leader in Chen Zhiqian's hand suddenly change an interface, and it was an unfamiliar phone call that came in. Chen Zhiqian was originally doing intense oral gymnastics with someone else. When he saw the sudden incoming call, his eyebrows first frowned, but he didn't think much about it, and quickly tapped answer, then put the phone to his ear. In a few moments, Chen Zhiqian had a screwed-up expression on his face. Then he hurriedly took the cell phone away from his ear. Then he didn't hesitate to tap hang up. The game interface popped back up, and he didn't have the heart to figure out what was going on with this phone call. and continued to greet each other with others. Jiang Chang, who was walking over, froze at the scene in front of him, and his heart thumped. Something is wrong. 12 out of 10. Just now in Chen Zhiqian's hands. It seems, probably, should still be my cell phone. Say J, don't say it. Civilization you and me. Say J and say it. Must be stupid X. He quickly walked up in a hurry to find out what was going on. Perhaps it was a coincidence. Or perhaps it was God's arrangement. Just at the moment when Jiang Chang had just walked over, this wonderful debate match finally ended, and Chen Zhiqian also happened to catch a glimpse of Jiang Chang, who had walked over from the side and was still holding a thermostat in his hand. Brother Makoto, you're back. I have good news and bad news. Do you want to hear it? Jiang Chang had originally wanted to ask about that phone call just now, but as a result of Chen Zhiqian's words, he was instantly sidetracked, and that bit of doubt in his heart was temporarily thrown to the back of his mind as he subconsciously responded. I want to listen together. The good news is that I just tongue-lashed 9 people by myself. The bad news is that I made you make an extra trip, and now I'm feeling pretty good about 16 degrees Celsius. Listening to Chen Zhiqian's words, Jiang Chang nodded his head and was about to praise him. He suddenly remembered the reason why he had just quickly stepped forward, and he eagerly looked at Chen Zhiqian. Let's not talk about that for now, old Ken. What did that phone call you just answered say? Chen Zhiqian froze for a moment when he heard this, then suddenly realized, it's a scam call, saying that there's a launch event under their brand asking me if I want to attend. I just hung up and pulled the plug. I have to say that the scammers nowadays are really unprofessional. Even a paced curiosity like me is cheated. Makoto, what's wrong with you? Makoto? Why are you covering your chest? Is it angina? Chen Zhiqian had just finished speaking when he saw Jiang Chang suddenly covering his chest position. His face had changed a bit, and his footsteps had also become weak, staggering towards the chair that was originally his. Your cell phone is way ahead of the game, too, isn't it? Jiang Chang asked his first question with difficulty after taking a breath, while Chen Zhiqian answered the first time he heard. No, I'm using a pineapple phone, he said, and pulled out a brick-style object from among his own pockets. Then Jiang Chang stopped talking and just stared at him. A short while later, a cry of surprise escaped from Chen Zhiqian's mouth. Oh, so Makoto, you're trying to recommend me to use telekinesis? Ugh, but I'm used to using pineapple, Chen Zhiqian said with a smile, thinking that Jiang Chang was trying to recommend a cell phone to him, but Jiang Chang still didn't say anything and his eyes were still staring straight at him. This time it was Chen Zhiqian's turn to ponder. He looked at Jiang Chang's strange reaction. His heart also began to commit muttering. He thought about it. He felt that the problem should be in the just mentioned by Jiang Chang's remote lead, but in the end where is the problem? With that in mind, Chen Zhiqian raised his hand and stared at the remote lead in his hand for a while, really not expecting any problems with the remote lead in his hand. But suddenly, he seemed to find a blind spot. I'm not using a pineapple cell phone, am I? Then who owns the cell phone in his hand that just played a game and hacked a call? At the headquarters of a brand, in the general manager's office, an urban scribe is reporting on his work. Mr. Shui, that Jiang Chang has refused our cooperation. What? Why? Didn't we already get his agent to say yes to everything? Listening to Mr. Shui's question, the urban scribe replied, our marketing department personnel are not sure what that Jiang Chang is thinking. We just finished saying the intention of his visit and he hung up on us, and pulled the plug on us. Bang. There was a knock on the desk. Really give yourself a top stream? There's no need to contact him anymore. And besides, do unto others what they did to you, and black out his cell phone as well. It pisses me off. Looking at the general manager's fury, urban affiliate shrunk his neck, and then asked tentatively, then Mr. Shui, who do you think would be better to invite to our brand launch? Manager Shui heard this question and pondered slightly. His fingers gently tapped the desktop, then spoke, just that Chen Zhiqian. Although the person isn't very popular, the song is still very good. Recently his traffic is not as good as Jiang Chang, but it's still okay. The urban scribe turned and walked out of the office when he was instructed to follow up. Chapter 97. Was it on purpose or by accident? On the edge of Shizi Lake, Shen Lang put down his cell phone with satisfaction. Just now he was relying on his own 3-inch tongue that can bring the dead to life, to find the door of the business list and then raise the price. This time Jiang Chang heard not to kowtow to me. Brother, hurry up, the ship is about to sail. But you said you wouldn't talk about work today to play with me exclusively. Xinyan's crisp and with a bit of urgency urging sound rang, all of a sudden pulled Shen Lang back from his thoughts. He hurriedly answered, and then walked up to the boat in 3 steps, and also in front of Xinyan's face, dryly and neatly turned off his cell phone. How about just shutting down and having a job? They can't find me. Shen Lang shook the cell phone that had been turned off in his hand and said to Xinyan with a smug look on his face, which was like a small child waiting for praise, brother is the best. When I become a big star in the future, I'll definitely buy a big house for you in sister's shallow language. and then the three of us will live happily together. Shenlang listened to his sister has not given up her dream of the entertainment industry, subconsciously wanted to open his mouth to oppose, but looking at the innocent and full of expectations on her face smile, the words to the edge of the mouth finally became, "Good, then your old brother and I will wait for that day to come." As soon as Shen Yan heard this, the smile on his face grew even wider, and his eyes erupted with golden light. "So you're agreeing to live with Sister's shallow words in the future?" Sister's shallow speech. Did you hear that? Come on, Shen Yan said. All of a sudden came to the spirit, but also stood up with a cell phone, waving his hand excitedly at the shore. Ah, what? Still in a daze, Shenlang has a little bit of confusion. He completely did not understand what his sister's words mean. How did it involve living with Su Shanyu? He turned his head with a bewildered face, and looked in the direction of Shen Yan's greeting. On the shore, a woman in a plain-colored dress was holding a small parasol, her figure coming in the direction she was in. What's the matter, nerd? I'm not welcome? Until Su Shenyu's gentle and with a little bit of anger voice rang in Shenlang's ears, he only came back to his senses. Looking at the lovely person in front of him, even his voice became a little trembling due to the excitement of so many billions of points. You, why are you here? Poof. Su Shanyu lightly hummed, pouted, arrogantly raised her head slightly, and did not answer his other stupid question. Oops, I suddenly remembered that I seem to have forgotten to take something. Anyway, there's just something I didn't take. You guys sit down first, I'll go get it, Shen Yan suddenly said very pompously, while pretending to be in a hurry to go toward the shore. Passing by Su Shanyu's body also secretly poked and prodded to mention a mouth. Sister's shallow words, I've done what I promised you, so the rest is up to you. Cheer up. At the moment Shen Yan just stepped on the shore, she turned around and gestured an OK sign to the boatman on the boat. The boatman took a look, understood, and directly performed a descending Dragon 18 pole, and with the force of his arm, the boat left the shore. Shenlang was just about to say something as he watched the starting ship, but he was glared back by a look from Su Shanyu. Shenlang saw the situation, only had to laugh a couple of times, the words to the mouth and swallowed back. At the same time in the heart vicious thought, could you Shen Yan? Other people pit father you pit brother. Go back and must be severely punished you next month pocket money halved. But then, he felt that having this punishment would be too harsh, and after thinking about it, he finally decided that it would be better to criticize and educate them severely verbally. Su Shanyu was not annoyed when she saw Shenlang who was like a piece of wood. She leisurely sat beside him. Her movements were elegant and light, just like a beautiful butterfly gently falling. She carefully set aside the things she had brought with her before gently pestling her hands on her thighs, tilting her head slightly and just looking at her intended. Shenlang had just returned to his senses when he smelled a light jasmine scent, and he subconsciously turned his head toward the source of the scent. When he turned around, he saw a pretty face with an affectionate brow looking at himself in a daze, and for some unknown reason, he was also a little bit dazed for a moment. Su Hang, an unknown small manor. Chen Zhiqian was apologizing vigorously to Jiang Chang, and at the same time also handed back the remote leader in his hand. Sorry Makoto, I really didn't mean it. However, Jiang Chang was not even bothered to take his words at this moment. He frowned, his eyes staring at the cell phone screen. His fingers kept operating on the screen, dialing the most recent call record over and over again, but all that greeted him was, sorry, the user you have dialed is in the middle of a call, please dial again later. Sorry, not anymore. When the third dial over still did not get through, Jiang Chang knew that this business list is already far away from himself. Nope, it seems like there's still a save to be made. Jiang Chang suddenly realized that there seems to be a curve to save the country this method. His bleak eyes lit up a trace of hope, and hastily turned in the address book to find Shenlang's phone number, and then dialed with anticipation. Sorry, the number you have dialed is turned off. Maid. Jiang Chang wanted to cry. Looking at Chen Zhiqian who was still apologizing to himself one by one, he helplessly waved his hand. It's just that, in life there is no time, do not force. I think it must be this company and I have no destiny. Looking at Jiang Chang who looked relieved, Chen Zhiqian let out a long breath of relief. You're so beautiful babe. Just then, another cell phone ringtone sounded. A sound from the pineapple cell phone in Chen Zhiqian's pocket. Taking a look at the unfamiliar with a hint of familiarity number displayed above, Chen Zhiqian first contemplated for a moment before clicking answer and also turning on the speakerphone. Hello, is this Mr. Chen Zhiqian? Yes, we are from the marketing department of a certain brand. We will have a brand launch next month. Do you have time? Yes, Chen Zhiqian heard, immediately full of excitement, thought not even agreed, but this smile has not had time to fully unfold it. It suddenly felt a trace of cool air emanating from the back, that cool air up along the spine, so that he could not help but hit a shiver. He mechanically turned his head and saw Jiang Chang looking at him with a gloomy face, as if fire could be spewed out of those eyes. Chen Zhiqian all of a sudden remembered, everything remembered.
No wonder just have a familiar feeling. This is not just by their own mistake to answer the phone and then pull the black company. Well, Brother Makoto, let me explain. Brother Makoto, don't. Ha 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 ha. How is that not a form of retribution? Originally, I still thought Jiang Cheng deserved it, but now I sympathize with him a little instead. Upstairs, you're not alone. It's hard not to suspect that this is Chen Zhiqian's revenge. Jiang Cheng, did you do it on purpose or accidentally? Chen Zhiqian, accidentally on purpose. Chapter 98, to be seen from afar, but not to be admired. A few moments later, Chen Zhiqian sat alone on the chair. The whole person seemed to have been drained of his essence, with a lifeless expression, just staring blankly ahead, as if he had lost interest in the world. Jiang Cheng, on the other hand, who was beside him, had a relaxed look on his face after he had just finished releasing it. Well, it's just tickling you for 2.5 minutes. Looking at Chen Zhiqian, whose eyes were empty and lifeless, he scratched his head and couldn't help but wonder a little if he had just exerted himself a little too much. And look at what he had created for the child. When Chen Zhiqian heard this, a burst of light suddenly erupted from his originally empty eyes. 2.5 minutes. It tickled me for 2.5 minutes. And you know what I did with those 2.5 minutes? I think I laughed the rest of my life away early. Do you know what kind of psychological damage that does to a child who just turned 264 months old? Listening to Chen Zhiqian's accusation, Jiang Cheng immediately tilted his head back to look at the ceiling, whistled and started moving in the other direction. It's just too brutal. It feels like watching a live performance of torture to extract a confession. Our family Chanxian is a real man. Being tickled by Jiang Cheng for so long without saying a word. It's true that he didn't say anything, but do you think it's possible that this is because Chen Zhiqian just had a piece of cloth stuffed in his mouth by Jiang Cheng? It's tragic, but I can't help it. Ha 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 ha. I'm professionally trained not to laugh no matter what unless I can't help it. Ha 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 ha. I'm laughing as if 10 years of merit is gone. Under Chen Zhiqian's self-conscious but resentful gaze, Jiang Cheng flew away from the hall, and then without sight, not knowing, sure, he arrived in front of the doorway of the room that had the word Xia Lamentation hanging on it. Dong Dong, cheerleading mascot of 2008 Beijing Olympics. There was a knock on the door, loud and clear in the quiet hallway, and with a click, the door was opened from the inside. Jiang Cheng is here. Sorry, you keep quiet for now. Bai Ruowei just saw who was coming outside, turned her head and shouted at the inside of her name, then immediately looked at Jiang Cheng standing outside the door. Her face instantly changed into a serious expression. Why, Jiang Cheng, what's wrong with you? I have to say that this is a child star from childhood is not the same. Look at this serious face. If not just heard the words she shouted as well as the door of the room hanging on the 3 words of Xia Lamentation sign, Jiang Cheng almost believe it. Is this right? After staring at Bai Ruowei for 2 minutes and seeing that she still did not change her face, Jiang Cheng helplessly removed the sign on the door of the room that had the word Xia Lamentation written on it and displayed it in front of Bai Ruowei's eyes. Grin. I forgot about that, Bai Ruowei said with chagrin. Then she took the sign from Jiang Cheng's hand and smoothly threw it back, then continued to look at Jiang Cheng, still with that puzzled expression, as if what had just happened hadn't happened. Why, Jiang Cheng, what's wrong with you? Oh, is it an illusion? When did this happen? Build. Phantasmagoria, my ass. Tricked. Looking at Bai Ruowei in front of him, who still had a puzzled look on her face, Jiang Cheng raged for a moment in a fit of rage, and after pondering for 0.28 seconds, he made a decision in his mind. Wan did not expect. A few minutes later, Jiang Cheng still managed to Xia Lament out of the manor. Of course, is out of the way and the usual a little different. The timeline was dialed back, and Jiang Cheng, feeling his intelligence insulted, directly said in the most serious tone to Bai Ruowei in front of him, Bai Ruowei, I'm sick, and very sick at that. Look out. Then, Bai Ruowei nodded at his words. That face still had that same unperturbed look. I've got a disease where I'll go to if I don't see Shizuku in a short time, so can you let me see her first? No, Bai Ruowei categorically rebuffed Jiang Cheng. Just as soon as her words fell, she saw Jiang Cheng take 2 steps backward, covering his heart in pain, and the expression on his face was just the right amount of exaggerated. I'm really convinced. First of all, just one looking on, but you said before that you would let Lament play with us. Looking at Jiang Cheng's slightly pompous acting skills, Bai Ruowei finally agreed to Jiang Cheng's request helplessly. Sorry, come out and show your shing. Light footsteps sounded, and then a delicate face peeked out from behind Bai Ruowei. Xia Ruowei's big watery eyes were full of spirituality, and the corners of that slightly upturned mouth carried a touch of sweet smile, appearing just like that in front of Jiang Cheng's eyes. Xiao sure. The moment he saw Xia Lament appeared, Jiang Cheng immediately his waist didn't hurt anymore, his legs didn't get sore and his heart beat faster. But just as he was about to take a step forward, a small hand abruptly blocked in front of him, and Jiang Cheng followed that hand to see Bai Ruowei with a wary look on her face. It can be watched from afar.
Jiang Chang sniffed and first glanced at Xiao Lament, but there wasn't much she could do. She just nudged her mouth at Bai Ruowei and spat out her little tongue with a smile, indicating that she couldn't do anything about it either. Of course, even Director Lee knows that I, Jiang, am the most honest person. It's, what fun. That's what, Jiang Chang said with a smile, suddenly pointing behind Bai Ruowei as if he had seen something extraordinary. His expression was so real that it caused Bai Ruowei as well as Xiao Lament to involuntarily look over in the direction he was pointing. When Bai Ruowei turned her head and realized that there was nothing strange behind her, she knew with a thump in her heart, bad. She had been tricked. Sure enough, before she could turn her head back, she felt a gust of wind blowing by her side, and Xiao Lament, who had just been by her side, had already disappeared. You don't have to make dinner for the two of us today. Bye-bye Vivi, see you tonight. Jiang Chang's voice came over. Bai Ruowei sniffed and looked over, only to see that Jiang Chang was moving quickly, and on his shoulder, Xiao Lament was happily waving goodbye to himself. Ah, what a mess. How dare you rob a woman on the street in broad daylight? Ruowei Bai, huh? Where's the one Xiao Lament? Ha 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 ha. I think it's so funny that Xiao Lament said goodbye to Bai Ruowei with a happy face. Lobby, Chen Zhiqian, who had just slowed down from his lifeless state, was slowly getting up from his seat at this moment, thinking of going to make another cup of coffee to comfort his wounded heart. Just as he had picked up the cup, a silhouette swept past his eyes with great speed. He hurriedly put down the cup in his hand and rubbed his eyes, and when he fixed his eyes again, the silhouette had already rushed out the door. Damn Jiang Chang, I'll never believe your bull asterisk again in the future. The sound coming out from the other side caused Chen Zhiqian to turn his eyes back over, only to see Bai Ruowei as well as Suzuki and the two of them appearing at the end of the corridor out of breath. Behind the duo was the belated Lin Sinny, who appeared relatively calm, but the slightly furrowed brow also showed that she wasn't in a good mood at the moment either. Originally, Lin Sinny was thinking of holding Xiao Lament, so that she and Jiang Chang reduced the amount of time alone, so as to come up with a curve to save the country. I did not expect, Jiang Chang, this guy is not even a martial arts virtue, to cheat, to sneak attack, but it's okay, come what may. She doesn't believe there's a cat in this world that doesn't steal. Inside the studio, Director Lee stroked his chin while looking at the picture in the monitor, then turned his head and said to Yuan beside him, the two that just ran out, it seems, are Jiang Chang and Xiao Lament. Yuan nodded at his words. That's right, it's the two of them. I didn't expect Jiang Chang to be in really good physical condition, carrying an individual and still able to run so fast. It's estimated that all of them have already run out a long way by now. Then what are you waiting for here? Go after it and shoot it. Director Lee heard, said anxiously. That voice all of a sudden raised a lot, while saying also stood up, waved his hand and called on the two cameramen. Little Yua, the base camp is in your charge. I'm sure you can do it. Director Lee said to Yuan, turned around and left. Yuan looked at the back of the director of Lee. A different kind of feeling came to life. I did not think that the director of Lee so take care of me. In order not to let me run the field, even personally lead the team to go. I cried to death. Hurriedly ran out of the Lee guide at this time. Do not know Yuan's inner activities. He also do not want to know. At this time his heart only one thought, sincere brother. You are pro my brother. But do not cheat like cheating by Ruowei give me also cheated Chapter 99, The Wicked Map. For your guidance, Jiang Chang, who ran out of the manor's gate in a single breath, first gently placed Xiao Lament on the ground, then quickly looked in the direction behind him. Phew, that was close. Good thing I was resourceful. Looking behind him and seeing that no one was catching up, Jiang Chang let out a long breath of relief. A smug smile appeared on his face and he didn't forget to give a nod to his own resourcefulness. Then he turned around and saw Xiao Lamentation looking at himself with a smile on his face. Chang, have you figured out where we're going next? Xiao Lament's words broke the short-lived tranquility, and she slightly tilted her head, her eyes shining brightly as she looked at Jiang Chang with anticipation. Jiang Chang was silent for a moment as he scratched his head. According to the usual logic of boys, it was usually a good idea to call someone out before deciding what they were going to do. It was already midday. The summer sunlight poured down unreservedly, and the occasional cicadas chirped from the tops of the trees in the distance. Why don't we go swim in the lake? Jiang Chang and Xiao Lamentable spoke out at the same time and proposed towards each other. Both sides were first stunned after hearing each other's proposal, and then they just laughed out. A few moments later, Jiang Chang suddenly slowly stretched out his hand, gently stroked the hair at Xiao Lament's temples that was dampened by sweat behind his ears, and his fingers inadvertently crossed Xiao Lament's cheeks. The delicate and soft touch made Jiang Chang's heartbeat involuntarily speed up a few points. Come on, catch up with them. This sudden voice was like a thunderclap on the ground, instantly breaking the warm and beautiful atmosphere between Jiang Chang and Xiao Lament. Immediately after, he saw Director Lee rushing out from the entrance of the manor in a flurry of wind and fire. I had Jiang Chang go out without telling me. I'll put you in place. Director Lee,
who had just rushed out of the gate, turned around sharply, and his gaze landed on the Jiang Chung duo at the side. He first gasped for air and hurriedly calmed the breath that had just become disorganized due to that burst of violent movement before speaking. Oops, just left in a hurry and forgot. Next time for sure. Seeing this, Jiang Chung hurriedly withdrew the hand that was still on Xiaolemen's face first, and responded to Director Li with a slightly embarrassed smile on his face. Subsequently, it was as if the air around them had frozen, and they were suddenly plunged into a quiet, and the atmosphere was really a bit awkward. Look at me. You guys definitely need to take a car to go out. Right, wait, I'll call a car here. Don't worry, this time it's not my car. Fortunately, Director Li, who was a man of 8 faces, took the lead in breaking the awkward impasse, and then numbly pulled out his cell phone, his fingers quickly sliding on the screen. Shall you have someone drive a car over? I'm at the gate right now. Right, what? You want to come over? That won't do. You have to stay at the base camp to coordinate the whole situation. Well, that's it. As soon as possible, Anon. Director Li instructed to the other end of the phone in a fast-talking manner, and hung up the phone when he finished conveniently landing. Although I don't know what Director Li is singing, but in line with the principle of saving and spending, Jiang Chang is happy to see it. Inside the studio, Yuan put down the phone in his hand with a lost face and sighed over the fact that he hadn't succeeded in securing the task of going to drive for Director Li. There was no way around it. He really wanted to get ahead too much. When Jiang Chang joined hands with Xiaolemen to come next to Shizi Lake again, the place was already a bustling scene, a stark contrast to the coldness of the last time. Looking up, I saw that the lake was crystal clear, sparkling under the sunlight, like a huge mirror, reflecting the sky and the surrounding scenery. The rolling hills in the distance, mirroring the lake, formed a beautiful landscape painting. Chang, look, it looks like you can row a boat over there, eh? Looking in the direction that Xiaolemen pointed to, he saw that there just happened to be a ship over there that was slowly leaning towards the shore. Then let's hurry over there, Jiang Chang said with a smile, and then naturally took Xiaolemen's soft and slender hand and walked towards the ship's docking location. Just as he approached the ship, Jiang Chang stopped in his tracks, his gaze looking straight at the familiar figure in the distance. That's Wave Brother? His mind pondered, but soon he negated his thoughts, because next to that figure was a woman in a plain-colored dress, looking not like the staggering Xingyan that ninny. What's the matter, Xing? Did you see someone you know? Xiao lamented to notice Jiang Chang's difference, asked with concern, that gentle voice as if a spring breeze. Well, Jiang Chang that some drifting thoughts to pull back. After Jiang Chang once again fixed his eyes to confirm that the figure was indeed not Xingyan, he shook his head at Xiao lament. No, it's a mistake. Let's hurry up. Otherwise, if someone else snatches it later, we'll have to wait a little longer again. A short while later, the two of them managed to board the boat, and after paying the boatman gently swung the oars, and the ship slowly began to sail away from the shore, creating ripples on the surface of the lake. In the distance, Shen Lang, who was strolling with Su Shanyu, suddenly subconsciously turned around to look back. His eyes searched around, but did not find anything special, only to see the boat he had just taken rowing towards the lake again. What's up, nerd? What's on your mind? Su Shenyu's soft and slightly pouting voice sounded, and she tilted her head, looking at Shen Lang curiously. Oh, it's nothing. I was wondering where that ninny goose ran off to. Only then did Shen Lang come back to his senses, scratched his head, and said to Su Shanyu with a smile, little goose is such a big man, he can still lose it. By the way, I heard that there is a special spirit called Hidden Spirit Temple over here. Let's go over and take a look. When Shen Lang heard this, he subconsciously wanted to refuse. After all, he was not very interested in these godly matters, but when he raised his eyes to see the expectant expression on Su Shenyu's face, he hesitated for a moment and finally nodded helplessly. Good, hey, let's get going then, Su Shanyu said, then took out her cell phone, opened the map navigation, and at the same time opened a small window of Wakyu, familiarly found a user named Xiao Yan, the prospective sister, and quickly sent a yay expression. Immediately after that, there was a familiar voice ringing out of the phone. Lack of map. For your navigation. Chapter 100 The Wild, Base, Beast, Cause, Sleeping in the Body, Awakens. Thanks to Boss Easy Unrepentant for sending me ashore. Thanks to Boss Wang Xian who loves 5 cups of chicken for sending me 2 hypes. On the lake, the breeze blowing gently and slowly, bringing a touch of cool and cozy. Around the side from time to time will also come out of the summer sorry that crisp and pleasant, like a silver bell-like laughter, echoing on the lake. Jiang Chang sat comfortably on the boat. Right now he only felt that he had it in this life. Except for the 2 giant light bulbs behind him, everything else felt pretty good to him. Chang, look, there are lotus flowers over there, eh? Xiao Lamentable excitedly pointed not far away as if he had discovered some treasure. Where? Jiang Chung hurriedly followed the direction she pointed to look, but also deliberately stretched his neck forward. To Xia lamented amused. The boatman who was holding the boat behind looked at this joking and laughing duo in front of them. A full anti-smile couldn't help but appear on his face, and couldn't help but softly open his mouth to lament. This is the young people should have the appearance of it, unlike the pair just now. That man really three-stick beat not come out a loud fart to see the old man. I am anxious for him. Even though Moncler Outlet Store the voice was very soft, the breeze still sent the words of the boatman Moncler Outlet Store to Jiang Chang's ears, causing the sleeping gene of melon eating in his body to awaken. Moncler, fine a bet what just happened to that couple, Jiang Chang said, while already nimbly ground towards the boatman master sat. That sitting posture, as well as a face of anticipation expression. At this time he is like a badger in the melon field. On how much Chinese people love melons. I want to hear it too. And I've already prepared melon seeds and drinks in mineral water. I've never eaten squash. It probably has something to do with my upbringing. Pinch my drop. Last time I also saw you under the video of chicken collapsing the first line of the house. You loaded password coins. Wait, Jiang Chang, what the hell did you do to our family? Lament. Only to see the live broadcast screen. Xia Lament watched Jiang Chang this set of flowing movements. First slightly thought for a moment. Then she also followed the example of obediently sit down. And then with Jiang Chang the same face of anticipation to look at the grandfather who supported the boat. A few moments later, after listening to Moncler Outlet Store the story, Jiang Chang could not help but secretly spit at the last male sitting on the boat. Really worse than animals. People are clearly like you even a little show have not. 2a. Achoo! Shen Lang, who was standing at the entrance of the hidden spirit temple, suddenly sneezed for no reason, and the sound was particularly abrupt at the entrance of this quiet temple. Su Shanyu, who was standing next to him, hurriedly turned her head and glanced at him with a concerned expression, her eyes filled with worry. It's been a while since I've smelled such a strong aroma. It's a little disconcerting. Shen Lang rubbed his nose and explained with a smile. Then why don't we just not go in? Su Shanyu said. Even though there was still a smile on her face, Shen Lang could see a trace of loss in it. It's okay, it'll be over in a minute. Come what may, let's go inside. After saying that, under Su Shanyu's shocked gaze, he took her hand and stepped towards the temple. Shen Lang, who was walking in front, had a calm face on the surface, but in fact, his heart was also thumping wildly. This was the first time he responded positively to Su Shanyu since he graduated many years ago. This girl who had been clinging to him since graduation. In the past, he had focused all his attention on Shen Yan, and he, who had had the protagonist's body since childhood, had given all his love to his sister, and because of this, he had not dared to respond to Su Shanyu's active and passionate love. But today, looking at Shen Yan, who was still holding on to her dream, and Su Shanyu, who was still in love with herself, he feels as if it's time to make a change. Su Shanyu's brain is blank at this moment. At this time, if Shen Lang turns his head back, he will find that Su Shanyu's cheeks are like peach blossoms in the spring, pink and delicate. The redness from the two cheeks slowly haloed, just like the sky was dyed by the sunset clouds. Ouch! A small protruding stone appeared so untimely, right in front of Su Shanyu's feet, who was not paying attention to the path under her feet at all. Su Shanyu was immersed in that shy and joyful emotion of being held by Shen Lang's hand, and she didn't pay attention to her feet at all, and coldly tripped over the stone. The moment she leaned forward, Su Shanyu subconsciously closed her eyes, already prepared for the pain that falling on this stone path would bring. Aha! How come it doesn't seem to hurt very much, and it's still a bit soft and hard to the touch? Feeling the touch coming back from her hand, she slowly opened her eyes, only to see a familiar body lying underneath her. Amitabha Buddha, the two monks. This is a place of Buddhist purification. I know that the two monks are very much in love, but please restrain yourself. Just at this moment, a monk in monk's robe clasped his hands together and recited a Buddha's name with a serious face, and appeared beside Su Shanyu and Shen Lang. Seeing this scene, Su Shanyu, that face swish a moment on the red, rushed from Shen Lang's body, climbed up, smooth hand and touched Shen Lang's abdominal muscles, or that soft and hard feel. I'm sorry, master. It was an accident just now. We came to offer incense. Shen Lang, who stood up from the ground, first straightened his slightly disheveled clothes and then confessed to the monk in front of him with a sincere face. No harm done. I believe my Buddha doesn't care. If you two monks want to offer incense, please follow me this way, said and walked forward. Shen Lang saw this, then gently held Su Shanyu's hand. The two followed the monks back, step by step. Their footsteps in this temple between the corridors gently echoed. Not long ago, a pure white dog walked slowly from their side. The dog's fur was as white as snow, without a trace of miscellaneous colors. Walking unhurriedly, looking quite spiritual, immediately attracted Su Shanyu's eyes. Master, can we still keep dogs in the temple? Su Shanyu looked at the departing dog, asked with a blank face. In her past cognition, the dog is a meat-eating The temple is a Buddhist pure land, preaching not to kill. here to raise the dog that is not a violation of the precepts of killing well. Oh, you say Ju Nung, he is no ordinary dog. It has been practicing in our temple for 5 years, and has long since given up meat and vegetables and converted to our Buddha. Hearing Su Shunyu's question, the monk stopped and turned around, looking at the direction the dog had left. A gentle smile appeared on his face as he patiently explained. Wow, so awesome, nerd, let's get one in the future. Okay. Upon hearing this, Su Shunyu's eyes instantly lit up, excitedly looking at Shenlang, and said offhandedly, and only after she had finished speaking did she have the hindsight to feel that this seemed to have been said a little abruptly. Just when she thought that Shenlang would avoid this question from her like before, she heard Shenlang's calm and clear voice come out. Yes. Shenlang's reply was only a short word. His tone was calm. Only the palm of his hand holding Su Shanyu couldn't stop sweating outward, making him unconsciously increase the strength in his hand by a few more points. The monk who led the way in front had shut his mouth at this moment. At this moment he only wanted to quickly bring the two to the location of the main hall. He was afraid that if he was any later he would want to return to secularism. Chapter 101, I'm going to lie down. The beauty of West Lake in June. The summer lotus is like a cover. The water is like a mirror. If we're destined to meet, we'll meet in 1,000 miles, but we'll meet without a chance. 10 years in the same boat, 100 years in the same bed. Looking at the blue waves in front of the eyes of the picturesque Shizi Lake, Jiang Chang suddenly had a feeling, loudly sang a song that had been popular in the previous life. Popular songs? Don't ask why don't you sing the back, ask is not going to be. This voice, so that Xiao meant with a kind of worship with a little shy look at the bow of the Jiang Chang. 10 years to repair the same boat ferry, said the two of us well? At the same time, the boatman at the stern of the boat is not so calm. He is leisurely rowing the oars, cold suddenly by the sound of this song. The hands of the oars almost unsteady, directly into the lake. The body also followed the involuntary shivering a bit. Young man, if you keep making such a fuss, I'm going to lie down. My lord, the boatman Moncler Outlet Online slowed down, pretending to be angry shouted at Jiang Chang. That tone of voice, although with a bit of complaining, but more or a kind of flirtation in humor. After all, Moncler Outlet Online is also an open-minded person, and did not really angry. Jiang Chang at the front of the boat sniffed and gave an awkward sarcastic laugh, an embarrassed smile on his face, and then sat down quietly. Ha ha ha, your grandpa is still your grandpa after all. This is the pressure brought by the last version of T0, even though it has been changed, it is still so powerful. I'm the only one who noticed that Jiang Chang's singing is a bit good. Kaji, I just searched the internet and it doesn't seem to have this song. It's hard to believe that it's a new song again. Jiang Chang who continued to look at the surrounding scenery, but his thoughts suddenly drifted away. He recalled that when he had been banned from a conceptual skill before, it seemed, the system had given a compensation gift pack. When he thought of this, his heart was full of anticipation and curiosity like a kitten scratching, and it was time for the much anticipated opening of the blind box. Ding, the host has opened the compensation gift pack, and received a reward, master level cursive calligraphy skills. What Jiang Su, Huang Tingjian, Wang Shiji, they will grass? Just grass. And you, my host, you are the true king of cursive. Jiang Chang looked at the reward that popped up from the system, and the slightly arrogant comment at the back, and instantly fell into deep thought. This reward was good at first glance, very open door, but this comment can only be said to be very difficult to evaluate. In this regard, Jiang Chang also made a special effort to silently apologize to each of these seniors in his heart. Ladies and gentlemen, old ancestors, sorry the system is still small, do not understand things, I hope you do not, and a general understanding. In addition, if you want to be more serious, just now those words or this system said, does not have anything to do with me anon. After a period of time, under the skillful operation of the boatman's grandfather, the boat slowly docked. Jiang Chang and Xia Lamentable held hands and both walked off the boat. Just as they were about to leave, the boatman's grandfather but suddenly called Jiang Chang. Young man, that tune you just sang was a little bit shocking, but it seems to be surprisingly good when you look at it. So what, can I sing it on the boat from now on? Moncler coyly smiled, said he also handed back the boat fee that Jiang Chang had just paid. You keep the boat fare, and you can sing all you want, big man. Seeing this, Jiang Chang hurriedly pushed Moncler Outlet Store back the hand that he handed over and waved his hand, after which he turned around in a dashing manner, waved his sleeve without taking away a single cloud, and led Xiao Lamen towards his next destination. Chang, where are we going to play next? Hearing Xiao Lamen's inquisitive voice, Jiang Chang stopped in his tracks. He first paused for a moment with his head down, then, he slowly turned around. The next thing we are going to Tiger Run Park. The world only knows Longjing Tea, but do not know that Longjing Tea also has a best partner is Tiger Run Water, and this Tiger Run Water is in that Tiger Run Park, known as the world's third water Tiger Run Spring. Xiao lamented, listening to Jiang Chang said so much in one breath. Seemed to understand, nodded. Tiger Run Water she seems to have heard from her father. Seems to be before who gave several cars to come. But this does not prevent her to Jiang Chang to provide emotional value. She recalled the way his mother looked when she spoke to his father, and her eyes instantly lit up with a bright smile on her face as she said adoringly, "Wow, Chun, you know so much." Oh. Listening to Xiao Lament's compliments, the corners of Jiang Chang's mouth couldn't restrain themselves from rising slightly, and at the same time, he was about to put the remote leader in his hand back into his pocket without a trace. But just before the rest of the screen, a distant bit of footage from his hand was captured by the camera behind him. That flashed just now. I think it was 1,000 degrees of search. I think, and I vaguely saw the iconic splash of blue. Yes, that's right, it's Cheeto. And the search question is, what is there to do in Tiger Run Park? Upstairs is the legendary stair frame. So that's how it works. Got it. Next time I'm going to act like that in front of my girlfriend. Wake up upstairs. You don't have a girlfriend, and even if you did, it'd be someone like Maylene. What a vicious curse. Offer 3 flowers and your whole family won't meet. Although Tiger Run Park is famous for Tiger Run Spring, even if you put aside the great influence brought by Tiger Run Spring, alone its surrounding lush forests and green areas, it is enough to mesmerize, still not lack of a good place to relax and unwind. There were already quite a few people inside the park at this time, but most of them were old men and women, chatting or doing exercises in the park. When Jiang Chang and Xiao Lament appeared at the entrance of the park, basically everyone stopped what they were doing and their gazes swept towards the duo. However, the gaze only lingered for a short while, and then everyone returned to their original state and continued with their own business. It was just that those grandparents who sat at the entrance of the park and continued their tea party, their eyes would still drift towards Jiang Chang and Xiao Lament from time to time, and they would occasionally point at the two of them. There it is, the oldest intelligence organization in China. It said that even MacArthur had to throw a couple of smoke bombs before he dared to move forward on a static walk. Who understands? I went to the city to fight for 2 years and they said I just got out of jail. I'm delivering in the city. They say I'm selling out, but I'm a man for us sake. Sexist, isn't it? Who says men can't sell? Dash, is this right? Can this be right? Without caring much about the grandparents' strange eyes, Jiang Chang tightly held Xiao Lament's hand and walked towards the park. The moment they stepped into the park, the two of them only felt that the original breath on their bodies due to the dry heat of summer had instantly cooled down quite a bit, replaced by a refreshing and pleasant sense of comfort. Thunderbolt of Buji. Poof 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 poof. Just as they hadn't taken more than a few steps inside, a dynamic and rhythmic beatbox sound reached Jiang Chang's ears, and as he turned his eyes around, he saw that an old woman who was at least over 60 years old was playing vigorously at the side. Not far away there was another equally aged old man, rubbing and rubbing and rubbing over there, a devil's pace, a pace so light and fluid that it was a space step. This is Suzhou Hangzhou, worthy of being a city close to the magic city. I did not expect that even the old man and the old lady know so much about the fashion trend, but I do not know that they and their peers still have to communicate with each other. Chapter 102 Dogmaster. Grandma, that's a great beatbox you've got there. That's a couple years worth of highs and lows. Jiang Chang's face was full of smiles. His eyes were filled with sincere admiration. For the strong, especially those at this level, Jiang Chang had always not been stingy with his compliments. What do you mean? What the? Jiang Chang's head was full of black lines when he heard this. If not for the questioning tone of the other party, he would have thought that the other party was scolding him. It's that bit you just performed. Just that poof. As soon as she mentioned this, the old lady got angry and poofed a few more times. Poof. A dandelion just flew into my mouth. What bad luck. Jiang Chang. Jiang Chang shook his head helplessly and turned around again and walked over to the grandfather who was practicing the devil's pace, thinking to talk to the grandfather about this space step experience. Moncler Outlet Store, you're in space. Before Jiang Chang could finish his words, the grandfather had already spoken. Young man, don't come over. I've just stepped on dog. It's rubbed off on me all the way here. That temple dog pulls over here every day. If I don't pay attention, I step on it. It's so annoying. Moncler Outlet Store. While he said that, he lifted his feet and looked at the soles of his shoes, and that frown was all over his face. Ha 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 ha, I'm gonna die laughing. Please choose your hero, a 60s beatbox old lady or 60s devil's pace grandpa. Or, you say this Moncler Outlet Store has no public morals. He reminds Jiang Chang not to go over. You say he has public morals. He rubs the dog shift everywhere. Jiang Chang walked away, holding Xiao Lament's hand and leaving this place, while also being more concerned about his feet. They didn't go any further inside either, because at this moment the duo encountered an even more serious problem, hunger. Since they had only eaten a little bit of food in the morning, and now it was already midday, coupled with the fact that they had been active for so long, their stomachs had begun to protest.
resulting in them having to give up on the idea of going to admire the Tiger Run Spring, and having to fill their stomachs first. With the idea of tasting authentic Suzhou Hangzhou cuisine, Jiang Chang brought Xia Lament to the nearest commercial pedestrian street. Of course, definitely not because there is not much money left, but just thinking that there must be a variety of food available here. Soon, the two of them stopped in front of a small store that looked very clean, although the store looked small from the outside. When they went in, the store was small but complete, with neatly arranged tables and chairs, and the environment was quite cozy. After the two of them were seated, in a few moments, food was also served, and the steaming rice emitted a tantalizing aroma that went straight to one's nose. As we all know, when people are hungry, everything they eat will feel delicious, and Xia Lament is no exception. Sue is really hungry. She looked at the food in front of her. Her eyes are bright, cannot wait to start the feast. That eating is not chewing slowly, that at least is also devouring. Face is also filled with happy smile. Woof! A bark sounded outside the store door. Here we go! Here we go! Are the pawns things ready yet? The door of the store opened again, and the owner's wife of the restaurant joked and walked in, asking loudly towards the owner in the bar as she walked in, an eager and enthusiastic energy in her voice. It's been ready for a long time. It's still hot. Hurry up and take it out. Don't let Master Dog wait. The owner answered from the bar and replied with a smile, the tone full of familiarity, as if he were treating an old friend. Hearing the boss's reply, the boss's wife answered and quickly walked in the direction of the back kitchen. Jiang Chang, who had already finished worshipping the temple of the viscera, was stunned by this scene. How is it that the mouth again said Master Dog, and the expression on his face was so happy? This world is finally upside down into the way I cannot imagine. Before he could inquire, the boss's wife's figure had already appeared in the doorway of the back kitchen, and in her hands was already a small pot full of cooked meat slices. Shizuku, you eat first, I'll go out and take a look. After speaking to Xia Lament, who was still eliminating the food in her bowl, Jiang Cheng couldn't hold back his curiosity and followed the boss's wife towards the store's door. As soon as he stepped out of the store, Jiang Cheng didn't see any creatures that could be called masters. Only a big pure white unadulterated colored dog was at that moment with a compassionate look on its face, sitting squarely in front of the store and wagging its tail cheerfully. Jiang Cheng also wondered what that master were, and in the end is doing what the wrath of the heavens and people were a mouthful of a dog master called it. Then he saw that the boss's wife squatted down at that moment and placed the tub of sliced meat in front of the big dog. It's been a long time, still your favorite boiled white meat slices, eat up Master Dog. Jiang Cheng, huh? What a dog guru. Before I watched it I was saying how rude the owner was, calling people Master Dog in every breath. And after I watched it, it turns out I'm the rude one. Let's just say, you're not alone upstairs. I was all set to scold this boss. I don't think she has any respect for others. I even have my expletives ready, but now I think it's better to save them for my brother. Ooh, this one dog eats better than me. That's not even the point. I just want to know why a dog is called a master. Woof, only to see the dog known as the master bark twice, as if responding to the boss's wife's kindness, and then lowered his head and began to gracefully enjoy the food in front of him. That was really elegant. It didn't gobble it up like a normal dog, but after taking a small, gentle bite first, it slowly raised its head and chewed slowly, swallowing without any hesitation, and even using its paws to carefully sweep aside any meat that fell to the side. The boss's wife on the side watched it eat for a while, and suddenly turned around as if she remembered something and walked back into the store. And when she came out again, her hands were already full of bowls of water. Wow, Chang, this dog is so big and beautiful. The voice ringing in his ears brought Jiang Chang back from his shock. He turned around and saw that Xia Lament was looking excited, and the look in his eyes was full of joy. Chapter 103, Wine and Flesh Goes Through the Gut. Buddha, I'll do it. This dog, was raised by that hidden spirit temple on the mountain, and it seems to have been 5 years already. It must be more or less tainted with incense and fire, and has come to us to make karma, so that we can also make good karma. The boss's wife looked as if she had seen through Jiang Chang's inner doubts, and without waiting for him to ask, she took the initiative to explain the dog's origin to the two of them. This explanation could have confused Jiang Chang even more, and he really couldn't figure out how the two words, eating meat and making money, could be linked together. Then this dog eating meat here that's not breaking the fast. Hearing Jiang Chang's inquiring voice, the boss's wife smiled and turned her head to reply. Young man, you are out of town. Right, we Su hang in ancient times. There is a monk called Jigong. He is every day drinking and eating meat, but this does not prevent him from being a high monk. This dog is the same. Is not there a saying called what wine and meat through the intestines through the Buddha I come to do? Oops, I'm the one who got caught up in the moment. Or you're the one with the insight. Big sister. Jiang Chang couldn't stop nodding his head as he listened to the boss's wife's explanation without the slightest sense of contradiction. His face was filled with an expression of approval.
while Xia Lianxian by his side looked at this scene and covered her mouth and snickered. Ha 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 ha, God Buddha, I'll do it. Shouldn't it be wine and meat go through the heart, but Buddha stays in the heart? Here's an honest man. Everyone come and bully him. Good news, the spirit of Jekyll and Hyde has been passed on. Bad news, it's a dog that inherits his spirit. Woof. Just as Jiang Chang was still talking to the shopkeeper, the big white dog had already wiped out the slices of meat in the basin, and it barked twice at the shopkeeper, seemingly thanking the shopkeeper for feeding it as well as saying goodbye, then wandered out of the little store and headed outside. Seeing that the white dog was about to leave, Jiang Cheng hurriedly excused himself from the shopkeeper, and holding Xia Liman's small hand, he followed, wanting to see what other untold secrets this monk dog had. Crossing a small river, the white dog seemed to be heading back, and his pace quickened a few moments as his food was digested, and the walk was like that of a traveler anxious to get home, purposeful and determined. Jiang Chang looked at its appearance, secretly thought, this is the legendary return to the heart of the arrow. It seems that this dog is really a devout Buddhist monk dog. This is thinking of hurrying back to the temple. Woof. Another bark came, but not from the white dog. Jiang Chang looked around, only to see a slightly smaller yellow puppy rushing out not far away. It was bouncing around in front of the white dog, acting enthusiastically, but the white dog at this time is still a compassionate look, like a heart-like water monk, did not make any response to the small yellow. A few moments, the white dog turned around and left, leaving only the small yellow in the original place. The small yellow eyes are full of loss, has been following the white dog's far away back. That seems to be a, look at the calm expression on my dog brother's face. It's like the willow of the dog world. Sigma male dog solid. Woof fun. Not only does this dog eat meat, but he even has a girlfriend. Is that appropriate? Dogs have girlfriends, and you, my friend, you don't. Brother, delete this sentence. I am not feeling anything. That is, I am afraid that my friends will see it and break the defense. Of course it does not matter if you do not delete it. Anyway, I am not feeling anything. We're not doing anything right. We're not doing anything right. We're not doing anything right. When Jiang Chang once again followed the white dog's pace to a courtyard, it was already standing in front of an iron gate, barking furiously at the courtyard. And at this time, it changed the compassionate look it had just shown in front of Little Yellow. Its face was full of excitement and thrill, and it was still wagging its tail frantically, just like a young man who eagerly wanted to meet his sweetheart. Not long after, a white dog also came out of the yard. Seeing the appearance of the other party, the white dog's tail wagged more happily. If not for the iron gate to stop it, I'm afraid that it has already rushed forward. But before it could rejoice for a moment, a figure appeared in the doorway along with the white dog inside the iron gate. Damn! How dare you come to plague our family, Xiaomei? Piss me off. See if I don't beat you to death today. As soon as the figure saw the white dog, he was on fire. His eyes were on the verge of spewing out fire, and with that he copied the broomstick that was on the side, and ran towards the iron gate with it held high in the air. The white dog saw the situation is not wagging his tail. The excitement instantly disappeared without a trace, replaced by a face of panic, fleeing as if directly to the road behind them. Escape process. Also do not forget to turn back to the iron door inside the white dog, barking twice. This time Jiang Cheng felt as if he should have understood. What it said should be, I will definitely come back. The man who chased out with the broom looked at the white dog that ran away and spat, full of disgust, turned around and was about to walk back, muttering something in his mouth, obviously in a fit of anger. Comrade, please stay. Just then, a voice came, causing the man to pause and slowly turn around, and at the same time, in the underworld, he felt an additional karma, bashi, on his body. Hello, what can I do for you? Looking at the handsome man and woman in front of him, as well as a brightly lit camera not far away, the man asked with alarm. Oh, bothering you. We just wanted to ask, why did you shoo away that white dog just now? Hearing Jiang Cheng's inquisitive voice, the man's anger value rose up with the naked eye, and he was furious at the mention of the white dog. That damned, before often 3 times to provoke my home Xiaomei, before I momentary inattention, let it got the hand, and then Xiaomei children are given at birth. Then originally I also thought that since all this let them both together got, I did not expect. Speaking of which, the man's anger level was about to overflow. His eyes were wide open and his face was red, just like a balloon about to explode. I didn't realize that Birth had more than one girlfriend. The man gritted his teeth and said, the tone was full of anger and helplessness, obviously extremely dissatisfied with the white dog's philandering behavior. I know this, we just saw Big White kissing a yellow dog on the way here. Hearing this, Xia Lamentation rushed out like an elementary school student who was actively answering a question, but the man just shook his head at the words, while extending his palm. 5, plus a full 5 for our little beauty. When these words came out, Jiang Chang went numb, his eyes widened with shock. The audience in the live broadcast room also went numb. The pop-up screen instantly exploded. say nothing more. My model, as the saying goes, it's better to tear down 10 temples than to ruin a marriage. But after listening to the man's accusations, I suddenly felt that I should have kept the 50 temples. A dog is more angry than a man. Don't ever say you live like a dog again. You don't deserve it. Ha 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 ha. Dogs have 5 girlfriends. Ha 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 ha. Woo hoo hoo. It's over. Another one's gone crazy. After listening to the man's accusation, the corners of Jiang Chang's mouth twitched, and he really didn't know what to say. A few moments later, the two turned around once again and followed the direction in which the white dog had left. Walking, the vision ahead gradually opened up. In that green tree cover, cloudy place, can already faintly see the corner of the magnificent temple. Chapter 104, The Little Cane Receives, The Big Cane Goes, Hidden Spirit Temple. Jiang Chang tilted his head up and looked at the 3 large, powerful words on the plaque above his head, and couldn't help but softly read it out. Looking forward, only to see the overlapping temples here. Zen houses are situated in the mountains in a patchwork. That piece of green brick and red tile, in the sunshine under the reflection, looks more and more simple and elegant. Ancient color. At this moment, the gate of the temple was open, and in and out were a steady stream of incense burners, either holding incense and candles with a pious face, or quietly shuttling between the various halls, each with a different look on their faces, either expectant or calm. Chang, it's so lively here. Let's go in and take a look too. Xiaolament's voice that was full of leaps and bounds rang in her ears. Her eyes were bright and full of excitement and curiosity, and she seemed to have completely forgotten the purpose of them following them here in the first place. Seeing this, Jiang Chang also nodded his head to express his agreement, thinking that anyway, this temple was so big, strolling around inside, he might always be able to meet that white dog, and then he would be able to continue to explore those things on it. Just stepped into the temple, a burst of rich incense gas on the face, the smell straight into the two people's nostrils, with a unique flavor, a little choking but inexplicably let a person feel at ease. Only after a while of slowing down did Jiang Chang continue to walk forward under Xiaolament's tugging. Wow Makoto, it's so spectacular here. Wow Makoto, this idol is so majestic. This idol has a kind face. Chang, do you know which deity he is? Xiaolament's exclamations and questions came one after another, and simply couldn't stop. Jiang Chang didn't feel the slightest bit bored either, patiently answering her one by one. Suddenly, a doubt arose in his mind. Wasn't Xiaoshi a rich young lady? Has she never been to these places before? With her family's wealth, she should have had many opportunities to come into contact with temples and Taoist temples, so why did she feel so unfamiliar and new to everything here? Shizuku, haven't you ever been to one of those temples or Taoist temples before? A few moments later, Jiang Chang still couldn't hold back and asked the question in his heart. Xiao Lamentable, who was still looking at the surrounding scene with a face full of novelty, turned his head when he heard Jiang Chang's words. No, my grandfather used to say that we were staunch proletariat fighters who didn't believe in ghosts and gods in this world, so we were also forbidden to go to these places. Jiang Chang heard, heart thump, suddenly feel as if he had done something bad, blinked sheepishly, pursed lips. Then I'm not breaking your grandfather's rules by bringing you here. Otherwise we'd better get going. It's fine. Every time my grandfather used to say this, my grandmother would retort back, saying that since he knows there are no ghosts or gods in this world, it's all the more reason not to go, but to go. Go and change those people who spend all day begging for gods and goddesses with proletarian ideas. Lin Chuan looked at Xiao Lamentable, who had finished saying this, and only felt that all of her body seemed to be covered in a red cloak that was waving in the wind. It was as if it was the glory of the Republic, shining with a unique and dazzling light. Ahem, 2 monks. We are all proper places of religious affairs that have had records filed with the State Bureau of Religious Affairs, and we are all licensed monks, and there is absolutely no illegal and disorderly behavior whatsoever. Just then, a monk with a compassionate smile on his face came over, and as he spoke, he also unfolded the ultimatum and presented it in front of the two. After Jiang Chang glanced at the ultimatum, as if he realized something, he hurriedly waved his hand and explained, "This Master Zhu Yuan, we're just here to visit, nothing else." But listening to Jiang Chang's explanation, the smile on the face of the monk called Zhu Yuan grew more and more compassionate. Yes, that's it, that's the flavor. I'd have suspected you of being a fake if you'd just admitted it, but you've explained it like this. Plus just now next to this female monk that spoke with a determined look like she was going to enter the D. Touché. At first glance, it's someone from above. He hurriedly gave Jiang Chang a look that he understood in seconds, and also nodded his head in a hurry while doing so. Understand. Don't worry, I'll never tell. I'll definitely let you see the truest side of our temple. Looking at Master Zhu Yuan, who had already gone further and further away in his diabolic thoughts, Jiang Chang was helpless, and with this scene over here, more and more people around them began to gather this way, all of them looking curiously at their side. Jiang Chang had no choice but to hold Xiao Lament's hand and walk towards the outside of the crowd,
thinking that it would be better to avoid this place of wrongdoing first. After watching Jiang Chang and the two of them disappear from sight, Master Zhu Yuan immediately changed his face. The smile on that face instantly disappeared, replaced by a face of anxiety. He hurriedly beckoned to the monks not far away, a bit of urgency in his tone. Du Kong, go quickly and inform the abbot. Just say that the people from above are coming. Be quick. Looking at the anxious appearance of Master Zhu Yuan in front of him at this moment, the monk known as Daikong immediately opened his mouth without saying a word. Master, you have broken the anger commandment. Daikong looked at Master Zhu Yuan with a serious face, the look of a young disciple who was serious about observing the Buddhist precepts. I've committed your ass. Zhu Yuan was instantly enraged at hearing this. His face reddened, and he made a gesture to reach out and knock towards Daikong's bald head. Hey you little brat, how dare you hide? Master, you taught me. Small staff to receive, big staff to go, and master don't fight. I'm going to find the abbot. Daikong said hurriedly while nimbly dodging Master Zhu Yuan's pursuing blows, and hurriedly ran away after saying that. Croon, looking at the departing back of Daikong, Master Zhu Yuan hummed heavily, but then, he suddenly felt as if something was not quite right. The hall that should have been lively at this time seemed a little quiet. Just now those noisy people's voices seemed to have disappeared all of a sudden. He hurriedly looked to the side, only to see that the surrounding crowd were all looking at him with shocked faces at this moment. And seeing this, Master Zhu Yuan hurriedly put his hands together and shouted out a Buddha's name. Amitabha Buddha. My Buddhist sect has had a saying of the angry eyes Vajra since ancient times, and it just so happens that the poor monk cultivates the dharma of the angry eyes Vajra, so those behaviors just now were quite reasonable. Right. Daikong ran to the entrance of the towering main hall in one breath, and suddenly saw that there was still a massive white object at the entrance at that moment. He was first stunned, and after taking a closer look, he hurriedly slowed down his breath, and bowed respectfully to that white object. Hello Uncle Junong. Woof. The massive white object stretched out, and a dog with a pure white body and no mixed colors appeared at the entrance of the great hall, seemingly barking at Daikong in return, and then lying down again. Seeing this, Daikong hurriedly straightened his body and straightened his monk's robe, then not daring to have the slightest delay, he hurriedly walked towards the temple. Master Zhu Ming, the contemporary abbot of Hidden Spirit Monastery, was explaining the history of the monastery to the tourists, and his voice was loud and colorful. Just then, he saw behind the tourists and was scowling at himself, Du Kong, and immediately he saluted the tourists in front of him with an apologetic face. Amitabha Buddha. The poor monk suddenly had something that needed to be taken care of. I hope that you will not be offended. Yu Jing, you will continue to explain the history and culture of our temple for the monk. With that, Master Zhu Ming walked towards Daikong who was on the side. Chapter 105, 3 words to bring a woman's mood back to anger. Finally, it's here. Don't be in a hurry. Everything is as I expected. Just do business as usual. Daikong, tell everyone to be more alert. The most important thing is that we can't beat up the tourists like before. We must show the true, good and beautiful side of our Buddhist sect. After listening to Daikong's report, Master Zhu Ming immediately made the appropriate arrangements with a serious look on his face, and at the same time, he pointed out that the guidelines from above must be strictly implemented, so that the monks would stick to their posts. Amitabha Buddha. Good afternoon Master Zhu Nang. Just as he stepped out of the hall, Master Zhu Ming saw Zhu Nang, who was coiled on the ground, and gave it a soft greeting. Woof. Zhu Nang responded, only the voice sounded a bit breathless and seemed rather listless. Master Zhu Ming frowned, a trace of doubt flooding his heart, and then he looked at Daikong who was on the side. Have you had your fasting meal today, Uncle Zhu Nang? Used. It's. Daikong scratched his head, not quite sure to answer. After all, he did not personally see Zhu can eat, just remembered as if there was such a thing. But this moment by the abbot asked, the heart is also a little unsure. Go and ask, and if you don't have it bring it its Lenten meal, and if you've eaten it add an extra potato to it today, and give it an extra meal to cheer it up. Master Zhu Ming said after pondering for a moment, thinking that maybe Zhu Nan was out of energy because he hadn't eaten enough. Yes abbot, Daiko answered, then hurried off elsewhere. Looking at the faraway Daikong, Master Zhu Ming withdrew his gaze. He squatted down with a loving face, reached out and stroked Zhu Nang's real dog head. The action was gentle and mild, and his mouth chanted something as if he was calming it down, and then he stood up again, straightened up his monk's robes, and walked back to the temple with a calm demeanor. If Jiang Chang was here at this moment, he could probably tell at a glance why Zhu Nan was listless at this moment, but unfortunately at this moment he was walking with Xia Lament in a quiet forest path. Ha ha ha. Looking at the look on that Master Zhu Yuan's face just now, Jiang Chang and Xia Lament are definitely being treated as inspectors coming for an unannounced visit. Laughing my ass off, I saw that Master's expression, which was still a bit uncertain, become firm as he listened to Jiang Chang's description. The Master's mind gradually diabolizes. There's a pavilion over there.
Shy, let's go over and have a seat first. Jiang Chang, who had managed to run out of the crowd, looked at Xiao Lamentable, who seemed to be a little slightly tired at the moment. It just so happens that the two of them in front of the appearance of a pavilion. The pavilion looks elegant and chic, surrounded by trees. The environment is quiet, is a good place to rest, so Jiang Chang proposed to go over to sit down, but also to catch their breath. Rest. Nerd, it's really pretty here, what do you think? Well, you're right about everything, but I think the scenery is nowhere near as pretty as the people. Poverty, how come I didn't realize you were so good at saying pretty things before? What? You're not letting people tell the truth anymore? I don't care. Punish you for taking some pictures of me before you do. Just as he approached the pavilion, an extremely carnal conversation reached Jiang Chang's ears. Jiang Chang also wondered it. How to this place are still people in the dog food, really? Let the single people still how to play happily, But fortunately, he also has Xiao Lament accompanied by his side. So the question arises, who is this dog food for? And marching Jiang Chang suddenly felt that the male voice just now, as if, have so billion throws familiar. With this in mind, his footsteps couldn't help but speed up a few points, impatient to solve the mystery and see who the owner of this voice really was. A few moments later, looking at the familiar back in front of him, the answer in Jiang Chang's heart called out, Wubi Rango? Shen Lang, who was pouting his big buttocks in the pavilion taking pictures of Su Shanyu, heard a familiar voice. He slowly turned his head, and saw Jiang Chang holding Xiaolam and looking at himself with a stunned face. Ahem, what a coincidence. If it isn't Jiang Chang, you came here to play too. Shen Lang hurriedly stood up straight the moment Jiang Chang appeared, straightened his clothes, and then hurriedly uttered a greeting. Su Shanyu on the side frowned slightly after Jiang Chang appeared. The last time she heard this name was when Shen Yan begged her to report the movie he wrote that was full of mouthfuls of words, and now he was even interrupting the nerd's alone time with her again. Little angry, but soon, Jiang Chang demonstrated what it meant. 3 words to bring a woman's mood back to anger. Looking at Shen Lang, who was scratching his head in front of him, and whose eyes would glance at the pretty girl behind him from time to time, Jiang Chang smelled a sour odor of love from it. Although Shen Lang had previously not answered his phone calls and had scolded him and had glared at him a few times, a couple of times, the broad-minded Jiang Chang naturally wouldn't care about these small issues. He hurriedly turned his gaze to Su Shanyu at the back, a smile piling up on his face. I believe this is sister-in-law. Brother Wave is truly blessed. I wonder when you guys are planning to get married. I'll be sure to pay a big share when the time comes. Originally there was still some small angry. Su Shanyu sniffed. The frown on her face instantly stretched, replaced by a heart full of joy. She thought that when she went back she must put that script of Jiang Chang in the first echelon of the application. What? The first echelon is full? Then switch to another one. This power she still has. Is not another what called 749. It sounds like an unprecedented epic masterpiece. Let it back a little bit. Who just said that the script was a mouthful? It's a very simple and intimate style of narration. It's all art. Chapter 106, playing electronic wooden fish to save quantum merits. Shen Lang laughed, and on the pretext of not disturbing Jiang Chang's recording of the program, he held Su Shanyu's hand and hoofed it to the route that Jiang Chang had just come from. Chang, who is that man? Listening to Xiao Lament's soft and curious inquiry, Jiang Chang only then, as if coming back to his senses from his contemplation, slowly retracted his sight from the distant back of Shen Lang and the two of them, and turned his head to look at Xiao Lament. Oh, he's my manager. His name is Shen Lang. Quite a nice guy. Other than a bit of a sister guard attribute, it's really quite good. Jiang Chang secretly slandered. And suddenly, as if he thought of something, he gritted his teeth and looked at Shen Lang's distant figure. I said, why didn't you pick up my call before? But you're here on a date. My little money TT. Damn Chen Zheqian. I have to go back to get back at him again. Soon after resting in the pavilion, Jiang Chang as well as Xiao Lament, feeling full of energy again, the two hands holding hands, once again embarked on the journey. Abbott, it's all been notified, and the various senior brothers as well as the senior uncles are all showing their best to the visitors, except for Senior Uncle Zhu Nang. After Master Zhu Ming finished listening to Daikong's report, he slightly frowned and followed Daikong's gaze to look at the listless Zhu Nang, who was lying on the ground, and a trace of worry surfaced on that originally peaceful face. Can it eat today? The Xiangji kitchen side said that Senior Uncle Zhu Nang didn't use any fasting rice today, but he didn't eat the bowl I just served him, and he seems to have lost a bit of his appetite. Daikong replied truthfully, he also quite puzzled. Usually Zhu Nang uncle can eat actively. Do not know what is wrong today. Even its usual favorite potatoes do not look at more than a glance. Master Zhu Ming's frown tightened. He bent down, came close to Zhu Nang and scrutinized it carefully for a while as it lay there sulking. Then Master Zhu Ming straightened up and said to Daikong, who was to the side, Umat ba Buddha o Jikong, take your uncle Zhu Nang to the Buddha hall at the back of the hall, so that the disciples who are doing their homework can wash its soul well with the scriptures. Daikong sniffed without saying much. After all, this was the abbot, not his own master. He answered straight away, and then followed the abbot's instructions, carefully picked up Ju Neng, and headed towards the main hall. Looking at the distant man and dog, Master Ju Ming sighed slightly, and just as he was about to take a step back into the hall, a questioning voice came from behind him. Hello, this master, I heard that there are high priests here to teach the Dharma. May I ask if it's true? Master Ju Ming turned around and saw that a pair of lover-like men and women were standing behind him with a look of curiosity and anticipation on their faces, and it was definitely not the duo of Jiang Chang and Xiao Lament. Amitabha Buddha senior monk dare not be. Old lineage as the abbot of this institution. Next will be the old lineage for you all masters to shallowly explain some canonical Buddhist books that can clear one's mind and cleanse one's thoughts. The two masters can come and listen if they are interested. Master Ju Ming explained to the two people in front of him with a compassionate face. That tone was calm and kind, making people feel good when they heard it. Those two people heard that there really is a high monk sermon, and still a temple abbot personally to speak. Suddenly eyes bright, directly in a hurry to go to the hall. Shy, did you hear the sound of someone preaching and chanting scripture? The traveling Jiang Chang suddenly paused, his ears twitching slightly as his eyes looked towards the center of the temple, where the grand hall was located, a hint of doubt appearing on his face. No. Xiao Lament even closed her eyes and listened carefully, but she still didn't hear the sound of chanting scriptures from Jiang Chang's mouth. She opened her eyes and looked at Jiang Chang, shaking her head with a bewildered expression. It seems like it's over there. Should we go over and take a look? Jiang Chang pointed at the grand hall and looked at Xiao Lament at his side with a questioning look in his eyes. It's all fine. Anyway, Chang, wherever you go, I'll go, Xiao Lament said with a smile, her eyes full of reliance and trust in Jiang Chang. Jiang Chang was first stunned when he heard this, then he grinned and took a step, holding Xiao Lament's hand, and walked towards the location of that grand hall. It's so nice. CP knocked it right. Every day is like New Year's Eve. Wherever you go I'll go. Lament is also too good at teasing. I can't, I've fallen. There are no mirrors upstairs in the house, then there is always urine. You should know the process yourself, so I won't dwell on it too much. We're just online friends. Upstairs you crossed the line. When Jiang Chang brought Xiao Lament to the main entrance of the main hall, the door is open. There are already many tourists in the doorway at the stop. Everyone are quietly standing there to recall the scriptures just heard, or whispering, and around the people exchanging their own feelings. The scene looked quite lively and peaceful. Jiang Chang, with the advantage of his height, slightly stood on his tiptoes and looked inside, only to see that the inside was filled with incense and smoke. The rising smoke was like a layer of thin veil, adding a mysterious atmosphere to the whole hall. A white-browed monk in a robe was sitting in front of the crowd with a compassionate face, explaining the scriptures. His voice was low and loud, as if it had a power to penetrate the hearts of the people, and every word was clearly transmitted into the ears of the crowd. And his side of the same two monks are closing their eyes, rhythmically striking the wooden fish. The dong-dong sound of the wooden fish echoed in the hall, and white-browed monks preaching intertwined together, creating a solemn and peaceful atmosphere. A few moments, with the crowd in front of the white-browed monks spit out the last word on the no longer open mouth when the two monks around them also slowly stopped the wooden fish knocking. The aftermath of the sound seems to still be in the air, rippling slightly, seems to be unwilling to dissipate. Seeing this scene, all the people present also came back to their senses from the state of being immersed in the scriptures just now, and began to gradually disperse, and for a while, the entrance to the main hall was bustling with people coming and going. Wife, the scripture that Master just explained seems to really make people become clear of their desires. I don't think I'll have any more worldly desires for the last month. Don't bull asterisk with me. I don't care if you're clean. You can't pay your daily rations less than once anyway. Listening to the duo who walked past him openly speaking such words of tigers and wolves in public, even Jiang Chang couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth when he heard them. Then he suddenly thought of something like heart thump, hurriedly turned his head to look at the summer lament. Did not expect the summer lament is also staring at himself. The eyes are full of curiosity and doubt. Chang, why did that man just now have to pay rations every day? We didn't have to pay rations a long time ago. As expected, Jiang Chang's worst fears still happened. Faced with a questioning Xiao Lament, Jiang Chang didn't know how to answer for a moment. It seemed that he could only use that trick. Grin, the sun is so big today. Or let's hurry back to avoid the heat. Xiao Shi, what do you think? At this moment, Jiang Chang didn't want to care about the secret of the white dog. He spoke while pretending to raise his hand to block the sunlight and look at the sky, wanting to use this excuse to divert Xiao Lamentation's attention and make her forget about that embarrassing and hard to explain topic just now. But before the method that has been tried 100 times, this time it seems to not work, as if Xiao Lamentable, listening to Jiang Chang, did not respond. Is still a puzzled face looking at Jiang Chang. Jiang Chang and Xiao Lament's gaze, more and more anxious, the heart into a mess, is searching for a suitable lie to cope with the past. Just in the nick of time, that of Buddha's name like timely rain. in the two people's side sounded, Amit Ba Buddha, the two monks, the poor monk is saluted. After finishing knocking on the wooden fish, Daikong slowly opened his eyes, and that gaze was still a bit disoriented at first, as if he was still immersed in that ethereal state that he had just recited the sutra. When he was slightly back to his senses, he began to look around at the crowd that was dispersing, but just as his gaze was flowing, he suddenly braked sharply as if he had been cast under a spell of immobilization, and all of a sudden, he was fixed on two familiar faces at the entrance of the temple. Master Jiaming had just finished reciting a section of the Prajna Paramitha Heart Sutra. He exhaled gently and was planning to get up and go back to the back hall to have a drink of water and take a rest. After all, this chanting of sutras was also quite an energy-consuming matter. Just then, he felt his robe being tugged. Master Jiaming was slightly surprised in his heart, and when he turned his head, he saw that Daikon was now looking at him with an eager face. Abbot, it's coming. They're coming. What's coming? It's hard to believe. Looking at the abbot's inquiring expression, Daikon nodded his head vigorously, nodding his head as if he were pounding garlic, and at the same time pointing his finger darkly towards the entrance of the main hall, as if he was afraid that someone else would notice the commotion on their side. Look, Abbot, it's the pair lingering at the entrance. Jiaming Master followed the direction of the empty finger to see, only to see as a pair of handsome men and women standing there. Looking at the young, temperament is extraordinary, but how to see is not like to check off. Master Jiaming was a bit skeptical about this lineup for a moment. He frowned and looked at Daikon, who asked from the side in astonishment, "Are you sure you read that right? Those two are too young." He pondered in his heart that most of those officers who came to inspect in the past had serious and experienced looks, but these two in front of him didn't look quite the same as imagined in any way. Absolutely no misreading, Abbot. That is my master, he personally confirmed. At that time I was watching from the side. Daikon hurriedly replied. He recalled the master's certainty at that time, and thought in his heart that the master would definitely not be wrong. Abbot, do you think it's possible that the top is doing this on purpose? Arranging for these two people who don't even look like inspectors to make us let our guard down? This brainwave of Daikon's made more and more sense the more he thought about it. And Master Jiaming also nodded instantly after hearing this, reaching out to pat Daikong's shoulder. It makes sense, Daikong. You have good wisdom roots. Work hard, and in the future, you may not be unable to sit in my position. Daikon looked at the compassionate Master Jiaming in front of him, and suddenly a strong feeling of satiety came over him. At the moment he only felt like he had eaten a big cake, but on his lips he still replied respectfully, "It's all because of you, Abbot, and my master, Master Ju Yuan, who taught me well." Master Jiaming didn't say anything when he heard this. He just patted Empty's shoulder vigorously. Then he straightened up his robe and walked towards where Jiang Chang and Xiaolament were. Amit Ba Buddha, the two monks, the poor monk is saluted, starting off with a Buddha's name. All of a sudden Xiao Liao's attention was attracted to her, and she looked curiously at Master Jiaming, her eyes full of doubts. Jiang Chang, on the other hand, immediately looked at Master Jiaming with an excited expression, secretly cheering in his heart. Good man na. It can be considered to have drawn Xiao Shi's attention away. However, he quickly realized that he couldn't show too much excitement now. After all, he had just managed to muddle through this matter. If he revealed it now, it would be a lost cause. So he hastily collected himself, and the expression on his face instantly became indifferent again, as if nothing had happened. And the speed of that change of face was astonishing. Master Jiaming saw Jiang Chang's expression change for a moment after seeing himself, and then immediately returned to calmness, and the last bit of doubt in his heart disappeared. It's done. I haven't even opened my mouth yet and he's so excited to see me. He must know who I am. It's still not someone from above. It's still not something I'd eat straight away. The two monks look like people with lucky stars, and I think that in the future, they will surely have a smooth path. Opportunities will always be with them, and the blessings will be deep and prolonged, and they will be well in their years, and they will be able to win in all things. Since it's confirmed that it's someone coming down from above, it's definitely right to start off with a little bit of a shout-out. But looking at the two people in front of him did not have any reaction. Master Jiaming suddenly felt as if he was a little too hasty. This is not secretly pointing out the identity of the two people well, but as the saying goes, ginger is still old and hot, and after 0.25 seconds, Master Jiaming instantly reacted and hastily changed his set of words. Amit Ba Buddha. In order to keep up with the new trend of the times, this temple has set up an activity to congratulate the two monks for being the 99th companionable incense burner of this temple today, and hereby rewards the two of you with a special person to take you on a tour of the temple's humanistic underpinnings. Daikong, it's up to you to take the two monks on a proper tour. Jiaming Master's idea is since it is to see, then let their own people with certainly is better than they are wandering around. In case you see what should not see things, the above blame down everyone has to eat melon fall, so still have to control it well. Amit Ba, good Abbot.
The original nature is still a little jumpy. The empty at this time is a face of precious solemn, so that Zhu Ming constantly nodded, good, excellent wisdom, rare. Then, before Jiang Chang and Xiao Lament could react, they were led by Zhao Kong in the direction of the back hall. There was a sudden commotion amongst the crowd of onlookers. Everyone looked curiously in one direction, and then they only saw a big man with a camera set up hurriedly walk up, only to be stopped by a few monks. Together, Master, we are together. The cameraman elder brother pointed excitedly to the two of them, Jiang Chang and Xiao Lament, in front of him, and Master Zhu Ming in the back nodded his head gratefully at his words. Now it's the director of the Religious Affairs Administration who comes over and says that those two people aren't staff members of their bureau, and he'll laugh and retort, make it up, keep making it up, and I'll believe you that I'm the cutie. This camera is out, and you're saying you're not here for undercover forensics. Let him through. The monk who had stopped the camera elder brother, after seeing that it was the abbot himself who had given the word, took a step to the side and politely allowed the other party to be able to pass. At this time, the live broadcast was also lively and numb. Turtle, did I hear right? Temples are so up to date now. They're starting to do raffles. What do you know? It's called going with the flow. Got it. From now on, we'll knock on the electronic wooden fish, meet the Mecha Buddha, worship the cyber goddess of mercy, save up quantum merits, and cultivate the true scriptures of the Yuan universe. In the bustling crowd, one person is looking at the distant Jiangcheng. Three people with a serious face frowned. I did not think that the hidden spirit temple is now on the front line of the trend of the national temple. Write down a small book, and so on back to submit up. Chapter 107, Bad. I become the third party. Two monks. This is our Buddha hall, where we do our daily homework. Daikong folded his hands, slightly owed his body, and with a pious face, he introduced Jiang Chang and Xiao Lament to the Buddha hall where the sound of chanting Buddhist sutras constantly emanated. As he spoke, he paid attention to the look on the faces of the two, and seeing that they were both listening quite attentively, he nodded in satisfaction, thinking that his explanation was pretty much on point, and that he hadn't disgraced the temple. Then he was about to take Jiang Chang and the two of them to the next place, but just as he passed by the entrance of the Buddha hall, Jiang Chang gave an inadvertent glance through the hollowed-out window, and his sight was instantly attracted by the scene inside. He vaguely saw that the group of monks chanting in front of a white object, that looked quite familiar. The heart could not help but thump a moment. Footsteps also subconsciously stopped. What's wrong, Xing? Looking at Jiang Cheng, who suddenly stopped his steps, Xiao Lianxie doubtfully opened her mouth and inquired. She followed Jiang Cheng's gaze to look inside the Buddha hall, but she didn't see a clue. Du Kong in front of the duo also turned around when he heard the commotion behind him, and followed Jiang Cheng's gaze, thinking that this sure master was probably interested in something inside the Buddha hall. So he said, Amat Ba Buddha, the monks are interested in the inside of our Buddha hall, so let's go in and take a look. Why don't we just forget about it and leave them alone? Jiang Cheng hurriedly said. His sight had been withdrawn, and in his heart, he had actually confirmed that the white mass was the white dog that he had encountered before. But despite that, he didn't really want to disturb someone else from doing their homework just for the matter of a dog. It's okay, they won't be disturbed, Zhao Kong said with a smile. His hand had already rested on top of the handle of the door of the Buddha hall, gently pushed it, and with a creaking sound, the door of the Buddha hall was pushed open. But the monks inside didn't have the slightest reaction, and continued to recite sutras without any distraction. The one in front of us is our master Zhu Nang. Looking at Jiang Chang and the two of them, whose eyes had been looking straight at that flash of white, Daikong explained directly, and after saying that, he lifted his leg and walked down the aisle towards where Zhu Nang was. Zhu Nang? Uncle Shifu? Jiang Chang listened to Daikong's words and opened his eyes as wide as they could go, not even seeing an older monk. Then he returned his gaze to the white dog, Murphy. As if to corroborate Jiang Cheng's thoughts, Daikong's figure stopped in front of the white dog, slightly bending down and folding his hands with a respectful expression. Amat Ba Buddha, Uncle Zhu Nang, I wonder if you're feeling better. Zhu Nang, who was lying on the ground, only raised his head at the words and glanced at the empty space, then slumped down again, as if he couldn't muster much interest in everything around him. Whether I am epileptic or this world is epileptic, a dog is a person's senior uncle. This world is really a huge foreign persimmon novel. That's what teaching is all about. It's awesome. Please, can you teach me too? Sorry, Buddha doesn't ferry people with no yuan. Bridge bean sack. Isn't this the dog that just ate meat and picked up more than one chick down the hill? Blind monk. You found Wa Point. After greeting Zhu Nang, Daikong straightened up and turned around to see Jiang Chang and Xiao Lament with shocked expressions on their faces. He was first stunned and then smiled and explained to the two of them. Amat Ba Buddha, this Zhu Nang's senior uncle came to our temple 5 years ago. At that time Abbot Zikong saw that it was quite spiritual and took it under his tutelage. 5 years ago. Don't look at the senior uncle as a dog. but it has never touched meat or fish in the past 5 years, and it treats other small animals very kindly as well. Listening to Daikon speaking as if he were counting, with a look of honor on his face, Jiang Chang had the urge to laugh, but he still held back hard. His right hand pinched his thigh without any trace, and he couldn't stop nodding his head at Daikon. Non-vegetarian meaning eating a large pot full of cooked meat. I don't know about friendly to critters, but they are quite friendly to their own kind, especially females. /slip, JPG. I'm really looking forward to what they'll be like when they see Juning coming behind their backs. Master Daiko, let's hurry up and leave. Just don't disturb the other masters doing their homework. Jiang Chang was only looking forward to getting out of here. Otherwise he was really afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold back his laughter. Looking at Jiang Chang's difficult face, Daikon thought that he was heading to the land of the 5 valleys of reincarnation. After all, that stifling of laughter had made his face a little red, and it did look like he was in a hurry. So he hurriedly answered, and turned his head towards the outside with Jiang Chang and the two of them. Oi, nerd, why are you walking so fast? Su Shanyu looked at Shen Lang, who had been walking ahead as if he was on a sprint since just now, and asked out loud. Her footsteps were a bit unable to keep up with Shen Lang's pace. Hearing this, Shen Lang, who was walking in front, fixed his stance, and he turned his head back in embarrassment, his face filled with a look of embarrassment. Nothing, let's hurry up and go, to find Shen Yan that little ninny to rendezvous. Su Shanyu frowned as she listened to Shen Lang's answer, and in her heart, she felt that Shen Lang's words were a bit perfunctory, but she didn't continue to ask. After all, this thing of feelings is something that has to be progressed step by step. Today it was not easy for the relationship between the two to have a qualitative leap. She did not want to cause Shen Lang to be unhappy because of her own talk, leading to the previous results to go down the drain. Then it would be too worthless. Oh yeah, we've been out for so long it's about time we went to meet up with Goose. Su Shanyu responded with her mouth, and then came to Shen Lang's front with a jump, stretched out her delicate hand and placed it in front of Shen Lang. What? Shaking hands? Shen Lang was a little unsure, looking at Su Shanyu's hand reaching out. His brain didn't turn a corner for a moment, and he also stretched out a hand, shook hands with her, and then spread out again. This can put Su's shallow tone off. She in her heart madly criticized Shen Lang as a big wood, just now also quite active. This moment is back to the previous kind of mute mode. Shake your ass. It's to hold hands, Su Shanyu said viciously on her mouth, but that hand took the initiative to hold the hand that Shen Lang had just stretched out, and also tightly clasped her fingers, as if she was afraid that Shen Lang would spread out again. And then she raised her head and looked at Shen Lang, and there was a hint of pouting in her eyes. Come on, let's go find little Goose. Su Hang, inside an unknown small manor. 6 people were sitting in the hall looking at each other wide-eyed at this moment, while Yuan inside the studio was also looking at the screen being wide-eyed at a few people dry-eyed, and his eyebrows were also wrinkled tightly. Hiss, this isn't right. Is someone giving McShutdown? How come none of them are talking? After making sure that there were no problems with the equipment, Yuan stood up violently and said to the other staff members on the side, this is a variety program. How can it work if the guests don't have any movement at all? He then looked around at all the staff members present and continued to speak. Before Director Lee left, he took my hand and instructed me to sit in the base camp and run the program for him, so I must not let down Director Lee's trust. It is incumbent upon us to recast the light of variety programs. Yuan shouted a slogan, and the sound echoed loudly in the studio. Horse's ass. Yuan had just finished pretending to be 13, when he heard someone in the crowd faintly mocking him. The voice was not loud, but like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirred up 1,000 waves. Yuan's blood immediately surged, and his face instantly turned red. Who's talking? Who is cricketing me behind my back? Let me tell you, although I'm young, this position of assistant director that I have now relies on my true talent, and has nothing to do with my father's second aunt's neighbor's house where his great-uncle and Director Lee are relatives who didn't get out of the 5 suits. That's right. The producer in the middle of the crowd stepped forward and applauded Yuan with a look of certainty. Director Yu is right. Director Yu looks like someone with real talent. Now that Director Lee is not here, Director Yu is our backbone. Wallflower. Who, if you can, line up against me to my face. What's a good man for cricketing someone behind their back? That mocking voice came again, and at once made the producer who had just finished speaking break his great defense. His angry gaze swept around the surrounding crowd, and it was like fire was going to come out of his eyes. But after searching for half a day, he didn't find any suspicious people. Yuan was initially happy to see that the producer was able to stand up in solidarity with him in the first place, and was even happier after seeing that the producer was also scolded. Ahem. Well, the wind and snow have been weighing me down for 2 or 3 years. I laugh at the wind and snow being as light as cotton, and I'll prove with facts that I'm a qualified director. Yuan saw the producer's temperature getting higher and higher, so he hurriedly turned down the temperature of the air conditioner, while at the same time,
he hastily cooled him down. Pretender. Who? Inside the hall, one by one, the people who had been staring at each other for quite some time had withdrawn their gazes. They really didn't know why they had just done something so boring and watched it for so long. With the exception of Xiao He, when everyone came back to their senses, Xiao He was still looking straight at Lin Sinny at this moment, and there was a different kind of concentration in those eyes. Achoo! Chen Zhiqian suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose. A bad premonition suddenly seemed to rise in his heart, but then that feeling disappeared without a trace. He didn't take it too seriously and shook his head. If everyone is so bored, then why don't we come to the farm? No play. Before Chen Zhiqian could finish his words, he was interrupted by the rest of the group in unison. Seeing this, he resentfully put his pineapple phone back in. If only Makoto was still around. Chen Zhiqian thought as he did, but then the scene of Jiang Chang spraying the 8 directions in anger popped up in his mind, and he shook his head again. Right at this moment, along with a clicking sound, the door was opened, and Yuan then appeared at the entrance with several staff members. Good afternoon, teachers. I see that everyone seems to be a bit bored, so our program team has specially prepared our elaborate game for you, Manor Treasure Hunt. As expected, after Yuan had just finished speaking, everyone's eyes were attracted over. After all, it was indeed a bit boring. A little game arrangement was quite good. Looking at the crowd's expectant gazes, Yuan had a look of honor on the surface, but in his heart, he was happy. I've made it. I've got everyone's approval. I'll be able to be on my own from now on. A great man can't be depressed for a long time. I'll go on my own when this catalog is finished. A few staff members on the side are looking at Yuan with a look of astonishment, secretly thinking in their hearts, this game is not just found on the internet. Well, even the treasures should have only been placed by now. Inside this manor, there are buried treasures prepared by our program team. Next, you teachers will go searching according to the grouping in the morning, and the team that finds the most number of treasures at the end will win a gift package of evening food prepared by the program team. If you want treasure, go ahead and find it. I've hidden tons of it in that place. As soon as Yuan's words fell, a golden light seemed to flash in everyone's eyes. Everyone got excited at the thought of that gourmet gift package. Wouldn't that mean that they wouldn't have to eat kimchi and brownies at night? Are you teachers ready? The game now begins. As soon as Yuan's words fell, he heard a few whooshing sounds, and the people in the hall were like arrows off the string, all rushing out at once, and in the blink of an eye, only Xiao He, who hadn't yet regained his senses, was left. The disappearance of the target in his eyes caused Xiao Hyuk to slowly come back to his senses as well. He looked around the empty surroundings and then at Yuan, who was not far away, scratching his head and asking with a bewildered expression, "What happened?" Originally, I was wondering how bad Xiao Hyuk and Li Yifan's cooking could be in the morning, but now from their reactions, I think I should know. Nonsense. That's authentic stick country food our Fan is cooking. That's right, our family's has cooking may be of poorer quality, but it's still delicious. Can't you see that Chen Zhiqian has eaten it? And you're talking about Chen Zhiqian, the one who just ran the fastest. Kids here don't send autographed photos, and it doesn't matter how much you brag about them. Can I team up with you guys? Just after running outside, Su Zishi inquired to Chen Zhiqian. This is a team game. The more people we have, the more treasure we find, and the reward is split equally between the 3 of us. Chen Zhiqian thought it was great when he heard it, but he still looked at Bai Ruowei with an inquiring gaze first. After all, it wasn't his word in the team. But soon he felt that his move was a bit redundant, because Bai Ruowei had already taken Su Ziki's arm and walked forward quickly. It's bad. I'm a third party. But there was no time to think about it. Chen Zhiqian shook his head and followed quickly as well. Chapter 108, The Sky is Falling Again. Looking at the far-away trio, Li Yifan skimmed his lips, then he turned his head and looked at the body that made him throb a little, with a little more of a different meaning in his gaze that was hard to hide, just like a hyena that had set its sights on its prey. Since both of us have the same purpose, things will be fine, helping each other out and cooperating for a win-win situation. With that, he extended his hand to Lin Sinny with a smile on his face. That smile seemed to be sincere and friendly, but in the depths of those eyes there was a trace of dissimilarity that was not easy to detect. Lin Sinny stared at Li Yifan's eyes for a while. She had been in this entertainment industry for many years. She had long seen a similar look in the eyes of too many people. She had long seen it and did not show any expression of revulsion. She just gave a shallow smile that was polite and detached, and then reached out to shake Li Yifan's outstretched hand. Happy cooperation. In her heart, she knew very well that this so-called cooperation was just a matter of each of them having their own agenda, and she had to deal with it carefully. At this moment, it so happened that Xiao Hyuk had just walked out in a flurry of excitement. His face was filled with excitement. He had just learned from Yuan that this time it was a group minigame, which meant that he could play happily with Lin Sinny, and in his mind, he had already begun to imagine the beautiful picture of searching for treasures and interacting with Lin Sinny to make jokes together. Then he felt that the sky had double collapsed again,
only to see Li Yifan and Lin Sini both looking at each other with a smile on their faces at this moment, and both of their hands were still holding together. That picture was like a needle that instantly pierced the beautiful fantasy bubble in his heart, which instantly made him feel that he was being bullheaded in the face. No, 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 Xiao Hyuk painfully kneeled down, up to the sky long whistle. That voice through the endless despair and unwillingness, even said three no words. Snowflakes north wind whistling heaven and earth a piece of pale. What's wrong with Mr. Xiao? Didn't he just walk out in a hurry with a happy face? Yu Wan, who had just walked out of the chamber, couldn't help but ask as he looked at Xiao Hyuk, who had fallen to his knees and wailed to the heavens. This game is too hard. I can't find the treasure. Can't find it. The corner of Yu Wan's mouth straight twitching, thinking in his heart, this game has just begun. Your talent just came out to say difficult. Difficult ghost but he still pretended to rebuke the people around him. Can you props team with a little heart to hide the treasure so tight for what? Look to our Mr. Xiao difficult. That staff member didn't immediately utter a rebuttal when he heard this, but as if he had discovered something, he took out a conspicuous gold coin prop from a nearby flower bed and handed it to Yuan. Also, Director Yu, I'm not from the props team, I'm a cameraman. Saying that, the staff member shook the camera on his shoulder as if to prove the truthfulness of what he said. You man. Xiao Hyuk's rise to the sky skill was also interrupted by silence. Silence is tonight's Cambridge. I don't want to say anything if it's scripted, but if it's not, I'd call the camera brother's last line a kill shot. If you don't know, ask, isn't that all the camera brother ever says? What the hell is wrong with all the shows? Why do they come out looking like they came home from work and bumped into their wives cheating on them? I don't know. I was just washing my feet. That, even if you're not from the props team, taking a step back, aren't you part of the crew? Aren't you a little bit at fault? This time it was the turn of the camera big brother silent. He looked at Yuan with complicated eyes. If not for the sake of the several $1,000s a month of nest egg fee, he really wanted to use the shoulder camera and Yuan hard to have a close contact. After Yuan finished speaking, he took the prop gold coin from the camera's hand with a black face, then walked up and handed it over to Xiao He. Teacher Xiao, take it. This gold coin is considered as the program's compensation for your difficulty. Even if you don't find any of them in the end, it doesn't matter. One is already impressive. At this moment, Xiao Hyuk didn't know whether to be angry or annoyed for a moment, because just now he felt as if he was being taken for a Ruiji. He turned his head and looked at where Lin Sini was. Still shaking hands of the two at this time has long been separated to stand on both sides. Li Yifan knows that now is not the time. He wants to wait until he walks on the peak of life, and then let Lin Sini initiative to worship under his genes. Lin Sini only felt a little nauseous at the moment, just now when Li Yifan held her hand. His thumb even touched the back of her hand for a while, coupled with his uncomfortable eyes. At the moment, she only wanted to go to the restroom to wash away this filthy mark. Xiao Hyuk instead looked at the already separated duo and immediately stood up. He hurriedly walked to the middle of Li Yifan and Lin Sini, then faced Lin Sini and said, "Don't worry Sini, I'll succeed in getting the first place and let you have a big meal at night." Originally, this title should have caused Lin Sini to frown, but given Li Yifan's performance just now, then driving a tiger to swallow a wolf was the optimal solution for her at this time. Yeah, well, that's a lot of trouble. Lin Sini spoke softly, making Xiao He, who originally felt like he had become a minotaur warrior, immediately turned back into a pure love war god, and he immediately replied with full of energy, "It's no trouble at all. We're teammates after all. As a boy, this is my duty. Let's show you the results of my years of exercise," Xiao Hyuk said, about to walk forward, and at the end of the day, he also secretly glanced at Li Yifan beside him, and there was a provocative meaning in those eyes. "Yeah, let's get going then," Lin Sini said with a smile. She could only follow Xiao He's wishes at this moment, thinking that she would follow him first and see the situation, better than staying with Li Yifan. "Depart," Xiao Hyuk shouted excitedly. Now he only felt that he had been added a full attribute gain buff. His body was full of power, and he walked forward in a single horse. Lin Sini followed when she saw this. Li Yifan, on the other hand, recalled the little look that Xiao Hyuk had just thrown over and sneered twice. Then he also followed behind the duo without slowing down. Yuan in the back looked at the three people who were walking forward, and then looked at the piece of gold coin that was still in his hand. "This, don't you want the gold coins?" Before he could finish speaking, a figure in the distance turned back and took the piece of gold coin from his hand, then hurriedly ran forward again. Yuan didn't even react yet. The gold coins were gone. He looked at his empty hand with a stunned face, and then looked behind him at the cameraman who was staring at him, and said with a bit of exasperation, "What are you following for? Get up there, cameraman. I shamefully call foam." Chapter 109, If This Is Not Love. "No, Lumpy, can you give me a hand with I can't hold it any longer?" Beside the wigwam inside the manor, Chen Zhiqian shouted at the top of his voice, which was filled with a sense of helplessness and anxiety. He looked at the large pile of prop gold coins full of gold coins in front of him. Those gold coins glittered brightly in the sunlight, piled up like a small mountain, almost drowning him. And not far ahead, Suzuki and Bai Ruowei were walking leisurely through the manor. Suzuki in the front turned her head directly back at the words and looked at Chen Zhiqian, who was pouring out his grievances. "We're girls. You're a big boy. How can you say such things?" Bai Ruowei also chimed in. "That's right. Are you any good? What's wrong with girls? Do they get all the privileges? Modern society has long been emphasizing gender equality." Chen Zhiqian said indignantly, that brow wrinkled tightly, his face full of aggression. "Can be described as the smell of tears to see the sadness. But we found all those gold coins, and you never found a single one." As soon as Su Zishi's ghostly words fell, all the surrounding voices seemed to fall silent all of a sudden. That can't be blamed on me. It's all because that Yuan didn't speak of martial virtues and hid all these gold coins in inconspicuous places. That's what caused me to not find them. That's right. It's all Yuan's fault. Achoo, why is it so cold? Yuan inside the studio sneezed. He rubbed his nose, then looked in the direction of the air conditioner and muttered under his breath. "Oh, I just turned the producer's temperature down too low when I was cooling him off. I said, why am I sneezing in such a hard body?" Chen Zhiqian stalked his neck and continued to defend himself with a stubborn face, trying to find a shred of face for himself. Then he saw Su Zishi strolling towards his direction, which startled Chen Zhiqian. "Why? It's broad daylight. There are so many cameras around. If you do it, you'll definitely make the headlines." Without saying a word, Su Zishi stretched out her hand after standing in front of Chen Zhiqian, who spoke while fiercely protecting his face with both hands, and also because of the lack of support from his hands, the large pile of gold coins he was holding fell to the ground. As the clattering sound rang out, Chen Zhiqian closed his eyes tightly, his heart tensed up, but after waiting for half a day, he didn't feel the sensation of a blow to his face. Instead, his feet were smashed by the falling gold coins. A short while later, he slowly opened his eyes, and saw Su Zidi's hand, withdrawn from a piece of wigwam beside him, with a piece of gold coin in his hand. "Can you still take it?" Su Zixian came up to Chen Zhiqian and spoke, and the hand holding the gold coin even waved it in front of Chen Zhiqian's eyes. I don't know whether it was because the weather was too hot, or because he felt ashamed, or for some other reason. At this moment, Chen Zhiqian's face was a little red, but it wasn't very obvious under the sunlight. Can take." Chen Zhiqian's tone became a bit stuttered as he took a step back, then nodded heavily. Looking at Chen Zhiqian's rather strange appearance, Suzuki was just about to say something when Bai Ruowei's voice came from behind her. "Dicky, are you ready yet?" "Anan, okay, just come on." Suzuki once again turned her head to look at Chen Zhiqian after returning Bai Ruowei's words and said without any good humor, "Hold it well for me if you can. You blind man." After saying that, he threw the gold coins in his hand towards Chen Zhiqian's body and walked towards Bai Ruowei's direction. With a snap, Chen Zhiqian accurately caught the gold coins that Suzuki threw over, and looking at the other party's departing figure, he only just detached himself from that state just now. Taking a long breath, he hurriedly picked up all the gold coins that had fallen to the ground, and not caring that there was still a slight sense of pain in his feet, he hurriedly followed. Before watching, no. How can Xiao and Xia lament like this? After watching, no. Chen Zhiqian, how could you? Ha 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 ha, laugh me to death. How was Chen Zhiqian able to say that kind of thing with such a straight face? Wait, according to my frame-by-frame analysis, it seems like Chen Zhiqian just blushed at Su Zixie. The CP party suddenly raised their heads in alarm. There's a new CP to kowtow to, but will Chen Zhiqian's fans disagree? What? Our family Chen is going to have a CP. This is simply so great. Universal joy. I thought this funny guy would never have a CP in his life. I was thinking I'll just suffer a little bit to marry him if I can't. This abacus bead upstairs is popping in my face. After a period of searching, originally still full of confidence, Xiao Hyuk is about to doubt life. His originally high fighting spirit is now almost worn out. He swore that he had carefully searched all those places he had just passed through, but the horror was that he had searched them all carefully, but froze and didn't find a single gold coin. He looked back in surprise, but Yu Wen's figure was long gone behind him, and there was only Lin Sinny, who was looking at herself with a smirk on her face, and Li Yifan, whose expression looked like he had lost 500 W. What's wrong? Lin Sinny's soft and concerned voice came, like a spring breeze, instantly bringing Xiao Hyuk back to the reality that he hadn't found a single gold coin right now. Wait, there was one. Xiao Hyuk's eyes lit up as if he suddenly remembered something, and he hurriedly pulled out the gold coin he had gotten from Yu Wen from his pocket. It's the only one for now, but it's all just temporary. Xiao Hyuk said that he was about to hand the gold coin to Lin Sinny, but Lin Sinny shook her head. Keep it, I'm sure you'll get more gold coins. Xiao Hyuk was instantly moved. She doesn't even want gold coins and is still relieving me. If this isn't love. He was even more determined to win this game for Lin Sinny. so his steps increased while he searched more carefully. Li Yifan looked at the two words can be hot blood all day. He skimmed his mouth. Or too young. Have not heard of accepting gifts is not equal to I agree with this formula well. What's more, now it is not even receiving gifts. But at this moment, Xiao Hyuk wasn't even focusing on Li Yifan. His eyes were looking around until a large pile of gold coins appeared in front of his eyes. Chapter 110. Now I'm horribly calm. When Xiao Hyuk and Chen Zhiqian looked at each other with 4 eyes, the scene was like a freeze frame in a movie. Both sides froze instantly, followed by both seeing surprise in the other's eyes. Xiao Hyuk, no son. Why does he have so many gold coins in his arms and I only have one? Or I got it from you one. It's not closed, is it? How can this be played? Chen Zhiqian, why is he just holding a gold coin in his hand? It's hard to believe that they have better eyesight than me. In this way, the two groups of people brushed past each other before the main contributors on both sides could figure out the opposite situation. Su Zishi and Bai Ruowei were taking Chen Zhiqian back at this time. Not that they didn't want to look for it anymore, but Chen Zhiqian just couldn't take so much more, so they could only go to Yuan first to turn in the gold coins that they had found, thinking that they would first settle the fruits of war and then come back to continue searching. XINE, do you know the background of those two people? Li Yifan walked to Lin Sini's side and lowered his voice to ask, his eyes still poking darkly at the two women walking in front of Chen Zhiqian. Which two do you mean? Hearing Li Yifan's soft inquiry, Lin Sini also stopped her steps and moved a body position to her side. She didn't want to lean too close to Li Yifan. This subtle movement was all taken in by Li Yifan. His heart sank slightly, but he did not show any other emotions. As if he did not care, he continued to say to Lin Sini, you know, those two. I don't know. I thought you'd know. After all, you didn't always do this before. Lin Sini lightly opened her vermilion lips and opened her mouth unhurriedly to say 2 sentences. After that, she continued to walk forward again, but she didn't take 2 steps and then stopped. As if she remembered something, she turned her head to look at Li Yifan. And, my name is Lin Sini. Thanks. Both spoke in small voices, resulting in the contents not being heard by a third person. Lin Sini did not look back as she stepped forward to follow Xiao He, who was still searching for gold coins in front of her, and did not notice that the smile on Li Yifan's face behind her had instantly dimmed, and that face which originally had a hint of a smile on it had instantly become gloomy, and a hint of cruelty flashed in his eyes. Beyoncé, how dare you treat me so poorly? Just wait, one day I'll make you kneel in front of me and sing me a conquest. Li Yifan's heart secretly cursed. The resentment in his heart bubbled up at once, but it was quickly suppressed again. Then he looked towards the distant figures of Su Zishi and Bai Ruowei behind him. The fact that both of them didn't know each other's identities proved that they definitely weren't simple goods either, so it would be better to try not to provoke them. Found it! The second gold coin! Beside his ears came Xiao He's exclamation of surprise, a voice full of excitement and joy, which instantly pulled Li Yifan's line of sight back again. Looking at Xiao He, who was holding 2 gold coins and displaying them in front of Lin Sini, the smugness that was spreading on his face, as well as Lin Sini, who was praising Xiao He, Li Yifan gently shook his head. He now wants to rush forward and say to Xiao He, the water here is very deep. You cannot grasp. What? You can't go back for the treasure if you're back. Cinema set up the rules of this staff-making game. Did they ever consider the maximum amount of gold that only one person in a team can take? Inside the studio, Yu-1, who had just finished taking a sip of water, double sneezed again. He rubbed his nose and looked at the air conditioner once again, but it was displaying the temperature that he had just finished adjusting, and soon, he associated it with a possibility. Could it be? I'm weak. Chen Zhiqian spurted in anger directly after hearing the staff's affirmative answer, and then he received death stares from Su Zishi and Bai Ruowei. Ahem. I mean, I, for one, might be a bit weak lately, that's why I can't hold this much. It's quite good. It's just that I'm taking a break to rest. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chen Zhiqian felt the death stare that fell on him dissipate. In this regard, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, calmly accepting the fact that their treasure hunting trip has come to an end. Although the heart is still a little bit of regret, but there is nothing to be done. The rules are the rules. He actually wanted to win, and just a short while ago after his heartbeat had sped up, he had placed extra importance on winning or losing this game in his mind, and the idea of sharing that feast with Su Zd had suddenly popped into his mind, but he was now open-minded, no longer fixated on the number of gold coins he got, and looked at winning and losing very lightly, definitely not afraid of Su Zd's death stare anon. A few moments later, Chen Zhiqian, who was sitting on the sofa, looked at Suzuki, who was joking with Bai Ruowei. He couldn't help but froze, a hint of a different kind of sentiment in those eyes, and suddenly, he shook his head violently, as if he was trying to shake all of those thoughts he shouldn't have out of his head, prompting himself to come to his senses. Quickly opened his cell phone, tapped into the shaking hand, opened the cement-sealed heart video that he had sealed for years. After watching for a while,
he was satisfied to extinguish the screen. At this moment, he only wanted to say one thing, now I'm calm and scary. Oi, Chen Zhiqian, game come or not? Come on. As soon as Su Zixi's words fell, Chen Zhiqian, who had been partially focused on her, immediately opened his mouth to respond. Or let's just forget it. Finding this much is already impressive. Lin Seni looked at Xiao He, who was still struggling to find the treasure at this moment, and dissuaded her, as today's weather seemed to be a bit too hot, making her feel a bit dehydrated at the moment. Followed behind the two, Li Yifan at this time did not say a word. In fact, he was also a bit unable to bear this moment. That sweat constantly from the forehead downstream. But who can first mention to go back to this matter? Only he cannot. This is as a top stream of persistence. Xiao He, who is searching for the treasure, seems to have heard the music of heaven. In fact, he has long been somewhat overwhelmed. That full of energy has long been evaporated by the sun's rays, and now the whole person is a little bit wilted, relying on not to fall off the chain in front of Lin Seni's eyes, and to perform well this belief in support. Hearing Lin Seni say this, he was also relieved in his heart, but on his mouth he still said with bravado, "Ugh, well it seems that it can only be like this. I think it should be Yuwen's problem." After searching for such a long time we only found 24. Inside the studio, Yuwen, who had just walked out of the restroom, double sneezed again. And this time he didn't look in the direction of the air conditioner or look for the cause on his own body, but jerked his head back, his eyes glazed over, and looked behind him warily. He felt like there should be something unclean behind him. Chapter 111 Translation from Chinese to Chinese. Amitabha Buddha. You two monks. The building in front that introduces your eyes is the meditation room where our abbot Zikong is located. It's been several days since the last time the abbot said he was going to be in seclusion, and I don't know which canon the abbot is studying. Daikon folded his hands and slightly owed his body, introducing Jiang Chang and Xia Lamentation with a pious face and a hint of reverence in his eyes, listening to the words of the empty, and looked at the contrast between the other halls in front of the building. Looks quite simple. Jiang Chang nodded, secretly thinking, otherwise people are abbot live in such a simple place, but also move on the study of canonical books. This realm is not the same. The abbot of the position that he was, his heart was filled with emotion, and he had a little more respect for this abbot Zikong, whom he had yet to meet. After Daikong made a Buddhist salute to the Zen room where the abbot was located, he led Jiang Chang and Xia Lamenting and the two of them to walk in other directions, all three of them stepping very gently, immersed in the peaceful atmosphere unique to this temple. Before the three of them could walk out much farther, an ear-piercing crunching sound reached the ears of the three of them, and that sound was particularly abrupt in this quiet environment. Jiang Chang took the lead and turned his head back, looking in the direction where the sound came from, only to see that the original meditation room was still tightly closed at this time. The door was wide open, and an old monk with white eyebrows and white whiskers walked out from it. The old monk was dressed in a plain monk's clothes, the hem of which swayed gently as he walked, as if it came with a transcendent flavor. Eyes slightly narrowed, frosty white eyebrows wantonly stretch, long beard with the wind gently shaking. Around the body exudes after years of precipitation of the quiet peace. At first glance, it is full of old age, like an ancient pine. The outer skin is full of chapped and mottled with the scars of the years. However, when he lifted his step forward, in an instant the picture changed, and his pace was robust and powerful, each step stepping down steadily and bringing up a fine dust. Turning back to the Daikon looked at the abbot Zikong who had come out of the gate, and hurriedly greeted him. The footsteps were fast and furious, his face full of surprise, his hands once again folded together, and respectfully asked, Amitabha Buddha, Abbot, you have come out of the gate. Ah, I need to inform the abbot. Abbot Zikong did not reply to him at first, but reached out and lifted the eyebrows that were blocking his eyes, and only after he had gotten a good look at the person in front of him did he open his mouth. So it's Daikon. It's just as well. I was just about to go and look for you guys. Help me to ask at the Hyung Jik kitchen. Ask them if they want to starve the poor monks to death. Why haven't they sent me today's fasting food by now? The corners of Daikong's mouth twitched at his words, and as he looked behind him at the duo of Jiang Chang and Xia Lament, he hurriedly tugged at Abbot Zikong's wide monk's robe, and came up to his ear, lowering his voice to say, Watch your image, Abbot. Those two over there are from above on an unannounced visit. Master Zikong's eyes widened at his words, and he lifted the eyebrows that were blocking his eyes again, before he noticed Jiang Chang and Xia Lament that were still following behind Kung. But when he saw the appearance of the two, he scowled at Dukong beside him, as if to ask, is it really someone from above? I don't know how Dukong read it, but he nodded anyway, identifying the duo to Abbot Zikong. Amitabha Buddha Zikong. Ah, can you help the poor monk to go to the Hyungjia kitchen to see what exactly is the reason why the poor monk's fasting meal has not been delivered yet? After the plea was completed, Abbot Zikong immediately changed into the appearance of a virtuous monk, and with a compassionate face, he translated what he had just said to Dukong into Chinese. Amitabha Buddha, Abbot, please wait. disciple will go and ask, Daiko said as he was about to head in the direction of the Hyungyi kitchen. Looking at the departing Daikon, Jiang Chang was just about to chase after him when he heard a voice from behind him. Amitabha Buddha, the two monks, there's no need to bother making another trip. Why don't you come to my old lineage's retreat for a cup of tea and a chat? The voice was gentle and mellow, and it carried a kind of affinity that was hard to resist, and the one who spoke was none other than Master Zikong, who had a smile full of compassion on his face. Listening to the other party's words, Jiang Chang didn't make a decision, but instead looked at Xiao Lament beside him, thinking of handing over the decision-making power to her. May I? Will it disturb the master? Xiao Lament blinked her big eyes and asked with slight hesitation. She was actually in the spirit of where to play is not fun. In her heart she was quite happy to go sit and chat, but her mouth was still humble. Ha ha ha, the two of you are able to come. The old lineage is still grateful. Just stepping into the meditation room, Jiang Chang and Xiao Lian only felt a fresh and tranquil scent. That scent seemed to emanate from the various objects in the meditation room. There was a faint sandalwood scent, mixed with the ink scent of the aged scrolls, and the natural fragrance of the flowers and grasses that filtered in through the window. Several flavors intertwined to create a unique and pleasant scent that instantly soothed the duo's somewhat restless hearts from the hot weather. The layout of the meditation room was very simple, yet everywhere there was an ancient and elegant flavor. There were several paintings and calligraphy hanging on the wall. The paper of that painting and calligraphy was slightly yellowed. At a glance it was some years old, and the handwriting on it was either Zen full of Buddhist words and phrases. In the middle of the room was placed a short coffee table. The coffee table is wooden, clear texture, through a natural beauty. Above a simple set of tea set, as well as a spread out the tome, also seems to be some years old. Jiang Chang and Xiao Lament walked in cautiously, afraid of destroying the tranquility and harmony in this meditation room. They first stood at the doorway and looked at Master Zikong with slight restraint. Master Zikong smiled, made a gesture of invitation, and said, the two monks, please take a seat. There is no need to be formal, just treat it as if you are generally comfortable in your own home. While he said that, he first walked to the coffee table and slowly sat down on a futon. That movement was light and natural, showing a kind of calmness and composure cultivated for many years in the land of Buddhism. Two monks, wait for a moment. I will cook tea for you. As Master Zikong said that, he began to fiddle with the tea set, a set of movements flowing in the clouds and water, as if with a bit of Buddha's true meaning, so that Jiang Chang and Xiao Lamentation almost had to call out to the heavenly beings. Master Zikong looked at the two of them and nodded with satisfaction. It's really not in vain for me to keep the two of them here. I hope they empty this kid back to slow down a little bit, so that you can stay a little while more. Two people. When it is night, this inspection task is not so completed well. Master, tea. Jiang Chang's voice was not loud, but it carried some urgency, and it was especially clear in this quiet meditation room. Master Zikong's thoughts were also called back by this sound. Then, following Jiang Chang's gaze, he slowly lowered his head to look, only to realize that the action of pouring the tea he was doing had caused the tea in the cup in front of him to overflow, about to spread towards the tome on the coffee table. Lua Do. Master Zikong hurriedly put down the teapot and salvaged the tome before the tea soaked it. Exhale. Master Zikong had just been breathing a long sigh of relief at having saved the tome when he raised his head and saw the duo of Jiang Chang and Xiao Lamentation staring at him with glaring eyes.